Chapter 1, Elevator Descending, please hold on. Where is this? Was I kidnapped? I rubbed my dizzy head as I stood up. Not long ago, I was still rushing to make it to my 8 a.m. class. Since I couldn't get used to dorm life, I rented an apartment off campus with some roommates. Damn, whoever invented early morning classes at 8 a.m. Why am I stuck in an elevator? I pressed the door open button, but the elevator didn't respond. At this moment, the LCD screen beside the button lit up, and a strange voice came from the speaker. Welcome, lucky ones, to the world of elevator survival. The voice began explaining the rules. Here lay endless treasures and deadly dangers. At 12 o'clock, the elevator would ascend to a new floor. We could choose to explore the floor or stay in the elevator. The elevator would close after 1 hour, and those who failed to return would be forever trapped on that floor. We might also encounter other survivors on the same floor. Cooperation or bloodshed were both options. The screen allowed communication and trading. We could use resources gathered from floors to upgrade the elevator as our base, with its level matching the chat rooms. The elevator was an absolutely safe zone where floor creatures couldn't enter, though it offered no protection against attacks from other survivors. Game starts now. After the voice faded, I calmed down. It seemed I wasn't kidnapped, but rather transported to another world like in novels, and I wasn't alone. The loaded screen showed a chat room. Next to my avatar and name was a capital 1, probably indicating my level, alongside upgrade materials needed, 50 kilograms of wood and 100 kilograms of iron. The chat room had both public and private channels, with automatic language conversion available. The chat room was bustling with activity as everyone was engaged in discussion. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Host detected entering the world. The precognition system has been successfully bound. It then informed me that the floor I was about to enter held no dangers. There was a machete in the teacher's desk drawer and unopened chocolate in the third row seat of the second column. It also mentioned that classroom furnishings could be disassembled. Ding dong! Elevator descending. Please hold on securely. The elevator announcement sounded as I felt the sensation of weightlessness. Moments later, it faded, and the elevator doors automatically slid open. I wasn't too surprised by the binding system and was actually quite pleased the system could predict floor information. It really is a classroom here. Looking at the tidy classroom, I noticed the 8 big characters on the blackboard. Study hard and make progress every day. I walked to the teacher's desk and, sure enough, found a machete in the drawer. It was a bit odd to find something like this in a classroom. Following the system's prompt, I also found some chocolate in the student desk. There's still plenty of time. Only 1 minute has passed, and the elevator won't close for another 59 minutes. The floor indicator has now changed to a countdown timer, 59:23. I'm in no hurry, so I keep searching the classroom. After rifling through all the desks, all I find is a blank notebook. This classroom doesn't even have a single book. The windows are opaque, and the door is locked. But since the elevator upgrade requires wood, I might as well chop up these desks. This machete is surprisingly handy and sharp. Too bad all the classroom furniture is wooden, no iron in sight. I usually love playing games and don't exercise much, so it took me over 50 minutes just to dismantle 20 desks. If I tried carrying them directly, I couldn't fit much anyway. 6 minutes left. Screw it, I'm done. Damn it, I really need to exercise more. I wiped my sweat and said, after hauling 6 chairs back to the elevator, the door shut just in time, and I faintly heard noises. Could this classroom actually have students attending class? I scratched my head. Whatever, if the school needs supplies, they'll restock them. I looked back at the screen. The upgrade materials had changed. Upgrade requirements: 10 kilograms of wood, 100 kilograms of iron. Only 40 kilograms from so many desks? There must be middlemen skimming profits. The elevator had counted chairs as well. After removing the chairs, the required wood increased by another 10 kilograms. I'd moved these chairs specifically for resting. Arranged properly, they made just enough space to lie down, though the elevator was running out of room. Let's check the chat room. I stood up and opened the chat interface. Everyone was sharing updates about their floors. Some found shovels and metal buckets in unfinished buildings. Others explored public restrooms, while a few discovered scrap iron and bottled water in abandoned factories. Chapter 2, Opening Shock. Come to think of it, I seem to be out of water. All I have left is this pack of filled chocolates. They'll have to do in a pinch. Hopefully the next floor will have water. I checked the trading system again and noticed people have started bartering items, mostly food and water. The wood I'm holding is in high demand, but I don't have enough for upgrades. Who knows when I'll next find myself in a place with abundant lumber. Thank goodness I ate a big breakfast. I pat my stomach gratefully, remembering the 3 steamers of soup dumplings and a bowl of tofu pudding I devoured this morning. Otherwise I would have been late for my 8 a.m. class. It seems I made the right choice with the meal. What's in my stomach will last me the whole day. The screen shows 2 p.m. now, so to conserve energy, I lie down on the makeshift bed made from chairs. It's so stuffy, I mutter, taking off my jacket and placing it beneath me. This is the only item that came in with me, no phone, no keys, nothing else. Probably the same for everyone else. After regaining some energy, I get back to organizing the wood. Space in the elevator is limited, so every bit saved counts. After neatly stacking all the wood, I notice the space does feel a bit more spacious. System? Beep. Host, please speak. Is your only function to predict information about each floor? Beep. This system also provides mission rewards. Your first mission is to upgrade the elevator to level 2. The reward will be a steel crossbow with 20 arrows. I nodded upon hearing this. The system was pretty impressive. Let's see what the others are up to. I pulled a chair over to the screen and opened the chat room, only to be stunned the moment I entered. Uncles, I hadn't eaten anything last night and I'm starving now. Would anyone be willing to trade some food with me? Anything will do, I'll exchange it for my panties. Me, don't anyone snatch this. I need something to go with my tea. Bro, you're really going all out with this bit. At this point everyone knows how important food is, surely no one would be dumb enough to actually trade for this stuff. Curious, I tapped open the girl's profile. Sure enough, she had listed an exchange of panties for any food item. Just when I thought no one would trade, the transaction record suddenly disappeared, and I froze on the spot. Damn impressive. Meanwhile, the chat room had new updates. Brothers, anyone got water? I'll trade food. I have extra food but no water. I'll trade, post the deal. Holy shit, I just started a fire. I was completely dumbfounded. Forget how he managed to start a fire, lighting one in this stifling elevator. Was he trying to speedrun death or what? Sure enough, doubt soon arose. Dude, this elevator already has poor ventilation, and you're starting a fire? Trying to speed up your death or what? What choice do I have? I found 2 turtles on the floor, and I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. I'm curious how you even started a fire. Did you find a lighter? Nope. I made it by rubbing sticks together. Luckily, I picked up some wood and a small pack of paper. Anyway, I can't chat, the smoke's choking me. Gotta cook these turtles quickly and put out the fire. What a ruthless guy. Hope he gets to eat those 2 turtles. It's already 7 o'clock. I should get some sleep first. Need to explore the floors again at midnight. With that said, I dozed off in the chair for a while. Ding! The host is about to enter the forest floor. There's a wooden treasure chest at the center containing a bottle of clean drinking water, a 1L iron can, 1 gold coin, and 5 century-old pine trees. If you have a chainsaw, you can try cutting them down. Warning, there's a venomous snake inside the chest. 1 bite and you won't last 3 seconds. If armed, you may attempt to kill it. The system's voice woke me up. This floor seemed a bit tricky, but it's just a venomous snake. I have a weapon now and know its location, nothing to fear. Ding dong. The elevator is descending. Please hold on tight. Another bout of weightlessness followed, and the elevator stopped after a minute. Without hesitation, I pressed the door button and stepped inside armed with my blade. The only threat to me on this floor is that venomous snake, so I stride straight toward the wooden treasure chest at the center. Opening the chest with caution, I grip the machete tightly in my right hand, ready to strike. A flash of white light passes, just as the snake springs out to ambush me. I slice it clean in 2. Though it isn't dead yet, its 2 halves still twisting. I deliver another chop, splitting its head open. Now it's completely harmless. I take the items from the wooden chest and scan my surroundings. Those 5 pine trees, with just this machete, I'd probably need a whole day to chop them down. I hear water? I walked around and indeed caught the sound of flowing water. How could there be water on this floor? Where did it come from and where was it flowing to? Following the sound, I discovered a small stream at the edge of the floor, though unfortunately without any fish. I took out my tin can to fill it with water, then returned to haul the wooden crate back to the elevator. The crate was made of wood with some metal parts, perfect materials for upgrading the elevator. After throwing the items back into the elevator, I looked at the snake that had been chopped in half and decided to pick it up anyway. Maybe someone will want it. I shrugged and immediately listed it on the trading market. Perhaps the tough guy who builds fires in the elevator might buy it. I sent a message, anyone need food? Just killed a snake. Clean it yourselves. I want iron, already listed on the trade dot. After some thought, I set the price for this venomous snake at 5 kilograms of iron. It's not a big snake after all, and pricing it too high would make it unaffordable. Snake? Raw? I don't have fire. I'm starving to death. Won't I get poisoned if I eat it raw? Floor made above, eating it raw won't poison you as long as you handle it properly. You might just get parasites though. Hey, wasn't there a guy earlier who made fire by rubbing sticks? So jealous, can we trade for an ember? I'll make a fire on my floor so we won't choke on smoke anymore. Good point, bro. Will you sell us some fire? Stop talking. I just ran into zombies when entering a floor earlier. Damn thing scratched me, now I'm having trouble breathing. Probably gonna kick the bucket soon. I've already put out my fire, no embers left. Holy shit, there are zombies on this floor? Yo buddy, since you're about to kick the bucket anyway, why not sell me your stuff cheap? Consider it your final good deed. Yeah, it's not like you'll need any of it when you're dead. We survivors gotta help each other out. Everyone below just wanted the dude to sell his gear cheap, no one gave a damn whether he lived or died. Chapter 3. What it means to be a time management master. The Viper I posted on the trading post still hasn't sold, but I'm not worried. I know sooner or later some desperate soul will choose to eat it raw. I'm still 12 kilograms of wood and 98 kilograms of iron short of upgrading the elevator. I stared at the chocolate wafer in my hand, swallowing hard. I was starting to feel hungry now. Earlier, tearing apart the classroom desks had drained a lot of my stamina, and now it's been so long since I last ate. Better drink some water first. I gulped down several mouthfuls of mineral water, finally feeling something in my stomach. At that moment, the elevator doors automatically closed. The next day, I woke up starving and desperately needing to pee. My bladder felt like it was about to burst. Damn it, I shouldn't have drunk those few sips of water yesterday. I panicked. There was no way I could just pee in the elevator. Luckily, it was only 10 a.m., and I still had 2 hours before noon. Beep a host. The upcoming floor contains 5 weak zombie chickens. If armed, you may attempt to eliminate them. At the center of the floor lies a food supply crate, containing 3 bottles of clean water, 2 cans of beef stew, 1 special antibiotic, effective against most common illnesses, and a usable lighter in the pocket of one of the zombies. Beep. Triggered choice mission. Host, please make your selection. Option 1, enter the floor and kill 5 zombies. Reward, 1 P229 pistol with 3 spare magazines. Option 2, hide in the elevator and refrain from entering the floor. Reward, 1 sharp fruit knife. I took a deep breath. I hadn't expected a choice mission. Option 1 was the best, but could I really take on 5 zombies? I glanced at the machete in my hand. To hell with fortune favors the bold, I'm going all in. Option 1. I psyched myself up and waited quietly for midnight. That food supply crate was crucial to me, not to mention the system's reward, a handgun. In our current situation, that should make me invincible, right? While muttering a left front kick, a right side sweep, wham, 2 slashes, I started warming up. Ding dong. Elevator descending, please hold on tight. The elevator announcement sounded, and my heart started pounding like crazy. To say I wasn't nervous would be a lie. After all, I'd never been in a fight my whole life, and now I was facing 5 bloodthirsty zombies. Should I just stay inside? The thought crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. I'd already bound with the system. Was I really going to keep being a coward? Let's do this. Once the sense of weightlessness faded, I pressed the door open button. Where are the zombies? I looked around the empty room before me, confused. Could there be more than one room on this floor? I kept moving forward, the air thick with a foul odor, and soon spotted a warped iron door. I swallowed hard and pushed the iron door open. Roar! The moment it opened, a zombie lunged at me. Holy shit! I jumped in fright, my hand instinctively swinging forward. With a sickening squish, the blade in my hand buried itself into the zombie's skull. Black blood oozed down the machete onto my hand. Is it really this easy? I stared at the zombie I just hacked to death, still unable to believe it. But the other 4 zombies didn't give me time to relax. They roared and charged straight at me. No way, absolutely no way. Without hesitation, I turned and sprinted back to the elevator. After the 4 zombies stepped through the iron gate, they just stood there dumbly, as if they genuinely couldn't see the elevator. My eyes lit up as a brilliant idea struck me. I shifted one leg outside the elevator, and instantly the zombies were drawn toward me. Roar! I pulled my leg back into the elevator, and the zombies stopped again. Hee hee. Would you consider this a bug? Then I began masterfully kiting them in and out, in and out. Finally, after a few minutes, all 4 zombies stood perfectly aligned at the elevator door. A slight stretch of my arm was all it took to blow their heads off. Bang! One zombie's skull shattered. The other 3 howled, just about to sink their teeth into my arm, but I yanked it back in time. Roar! Go to hell! Bang! Another zombie's head was split open. I finished off the remaining 2 zombies the same way with headshots. This machete is amazing, effortlessly slicing through 5 skulls and still razor sharp. If we were outside, this thing would totally deserve a spot in a bargain store. Asterisk beep. Host has completed the mission. Rewards issuing now. Asterisk as soon as the system announced, a compact P229 pistol and 3 magazines materialized in my hand. Counting the rounds, each magazine held 13 bullets, though the gun didn't even come preloaded. Talk about inconsiderate. With just half an hour left, I hurried to the center of the floor and found the food supply crate. Still made of iron? My heart leaped with joy as I hugged the box and ran back to the elevator. I searched through the zombie corpses. The smell was truly revolting, but survival left me no choice. I found a lighter. This would definitely come in handy. From now on, if I found raw food on the floors, I could roast it with fire. No way I could start a fire by rubbing sticks. Finally found one, and it's windproof too. I slipped the lighter into my pocket when a sudden, dreadful urge to pee hit me. Earlier, the adrenaline surge had suppressed the urge, but now that I'd calmed down, I almost failed to keep the floodgates shut. I can't hold it anymore. Seeing there were still 10 minutes left, I sighed in relief and quickly found a corner to take care of business. Ah, what a relief. As I was about to head back to the elevator, I suddenly remembered that door was also made of iron, no sense wasting it. Determined to speed up my upgrade, I grabbed my machete and marched toward the metal door. Bang! 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 Luckily, the iron door wasn't sturdy to begin with. After hacking at the rusted hinges a few times with my machete, I successfully pried the door loose. The elevator doors still had 1 minute before closing. Ha, what perfect timing! I wiped the zombie blood off my hands and said smugly, but I needed to clean this zombie blood quickly, it'd be awkward if I got infected. Chapter 4, First Kill. Currently just 12 kilograms of wood and 75 kilograms of iron short for the next upgrade. That iron door and metal food supply box earlier were quite heavy. Now there's a problem, the elevator's running out of space. I still need to make room for another 75 kilograms of iron. So I dismantled 2 chairs, chopped them up, and stacked the wood on the pile. Let's eat something first. I pulled out a chocolate bar and devoured it in a few bites. With its high calorie content, it gave me a decent sense of fullness. I went to check the screen to see if my listed trades had sold. They're gone, I confirmed. I knew someone would buy them. After all, it was meat. I tapped to collect the items, and instantly, a 5-kilogram weight materialized out of thin air, crashing down right in front of me. Holy shit, did that just appear out of nowhere? I stared at the weight that nearly crushed my foot and quietly stepped back. The chat room was buzzing right now because 2 survivors had entered the same floor. Brothers, I tested it personally. You can cooperate with others and enter their elevator. Right now I'm in his elevator, and we've already moved all my supplies over. Currently just 20 kilograms of wood short before upgrading to level 2. Damn, that's impressive. Hurry up and reach level 2 so we can see how a level 2 elevator differs. No problem, let's organize our supplies first. End of discussion. Reading the conversation, I felt something was off. It's not that I'm overly suspicious, but how could 2 strangers completely trust each other in a situation devoid of moral and legal constraints? However, the others didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Most people still clung to basic decency in their hearts and wouldn't normally consider murder as an option. Regardless, we should be cautious when encountering other survivors from now on. I checked the pistol. With this gun, I don't believe anyone would dare cause me trouble. In another elevator, a good-looking woman was pinned against the wall, violated by the same man who had spoken in the group chat. This wasn't cooperation, it was outright robbery. The man had entered the floor, spotted the woman emerging from the opposite side, and immediately harbored malicious intent. Overpowering her effortlessly, he knocked her unconscious, tossed her into his own elevator, and looted every item from hers. Please, let me go. Let you go? Ha! From now on, you'll obediently be my plaything. It's not like there's anything else to do in this elevator anyway. The man licked her neck. By afternoon, the half bottle of stream water I'd listed on the exchange had sold for the same price of 5 kilograms of iron. Now I'm still short by 70 kilograms. I hope the next floor is stacked with nothing but iron later, I said before lying back on the chair and falling asleep. Ding! The host is about to enter a recycling center floor. This level contains no dangers, only large quantities of scrap metal, waste paper and other recyclables. Hearing the system's voice in my sleep, I bolted upright. The next floor is danger-free, and there's plenty of scrap metal. Does this mean I can upgrade my elevator right away? Damn, this guy's luck is really something. Ding dong. The elevator is ascending. Please hold on steady. Ascending? I was utterly confused. Hadn't the elevator always been descending until now? Would going up take me back to the previous floor I'd visited? Though countless questions swirled in my mind, there was nowhere to find answers. Just then, the elevator arrived at its destination. I opened the door and stepped straight out. Looking up, I saw a mountain of scrap, thankfully not a garbage dump, and even better, it was neatly sorted. I headed to the metal section and sure enough, found piles of scrap iron. Ah, I've hit the jackpot. So much scrap metal. If we stockpile this on the exchange, we'd make a killing. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out. My nerves instantly tightened as I immediately drew my pistol. There's actually someone else here. Fortunately, they haven't spotted me yet. They're standing opposite me, obscured by this pile of scrap metal. I face 2 options, either eliminate them and take their resources, or coexist peacefully since there's more scrap here than either of us could possibly haul away alone. And now I have a gun in my hands, holding absolute control. Sorry, buddy. I released the safety catch on the pistol and moved forward in a crouch. At that moment, the guy had just gathered a pile of scrap metal and was whistling as he headed back to his elevator. Hold it right there. I aimed the gun with both hands squarely at the young man. Holy shit, bro, don't shoot. Please don't shoot. You're a survivor too, right? How about we cooperate? The young man reacted swiftly, immediately dropping the scrap metal and raising his hands in proposal. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Sure, but I need to see your sincerity. After all, I have a gun, which will make exploring the floors much safer in the future. No problem. I'll immediately move all my belongings into your elevator. With that, he sprinted toward his own elevator. Oomph, as if. Who would cooperate with you? The young man returned to his elevator, picked up a blade and concealed it in his palm, then slowly walked toward me carrying a box. He thought himself clever, believing I wouldn't react in time to his sneak attack, that my gun would be his for the taking. Brother, don't shoot, I'll give you everything, he said as he stepped forward. Suddenly, he flung the case at me, then slashed at my throat with a blade in his hand. My pupils constricted as I instinctively raised my hand and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet struck the man right between the eyes, his entire skull exploding like a watermelon. Ugh! Witnessing this bloody scene, I couldn't help but retch. It felt entirely different from facing zombies. Soon, the elevator floor was stained with blood. Overcoming the discomfort in my heart, I stepped inside. Chapter 5, Upgrading the Elevator. There wasn't much in this person's elevator, but what surprised me was that he had a lot of wood and scrap metal. Carrying these things back will definitely level up my elevator. I checked the time, less than 50 minutes left. Shit, gotta move faster, I cursed under my breath, picking up the pace. I spent 15 minutes transferring all the useful items from the elevator to my own, then spent the remaining time scavenging through the junkyard for anything worthwhile to haul back into my elevator. When I entered the elevator, I could barely stand inside the door. But the effort wasn't in vain and the screen showed that my elevator could now be upgraded. Upgrade elevator, I pressed the button, and the elevator shook violently as the walls expanded outward. A moment later, the elevator had roughly doubled in size, and a small tank labeled, toilet, appeared. Thanks a lot, you bunch of geniuses. A toilet right after upgrading, just what I needed. I grumbled while staring at the screen. Upgrade materials, 100 kilograms wood, 120 kilograms iron, 5 gold coins. Remaining requirements, 60 kilograms wood, 90 kilograms iron, 4 gold coins. Not too bad, the requirements aren't excessive. So gold coins are for elevator upgrades after all. I thought they were for trading. I took out that exquisite gold coin and said, I opened the chat room. Gold coins must be quite rare in the early stages, otherwise they wouldn't only require 5 of them. Currently, I'm the only one who has upgraded the elevator to level 2. Just then, the system reward arrived. Beep. Host has completed the mission, rewards are being issued. Reward issued, 1 steel crossbow, plus 20 crossbow bolts. With the system's announcement, the steel crossbow and a quiver containing 20 bolts materialized inside the elevator. Beep. New mission, elevator upgrade to level 3. Reward, 1 chainsaw and 100 liters of gasoline. A chainsaw as the new mission reward? That's basically bald-headed Strong's lumberjack saw. When I encounter forest floors in the future, I'll be able to chop trees, probably won't have to worry about wood shortages anymore. But now we must hurry to upgrade the elevator. In the chat room, everyone was chatting away. I sent a message, anyone got gold coins? I'm willing to trade iron or wood, 10 kilos of iron or wood for 1 gold coin. Let me know if you're interested. 10 kilograms? These gold coins are that valuable? Big shot. You leveled up so fast? Did you team up with someone too? What's the use of gold coins? I have one here. Maybe once the elevator reaches level 2, the gold coins will become useful. Of course coins are useful, why else would people trade them? I bet they're for upgrading the elevator too. I can't believe someone already upgraded their elevator to level 2 after just 1 day. So jealous. By the way, what does a level 2 elevator even look like? I just want to know if the space gets bigger. Staying in this cramped cage every day is suffocating me. Exactly. I've got claustrophobia too, it's absolute torture. Big brother Lin Fong, if you see me in the future, could you take me in? I'm a petite 160 centimeters Lolita who's light, soft, and easy to push over. 160 kilos? Or Jean? Ha 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 ha. Nearly died laughing at the comment above. Could it possibly be meters? 666,666. Watching the chat gradually derail, I felt speechless. This so-called 160 petite Lolita was probably a 160 kilo tank. Enough browsing, time to sleep. After listing 20 kilos of wood and 20 kilos of iron on the trading market, I left the chat room. With more space in the elevator now, I decided to build a bed. The desktop I kept from dismantling the school desk earlier was meant for this very purpose. I gathered 8 flat surfaces together to form a sturdy wooden board for a bed. Later, when conditions allow, I'll pad it with something soft, still better than sleeping on cold metal. I only kept 2 chairs, the rest were dismantled for upgrade materials. After finishing that, I laid down on the bed with my jacket as padding to test it out. Not bad, quite comfortable, I nodded approvingly. Then I found an open space to do push-ups and squats. Starting today, I decided to exercise in this environment. Having a strong body is more important than anything else. First, I should start with some simple exercises, and later I plan to add weights to build up my endurance. Right now, I'm out of breath just lifting something heavy, that's no good. It's not that I'm weak, I just got lazy after starting college, no exercise, just rotting in my dorm every day. Back in high school, I was a man with six-pack abs, you know. Ah, what a shame, better not dwell on the past. I sighed and forced myself to work out. For now, food and water are adequate. The beef cans weigh 2 kilograms, but that includes liquid. Actual meat content isn't that much. 2 cans enough to last me 2 days. After 2 hours of exercise, I stretched my muscles and fell asleep. Beep, the host is about to enter the red dress room. There is a red-dressed vengeful ghost on the bed, and an iron treasure chest beneath it. Inside the chest are 2 gold coins, a ghost-repelling talisman, and a soft woolen blanket. Hint, the red-dressed vengeful ghost will not directly kill humans who enter the room. The ghost-repelling talisman can instantly eliminate the vengeful ghost. Ding! Choice task triggered. Please make a selection, host. Option 1, enter the floor and open the treasure chest. Reward, an electromagnetic pot that requires no power. Option 2, enter the floor to open the treasure chest and slay the crimson-robed vengeful ghost. Reward, 1 body enhancement pill, which will improve physical constitution upon consumption. Option 3, do not enter the floor. Reward, 1 compressed biscuit. I woke up to the voice of the system. System, can't you give me both the reward for option 1 and option 2? Beep, sorry host, that's not possible. You can only choose one. Alright, then I choose option 2, I declared resolutely. Chapter 6, The Ghost Marriage, The Red-Clothed Vengeful Spirit. At this moment, the elevator's announcement sounded. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on tight. The familiar sensation washed over me, and moments later, I pressed the button to open the doors. A red-dressed vengeful ghost? Let me see if she's good-looking. When it comes to ghosts and monsters, I'm not afraid at all, not because I have any special skills, but simply because I'm bold. Besides, the system said the red-dressed vengeful ghost won't directly kill humans who enter the floor, so she must need to meet certain conditions first. How pathetic for a vengeful ghost to need conditions to kill people. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a bridal chamber before me, covered in celebratory decorations, except the characters for happiness were white instead of red. The red-dressed vengeful ghost was dressed like a bride. Could this be some haunted wedding scenario? As I pondered this, I stepped into the floor. After entering, neither I nor the red-clothed vengeful ghost with the red bridal veil spoke to each other. I first took a moment to look around this bridal chamber. The architectural style appeared ancient, yet the windows still offered no view of the outside world. I walked around the room but couldn't find anything useful, so I went over to the bed, bent down, and took a careful look. The space under the bed was pitch black, revealing nothing, but the system said there was a treasure chest, so it must be there. Without another word, I thrust my arm down there. This move completely stunned the red-clothed vengeful spirit sitting on the bed. Ha, what's this, something icy cold? I frowned, carefully feeling around. Holy shit, there's actually someone under the bed. I yanked my hand back instantly. Moments ago, my fingers had interlaced with the person beneath, and judging by the temperature and rigor, it was definitely a corpse. Could this be the very corpse of that crimson-clad vengeful ghost sitting on the bed? At that moment, I suddenly felt something staring at my back, my breath growing heavier. A voice in my heart kept urging me to turn around, but the goosebumps rising on my skin screamed that I absolutely must not look back. I've always trusted my sixth sense. I think if I turn back now, I'm as good as dead. That vengeful spirit might be watching me right now. One glimpse of her might be all it takes for her to strike. I guessed right, the red-clothed vengeful ghost was floating in midair right then, her body practically pressed against my back. If I were to turn around, I would undoubtedly be startled, and her killing condition was precisely successfully frightening someone once. Don't look back, don't look back, I muttered to myself as I reached under the bed again, continuing my desperate search. The treasure chest was beside the female corpse's head. Nice figure, I complimented while quietly pulling out the treasure chest. The red-clothed vengeful ghost behind me had just put on a terrifying expression when my words instantly deflated its act. Damn humans! The red-dressed vengeful ghost couldn't take it anymore. The moment I pulled the treasure chest from under the bed and lifted my head, she instantly appeared before me, twisting her face into what she thought was a terrifying expression, eyes rolled white, veins bulging, with blood trickling from all 7 facial orifices. I stared at her expressionlessly. That's it? Any random ghost from the 3D horror films I've seen could outscare you. Seeing my blank reaction, the red-dressed ghost grew astonished. How could this man possess nerves of steel? So she shifted to another grimace, letting out a blood-curdling shriek in tandem. Shut the hell up, you're fucking annoying, I yelled as I swung a slap across their face. Ha, this red-dressed vengeful ghost has a physical form? Watching her sprawled on the ground after my slap, I scratched my head. Whatever, I'll open the treasure chest first. I took out the ghost-repelling talisman from the treasure chest and looked at the red-dressed vengeful spirit. Naturally, the talisman was meant to dispel ghosts. At that moment, the red-clothed vengeful ghost who had just been slapped snapped back to reality. How dare a human strike it across the face? You're bullying ghosts, it wailed. I stared at her in bewilderment. What's this all about? I ignored her, since time was precious. I waved the ghost-repelling talisman in my hand and asked, do you recognize what this is? Smiling, I addressed the rather good-looking female ghost. I don't know, she shook her head. She was actually a new ghost who hadn't been dead for long. The reason she became a vengeful spirit was the overwhelming resentment from being forced into a ghost marriage. Heh, then let me introduce you to it right now. With a cold laugh, I flung the ghost-repelling talisman directly at her. Ha, why isn't it working? I stared dumbfounded at the exorcism talisman lying on the ground. Damn it, don't they always just throw it out in the movies? Ding. Host, please activate the talisman with fingertip blood, then shout as urgent as law commands before throwing it. You should have said so earlier. Embarrassed, I picked up the talisman, gritted my teeth, bit my fingertip, and smeared the blood on the exorcism charm. Once activated, the crimson-robed vicious ghost sensed the threat and immediately begged for mercy. I begged the immortal to spare my life. This lowly one never wanted to become an evil spirit harming people. By the decree of the celestial mandate, I couldn't care less about your pretty face. What good is beauty if it can't give me body-tempering pills? Ha, women! They only slow down this venerable one's sword-drawing speed. At my command, the ghost-banishing talisman automatically locked onto the crimson-robed wrathful ghost and flew toward it. Boom! With a deafening explosion and a shriek of agony, the crimson-robed wrathful ghost vanished without a trace. Beep! Host has completed the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Reward distribution complete. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 body enhancement pill. Body enhancement pill, upon consumption, enhances physical constitution. After claiming the reward, I hauled the iron treasure chest back into the elevator. The damn thing had some serious heft, must weigh at least 20 to 30 kilos. With this thickness, it could probably stop a few bullets no problem. Once the chest was moved, my eyes landed on their bed. An actual bed, complete with soft bedding, pillows, and blankets. Maybe I should see if it's movable too? I looked at the size of the elevator, then at the bed. Damn, the elevator seems a bit too small, I sighed regretfully, having no choice but to carry away the mattress, pillow, and sheets, completely unfazed by the fact that these were items from a ghost wedding. Chapter 7, The Oversized Leather Backpack. Alright, I should probably apologize to the original owner. Lin Feng scratched his head, then pulled the female corpse out from under the bed. Sorry about this, miss. I'll just borrow your bedding for a bit. 1,000 thanks, 1,000 thanks. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Please choose whether to fulfill the final wish of the crimson-dressed vengeful spirit. Completion reward, an extra-large leather backpack. /P. A random task can actually be triggered. Lin Feng glanced at the elevator's closing time. There were still 40 minutes left. With enough time to spare, why not accept it? Thus, Lin Feng chose to accept the task. Ding! Random task, the red-dressed vengeful ghost's final wish. In 5 minutes, the groom's family from a ghost wedding will appear on this floor. The host must eliminate them all and burn their corpses. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the mission requirements. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult, and there were no ghosts either. His hand crossbow should be enough to handle it. Better not waste bullets. After some thought, Lin Feng decided to hide under the bed and drag the female corpse under there with him. After waiting silently for 5 minutes, 2 people appeared before Lin Feng's eyes, a man and a woman, currently holding the corpse of a man dressed in groom's attire. These must be the mission targets. Lin Feng loaded the crossbow, took aim, and fired. At such close range and using a hand crossbow, if he still missed his shot, he might as well just run headfirst into a wall and die. The man struck in the neck clutched his throat, blood pouring uncontrollably, unable to utter a word before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. The woman beside him was instantly terrified and was about to scream for help when Lin Feng's crossbow bolt arrived right on schedule. Having killed 2 people in a row, Lin Feng's mindset had already stabilized. Unlike the first one he shot in the head with a pistol that had been truly disgusting, with brain matter splattered across the wall, it was something a normal person would find hard to stomach all at once. Perhaps it's also because the scene isn't as bloody. Next was burning the corpses. Lin Feng looked around. Here's one ready-made. The room had probably lit numerous oil lamps to create a festive atmosphere. Lin Feng directly overturned all the lamps and poured the oil onto the corpses, instantly igniting a raging inferno. Mission complete. Lin Feng clapped his hands and returned to the elevator. However, the system still hadn't given the task completion prompt. Perhaps the corpses needed to be completely burned to ashes first. This haul was truly impressive. Even without the system's rewards, Lin Feng was already quite satisfied. A spirit-warding talisman was used by him, along with 2 gold coins and a blanket. The most valuable item was likely the spirit-warding talisman, whose function was probably to help survivors kill the red-clothed vengeful ghost. After spreading out the blanket and mattress, Lin Feng's bed finally looked somewhat presentable. Lying down comfortably, he could now quietly wait for the mission to be completed. The elevator will close in about 20 minutes. System, if the elevator doors close before the corpse finishes burning, you won't withhold my reward, will you? Ding. No, host. Please wait patiently. The system's response immediately made Lin Feng ponder many things. Could it be that time continues to flow in these floors even after the survivors leave? Lin Feng suddenly had a bold speculation. Could each of these floors be separate, independent worlds? Recalling the noise he heard earlier on the classroom floor, Lin Feng felt his assumption was probably correct. But even if every floor is indeed a separate world, what does it matter? There's still no way out. Take the body fortification pill first. Lin Feng looked at the dark pill in his hand and popped it into his mouth without hesitation. As the pill touched his taste buds, Lin Feng's face twisted as if he'd been forced to wear a mask of agony. Ugh, damn, this is bitter as hell. And why's it so astringent? You fucking system, did you make this pill out of shit? Though Lin Feng wanted to spit it out, he couldn't bear to waste it. He hurriedly gulped down several mouthfuls of water, finally managing to swallow the revolting pill. Everyone else's pills melt in your mouth, if not fruit-flavored, at least sweet. But your damn pill tastes like literal shit. Lin Feng retched slightly, then began assessing the bodily transformations. If there'd been no changes at all, just see how he'd make the system pay for it. Deep, please remain calm, host. The system is absolutely not here to scam you. With those words, my mind's at ease, brother. Lin Feng nodded and then waited. 1 minute later. 2 minutes later. 5 minutes later. 10 minutes later. Ding, host's task has been completed. Reward, 1 extra large leather backpack. What about the changes to my body? Why can't I feel anything different? Lin Feng clenched his fist, only to feel just as weak as before. Ding, host, please try doing some push-ups to discover the difference from before. Trusting you this once. Lin Feng placed the cowhide backpack to one side and began doing push-ups. An hour later. Holy shit, I'm this awesome? Previously, Lin Feng could manage about a dozen standard push-ups at best, but this time, he effortlessly kept going for a full hour without feeling the slightest hint of fatigue. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his abdomen turn rock hard. When he reached down to touch it, tears immediately streamed down his face. Damn, my six-pack abs, they're finally back. Ding, host is advised to persist with fitness training. The effects of the body tempering pill will continue to manifest. This stuff really works. System, you didn't lie to me. After confirming he hadn't been scammed, Lin Feng finally picked up the leather backpack to examine it. It's not even that big. Holy shit. The moment Lin Feng's hand touched the backpack, 5 grids unexpectedly appeared on his retina. Ding! This backpack is a spatial storage bag. Each grid can store 1 item with a maximum stack weight of 200 kilograms per item. Divine equipment. This is simply divine equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stuffed all the wood and scrap metal into his backpack. If only he had obtained this backpack on the recycling center floor, then would he ever lack iron? Fill all 5 slots to the brim. A full ton of scrap metal. After slinging the leather backpack over his shoulder, Lin Feng couldn't feel any additional weight. It was as if he were only carrying the backpack's own heft. My precious! Lin Feng marveled at it before carefully stowing the leather backpack away. Then he pulled out a can of beef and wolfed it down with gusto. Gotta admit, that canned beef hit the spot, perfectly seasoned, neither too salty nor too bland. Lin Feng devoured every last bit, meat and broth alike, and found himself satisfyingly full. Even feeling somewhat stuffed, after eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng exercised for another 2 hours before finally going to sleep past 3 a.m. This time, he slept straight through until 11:30 in the morning. Chapter 8. The Prehistoric World. Perhaps it had become a habit this time. Lin Feng woke up on his own without waiting for the system's prompt. Ding, the floor the host is about to enter is the Jurassic World. Please proceed with caution. After exiting the elevator, walk 50 meters to the right, and you will find an unguarded dinosaur nest. You can obtain a dinosaur egg about to hatch. Once successfully hatched, the baby dinosaur will recognize you as its master, along with abundant food and natural resources. Reminder again, please act according to your abilities. The system warned twice to proceed with caution, which means this Jurassic World must be extremely dangerous. Thinking about it, given his current strength, hunting those colossal dinosaurs would indeed be ridiculous. If he had an assault rifle instead of a pistol, Lin Feng might consider trying. But with just a pistol, he'd probably waste all his bullets without even managing to kill a single dinosaur. In Lin Feng's memory, dinosaurs were monstrous creatures that would require Ultraman to be dispatched to handle. After wrestling with the decision for half an hour, Lin Feng resolved to go in and take a look. If things got too dangerous, he could always retreat back to the elevator. He refused to believe that simply entering would lead to certain death. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on securely. As the announcement sounded, Lin Feng tensed up again, adjusting his leather backpack and gripping the pistol firmly in his hand. The elevator doors opened, and an ear-splitting roar pierced Lin Feng's ears. The world before him looked strikingly similar to the Jurassic World from the movies: towering ancient trees, prehistoric creatures roaming everywhere, and pterodactyls soaring through the sky in search of prey. Just as Lin Feng was lost in the grandeur of the scenery, he suddenly snapped back to reality. This floor. It was terrifyingly vast. If the eye could see it, then this floor must span tens of thousands of hectares. But just from the deafening roar of dinosaurs nearby, Lin Feng knew he couldn't afford to wander blindly, otherwise, he'd die without even knowing how. After leaving the elevator, walk 50 meters to the right, not too far. Damn it, I'll take the risk. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, the only safe place he knew. His only goal was to obtain the dinosaur egg. The system even stated that the dragon likely to hatch from this egg would probably recognize him as its master, so of course he had to claim it. Admittedly, the plan was rather bold, but if successful, Lin Feng would become the strongest among all survivors. 50 meters, 50 meters, 50 meters. Lin Feng spoke while carefully surveying his surroundings. Fortunately, no prehistoric creatures seemed to have noticed this insignificant human. Just then, rustling sounds suddenly came from the berry bushes ahead. Lin Feng immediately raised his pistol, tense with concentration as he stared at the thicket while slowly retreating backward, ready to flee at any moment. Moments later, a creature resembling both a bird and a chicken came hopping out from the berry bushes. Is this a dodo bird? Quack, quack. The dodo bird didn't flee upon seeing Lin Feng. Instead, it charged at him aggressively with all the swagger of a bully about to give him a beating. Bang, bang. After 2 consecutive shots, the dodo bird was hit and killed. What the hell? This is truly idiotic. Lin Feng muttered to himself, then stuffed the dodo bird into his backpack. Surprisingly, it was quite heavy, probably around 10 pounds. He also tossed the entire berry bush into the leather backpack. As long as it could fit, it was fair game. After walking a bit farther, Lin Feng finally caught sight of the legendary dragon's nest. Beneath the large rock before him were 2 recently hatched baby dinosaurs and 1 perfectly intact dinosaur egg, about the size of Lin Feng's head. Scattered around the dragon's nest were numerous animal carcasses, mostly small creatures, with the most common being the dodo birds Lin Feng had just killed. Then there were some unidentified scraps of torn flesh. Small carnivorous dinosaurs, huh? The dragon's lair was indeed unguarded by an adult dragon, but those 2 baby dragons didn't look easy to deal with. Upon seeing Lin Feng, an unfamiliar creature entering their territory, the 2 baby dinosaurs immediately assumed fighting stances, continuously hissing to intimidate him. Not inclined to humor them while stealing eggs, Lin Feng emptied the remaining bullets from his magazine before quickly running over to stuff all the intact dodo bird carcasses and dinosaur corpses into his leather backpack. He collected the dodo bird corpses primarily to feed the baby dinosaurs inside the stolen eggs. Might as well roast some dinosaur meat on other floors to try, who knows if it's even edible. Roar! Holy shit! Damn parents showing up at my door. Hearing the roar coming dangerously close, Lin Feng was startled and immediately stuffed the dinosaur egg into his leather backpack before bolting without looking back. Just 50 meters, only a few seconds were all he needed. Roar! The pursuing velociraptor, seeing its baby killed, roared with grief and fury at Lin Feng, this unfamiliar creature. Holy crap, isn't that a velociraptor? Watching the velociraptor running faster than a cheetah, Lin Feng's pupils constricted in terror. At this rate, he'd be caught soon. No way, he had to fight back. Lin Feng came to an abrupt halt, emptied his magazine in one go. He wasn't aiming for precision anymore. Just a few hits to slow down this velociraptor, and he'd make it out alive. Roar! Only 4 of the 13 bullets found their mark, but those 4 struck precisely where it hurt most, the velociraptor's muscular hind legs. With a tortured shriek, the creature collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Clearly, the pain in its hind leg made normal running impossible, and in the end, Lin Feng managed to return to the elevator alive. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng leaned against the wall, panting heavily. When he touched his back, he realized it was drenched in cold sweat. That was far too close for comfort. Thankfully, he had a pistol. Although the elevator wouldn't close for another 20 minutes, Lin Feng had no intention of going out again now. After placing the dragon egg on his bed, Lin Feng loaded the last magazine into his pistol. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed through the space. The very same velociraptor from before came stumbling towards him unsteadily. Due to the injury on its leg, its running speed wasn't very fast, but it still tracked Lin Feng's escape route. Fortunately, Lin Feng was now inside the elevator, where the velociraptor couldn't spot him. Watching the snarling velociraptor, Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had killed 2 of its offspring and stolen the last one. Any creature would be driven mad with rage by that. At that very moment, a pterodactyl suddenly swooped down from the sky and snatched away the injured velociraptor. Such was the cruel prehistoric world. Watching the pterodactyl gradually vanish from sight, his gaze fell upon the dinosaur egg with complex emotions. Chapter 9, Finding Someone to Craft a Crossbow. The elevator doors closed completely, and the deafening roars that had filled Lin Feng's ears moments ago faded into silence. All Lin Feng could hope for now was that this dinosaur egg he'd scavenged would successfully hatch and recognize him as its master. That way, he'd gain a formidable assistant for future floor explorations. After carefully wrapping the dinosaur egg in bedding, Lin Feng resumed his daily training regimen. After exercising for 3 hours, Lin Feng ate the last can of beef, replenished some fluids, and went to sleep. Perhaps due to dietary changes, Lin Feng hadn't had a proper bowel movement since arriving in this world, making him wonder if something was wrong with his body. Waking up drowsily, Lin Feng glanced at the screen. It was exactly 11 o'clock. The chat room was already bustling with activity. With midnight approaching, everyone was eagerly anticipating what the next floor would be. Lin Feng's previously listed iron and wood had finally been purchased by someone looking to upgrade their elevator. With the 2 gold coins he found on the ghost marriage floor, Lin Feng now had exactly 5 coins. Brothers, you need 5 gold coins to upgrade from a level 2 to a level 3 elevator. If you have coins, don't trade them away carelessly. At this moment, some idiot who had already upgraded to level 2 belatedly reminded those still stuck at level 1. With him saying that, no one would continue trading gold coins, and at the same time, he could no longer obtain coins from survivors in the level 1 elevator either. This guy's inbox must be flooded right now. Lin Feng was speechless. He'd seen people screw others over, but never someone who ended up screwing themselves in the process. Truly a blooming marvel. Fortunately, he had already gathered enough coins. Moreover, Lin Feng realized the importance of staying ahead of others. Only by leading could one obtain more information. What others might dismiss as worthless could very well be indispensable items for upgrading the elevator. At this moment, someone's words in the chat room caught Lin Feng's attention. I have some bad news for everyone. While exploring the previous floor, I found an empty elevator with bloodstains on the floor. Its position was directly opposite to my elevator. Floor above, I get what you mean. You're saying someone killed and looted, right? Exactly. So I want to remind everyone that not all players are willing to cooperate. You might be thinking about peaceful collaboration to overcome difficulties, while others may be plotting how to kill you and take your resources. Hiss, thinking about it this way is quite terrifying. Wasn't there someone earlier who said they cooperated with another survivor? Might have been playing the role of a murderer and robber. Heh, I'm actually a Korean taekwondo athlete who's won countless national awards. I hope those with ill intentions don't cross my path. By the way, I'm currently looking for a beautiful woman to live with. If someone is lucky enough to meet me, they might want to consider it. After all, in this survival situation, having a strong and handsome man for protection would be a blessing. Right after the Korean man finished speaking, someone immediately called him out. Judging by the profile picture, it seemed to be a compatriot from his father's home country, the US. To be honest, national awards from South Korea don't count for much. Not to mention anything else. Ever heard of American Aiajutsu? I'm not looking down on taekwondo or anything. I admit it can pack a punch. But no matter how strong it is, can it really beat the bow in my hands? From 10 steps away, I can snipe you dead. Damn, bro, you already got a weapon? I'm still stuck with a damn wooden stick. Just got lucky with some craft skills. Found some sinew a few floors back, perfect for a bowstring. Managed to cobble together a makeshift bow, at least enough to handle danger. FYI, archery's kinda my hobby. Pfft, just a bow? Once I close the distance, you're done for. Because of that athlete from the stick country, the chat room immediately erupted into arguments, with everyone showing off their abilities. Meanwhile, the smarter ones quietly gathered information about the other survivors. After all, this was a public chat room where you could learn a lot about people. The fact that everyone's profile picture and name were their real ones was actually the main reason Lin Feng rarely spoke in the chat room. As for the person who crafted that homemade bow, Lin Feng genuinely admired them. He could make a basic functional bow if he tried, but crafting one with high accuracy, long range, and powerful force? That was beyond his skill. Lin Feng was now considering whether to ask that person to make some crossbow bolts for him. He can make bows and arrows from wood, so crafting crossbow bolts should be no problem either. Plus, with wooden bolts, he wouldn't have to retrieve them after every shot. Besides, wooden crossbow bolts are perfectly capable of piercing human flesh as long as the target isn't wearing plate armor or thick leather armor. With that in mind, Lin Feng tapped the person's profile picture. Lin Feng, hello? Yi Hua, hello, may I ask what's the matter? In another elevator, a fair-faced young man gazed at the prominent 2 displayed on Lin Feng's avatar and instantly understood the purpose of his inquiry. It must be about the coins he mentioned in the chat room that morning. But now that Yi Hua recognized their importance, there was no way he would agree to sell them. Yi Hua, sorry, the coins aren't for sale. Lin Feng, no, I'm not here for gold coins. I want to ask you to make some crossbow bolts. Can you do that? Payment will be in food. Yi Hua, crossbow bolts? I can do it, but I only have a knife, so the efficiency might be quite low. At best, I could make a few wooden arrows a day. You'll need to provide the raw materials. Lin Feng, no problem. I'll send you a sample. First, make 10 wooden arrows for me to test. If they're good, I'll send you the payment, and you can tell me how much food you'll need. Yi Hua, that won't do. You'll have to pay me in advance first. Lin Feng, sure. Just list any item for trade in the exchange asking for food in return. Lin Feng readily agreed. He wasn't short on food at the moment. The berry bush in his leather backpack was full of berries to munch on. Besides those, the backpack also held plenty of meat, though he wasn't sure whether it would spoil inside. System, will the food stored in the leather backpack spoil? Beep, don't worry, host. Time stands still for items stored in the leather backpack. That's good. Just as Lin Feng had expected, the cowhide backpack, something akin to a spatial ring, had a space where time stood still. Chapter 10, The Game Floor. After randomly pulling out a dinosaur carcass from the cowhide backpack, Lin Feng took out a machete and sliced the meat into portions. He had no intention of letting others know he'd entered the Jurassic floor, and the name on the exchange wouldn't specify what kind of meat it is. It would only be labeled as meat food. So, Lin Feng casually cut off a small piece of meat as a deposit and handed it to the other party, along with some wood he sent over. Yihua, raw meat? Lin Feng, yeah, crocodile meat. Figure out how to cook it yourself. Yihua, well, alright, I suppose it's better than nothing. Yihua stared at the raw meat the other person had sent him and rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten in a whole day. He needed to figure out how to make fire before entering the floor. There were only 30 minutes left until midnight. On the other side, Lin Feng also received a system notification. Ding, host is about to enter a game floor. Apart from the host, 3 other survivors will participate in this game. The game content is hide and seek, where the survivors act as the hiding party and can transform into random objects. The floor's natives serve as hunters, tasked with finding the hiding party. Being discovered by a hunter results in instant death. Completing the game rewards 2 bottles of nutrient solution, 1 gold coin, and 100 kilograms of any elevator upgrade resource, excluding gold coins. Ding, reminder for the host. The seekers will enter the floor to begin searching in 1 minute. During this time, the host can choose any hiding spot, but the chance of them looking upward is only 10%. Got it. So you're telling me to hide up high, right? Lin Feng smiled. This system was really impressive. However, he wasn't sure if those in hiding could kill the hunters. But since they turned into objects, presumably they couldn't deal any damage. Moreover, the system provided no prompt, so as the hiding party, Lin Feng should be unable to inflict any damage on the hunters. The most crucial factor was actually the other survivors. Aside from Lin Feng, there were unexpectedly 3 more survivors. Lin Feng had to be cautious now. If those survivalists purposely revealed his location, he would truly have no options left. Moreover, if someone died in the game, their belongings would become someone else's spoils. In other words, the inheritances of those 3 players might actually be the biggest reward on this floor. Ding dong, the elevator is descending, please hold on steady. As the announcement sounded, the elevator began its rapid descent. After coming to a stop, Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped inside. This floor appeared to be styled as an abandoned circus, with plenty of hiding spots available. Lin Feng soon found his desired vantage point, the elevated platform used for tightrope walking performances in the circus. But now there was only that one platform left. Not far into the floor, Lin Feng spotted 3 other survivors. The 3 survivors had come from different directions, and upon seeing others, their gazes turned fiercely predatory. Clearly, the words exchanged in the chat room had left quite an impact. After meeting, the 4 of them didn't speak, still maintaining a high level of wariness toward one another. At that moment, a voice identical to the elevator's broadcast suddenly rang out. Game start. The hunters will enter in 1 minute. You now have 10 minutes to hide. The sudden announcement caught the other 3 off guard. Until now, they had always scavenged for supplies on their own on each floor, and this kind of situation had never occurred before. What the fuck? At that moment, someone who had turned into a cardboard box shouted in disbelief. Then, Lin Feng also transformed into an object, but what he became was quite eye-catching. God damn it, would you believe he turned into a fucking streetlight? Having a streetlight appear in the circus was seriously messed up no matter how you looked at it. The remaining 2, one turned into a large iron gate, the other into a trash can, each more normal looking than Lin Feng's transformation. What's next? The cardboard box, seeing the other 3 had also turned into objects, asked curiously. Could it be hide and seek? The rusty iron door mused curiously, saying this situation resembled the hide-and-seek mode of a game he often played. The broadcast just now mentioned hiding, it must be hide-and-seek for sure. Hurry up and hide. With only 30 seconds left before the hunter entered, Lin Feng wasn't foolish enough to stand around clueless like the others. He had already sprinted to the diving platform. Damn the consequences, trusting the system would never steer him wrong. Earlier, after transforming into a streetlight, Lin Feng had actually wanted to return to the elevator, but he discovered that in his streetlight form, he couldn't enter the elevator at all. Seems like he'd have to wait 10 minutes for the outcome. Damn it, isn't this way too conspicuous? Fortunately, Lin Feng could control the streetlight switches, otherwise, it would have been a death sentence. At that moment, he stood atop a platform dozens of meters high while others searched for spots matching the objects they had transformed into. Just then, the hunters arrived. 2 fully armed, burly men suddenly entered the floor from an unknown location. Lin Feng's pupils instantly contracted at the sight of the shotguns in the two hunters' hands. That thing would definitely hurt like hell if it hit you, right? Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! The hunter entered and without a word began attacking all the circus props. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng was shocked. Didn't the game impose penalties when hunters made mistakes? Then what's the point of them turning into items? There's no fun in that. Right at that moment, a scream pierced the air. The iron door, as burly as Lin Feng, was taken down. After finding one of the hiders, the hunter was visibly thrilled. One of the hunters casually flicked the cigarette butt from his mouth into a nearby trash bin. Holy shit, no way! The survivor who had turned into a trash bin stared at the cigarette butt nestled in his hair, silently praying it would go out quickly. Yet his wish didn't come true. Instead of extinguishing, the cigarette butt smoldered on and eventually set his hair aflame within minutes. Though his scalp burned with needle-like pain, he clenched his teeth and endured through gritted resolve. The corpse of the person who had turned into a large iron door lay before him as a stark warning. If he were careless enough to be exposed, he feared he might soon become another lifeless body. A few more minutes passed, and the two hunters circled back. Spotting the trash can billowing black smoke, the hunter who had tossed the cigarette but let out a cold laugh. Little mouse, so this is where you've been hiding. The trash can still stubbornly holding its position knew it had been discovered. Moving now meant certain death, while staying still might just spare its life. Bang! But Lady Luck wasn't on its side. After the gunshot rang out, the trash can's disguise vanished, revealing a corpse where it had stood moments before. Only 1 minute remained until the end. Chapter 11 Trading Floor, People from Different Worlds? Both Lin Feng, the last survivor, and that person who had turned into a cardboard box felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. As if driven by the approaching time limit, the hunters grew increasingly frenzied, firing shots at anything within sight. Who knew where these people had gotten so many bullets? Fortunately, just as the system had warned, these hunters never once looked up until the very end. If they had looked up, they would have surely noticed the streetlight standing incongruously on the diving platform among other objects. Game over. Prey wins. After the announcement concluded, the two hunters instantly exploded. The bloody scene was nauseating even to Lin Feng, someone who had killed before. After the hunter died, Lin Feng reverted back to human form, while his elevator gained 2 bottles of nutrient solution, 1 gold coin, and 100 kilograms of iron. Hey buddy, just the two of us left? The youth who had turned into a cardboard box looked at Lin Feng's slender frame and spoke with ill intent. Yeah, just the two of us now. Lin Feng chambered around in his pistol and silently fixed his gaze on the young man. Upon seeing the gun in Lin Feng's hand, the young man recoiled in fear before trying to retreat back to his own elevator. Goodbye. What? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the young man turned his head back in confusion. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the young man collapsed to the ground. And Lin Feng emerged as the ultimate victor. Only then did he realize the elevator's closing countdown had just begun. There was still plenty of time left for him. Lin Feng grinned. He'd hit the jackpot this round. Upon returning to his own elevator, Lin Feng discovered that the rewards had already appeared inside. Now, he was just 60 kilograms of wood short of upgrading the elevator to level 3. And those 3 people's elevators definitely had more than just these few resources. After more than 50 minutes of hard work, Lin Feng finally managed to pack up everything from the other 3, thanks to the bullhide backpack. Without such a divine tool, he probably wouldn't have finished packing even if time had run out. Lin Feng also casually took the 2 hunters' shotguns. Both were pump-action shotguns, though he didn't know their specific names. With 45 rounds of ammunition left, it was enough to keep him going for a while, and the shotgun's power far exceeds that of the pistol. After packing everything, Lin Feng had no time left to explore this floor further. The elevator would close in just 1 minute. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng began taking stock of the items he'd obtained. But before that, he still needed to upgrade the elevator first. After clicking upgrade, the required resources vanished into thin air. The elevator then underwent another dramatic transformation. First, its space expanded outward by more than double. The water tank toilet also changed, transforming into a wooden commode. Most crucially, a ventilation fan appeared above the elevator, finally relieving the stifling air inside. Standing in the elevator, Lin Feng took several deep breaths, his mood considerably lifted. With the resources obtained from the 3-person elevator, Lin Feng was now only short of 20 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, and 10 gold coins to upgrade the elevator to level 4. Ding! Host mission completed. Rewards have been distributed. Ding! Upgrade mission issued. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 4. Reward, Universal Medical Kit X2. Damn, it actually requires so many gold coins. Nowadays, coins can hardly be obtained through trading anymore. In other words, Lin Feng has no idea how many floors he'll need to explore to gather these 10 coins. Of course, if he runs into other survivors, that's a different story. Gathering resources is one thing, but robbing and killing for them is much faster. Lin Feng doesn't see anything wrong with his approach either. Isn't this elevator survival world all about the weak being prey to the strong? Actually, overcoming that mental barrier is quite simple, you just need to try it once. After trying once, you'll realize it's really no big deal. After laying out the food from those three people's elevator, Lin Feng picked a fruit can and a beef can to eat. The food in those three people's elevator wasn't much: 2 beef cans, 1 fruit can, 3 pieces of dry bread, and 6 bottles of water in total. But these provisions were enough for Lin Feng to eat alone. After finishing his meal and working out for 2 hours, just as Lin Feng was about to sleep, he suddenly felt the urge to poop. Holy shit! After so many days, he's finally getting the urge to take a dump? Having finally gotten the feeling, how could Lin Feng let it pass? Without another word, he sat on the toilet and started pushing. After over 10 minutes, Lin Feng, feeling much relieved, closed the toilet lid securely. The toilet had decent ceiling, so there was no unpleasant odor in the elevator. After finishing his business, Lin Feng hugged the dinosaur egg and went to sleep. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is a trading floor, a peaceful zone. The elevator will remain stationed for 5 hours. You may trade with others on this floor. If violent conflicts occur in the peaceful zone, guards will intervene. Host, please take note. Trading floor? To trade with other survivors? That seems rather redundant. Trading directly through the elevator screen is much more convenient. Plus items can instantly appear inside the elevator. Soon, the elevator's announcement sounded. Ding dong! Elevator ascending, please hold on tight. The elevator began its slow ascent, stopping again after just a few seconds. Then, the doors automatically slid open, unlike before when Lin Feng had to press the button, confirming just how peculiar this elevator truly was. After tucking the pistol into his waistband, Lin Feng slung a shotgun over his shoulder and secured a machete at his hip, arming himself to the teeth. Although the system called this a peaceful floor with protection from floor guards, Lin Feng still trusted the gun in his hand more. So lively? Lin Feng watched the crowd dressed in various styles with curiosity. Among them were people wearing modern clothes like his own, as well as armor, ancient costumes, and medieval European attire. He even spotted a woman in powered exoskeleton armor walking past. This floor seems quite interesting. Lin Feng was shocked. Could all these people be from different worlds? Just then, a vendor called out to Lin Feng. The vendor was dressed in black robes, looking as if he were from the Republican era. Young man, that gun you're carrying looks rather interesting. Care to sell it? You mean this? Got a shotgun? Lin Feng asked as he picked it up. Yeah, how about I chip in 2 gold coins? Seeing Lin Feng's beginner appearance, the vendor immediately started sweet-talking him. 2 gold coins? I could sell this gun to other survivors for more than 2 gold coins. Does this guy think I'm some kind of idiot? Lin Feng thought to himself. Just as he was about to refuse, a woman in plate armor tapped him on the shoulder. Hello sir, would you sell this gun to me? I'll pay 5 gold coins, and you can name your price for the bullets. The woman spoke in a pleading tone. Chapter 12, The Importance of Gold Coins. Listen here, you bitch, don't you know the rules here? You can't steal customers. Got it? The vendor looked at the woman with disdain, noting her medieval attire. The more outdated someone's era was around here, the lower their status, because they usually had to beg others to buy their goods. I'm sorry, but I really need this weapon. TSK, kid, I'd advise you to think carefully. Be careful not to get screwed over by this shady woman. The vendor picked up a small fan from somewhere, crossed his legs, and began fanning himself. Asking Lin Feng to spend 5 gold coins on the gun strapped to his back was out of the question. In his view, that gun was only worth about 4 gold coins. After all, the world he lived in was capable of producing firearms too. It was just that he had never seen the shotgun on Lin Feng's back before. If he had known this gun could only fire at close range, he probably wouldn't have offered even 2 gold coins. But I know someone who's offering more. Lin Feng glanced at the merchant, then decided to trade with this woman instead. Since he had 2 shotguns, trading one away wasn't a problem. But 2 gold coins was unacceptable. 5 would be more like it. Seeing Lin Feng willing to trade with her, the woman was delighted and promptly exchanged 5 gold coins for his shotgun. As for ammunition, Lin Feng was only willing to sell 5 rounds, given his limited supply priced at 1 gold coin per round. Sir, I've run out of gold coins. Could I pay the remaining 1 coin with leather goods, food, or other items instead? That works. Let me see what food you have. Got it. Seeing Lin Feng willing to trade for food, the woman's smile grew even brighter. Then she took out the food she had been carrying from her backpack. There were many flatbreads. Lin Feng couldn't tell what kind they were, but they looked rock hard. This kind of stuff probably wouldn't be acceptable to anyone except survivalists like them, right? Give me 5 large flatbreads. Lin Feng examined them and had to admit these were genuinely huge flatbreads, about 2 centimeters thick, each one easily twice the size of his head. 5 flatbreads seemed like quite a lot to Lin Feng, even bordering on excessive. He hadn't expected the woman to agree so readily. Damn it, I was careless. Should have asked for more. After completing the transaction, Lin Feng stuffed the items into his leather backpack and continued browsing around this trading floor. Most transactions here were conducted using gold coins, with very few being barter trades. Lin Feng didn't purchase anything after browsing around. His current gold coins were still too scarce, upgrading the elevator was more important. Besides, since he could come to this trading floor once, it meant he could definitely return again. Lin Feng had originally thought about selling some items here, but what he had to offer simply wasn't in demand. After all he could produce were things like wood or iron. He needed food, antibiotics, and nutrient solutions for himself, so he couldn't afford to sell them. The reason Lin Feng had kept the antibiotics was out of fear that he might fall seriously ill someday. With antibiotics, he'd at least have a fighting chance to pull through. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a pistol identical to his own displayed on one of the tables. Thinking about how my pistol was out of bullets, this should be the place to find the ammo I need. The stall owner was dressed in black combat gear, his facial scar making him somewhat intimidating. "Hello, boss. Hello, what do you need?" The boss put down the grenade he had been toying with and asked, "Does this gun have any bullets?" "Yes, 1 gold coin for 20 rounds. After hearing this, Lin Feng took out 2 gold coins. The boss glanced at Lin Feng, then pocketed the 2 gold coins before handing him 2 boxes, each containing 20 rounds of ammunition. Lin Feng, having secured the bullets, prepared to leave the place. "Young man, remember to haggle when buying things here." The boss returned 1 gold coin to Lin Feng as he spoke. "Thanks for the reminder." Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude while realizing he might have overcharged earlier. 10 bullets for 1 gold coin was pretty steep, yet here he was getting a whopping 40 bullets for the same amount. After thanking the shopkeeper who tipped him off, Lin Feng left the place. There was now just 1 hour left before the elevator doors closed. In everyone else's view, Lin Feng vanished into thin air instantly, but no one was surprised since people here always disappear without a trace when they leave. "Wow, this floor is absolutely amazing," Lin Feng said with burning enthusiasm, while realizing even more the importance of gold coins. If he had enough, he could even buy a full-body exoskeleton armor to wear. But for now, such luxury was definitely beyond his means. At this moment, Lin Feng opened the chat room to see if anyone else had discovered this trading floor like he had. However, no one mentioned the trading floor. Most people were still idly chatting in the room, trading items, or sharing experiences. As more empty elevators were discovered, the survivors' trust in each other continued to erode. Now, only in the virtual space of the chat room could they communicate normally. If we met in real life, we'd probably end up drawing knives during the conversation. Right at that moment, a red dot appeared next to Yi Hua's avatar. Could it be that the crossbow bolts I requested were ready? "Yi Hua, hello, I've made 5 arrows for now. Would you like to try them out?" Lin Feng, "Sure, then I'll just list any random item on the exchange. You can trade it for the crossbow bolts." Yi Hua, "Okay." Lin Feng then listed a small piece of wood on the exchange and quickly obtained 5 crossbow bolts. It must be said, the other party's method was quite clever. The crossbow bolts were made quite similarly to the system-provided ones, except the arrowheads were also wooden. They shouldn't have any problem killing unarmored people. Lin Feng loaded and tested the bolts, finding the accuracy satisfactory. He then asked Yi Hua to make 30 more and subsequently sent over wood materials and food as payment. The food payment remained raw dinosaur meat, with the reward being 1 kilogram of raw meat. Lin Feng still had a full 70 kilograms of raw meat stored in his leather backpack. He was in no shortage of this thing at all. After exercising for a while, Lin Feng realized it was already 7 a.m., so he simply gave up on sleep. After eating some food, he continued his training. It must be said, the fitness pill given by the system was truly outstanding, instantly granting someone who hadn't exercised for years the physique of a decade-long fitness enthusiast. Though it wasn't like those fantasy novels where a single pill turns you into a superhero, Lin Feng was already more than satisfied. Chapter 13, Infinite Water Resources. Never knew working out could feel this amazing, he marveled. Lin Feng set down the scrap metal he was using as dumbbells and spoke. With the help of the body tempering pill, after just a few days of training, Lin Feng's physique had already become remarkably robust. Though he couldn't yet kill an ox with a single punch, Lin Feng believed that if he kept training this way, he would eventually become a one-punch man. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is the glacier floor. You will enter a world of extreme cold. There is a mysterious treasure underwater. If you don't mind freezing into an icicle, you can go down and take a look. On this floor, there are a few adorable little animals. If you're starving, you can choose to eat them. Beep, choice mission triggered. Option 1, enter underwater and obtain mysterious treasure. Reward, 1 master key capable of unlocking all locks in the world. Mission assistance item, insulated diving suit will automatically disappear after mission completion. Option 2, wait for the next floor in the elevator. Reward, 1 crisp and sweet apple. We've gotta choose option 1. These options are like free points, Lin Feng remarked upon seeing them. Beep, selection successful, mission support item has been distributed. Then the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. After opening the door, Lin Feng changed into his thermal diving suit and entered this floor. BRR, it's freezing. Although he was wearing the thermal diving suit provided by the system, the sub-zero temperatures still made Lin Feng involuntarily shiver. Damn place, could animals really live here? Lin Feng walked further inside and soon discovered a frozen river. The thick ice covering allowed Lin Feng to walk freely on its surface, but here came the problem: how could he get underneath? The treasure lay at the riverbed, but without explosives, breaking through the icy layers was completely impossible. Just as Lin Feng was brooding over this, a few snow-white deer suddenly darted out from the thicket. It's probably a deer, it looks very similar, with the only difference being the thick coat of fur covering its body for warmth. However, these deer seemed to have been startled by something. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Holy shit, an earthquake? Lin Feng was instantly startled and hastily retreated back into the elevator. Fortunately, the elevator interior was perfectly safe. There was no threat of an earthquake. Looks like I won't be able to complete the mission this time. Lin Feng sighed. Who knew when this earthquake would stop? Even if it ended within the hour, he probably still wouldn't be able to finish the task within the allotted time. What Lin Feng never expected was that this earthquake seemed to serve him perfectly. The shaking stopped after just over 10 minutes. The frozen river had also cracked open from the brief yet intense earthquake moments earlier. Clear river water once again flowed through the channel. After cautiously testing the safety by stepping in, Lin Feng hurried to the riverbank to investigate. The river wasn't deep, so Lin Feng immediately spotted the golden chest at the bottom. Damn it, I'm going for it. Lin Feng took a deep breath. After all, he was quite a skilled swimmer, master of the doggy paddle. Besides, the water here wasn't deep or fast. For the sake of treasure, he'd risk it. Thump! A splash of water erupted as Lin Feng plunged straight in. Damn it! As Lin Feng entered the water, goosebumps instantly rose on his skin. Though the temperature underwater might be slightly milder than on the surface, the sensation was entirely different. Moreover, Lin Feng strongly suspected that the diving suit the system had given him was utterly useless. What kind of crappy thermal wetsuit is this? It's not insulating at all, and for some reason, Lin Feng's legs feel stiff. But there's no time to worry about that now, better dive down quickly. Hold on. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he descended, swiftly opening the treasure chest upon reaching the bottom. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining infinite water resources. They have been placed in the elevator and can be checked upon returning. The elevator's announcement sounded. Upon hearing it underwater, Lin Feng immediately surfaced without hesitation. As for that golden treasure chest, he would have liked to take it along, but its weight was simply excessive, even surpassing the limit of his leather backpack. Prioritizing his safety, Lin Feng decided it wasn't worth the greed. Cough, cough, cough. After arduously dragging himself ashore, Lin Feng broke into violent coughing fits. Damn it, I'm gonna die. Lin Feng shivered and tremblingly retreated back into the elevator. Ding! Congratulations host on completing the mission. Reward, 1 universal key. The diving suit will be reclaimed in 1 minute. Please change your clothes promptly. Got it. Lin Feng examined the universal key, completely golden in color, except it lacked the usual grooves and ridges found on regular keys. However, Lin Feng had complete faith in the system's rewards. After carefully storing the universal key, he quickly changed back into his own clothes and then turned his attention to the infinite water resource he had obtained. A 1 square meter pool appeared inside the elevator, accompanied by a display screen beside it. Infinite water resource, no matter how much water you use, it will refill itself the next day. Additionally, you might encounter a little surprise from time to time. Note, trading liquids requires containers. Holy shit, this is amazing, totally worth half my life nearly getting snuffed out. Lin Feng stared at the description in shock and muttered. With this thing, would he ever have to worry about water again? Judging by the depth, the pool was about 50 centimeters, more than enough for his needs. Plus, it refreshed and refilled every day, so there was no need to worry about the water going bad. However, before Lin Feng could rejoice for long, he was hit by one sneeze after another. Soon after, he felt his head throbbing with unbearable pain. Damn it, could I be running a fever? Lin Feng pressed his temples, then pulled out a large flatbread from his backpack and began eating. To be honest, though the flatbread was rock hard, it tasted decent, it just really put your jaw muscles to the test. After washing down half of it with water, Lin Feng completely lost his appetite. He felt an urgent need to sleep, his head was spinning, and his body was chilled to the bone. A touch to his forehead confirmed it was burning hot. Sure enough, I have a fever. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. To come down with a high fever under these circumstances, without medicine, he wouldn't meet the king of hell, but it would definitely slow his progress in exploring the floors. Wait, medicine? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the antibiotic he'd obtained earlier in the zombie-infested floor. As mentioned before, this was a special antibiotic capable of curing most common ailments. That thing must be useful. Lin Feng quickly retrieved the single-use antibiotic syringe and, without another word, jabbed it into his own arm. Sigh, hopefully tomorrow will be better. Lin Feng threw away the syringe and immediately collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 14, Wasteland Floor. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is a desert floor. There is a small amount of food available here, but its value is relatively low. Ding dong! The elevator is ascending, please hold on tight. However, Lin Feng did not wake up, he slept straight through until 10 a.m. the next morning. If the baby velociraptor hadn't hatched and kept nudging him, Lin Feng would probably have slept until noon. What the hell? Lin Feng groggily opened his eyes and immediately felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. But that wasn't important right now, he wanted to know what was nudging his foot. Rayararg! A baby velociraptor was bumping against Lin Feng's foot while letting out high-pitched screeches. Holy shit, it hatched so fast. Lin Feng didn't even care whether he'd fully recovered anymore, he immediately scooped up the little velociraptor and scrutinized it from every angle. The velociraptor being held by Lin Feng showed no signs of aggression, clearly having imprinted on him as its mother. There were still some eggshell fragments on the ground, though it looked like most had already been eaten. Did it hatch last night? Lin Feng stroked the velociraptor's head while thinking. Could it be hungry? Lin Feng took out the corpse of some unknown dinosaur from his backpack, then cut off a piece of meat with his knife and tossed it in front of the little velociraptor. Roar! The little velociraptor devoured the meat in just a few bites. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately became intrigued and cut off another large piece of meat to toss out. This time, the small raptor caught the meat midair like a dog, then noisily chomped it down. After finishing, it even licked clean every drop of blood that had dripped onto the floor. After consuming about 2 kilograms of meat, the little velociraptor was finally full. Damn, this little thing is such an eater. Rawr! Lin Feng watched the lively little raptor and immediately felt overwhelmed. If it eats this much while it's still small, what will happen when it grows up? Would he even be able to afford feeding this guy in the future? Watching the velociraptor drinking from the infinity pool, Lin Feng abruptly yanked it up by the collar. Gotta get this guy a proper water trough later. Damn thing's practically diving halfway into the pool. Rawr! Startled by being carried like prey by its mother, the baby velociraptor blinked in utter confusion. From now on, no drinking water here, understand? Ow. Alright, this guy probably won't understand. Lin Feng lowered the velociraptor and looked down, only to realize the little velociraptor hadn't been drinking water at all. It had been devouring the fish in the water the whole time. Is this the so-called little surprise? Lin Feng was utterly delighted as he watched the large fish swimming leisurely in the water. There were 3 big carps in total, each weighing at least 3 catties. Lin Feng remembered this very clearly. There were no fish in the pond yesterday. Could it be that my brain got fried? Lin Feng touched his forehead, it wasn't feverish anymore. Thanks to yesterday's antibiotics and his own robust constitution, he'd made a full recovery overnight. Only after Lin Feng fished those creatures out of the pond did he finally believe this thing was real, not a hallucination. Does this mean I'll never run short of food and water again? Ding! The upcoming floor for the host is a wasteland level, containing 20 zombies. Proceed with caution. At the center of the floor lies a supply crate containing 5 canned beef, 5 bottles of clean water, 3 packs of instant rice, and 1 bottle of antibiotics, 50 tablets. Ding! Triggered optional mission. Please choose your course of action. Option 1, enter the floor and eliminate all 20 zombies. Reward, super electromagnetic stove, requires no energy source, includes pot. Option 2, do not enter the floor, wait inside the elevator for the next level. Reward, MP133 shotgun with 30 rounds of 12 by 70 mm ammunition. I choose 1. Lin Feng chose option 1 not only because its rewards were highly beneficial to him, but also because the supply crates on the floor would be extremely useful. Especially that bottle of antibiotics. If it weren't for that dose yesterday, who knows how long I'd have been stuck in bed. And this time the box was packed with an abundance of supplies, canned food, rice, even 50 antibiotic tablets. It was incredibly bountiful. So no matter the reason, Lin Feng had to visit this floor. Now that he had 2 guns of his own, dealing with 20 zombies would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Lin Feng checked the ammunition in his pistol and shotgun, then quietly waited for the elevator announcement. The little velociraptor nearby, noticing how serious its mother had become, also sat down solemnly by her side. Rawr! Ha ha ha! Lin Feng ruffled the little dinosaur's head and chuckled. While others might pet dogs or cats, he got to pet a dinosaur. Just ask around, who else could boast that? Ding dong! Elevator descending, please hold on tight. The familiar weightless sensation returned, and now Lin Feng had completely acclimated to it. Soon, they arrived at the floor. Lin Feng gripped his shotgun as he pressed the door open button. This zombie-infested floor had no separate compartments, just one vast expanse that appeared to be a shopping mall. However, everything inside had been stripped bare, likely scavenged clean by survivors in this world. Not a single piece of clothing remained on the apparel racks, leaving Lin Feng without even a spare change of clothes. Roar! Go back! Seeing the velociraptor that had followed him out, Lin Feng hastily scooped it up and carried it back into the elevator. Such a tiny creature had no combat capability whatsoever. Worse yet, if it got infected with the zombie virus, wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? Stay here, don't come out. Lin Feng looked at the little dinosaur, and the little dinosaur looked back at Lin Feng. Understand? Roar roar. Fine, I'll take it as you understood. Lin Feng picked up the shotgun once more and stepped outside. Strange, where are the zombies? As Lin Feng's words fell, the sound of pounding on the door echoed loudly. Roar! A swarm of zombies instantly shattered the glass doors of the shopping mall, rushing frantically toward Lin Feng. Thud! Thud! After firing 2 shots to take down a few zombies, Lin Feng hastily began retreating. Damn it, how are these zombies so fast? Lin Feng turned around and fired a few more shots before swiftly retreating into the elevator, planning to exploit the bug to clear out these zombies. He had underestimated these zombies after all. Even with a gun, taking on over 20 zombies alone proved challenging. Go to hell! Lin Feng fired shot after shot, aiming mostly for headshots to ensure each bullet counted. The shotgun had this advantage: immense firepower without the need for precision aiming. Chapter 15, The Crashed Plane, Savages, and the Forest? 20 zombies weren't exactly overwhelming, but they weren't negligible either. After Lin Feng's relentless efforts, it took him over 10 minutes to finally clear out all the zombies. The only downside was that the elevator was left in a messy state. Fortunately, none of the zombie blood splattered onto the bed. The floor could wait to be cleaned later. Right now, Lin Feng needed to hurry and scavenge for useful supplies on the floor. Ding! Host's mission completed. Rewards have been automatically delivered to the elevator. Please check and collect. After taking the supply box, Lin Feng returned to the elevator. There wasn't anything particularly useful left on the entire supermarket floor anymore. Most of it was just empty shelves, and not even metal ones at that. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng absent-mindedly set the supply box down. The box was probably made of plastic, useless for upgrading the elevator, but it would make a decent storage container. Sigh, still have to clean up this bloodstain. Lin Feng sighed, but upon looking around, apart from the clothes he was wearing, there didn't seem to be anything suitable to use as a rag. The zombies' clothes outside were covered in bloodstains too. He should have stripped the clothes from those people he killed earlier. After some thought, Lin Feng ultimately decided to trade for a piece of clothing in the chat room. Lin Feng, anyone willing to trade a bottle of water for a piece of clothing? Holy crap, boss, are you here to give out freebies? Damn, whose hands moved so fast? I was just about to trade when it got snatched. It's just a bottle of water. Why are you all so excited? Boss, I have plenty of clothes, want some? Big bro, please sell me one more bottle of water. I haven't found any water after exploring floors for days. I'm literally dying of thirst. Regarding the water Lin Feng traded, many thirsty people in the chat room grew extremely excited. With so many participants, there were bound to be a few unlucky ones who couldn't find water. Since most survivors were reluctant to trade these life-sustaining supplies, this desperate situation had emerged. Lin Feng initially considered trading antibiotics instead, but based on his experience, antibiotics only appeared in apocalyptic wasteland floors, making them relatively precious. Swapping them for clothing seemed somewhat extravagant. The trade concluded quickly. It was just a piece of clothing after all. Without a second thought, Lin Feng materialized the item. He only realized something was wrong when it was in his hands. Who the hell gave me her protective shield? Lin Feng gave it a squeeze. It still retained some residual warmth. The original owner of this shield must have been quite ample. Whatever, it'll do for now. Lin Feng threw the protective cover on the ground and vigorously scrubbed it. With limited conditions, he could only do a rough job, just enough to make the bloodstains invisible. Soon, Lin Feng cleaned the floor before the elevator doors closed and casually tossed the protective cover away. Roar! Hungry? Noticing the tiny raptor persistently gnawing at his pant leg, Lin Feng guessed the creature must be hungry. I have to say, despite its small size, this little thing sure eats a lot. Lin Feng had no choice but to take out a piece of meat from his backpack and toss it to the velociraptor. Meanwhile, he fiddled with the induction cooktop the system had given him. No idea what kind of black technology this was. It could generate heat without electricity or any other energy source. Lin Feng touched the bottom of the pot. The temperature rose quickly. After so many days, he could finally eat something warm. After heating and eating a canned meal, Lin Feng resumed his training, while the velociraptor beside him lay sprawled on the floor, snoring soundly. Just 20 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, and 6 gold coins left to upgrade the elevator. After exercising for several hours, Lin Feng opened the upgrade requirements to check. If he could obtain 6 gold coins on the next floor, then his elevator would be eligible for another upgrade. There were still 3 fish in the pool at the moment. If he didn't process them soon, they'd likely be gone by tomorrow. Since he had other food available now, it'd be better to sell all 3 fish. The trading currency was naturally gold coins. Each of the 3 large fish could fetch 2 coins, which meant selling them all would provide Lin Feng exactly enough coins for the elevator upgrade. There must still be unlucky people struggling with food issues right now. Though coins are important, nothing matters more than staying alive. The chat room remained lively, it seemed never to quiet down. It was then that Lin Feng noticed a number displayed at the top of the chat interface. 358-526-2159. Could this be the count of survivors participating in the Elevator Survival Challenge? No wonder the chat room messages never stop with 3.5 billion people. Glancing at the time, it's already 7 p.m. Might as well get some sleep. Ding! The floor you're about to enter is the forest floor. There's a crashed plane on this level where you might find useful items. 5 cannibalistic savages and 2 mountain goats are present. Proceed with caution. Ding! Bounty mission triggered, enter the floor and eliminate the savages. 1 gold coin reward per kill. The forest floor, a crashed plane? Why does this sound so familiar? Lin Feng felt like he had seen this scene somewhere before. After washing his face, Lin Feng stood waiting quietly. Soon, the elevator began to move. Ding dong! The elevator is going down, please hold on tight. After stepping into the floor, Lin Feng finally realized why the scene felt so familiar. Wasn't this damn place the spawn point from that forest game? It was practically identical. Except the flight attendant's corpse from the plane was gone, and the fire axe couldn't be found either. Based on memories from previous gaming experiences, Lin Feng recalled that planes usually carried plenty of food and medicine. After searching around, he indeed found quite a bit of food, but unfortunately, most of it had gone moldy. In the end, only 2 cans appeared intact. After scouring the area around the plane, Lin Feng only managed to find 1 unopened suitcase. The rest had all been pried open, their contents completely taken. Could there be people in this place? Lin Feng gazed into the distance of the floor. The forested level offered no obstructions to his vision, yet he still couldn't discern just how vast this particular floor truly was. However, when he kept walking in one direction for a distance, he would be stopped by an invisible wall. Ugh! Roar! Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, 5 naked savages suddenly appeared on the other side of the transparent wall. The velociraptor that had been following Lin Feng immediately showed strong aggression. One of the savages roared at Lin Feng and lunged at him directly. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already known there were savages on this floor, so he kept his shotgun ready the entire time. With a loud boom, the savage mid-leap was instantly blasted away. He peacefully drifted off to sleep in an instant. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a man holding a lighter in one hand and a fire axe in the other turned his gaze toward the direction of the thunderous noise. Chapter 16, Another World. I remember I selected single-player mode, so why are there gunshots? Another World, a small streamer sitting in front of their computer muttered in confusion. Streamer, could this be an Easter egg left by the developers? Unlikely, considering Forest just launched, it's still full of bugs. Then those gunshots we just heard might have been a bug too. Streamer, go check it out. Sounds like it's near the spawn point. Streamer hurry, and go look. Seeing the barrage of comments in his livestream persistently urging him toward the source of the gunfire, Wang Lei had no choice but to oblige. After all, curiosity was gnawing at him too. He wanted to see whether it was an Easter egg or just some glitch in the game. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the barrage of comments exploded with speculation, some insisting it must be an Easter egg planted by the game developers, while others claimed it was a rescue team searching for the crashed plane, convinced approaching them would trigger the game's completion. Damn it, aren't these savages afraid of anything? Lin Feng watched the encroaching savages with exasperation. He distinctly remembered the game's setting. Savages were supposed to fear fire. Creatures that cower before flames somehow don't fear bullets. At this point, there were still 2 savages left. One had its lower half blasted away, still alive, but it probably wouldn't last much longer. Lin Feng didn't hold back with the remaining 2 savages either. After giving each one a blast, the system's notification chime followed immediately. Congratulations, host, for eliminating all savages on the floor. Reward, 5 gold coins. Brothers, the spawn point is just ahead. There were 2 more gunshots just now, so we can confirm the gunfire came from this direction. Wang Lei manipulated his game character with excitement, saying that if he truly discovered some shortcut to clearing the level, his popularity would surely rise. After all, Forest could currently be called the hottest game in the world. If Wang Lei hadn't been tight on funds, he would have definitely invested in a gaming pod to experience the virtual reality version of Forest. At that moment, Lin Feng was cautiously lying in the grass, his gaze fixed on 2 goats that had wandered within 10 meters of him at some unknown moment. Ha ha ha, finally found them. Lin Feng took out his pistol and took aim. The raptor's appetite would only grow larger, so he needed to prepare for the future. The shotgun was too slow. By the time its blast rang out, the other goat would surely bolt, putting it out of the shotgun's effective range and leaving no time to switch to the pistol. Of course, this was only because Lin Feng was a rookie. He didn't want to be overconfident and risk losing a goat. Bang! The first shot, as Lin Feng had aimed for quite a while, hit the goat's head with precision. The goat dropped to the ground immediately. After the gunshot, the other goat, seeing its bleeding companion fall, indeed turned tail and ran without hesitation. Lin Feng then fired several shots at the fleeing goat. Bang! 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 After 5 shots, only one bullet managed to hit the goat's hind leg, and even then from less than 20 meters away, proof that Lin Feng's marksmanship was truly mediocre. Fortunately, after being wounded in the hind leg, the goat could no longer muster any strength to run. Just as Lin Feng was happily preparing to deliver the final blow to the goat, a wooden spear flew over and struck its throat directly. What the F***K? Savage? Lin Feng quickly raised his pistol and aimed it at the bush from which the wooden spear had flown. Holy shit, guys, I told you not to reveal our position. Now I've got a gun pointed at me. If I go out there, won't I get turned into Swiss cheese? Streamer, what are you scared of? You can respawn anyway. Worst case, just come back later and pick up your gear. Yeah, hurry up and go out, streamer. Don't hold any weapons. This guy looks like another survivor from the plane crash. Maybe he's a friendly NPC? Wang Lei scanned the chat comments and decisively maneuvered his character out of the bushes. It's a shame he was playing on the PC version. Had he been using the immersive gaming pod, he could have spoken freely and performed various motions. All those features were completely stripped from the PC port. At this moment, Lin Feng was shocked to see the human stepping out. This design, this familiar fire axe, this familiar lighter. Holy shit, isn't this just a character from the game? So am I actually inside a virtual world right now? But why does everything feel so unbearably real? Seeing that this NPC meant him no harm, Wang Lei dragged over the goat he'd stabbed to death and flung it before Lin Feng, curious whether it might trigger some sort of dialogue. Lin Feng glanced at the goat, then back at Wang Lei. Hello? Seeing that Lin Feng could actually speak, the viewers in Wang Lei's livestream immediately got excited. It really is an Easter egg. Host, try interacting with him. You might discover another way to complete the level. The barrage was flooded with messages urging Wang Lei to keep talking, but he was utterly baffled. How was he supposed to communicate when he couldn't even speak? There wasn't even a dialogue box option. Had the developers forgotten to add it? Can you speak? Lin Feng waved his hand. By now, he was almost certain that the person before him was indeed a character controlled by a player. There was no way the vacant stare belonged to an ordinary person. Not to mention their movements were slightly rigid. This elevator survival world is far more complicated than I had imagined. Lin Feng glanced at the elevator's closing time. He didn't have time to chat with this guy now. He needed to quickly pack the goat, chop some wood, and gather iron to bring back. Watching Lin Feng walk under a tree, he pulled out a chainsaw and swiftly cut one down, then sliced the trunk into several segments. After stuffing the leather backpack to capacity, only then did Lin Feng prepare to leave. Let's meet again if fate allows. With that, Lin Feng pulled the only unopened suitcase back into the elevator. Watching Lin Feng vanish on the spot, Wang Lei froze for a moment. The live chat exploded, debating whether Lin Feng was an Easter egg planted by the developers, while Wang Lei hurriedly uploaded the gameplay footage. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng forcibly broke the suitcase's lock and began rummaging through its contents. There were a few shirts and jackets, all men's clothing, just the right size for Lin Feng to wear. At least now he had a change of clothes. Apart from those, there were also 3 bottles of medicine, one for reducing inflammation, one of heart-saving pills, and a bottle of insect repellent spray. Other than these items, there was nothing else useful, not even a scrap of food, but Lin Feng was already quite satisfied. On top of that, he had uncovered more secrets about the elevator survival world. Chapter 17 Elevator Upgrade. Just as Lin Feng was organizing his items, a notification popped up on the screen. The trade had been successfully completed. Lin Feng received 2 gold coins directly deposited into his account. The materials for the upgrade were also sufficient. While in the forest floor earlier, Lin Feng had stuffed his remaining cowhide backpack space full of wood and iron. Now there were just enough materials to upgrade the elevator. After taking out all the materials, Lin Feng pressed the upgrade button. Soon, all the materials vanished into thin air, and the elevator underwent an earth-shaking transformation. This upgrade brought more dramatic changes than any of the previous ones. The space had expanded by at least twice its original size, and now featured a table and a chair. In addition, there was a new area, the material storage zone. According to the description, this space was designated for storing upgrade materials. Once the required materials were placed inside, they would automatically disappear and contribute to the upgrade progress. When the progress bar was full, the elevator would be ready for upgrading. But nothing else can be stored. Still, being able to store upgrade materials is pretty handy. After all, the resources required for each upgrade are substantial, and cluttering the elevator with them takes up way too much space. After Lin Feng placed all the remaining wood and iron inside, the requirements to reach elevator level 5 were still 200 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of iron, 5 kilograms of gold, and 19 coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the upgrade quest. Rewards have been issued. Beep! Upgrade mission triggered. Host is required to elevate the shuttle to level 5. Reward, 5-time extension cards. This system really delivers. A smile flickered in Lin Feng's heart as he checked the upgrade rewards. 2 universal medical kits containing everything imaginable enough to perform minor surgeries in the wilderness if needed. And there's no need to worry at all about whether you'll know how to use it. According to the introduction above, once you choose to use it, your body will automatically operate it. It's quite similar to using a health pack in a game. As for the time extension card obtained at level 5, Lin Feng could make some educated guesses about its purpose. After all, in this world, the only thing with a time limit is the duration before the elevator doors close after entering a floor. This overtime card must be used to extend the elevator's closing time. Just then, 2 more messages popped up on the screen. The remaining 2 carps had been sold, earning Lin Feng another 4 gold coins, but he was still short by 15 gold coins. If only he could visit the trading floor again, he might figure out a way to earn some more coins. Wait, let me check what's in the pool, he thought. The little raptor seemed to understand Lin Feng's words at the time. When 5 freshwater shrimp spawned in the pool, it surprisingly didn't rush over to scoop them up. Of course, it might also have been because it was already too full. Each of these shrimp was only about the size of Lin Feng's index finger. Truth be told, they weren't worth eating but felt wasteful to throw away. Even if listed on the exchange, at this stage no one would likely spend gold coins on such unsatisfying snacks. So Lin Feng had no choice but to grill and eat these 5 shrimp. Gore! Oh, I forgot about you. Lin Feng patted the velociraptor's head, then tossed it a piece of dinosaur meat. Who would have thought the little raptor would actually carry the meat and place it on the induction cooker? Rawr! Holy shit, you actually want it cooked? Lin Feng took a sip of water before earnestly helping the little raptor grill the meat. Although there's no oil, the dinosaur meat has some fatty parts, so it probably won't burn directly. Soon, a medium-rare dinosaur steak was ready, cooked on the outside but still bloody in the center. Lin Feng didn't dare to grill it further, afraid his skills would turn it into charcoal. After tossing it to the raptor, the creature licked it tentatively, likely finding it too hot to bite into immediately. Gotta admit, this little thing's pretty smart. Moreover, its growth rate was quite rapid. Lin Feng estimated that with proper feeding for another month or so, the velociraptor should be ready to fight for him. Those 5 small shrimp Lin Feng had just eaten were definitely not enough to fill him up. It was likely due to the body-tempering elixir. His appetite was growing larger by the day. In the past, a single canned meal could sustain him for nearly a full day. Now, just a few hours after eating, Lin Feng already felt hungry again. There should be some fat inside the goat. With proper rendering, you might obtain some edible oil. Thinking this, Lin Feng took out the 2 goats from his cowhide backpack. Roar! No eating! Lin Feng patted the velociraptor's head, who immediately understood and obediently ran a bit farther while carrying its meat steak. Roar! Just stay put and eat your steak. Lin Feng nodded contentedly, then took out a sharp cleaver and began butchering the goat. Goat fat is usually found near the tail area. Though this mountain goat probably won't yield much fat, there should still be some. Just as Lin Feng was about to wield his knife, it suddenly occurred to him, this damn thing was inside an elevator. If he stabbed now, there would definitely be a lot of blood, and he'd have to clean the elevator afterward. Better forget it. After storing the 2 sheep back into his backpack, Lin Feng decided to process them on another floor. As for food, he'd keep eating canned stuff, though after days of nothing but canned food, Lin Feng was truly sick of it. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng heated another large pot of water, letting it cool before pouring it into water bottles. Although the water from the infinite pool was exceptionally clean, Lin Feng still preferred drinking boiled water. By the time he finished his daily workout, it was already 8 a.m. Lin Feng prepared to head to the next floor. I checked the pistol magazines, all 3 were fully loaded, though my spare ammo was running low again. The shotgun was also fully loaded, and I had 10 spare shells with me. Lin Feng was soon fully armed and ready. Carrying the shotgun on his back, a machete at his side, and gripping the pistol in his hand, his entire loadout was probably among the best equipped in the entire survivor community. At least up until now, Lin Feng hadn't encountered any other survivors who had firearms. However, weapons like bows and crossbows should be available, as they are sold in the exchange, though the prices are quite high, with most requiring gold coins for trade. Now that most survivors have upgraded their elevators to level 2, the demand for gold coins has grown significantly. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is a desert, no danger, no usable items. Ding! Random task triggered, Desert Oasis. Please place 2 bottles of water on the desert floor. Task reward, 10 bottles of 1L drinking water. Alright, this floor will do just fine for handling the goat. Lin Feng set down the shotgun, keeping only the pistol and machete. If the system said the floor was safe, then it definitely was. Chapter 18, Special Floor. Ding dong. The elevator is ascending, please hold on tight. It must be because the elevator had reached level 4 this time. Lin Feng didn't feel the slightest discomfort during the elevator's movement. Or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. After pressing the door open button, Lin Feng gazed at the world of swirling yellow sand before stepping in leisurely. His first task was to complete the system's assignment, burying 2 bottles of water in the desert sands. Ding, mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check accordingly, host. After the system task was completed, Lin Feng once again took out the 2 sheep. The little velociraptor that followed him out was clearly visiting the desert for the first time. Looking around and running wildly everywhere, it buried itself in the sand within moments. Howl. Lin Feng. Stay put and don't run around. I'm busy here. After pulling the little raptor out of the sand pile, Lin Feng resumed processing the mountain goat. To be honest, this was his first time dissecting a corpse and he truly felt at a loss, but fortunately he'd witnessed pig slaughtering techniques before. The first step was to bleed it out. While sheep blood is edible, he didn't have a large enough container to store it, so it was easier to just drain it all. With one clean slash across the neck, crimson blood gushed out. In just a few minutes, the sheep had completely bled dry. Next came gutting and butchering. He removed the internal organs one by one, tossing the tangled intestines and stomach straight to the raptor. Luckily, the beast wasn't picky. Despite the indescribably pungent odor, it devoured the offal with relish. After eating, it still stared longingly at Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng found several fist-sized chunks of sheep fat near the viscera, along with organs like the heart, liver, and lungs. These could be eaten after a quick rinse, so he didn't throw them all to the baby velociraptor. After collecting the sheep fat, Lin Feng then proceeded to butcher the entire sheep, finally completing the task. With the experience from the first sheep, Lin Feng handled the second one much faster and managed to finish butchering and packing it all into the leather backpack with 5 minutes left before closing. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng let out a relieved sigh. Now I can finally render the fat. Lin Feng quickly poured some water into the induction cooker and added the chopped mutton fat. Without spices like Sichuan peppercorns or star anise, the rendered mutton fat would definitely have a strong smell, but there was no helping it now. Half an hour later, the pot started bubbling with a gurgling sound. Now all that's left is to boil off the water. Lin Feng wasn't sure if he was doing it right, but he'd recalled the method from some cooking videos he'd watched before. His standards weren't particularly high either. As long as it was edible, that would suffice. Soon the aroma mixed with a faint burnt smell filled the air. Fortunately, the elevator had ventilation. As if it had still been a level 1 elevator, Lin Feng would have likely started coughing by now. After persisting for over 10 more minutes, Lin Feng felt he couldn't hold on any longer. Strange, I followed all the steps perfectly. Why does it feel like it's about to burn to hell? Lin Feng looked puzzled and said, completely oblivious to the fact that his gear was set to the highest level. Beep, esteemed host, you may try turning the heat down to its lowest setting. Lin Feng glanced at the pointer indicating maximum heat with some embarrassment, then reduced the flame and continued simmering. Finally, after more than an hour of waiting, a large bowl of fresh sheep fat was ready. After pouring the sheep fat into a pre-clean can, the task was complete. At last, I can finally have a proper meal. Soon, a bowl of natural stir-fried lamb was ready. Although it was just the natural flavors of the ingredients, Lin Feng still felt it tasted much better than canned food. He devoured it all in no time, polishing off the lamb and finishing the last piece of bread. After a quick bathroom break, Lin Feng finally started his workout. This damn toilet has no water supply, you have to manually flush it, and when the wooden bucket beneath fills up, you have to empty it yourself. Honestly, Lin Feng thought the setup was complete bullshit. Though no foul odor escaped, every time Lin Feng ate while imagining a bucket full of human waste sitting right beside him, he felt waves of nausea. Who knew when this elevator might develop a separate toilet compartment? Perhaps when it expanded enough, he could build himself a private partition. At 6 p.m., after replenishing some fluids, Lin Feng lay down on his bed right on schedule, resting up for the new floor arriving at midnight. Beep, host is about to enter the challenge floor. You will play the role of a robber collaborating with accomplices to rob a bank and escape alive. Please prepare yourself. Any items from this floor can be taken with you. Beep, random task triggered. Host must headshot and eliminate 5 enemies. Reward, basic firearms proficiency. Lin Feng, who had been deep in sleep, suddenly awoke. What the hell? Rob a bank? Lin Feng carefully considered the information revealed by the system. While any items from this floor could be taken away, the money in the bank would surely be useless to him. However, apart from cash, banks also hold small amounts of gold. He could simply take the gold, which would conveniently meet his elevator upgrade needs. Just moments ago, he had been wondering where to procure gold. Now the solution had presented itself effortlessly. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. It's almost 12 o'clock. The elevator started operating as usual. This time the elevator door opened automatically, revealing a motionless road ahead of Lin Feng. The cars suddenly started moving as soon as he stepped forward. Hey, put on your hood quick, I don't want to get wanted by those FIB bastards because of you. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a man in a gray suit pulled a black ski mask over Lin Feng's head. Okay, let's go over the plan. Old Shui and Lin will blow open the vault door underground, while me and Xiao Fu handle the hostages. Once the alarm goes off, the hacker should buy us about 3 minutes. Combined with how slow the cops are, we should have a solid 10 minutes to loot the vault. Relax, this is just a small-town bank, easy pickings. Alright, boys, let's move out. Crack. The suited man racked his gun slide and stepped out of the car. There were 4 people in the car, and it was clear that the man in the suit was the leader. After getting out, the 4 strolled leisurely into the bank. Once they approached the counter, they immediately drew their weapons. Thud. Let me see your hands. At that moment, a security guard approached with his gun raised, but before he could even speak, the man in the suit shot him in the head. Follow the plan. Chapter 19 Sudden Temperature Drop. Lin, go plant the bombs. As he spoke, the man named Old Shui tossed Lin Feng a remote sticky bomb. The vault door of this small town wasn't particularly sturdy. After placing 3 sticky bombs, Old Shui gestured for Lin Feng to retreat. Boom. Oh, shit. Okay, if you don't want that greasy middle-aged man outside turned into Swiss cheese, you'd better move fast. As he spoke, Old Shui took out a duffel bag and started looting the vault's cash. Aside from tens of millions in cash, the golden vault also held stacks of gold bars. Spotting this, Lin Feng secretly stuffed them all into his leather backpack while Old Shui wasn't looking. Fortunately he had brought the leather backpack, otherwise these 100 pounds of gold would have been hard to carry. It's unclear whether Lin Feng had a natural talent for this or if it was just coincidence. Yet he packed the money even faster than Old Shui, that seasoned veteran. In no time, the 2 of them had filled 4 large travel bags with cash. Let's get going. Retreat, retreat. After tossing the travel bag, Lin Feng shouted loudly. Damn, this is too thrilling. It's Lin Feng's first time robbing a bank, and right now he's never felt more alive. Just as the man in the suit had guessed, the cops never showed up. Only then did Lin Feng belatedly realize he could actually understand what they were saying. These people were speaking English the whole time, though I've no idea how I understood them and somehow started speaking it myself. Woo. Damn FIB's here. Lin, catch, let's blow their fucking heads off. The suited man in the passenger seat tossed Lin Feng an M249 as he yelled. Holy shit. Lin Feng suddenly perked up. He smashed the rear windshield directly and opened fire on the cops tailing behind them. Though his aim wasn't the greatest, with this kind of firepower, Lin Feng still managed to complete the system's mission. 5 headshots achieved. But the bad news was, the helicopters had arrived. With no other choice, Xiao Fu had to drive straight into the sewer. I've already parked the motorcycle here in advance. Let's split up and regroup at the textile factory. After saying this, the man in the suit was the first to ride off on the motorcycle. Once everyone had left, the elevator suddenly appeared in the sewer. With only a little over 10 minutes left on the countdown, even if Lin Feng wanted to do something, it was already too late, so he had no choice but to return to the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, this thrilling journey finally came to an end. Despite the constant risk of death, Lin Feng showed no trace of fear. In fact, he remained in a state of excitement even now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Soon, the knowledge of basic firearms mastery appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Although it's only the basic level, there's still a huge difference compared to a complete novice. Take this shotgun in hand for example. Lin Feng wouldn't have recognized it before, but now he can instantly identify it as the MP-133 model. Moreover, he's gained the ability to disassemble, reassemble, maintain, and perform basic repairs on firearms. Finally, Lin Feng feels his marksmanship has significantly improved, though there's currently no way to test it out. When heading to the next floor, I can test out my marksmanship. Lin Feng then proceeded to clean and maintain each of the guns one by one. Rawr! I know. Lin Feng stood up and rummaged through his buffalo leather backpack to pull out a piece of dinosaur meat. TSK, I wonder how this dinosaur meat tastes. There's about 40 kilograms of dinosaur meat left in the backpack, enough to feed the little velociraptor for over 10 days. Watching the little velociraptor eat so heartily, to be honest, Lin Feng felt tempted to try some himself. It's been so long since I sold some to that crossbow-making guy, and he's still fine. This dinosaur meat should be safe to eat. Lin Feng thought about it and cut a sizable steak, placing it into the induction cooker to cook. Nearly 2 hours later, Lin Feng poked the steak with his knife. This should be done by now. With some uncertainty, Lin Feng sliced off a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. It's done. The taste wasn't bad, quite tender, with a texture somewhat similar to frog legs. Too bad there weren't enough seasonings. If this had been made spicy and numbing, it would have been absolutely heavenly. After eating his fill, Lin Feng glanced at the infinite pool again, but today it hadn't refreshed with anything exciting. Alright, time to sleep. Lin Feng patted the velociraptor's head before promptly falling into a deep slumber. Just as most survivors had completed securing their floors and settled down to rest, the elevator's temperature abruptly plummeted, dropping from the initial 20-something degrees to less than 10 degrees in an instant. Many were jolted awake by the sudden cold, Lin Feng being no exception. The temperature had barely dropped when he felt as if he'd suddenly been transported from summer to winter. Upon opening the chat room, he realized it wasn't just him, everyone's elevator temperature had plummeted to near freezing. Lin Feng, wearing only a shirt, hastily moved the induction cooker beside his bed, filled it with water, and cranked it up to maximum heat. This provided some warmth, joining the wool blanket he'd acquired earlier. Soon Lin Feng was wrapped layer upon layer like a cocoon. Ah, I almost forgot about you. Lin Feng looked at the shivering velociraptor and scooped it up in his arms. Now the little velociraptor could already stand up to Lin Feng's thigh. Soon, with the help of the electromagnetic stove, the temperature in the elevator warmed somewhat, and Lin Feng set down the blanket. And the others weren't so lucky. Aside from those who lived year-round in cold regions, nearly everyone else was dressed in short sleeves or shirts. You can imagine how miserable they were now. At the same time, heating supplies were being sold at exorbitant prices on the exchange. Even a blanket for warmth is being sold for 1 gold coin. Damn it, I can't take it anymore, I'm starting a fire. Hey upstairs, you got a death wish or something? Level 3 elevators have unlocked ventilation. Starting a fire isn't actually impossible now. No kidding, you can try it if you're not afraid of suffocating. By the way, have you noticed the temperature is still dropping? After I woke up, there were ice crystals in my water bottle. Stop joking around. If the temperature drops any further, this place really won't be fit for humans anymore. The temperature really is dropping. I got a thermometer from one of the floors earlier, and right now the elevator is at 2 degrees Celsius. Not long ago it was still 6 degrees. Dude, stop talking. I'm genuinely scared. I came in wearing just shorts and a t-shirt, and now I'm almost dead. Everyone in the chat room was discussing the sudden temperature drop, and Lin Feng also felt that it had gotten even colder. An hour later, the temperature in the elevator rose back up, and Lin Feng sighed in relief. With this electric stove, he wouldn't need to worry about sudden temperature drops anymore. P.S. The big pineapple was taken back after being used. Chapter 20, Salt-Making Failure. Although the temperature inside the elevator had warmed up a bit, after all this commotion, Lin Feng couldn't fall asleep anymore. At that moment, his private chat window suddenly blinked. Yihua, bro, you there? The crossbow bolts you asked for last time are done. Please check them. Lin Feng, no need to prepare mine for now. On the other side, Yihua, midway through typing, felt his heart freeze when he saw Lin Feng's message. He had initially hoped the other player might have something to keep warm, never expecting this guy would abruptly cut off their trade. What should I do now? The food from the last trade is completely gone. Yihua, big bro, the price is still negotiable. Lin Feng, I don't need crossbow arrows anymore. Yihua, well, alright, but I can make other things too. Let me know if you need anything. Lin Feng, I'll ask if I need anything. Yihua, got it, boss. Yihua sighed in relief. At least the arrows he made were bought by a few others, so he wouldn't starve. After retracting the crossbow bolts, Lin Feng also closed the chat room. Beep, the host is about to enter the raft survival floor. This floor consists solely of a raft drifting at sea. On the raft, there is a wooden chest which, when opened, will yield a bottle of brandy, 2 gold coins, and a fishing rod. Beep, choice mission triggered. Host, please make your selection. Option 1, enter the floor and kill the great white shark. Reward, basic melee combat skills. Option 2, stay in the elevator without entering the floor. Reward, endurance boost. I choose 1. Lin Feng made a decisive choice. Although the rewards for option 2 seemed decent, he could improve his endurance through training, but combat skills weren't something he could master on his own. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. As Lin Feng opened the door, a salty sea breeze rushed toward him. Despite the fair weather, staring at the boundless ocean inexplicably stirred irritation in his heart. But the mission came first. After moving all the wooden crates back into the elevator, Lin Feng took out his shotgun and began searching for the great white shark. Before long, the great white shark lurking beneath the waves finally emerged. It swayed restlessly underwater, as if searching for the perfect opportunity. Bang! At last, the great white shark clamped down on the raft, attempting to shatter the fragile structure. Lin Feng responded without hesitation, firing a powerful shot directly at the shark's head. The wounded great white didn't die immediately. Seeing this, Lin Feng fired 2 more shots, though with the shark submerging into the water, these bullets barely had any penetrating power. Soon, the water around the raft turned crimson with blood. It wouldn't be long before other ocean predators were drawn to the scene. and this severely injured great white shark would probably be torn apart too. The only question was whether it would count as his kill when the time came. However, just as Lin Feng was worrying about failing the mission, the great white shark, for some inexplicable reason, surfaced again. Lin Feng wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip. He emptied several more rounds into the beast. This time it was well and truly finished, its body riddled with wounds from head to tail. Lin Feng also dismissed the idea of eating its meat. Never mind that it was riddled with bullets. Didn't shark meat have restrictions on consumption anyway? It would also be reckless to dive down and retrieve it now. The surrounding waters were already saturated with blood, which would likely attract other predators soon. Just as Lin Feng had predicted, the blood quickly drew in a swarm of sharks. The great white's corpse was soon torn apart, scattering into chunks here and there. Roar! The little velociraptor stood beside Lin Feng, roaring loudly, likely because the school of sharks underwater made it feel threatened. Lin Feng had originally planned to take some seawater back with him, but it seemed that wasn't going to work out now. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, host. Rewards have been issued. In an instant, massive combat knowledge flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Soon, Lin Feng absorbed all the information. Though his head felt slightly swollen and painful, he was still extremely pleased. Given his current strength, while he couldn't claim to take on 10 foes at once, he could certainly handle 3 or 5 ordinary thugs without letting them get close. After devouring the great white shark's corpse, the surrounding shark school had dispersed, yet the bloody mist in the water still lingered. After the shark pack left, Lin Feng returned to the raft once more. There were still half an hour before the elevator would close. For the remaining time, he needed to find a way to gather some seawater. Then he planned to attempt making salt. Otherwise, without even basic seasoning, eating roasted meat for too long was becoming quite unappetizing. After waiting for a while, the bloodstains in the seawater finally faded gradually. Lin Feng took out his water bottles and filled 5 of them with seawater, a full 5 liters. That should yield a decent amount of salt. I just wonder if it'll be edible after refining. Whatever, let's try it first. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng placed the pot on the induction cooker, poured in seawater, and now all that's left is to wait for it to crystallize. Hope this plan works out. Lin Feng prayed silently in his heart. Damn it, why does it feel like it's getting colder again? Looking at the thin ice covering the water pool, Lin Feng shivered involuntarily. He could feel the temperature had likely dropped below freezing by now. The person in the chat room who had the thermometer just updated the latest temperature in real time. Brothers, latest update. It's -5 degrees Celsius here now. I think I might be running a fever. Does anyone have medicine? Don't even mention it. Even if someone had medicine, they couldn't sell it now. I'm pretty sure I'm sick too, either a cold or fever. Seriously? I can't even get enough to eat, and now this shit ramps up the difficulty? I really envy you guys who've upgraded to level 3 elevators. You can start fires without worrying about suffocation. Just now I saw a brother who died in his elevator with a campfire beside him, probably choked to death by smoke. Has it already dropped below 0? Lin Feng read the messages in the chat room without much concern. Having a non-powered induction stove kept him safe from freezing to death. As long as the temperature doesn't drop too dramatically, things should be fine. At this temperature, the induction cooker can still manage to maintain things. After more than 3 hours, the seawater in the pot finally showed signs of drying up, leaving behind some white crystals. I wonder if this stuff is actually edible. Lin Feng said with some uncertainty, remembering that seawater contains many impurities, and simply evaporating it wouldn't yield edible salt. But given the current circumstances, Lin Feng couldn't proceed any further. Maybe, take a taste? Lin Feng thought as he looked at the crystallized substance in the pot. After it had completely dried, Lin Feng scraped off a layer of the crystals from the bottom of the pot. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked it. Instantly, Lin Feng's taste buds felt assaulted. F***ck. What the hell is this taste? Lin Feng hastily rinsed his mouth with water. How to describe it? Salty with bitterness, bitter with astringency, and somehow, there was also a hint of foot-washing water flavor. Chapter 21, The Beauty Trap. After working so hard without success, Lin Feng was genuinely disappointed. That's when he suddenly remembered his extraordinarily skilled craftsman buddy. What if he knows how to make salt? Thinking of this, Lin Feng could only give it a try. Lin Feng, do you know how to make salt? Yi Hua, who was promoting bows and arrows in the chat room, hurriedly clicked on Lin Feng's message when he saw it. Make salt? I actually do know how, but the conditions here are far too restrictive. Whatever, I'll accept it for now and figure something out later. With this thought, Yi Hua decisively replied to Lin Feng. Yi Hua, bro, I know a bit, can give it a try. Do you have the ingredients there? Lin Feng never expected that he actually could do it. That was fantastic. As for the ingredients, fortunately, he had been afraid of failure and hadn't used up all the seawater. There were still 2 bottles of seawater left. Lin Feng, I've listed the seawater on the exchange. Just trade something for it. Yihua, okay, bro, just wait a few days. Lin Feng, alright, got it. Lin Feng, by the way, I assume you don't have anything to keep warm, do you? Yihua, yes, big bro, but I have a jacket here. Should be enough to withstand it. Lin Feng, here, take another blanket. If you freeze to death, who's going to make salt for me? Yihua, thank you, big bro. With the salt-making issue now potentially solved, Lin Feng's mood improved considerably. This Yihua fellow seemed quite talented, who knew he could do so many things? The blanket given to him was actually the same one Lin Feng had taken earlier from the wedding bed in the ghost marriage floor. Lin Feng had a feeling this kid would go far in the future. Getting on his good side probably wasn't a bad idea. After handling the matter, Lin Feng rummaged through his leather backpack. Eventually, he pulled out the berry bushes brought back from the prehistoric world. Recently, he had been suffering from constipation, likely due to nutritional imbalance. He wasn't sure if these purple fruits would taste any good. Lin Feng picked one and put it in his mouth. Pure sweetness, with no other taste at all, so delicious. You want some too? But aren't you a carnivore? Lin Feng looked helplessly at the little velociraptor approaching him again and plucked a few berries to toss to it. He initially thought the little velociraptor just wanted to eat them out of curiosity. Never did he expect that after eating these few berries, it would come back to pester him for more. Wait, don't tell me you're actually omnivorous? Lin Feng plucked another handful of berries and placed them before the little velociraptor. The creature continued eating them with undiminished enthusiasm. After finishing some berries and a canned meal, Lin Feng went to rest. Having barely slept last night due to the sudden temperature drop, he fell asleep the moment he lay down. Thanks to the electromagnetic stove, the elevator's interior temperature remained above freezing, while others still faced the risk of freezing to death or falling ill at night. Beep, host will now enter the metal scrapyard floor containing large quantities of scrap iron, copper, aluminum and other metal resources. No dangers detected. Awakened by the system, Lin Feng was clearly still sleepy. Shaking his head, he nonetheless put on his clothes and prepared to get up. While doing so, he didn't forget to organize his leather backpack. Thanks to the existence of the storage area, Lin Feng's backpack now had plenty of space, one slot for dinosaur meat, one for mountain goat meat, with 3 empty slots remaining, more than enough for collecting items. Having prepared everything, Lin Feng quietly waited for the moment to come. The chat room was quite lively at the moment, with most people praying for a favorable floor. Unlike Lin Feng, who could foresee floor information in advance, their preparations weren't always comprehensive. Or unaware of the dangers on the floor, by the time they discovered the threat, it was already too late to retreat back to the elevator. I was freezing all night and couldn't sleep. Now I just hope the next floor is somewhere warm, preferably where I can find something to keep me warm. Hasn't anyone thought of making a chimney? Just connect it directly to the ventilation shaft. As long as it's sealed properly, you could build a stove underneath or even make a fireplace for warmth. It would work perfectly. Dude, don't just talk about it, do it. If you can actually make one, I'll definitely buy it. Come on, with billions of us here, isn't there any expert who can build a fireplace? The conditions are awful, no bricks, and nothing to make a chimney with. I think we need to make better use of the floor resources. Take the forest floor, for example. Has anyone been there? The mud there could be perfect building material. Holy shit, now that you mention it, I remember being at a construction site once with bags of cement and piles of bricks stacked in the corner. At the time, I was only focused on scavenging metal and wood, completely overlooking all that useful stuff. Damn, the upper floors are insane. I want to grab all the useful stuff, but the elevator just can't fit everything. Therefore, the most crucial thing is still upgrading the elevator. Only by expanding its space can you survive more effectively. Lin Feng looked at the chatroom contents and found it quite reasonable. He realized he hadn't paid much attention to anything beyond the resources needed for upgrades before. Of course, the most important thing is that the elevator simply doesn't have enough space. Now with the storage area, it saves a lot of room. Moving forward, I'll need to pay more attention to other useful supplies. Ding dong, the elevator is ascending, please hold on tight. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Although this was a safe floor, Lin Feng still brought his pistol and shotgun. You never know when you might run into other survivors on the same floor. Having weapons for self-defense is crucial. Damn, there's so much scrap metal here. Staring at the mountain of scrap metal, Lin Feng gulped. The scraps had been compacted into neat stacks of steel plates, arranged with eerie precision. Just what kind of world is this, where so much scrap metal is left abandoned with no one to manage it? On the other side of Scrap Iron Mountain, 2 individuals stepped out of their respective elevators. Hey gorgeous, this place seems safe enough, how about we mind our own business? But, I can't move all these things by myself. Could you help me, big guy? Watching the woman preen in posture before him, the young man smirked inwardly. Clearly, she wasn't any saint either, so why bother pretending? Hee, give me a good time, and I'll help you. Soon the two were entangled at the elevator door. Ah, you bastard. The guy, who had been squinting his eyes, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. The next moment, his body weight decreased by 100 grams. Because of Kunkin's excruciating pain, the teenager couldn't even stand steady, let alone fight back. Then the woman pulled out a dagger and fiercely stabbed down. Chapter 22, Yi Hua. Die, 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 die. With the woman's whispers, the knife in her hand had already stabbed back and forth 7 or 8 times. By now, the boy was long dead. After killing the young man, the woman revealed a victorious smile. This trick had never failed her before. Using her seductive tactics, she had already upgraded the elevator to level 3 and was closing in on level 4. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, hearing the scream, hurriedly jogged toward the source of the sound. There was no doubt another survivor must be on this floor. As for what happened, one must see with their own eyes to know. Damn, this woman is so ruthless? Lin Feng, looking at the pools of blood and the woman moving supplies, already understood what had occurred. Slowly, Lin Feng raised his gun and walked over. Raise your hands. Hearing the voice, the woman turned her head and saw another survivor. A cold sneer flashed through her mind. It seemed she could upgrade the elevator to level 4 today. Big brother, he was trying to rape me just now. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Her voice trembled as she spoke, her expression pitiful and fragile. Unconsciously, her clothes began to slip downward. She didn't believe there could be a man who wasn't interested in her body. Big brother, you're so strong. Could you protect little old me? The woman stared intently at the pistol in Lin Feng's hand, thinking to herself that if she could get her hands on that gun, would she still need to rely on her charms in the future? Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, the woman assumed she had already bewitched him. After all, Lin Feng looked like a freshly graduated student. It would be perfectly normal for him to be easily captivated. It's really hard to bring myself to hurt such a handsome guy like you. Thinking this to herself, the woman slowly walked towards Lin Feng. Bang! Seeing the woman approach him, Lin Feng immediately grew wary and fired his gun without hesitation. The woman's head was instantly blown apart, no need to mention whether her eyes remained open in death. You think you can enchant me? Too young. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully, then glanced at the guy's ghastly corpse and felt a chill run down his spine. This woman is seriously no ordinary piece of work. Afterward, Lin Feng looted all the useful supplies from both elevators. It took him half an hour of busy work before he finally started collecting scrap metal. There was nothing particularly useful in their elevator, but picking up 10 gold coins was certainly an unexpected delight. At this point, they still needed 20 kilograms of wood, 80 kilograms of iron, and 3 more gold coins to meet the upgrade requirements. As for the iron, Lin Feng didn't have to worry. He planned to cram every remaining slot of his leather backpack with it. In the remaining half hour, Lin Feng smoothly collected a total of 400 kilograms of scrap iron and 200 kilograms of scrap copper, then piled dozens of kilograms of extra scrap iron into the empty spaces inside the elevator. Though uncertain about the usefulness of copper, Lin Feng deemed it necessary to take some anyway. There were plenty of other metals available as well, but time was running short. He figured there'd be another chance to return later. He could always gather the rest next time. Now we're only missing 20 kilograms of wood and 3 gold coins to upgrade the elevator. After taking inventory of the 2 individual supplies, Lin Feng curled his lip in disdain. Apart from the materials needed for upgrades, there really wasn't anything useful left. 2 rock-hard loaves of bread, a wooden club, a makeshift bow, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of water, and an iron axe. This is everything inside the 2 elevators. Damn, this is pitifully empty. Lin Feng curled his lips in disdain before tossing the rock-hard loaves of bread to the velociraptor. The creature wasn't picky at all, wolfing them down in a few bites. What appeared in the infinite pool today came as a surprise to Lin Feng. It was actually a water snake. A black water snake about 1 meter long, if I recall correctly. These things aren't venomous. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't stomach this kind of stuff anyway, so he gave it to the little raptor as a treat. With Lin Feng's permission, the tiny raptor swiftly bit off the head, crunching and munching as it ate. Worried that the little velociraptor wasn't getting enough to eat, Lin Feng cut off another large chunk of meat and threw it to the creature. As for why he wouldn't let it eat human corpses, Lin Feng felt he hadn't degenerated to that level yet. No matter what, he would never allow the little velociraptor to consume human flesh. Yesterday's berries proved quite effective. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng immediately felt the urge and burst into full bloom upon sitting on the toilet. Yi Hua, hey bro, you there? Do you have any fresh water left? I don't have much drinking water left to make salt. If I use it for that, I won't have any left to drink. Just after finishing his business in the bathroom, Lin Feng happened to see the message from Yi Hua. Although puzzled about why making salt required fresh water, Lin Feng still filled and sent over a large amount of water. After all, I'm not short on fresh water. Lin Feng, I've sent it over. When will it be ready? Yi Hua, normally, we should sun-dry it, but there's no sunlight here, so I'm evaporating the moisture instead. It'll speed things up. It should be ready by tomorrow. Lin Feng, evaporating? Did you start a fire inside the elevator? Yihua, right, I built a chimney out of mud and wood. Lin Feng, you even have skills like that? Wait, won't the wood catch fire? Yihua, no worries, I've sealed all the wood with yellow clay, it just serves as a support frame. If I had suitable soft metal, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Yihua, besides, as a manual labor enthusiast, isn't it normal for me to know how to do this? Lin Feng couldn't help but admire Yihua. Talent like this probably wouldn't go hungry anywhere. However, he couldn't afford to seem too enthusiastic about him just yet, or else he'd lose the upper hand later on. Lin Feng had already decided to establish a long-term partnership with this person named Yihua. On the other side, Yihua was also quite curious about Lin Feng. After prolonged observation, he noticed that Lin Feng always progressed faster than others. Currently, most players were still stuck at level 2 elevators, with only a few reaching level 3. Yet Lin Feng's level had already reached 4. He planned to observe for a while longer. If possible, he too wanted to forge a long-term collaboration with Lin Feng. Moreover, since his health had always been poor, perhaps he could trade for life-saving medicine through Lin Feng. At this thought, Yihua suddenly remembered he hadn't taken his medicine yet today. After swallowing a blue pill, he counted the remaining tablets. Normally, he should take 2 pills a day, but he had cut it down to 1. Later, he wanted to see if he could stretch it to 1 pill every 2 days. 29 pills. Can I last another month? Yihua Xin thought unwillingly. Though this world was extremely perilous, it had also shown him hope for curing his illness. He had no intention of dying just yet. He didn't know why this medicine had appeared in his pocket, but it had been there ever since he arrived in this world. Moreover, it was remarkably effective against his condition. Chapter 23, Elevator Announcement. The novice period has ended. He had 1 month left to figure out how to prolong his life. Yihua muttered to himself as he stirred the salt water in the pot. Once most of the water had evaporated, it could be filtered. For now, Yihua didn't have a proper filter, so he had to buy a pair of stockings from the exchange, wash them clean, and use them as a makeshift filter. At this moment, Lin Feng stared at the online user count displayed in the chat room, almost unable to believe his eyes. He remembered there were over 3 billion people watching last time, but now, just a few days later, the number has dropped below 3 billion. Isn't this mortality rate way too high? If this continues, there won't be anyone left in less than 2 months. Not to mention the current freezing temperatures, which increase the chances of getting sick. With no medicine available, another wave of deaths is inevitable for those who can endure it. Ding dong! Elevator announcement, congratulations, lucky survivors. The beginner period of elevator survival has ended. From now on, you will face an even harsher survival environment. Once this announcement concludes, the difficulty of floors will increase. The time allowed to stay on each floor will be extended to 2 hours. Additionally, after entering a floor, the elevator doors will close, preventing return to the elevator. The doors will only reopen once all hostile creatures are eliminated or the floor's objective is completed. Ding dong! Some floors cannot be refused entry. The elevator announcement was indistinguishable as to who or what was speaking, as it was entirely synthesized electronic noise, somewhat distorted at that. In the chat room, are you kidding me? All this time was actually just the beginner period? Whose rookie period has hundreds of millions dead in less than a month? Damn it, I was already too scared to go out, and now I'm even more terrified. But I still have some stored food. If I tough it out, I might last a few more days. Brothers, I'm seriously panicking now. Screw this, I've been training in combat for 2.5 years, whatever ghost or monster comes at me, I'll pummel them to death with wild fists. Hey bro upstairs, hope your next floor is Sadako. The chat room erupted in wails. If even the beginner stage was this dangerous, how could anyone survive when the difficulty increased? Let's just hope the danger level correlates with the rewards. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, then picked up the iron block and resumed his training. Truth be told, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of anything unless it involved ghosts or deities. What truly worried him were entities that couldn't be destroyed by physical means. After so many days in the elevator world, Lin Feng had adjusted his routine. After finishing his workout and replenishing some energy, he comfortably went to sleep. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng woke up on his own again. The induction cooker had been running continuously for 2 days now. Truly a product of the system. Had it been any other brand, it would have burned out long ago. Just as Lin Feng finished praising the system in his heart, he caught a whiff of something scorching the next moment. The smell was coming from the induction cooker, startling him so much that he immediately turned it off. Thankfully, it wasn't damaged. Perhaps the temperature had gotten too high and it needed some time to cool down. I might as well open it later since I'll be heading into the floor world soon anyway. After the induction cooker was turned off, the temperature in the elevator began to drop rapidly. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the wasteland floor. There are 20 zombie dogs on this floor. Inside the belly of the Dog King are 2 vials of zombie virus immune serum. In the blue container is a weapon supply box that contains 1 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, 300 rounds of spare ammunition, 20 underbarrel grenades, 1 purple signal flare, 1 red signal flare, 1 yellow signal flare, and 2 claymore mines. Ding! Bounty mission triggered. The host is requested to eliminate all zombie dogs. Reward, 1 gold coin per kill. Another wasteland floor. The difficulty has definitely increased. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Zombie dogs were surely more dangerous than regular zombies, and there were 20 of them. Truth be told, Lin Feng didn't really want to enter, but the rewards were too tempting. Whether it was the weapon supply crates on the floor or the missions issued by the system, each one was highly appealing to Lin Feng. However, the weapons in his hands were rather inadequate. Zombie dogs were undoubtedly extremely fast, and the trick of retreating to the elevator to play it safe wasn't an option. Once you entered the floor, the elevator doors would close. Lin Feng strongly suspected that the being who brought them to this world had witnessed his sneaky maneuvers and promptly fixed that exploit. Damn it all, let's go all out. Lin Feng patted the velociraptor's head. The little fellow had grown somewhat capable in combat now, so he decided to bring it along this time. There was no need to worry about it getting infected by the zombie virus either. As long as they could kill all the zombie dogs, they'd find the immunity serum inside the Dog King's belly. They could just inject themselves with it afterward. Most people in the chat room initially wanted to continue exploring the floors, but because of the earlier announcement, the majority decided to stay hidden in the elevator instead. After all, once you leave the elevator, there's no going back. What if you run into some dangerous creature and end up wasting your life for nothing? Ding dong! The elevator is going down. Please hold on tight. Brothers, I'll go scout ahead first. If I make it back alive, you'll know. Stay safe, man upstairs. I'll play it safe and observe for a few days first. I'm leaving too. Opportunities are snatched. What if this time I get something amazing that lets me skyrocket on the spot? Hiss. The elevator slowly came to a stop. Lin Feng pressed the open button and raised his shotgun, cautiously surveying the area. This floor seemed to be located in an abandoned factory, with half-eaten zombie corpses scattered on the ground. Roar! The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, a zombie dog suddenly leaped down from the metal scaffolding above. Fortunately, Lin Feng had mastered combat skills and reacted swiftly, smacking the airborne zombie dog away with his rifle but before delivering a decisive headshot. Watching the zombie dog's head explode like a watermelon, Lin Feng finally relaxed. It seemed things weren't as difficult as he'd imagined. However, the next moment, from the dark corners of the factory, zombie dogs emerged one after another. Woof 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 woof. Gruel. The little velociraptor stood by Lin Feng's leg and fearlessly roared back. To be honest, this little gadget has quite the loud voice. Those zombie dogs had never heard a dinosaur's roar before, freezing momentarily before finally locating the source of the sound. No way, impossible to fight them. Lin Feng seemed to detect a mocking glint in one zombie dog's eyes. Clearly, this intelligent specimen was the pack leader. For now they haven't attacked directly, probably awaiting the alpha's command. If this many zombie dogs charged at once, his survival rate would drop to near zero. He needed to find higher ground. Chapter 24 Difficulty increased. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the zombie dog that had jumped down from above when he first entered. Looking up, he indeed spotted an operating platform overhead that required a ladder to access. The ladder was right beside him. Lin Feng glanced at the pack of zombie dogs and, without hesitation, sprinted toward the ladder with the baby raptor in his arms. Woof! At the Dog King's command, the remaining zombie dogs surged forward, their speed far surpassing Lin Feng's. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to climb onto the control panel just in time, then kicked the ladder down. It was only then that Lin Feng realized this control panel was meant to operate the giant saw blades below. If it still worked, it might just give him the edge he needed. Lin Feng glanced at the control lever and noticed it was completely rusted. Realizing he couldn't make sense of any of it, he simply started pressing every button and pulling all the levers at random. Buzz! Holy shit! It actually works! The quality's this damn good? Lin Feng watched the rapidly spinning saw blade with some surprise, then began searching for the lever controlling the blade's movement. The saw blade could only move side to side, and Lin Feng quickly found the control lever. Lin Feng then moved the saw blade beneath the control panel to prevent the zombie dogs from leaping up from below. After all, the height wasn't much. Given the intelligence of the Dog King, it would only need a makeshift ladder or a pushed-over crate to easily jump up. Now that he had this massive chainsaw, the zombie dogs below could only watch helplessly. But Lin Feng remained vigilant. Who knew how long this machine could keep running? The control lever was rusted, clearly untouched for ages. Bang! 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 Lin Feng fired several shots at the dogs barking furiously below. After several zombie dogs died in succession, the alpha dog realized brute force wasn't the answer. It roared at the remaining zombie dogs and then vanished. Soon, all the zombie dogs surrounding the control panel had disappeared too. As they fled, Lin Feng managed to gun down 5 more. There are only 10 surviving zombie dogs left now. Unless something unexpected happens, these zombie dogs are probably waiting for me to come down on my own, or for this chainsaw to stop running. Lin Feng momentarily relaxed, then immediately began searching for that blue shipping container with his eyes. Found it! Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. The container holding the weapons supply crate wasn't far from him. About 20 meters away, behind a damaged truck, was that very blue shipping container. The zombie dogs are gone now. Should I risk going down to grab the gun from the weapons supply crate? With that, a few measly zombie dogs wouldn't be a threat at all. Right then, the chainsaw below suddenly started making a chattering noise, click click clack. It stopped just moments later. Okay, no need to go down now. Those zombie dogs are probably on their way any second. Just as Lin Feng had anticipated, as soon as the chainsaw stopped, the remaining zombie dogs immediately charged forward. Roar! Woof woof woof! The Dog King was the first to leap onto the idle chainsaw, then attempted to use it as a springboard to jump onto the control panel. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, firing a shot at the Dog King, but to his utter surprise, the creature seemed prepared. It swiftly altered its trajectory midair, dodging most of the pellets. Just sustained some minor injuries, which don't affect combat capability at all. Roar! Roar! The Dog King was about to pounce on Lin Feng when the little velociraptor clamped its jaws tightly around its neck. Roar! While the velociraptor was locked in battle with the Dog King, the remaining 9 zombie dogs leaped over from the chainsaw one after another. These zombie dogs lacked intelligence, so naturally they couldn't dodge midair. Lin Feng picked them off almost 1 bullet per dog. After emptying his rifle magazine, he swiftly discarded it and switched to his pistol. But in just that short moment, the remaining 3 zombie dogs had already pounced up. Lin Feng first punched one away with a fist, then stomped another beneath his foot, firing several shots into its head. Yet there was still one left unattended. Roar! The little velociraptor, having dealt with the alpha dog, rushed over in time to intercept the zombie dog attempting a sneak attack on Lin Feng, effortlessly snapping its neck. Soon the last zombie dog was taken down by Lin Feng. Not bad, little draggy. Lin Feng gave the velociraptor an affectionate pat on the head. The Dog King met a gruesome end, torn to shreds by the little velociraptor. But the little raptor had also sustained quite a few injuries. Fortunately, none were in vital areas. Lin Feng quickly rummaged through the decomposing intestines piled in the Dog King's belly and pulled out 2 sealed syringes. This must be the antidote. Don't move. Lin Feng calmed the velociraptor before administering the injection directly. Rahur. There now, it's all done. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, the little raptor had rolled its eyes back, clearly infected with the zombie virus. Luckily, this immune serum was potent. 1 injection took effect immediately. In an instant, the little raptor returned to normal. It has to be said, that was genuinely perilous this time. Fortunately, the little velociraptor was there to help. Who would have thought such a tiny thing could be so vicious? True to its prehistoric origins. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, 20 gold coins. Finally finished. Lin Feng smiled inwardly, then walked over to that blue shipping container. Inside lay a wooden crate covered with a moisture-proof tarp. Without hesitation, Lin Feng lifted the wooden crate. Not gonna lie, it was pretty heavy, weighing at least 60 or 70 Gene. Lin Feng was struggling to carry everything. After finally making it back to the elevator, Lin Feng then took out all the guns and ammunition from inside. 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, 300 rounds of spare ammunition, 20 underbarrel grenades, 1 purple flare, 1 red flare, 1 yellow flare, and 2 claymore mines. The rifle had been modified not only with an underbarrel grenade launcher but also equipped with an optical scope and a laser aiming module. There are 3 magazines, each capable of holding 30 rounds. The grenades are 20 mm, and signal flares are also launched through the grenade launcher, though Lin Feng probably won't need these 3 types of flares. After fiddling with the rifle in his hands, Lin Feng aimed outside and fired 2 shots to test its accuracy. Now, with his marksmanship paired with this automatic rifle, his combat effectiveness isn't just doubled, it's exponentially greater. Upgrade the elevator. Lin Feng walked up to the screen and only then realized that tens of millions had just died. It was clear just how severely the increased difficulty had affected others. Holy shit, I actually made it back alive. Upstairs, I didn't dare go out. Seeing so many people die at once made me realize it's not simple. Can you briefly share what you experienced? The floor I entered was a prison, but it wasn't holding prisoners, it was full of zombies. Luckily, most were locked in iron cages with only a few roaming outside. Thankfully, I'd practiced archery before, so I easily shot those zombies with a bow. Best part? I found a handgun on that floor. Ha, now I'm packing heat. With a gun, clearing floors will be a piece of cake, right? So jealous. I didn't dare go out either, wish I'd taken the chance. Next time for sure. Chapter 25, Death Game I. After browsing the chat room briefly, Lin Feng pressed the elevator upgrade button. After a series of vibrations, the elevator ascended to level 5. Ding, congratulations host for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Overtime card, extends elevator shutdown time for this floor by 1 hour. Ding, host, please complete the upgrade mission, elevate the lift to level 6. Reward, 1 chance to upgrade to an extra large leather backpack. The upgrade progress is still 77% short, requiring 10 more gold coins, 200 kilograms of wood, and 232 kilograms of iron. The ventilation vents in the level 5 elevator are larger, the range has more than doubled, and there's an additional workbench now. This workbench isn't like those in video games where you toss in the raw materials and, clank clank clank, out pops what you wanted. This workstation just provides you with some tools, you still have to operate them yourself. What's even more frustrating is that you can't take these tools with you. They can only be used at the workstation. Lin Feng fiddled with them for a bit before quickly losing interest. His manual dexterity seemed frozen at the level of elementary school arts and crafts class. Expecting him to craft something like a legendary sword or a repeating crossbow with these materials would be pure nonsense. At this moment, Yi Hua successfully refined the salt. Yi Hua, big bro, the salt you wanted has been successfully refined. I've listed it on the exchange for food. Lin Feng, got it. Lin Feng clicked on Yi Hua's avatar and then located his posted trade information. Any food exchange accepted. Not bad. This guy isn't greedy at all. Lin Feng approached the pond, where a plump grass carp was swimming. It looked to weigh at least over 2 pounds. Just give him this thing. Lin Feng scooped up the fish and traded it to Yi Hua. The salt received in the trade wasn't much. After all, Lin Feng hadn't provided him with much seawater either. This amount of salt should be enough for Lin Feng to last a day or two. The taste was salty with a hint of bitterness, yet Lin Feng felt deeply satisfied. After so many days in this world, he had finally managed to eat his first properly flavored piece of roasted meat. Lin Feng wiped the drool from his mouth as he gazed at the salt-sprinkled grilled meat before him, then dug in heartily. The little velociraptor on the side doesn't know why mom eats so delicious today, but he also loves to eat it. After finishing his meal and doing some exercise, Lin Feng went to rest. Soon, midnight arrived, and the system's prompt tone came as expected. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a death game. The host must complete 3 rounds of games with other survivors before the floor ends. This floor is mandatory. Upon completing 3 death games, the reward will be 20 gold coins and 500 kilograms of random upgrade materials. Beep. This floor notice. Survivors participating in the deadly game are required to play this game. During the deadly game, survivors are prohibited from killing each other through means outside the game. Hidden mechanic, failed survivors who commit suicide before death can gain a chance to rejoin the game. Each player has 3 attempts. Death game? Isn't this similar to the hide-and-seek floor from last time? Lin Feng pondered suspiciously, but now he had gained one crucial piece of information. The next floor would undoubtedly have numerous survivors. Thinking this, wouldn't he be about to strike it rich again? Perhaps even upgrade the elevator straight to level 6 in one go. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. Soon the elevator's announcement sounded. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped out when it came to a stop. No sooner had he entered the floor than the elevator's announcement echoed from above again. Welcome to Deadly Pool. Each ball represents a part of your body. Sink a ball, and you will lose that body part. The winner is whoever pockets the black ball last. After the game ends, the winner will not lose any organs that were pocketed, while the loser will forfeit all organs that were successfully pocketed. Game begins. As the broadcast announcement faded, Lin Feng found himself facing a visibly nervous young girl. Hello, shall we begin the game then? Hello, brother, I am not very good at this. Lin Feng stared at the nervous girl before him, his guard still raised. He was convinced it was all an act. The system had warned beforehand, those who can access the game floors are those capable of surviving all the death games within. Lin Feng had once participated in the city's billiards club and was ranked 2nd in the club, which could be considered quite impressive. The girl before me is definitely not as simple as she appears on the surface. I'll start with the break to test her skills. Ladies first, why don't you take the break shot? Lin Feng smiled faintly and took a step back. The billiard balls were already racked, but instead of numbers, each one bore images of human anatomy, eyes, nose, heart, kidneys, stomach, brain, and so on. Big brother, why don't you take the first shot? I'm afraid I won't do it well, my strength is a bit weak. Alright, my name is Qingqing, what's yours? Hee, I'm Gu Chen. You should take the first shot, there's an advantage in opening the game. Lin Feng gave a fake name, then pretended to be smitten by Qingqing as he spoke. He even slowly inched forward, but when he tried to reach out and touch her face, Qingqing swiftly dodged away. Alright, I'll serve then. Qingqing rolled up her sleeves, revealing a section of jade white forearm, and Lin Feng naturally played along with her act. She's doing this just to tease me, huh? As expected, Qingqing was stealing glances at me from the corner of her eye. With a smug smile in her heart, another man had fallen for this young lady's beauty. Brother, stop staring at me, it's making me nervous. Alright, I won't look anymore. You take the first shot then. Lin Feng smirked inwardly as he fiddled with his cue. Having watched in Xingqing's grip earlier, he could tell she'd played before, though likely quite poorly, otherwise she wouldn't be putting on this innocent act. Lin Feng had once worked part-time as a pool instructor at a billiards club, so he instantly saw through in Xingqing's pretense. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as two balls landed in the pocket, Lin Feng's eye and her ear. Ah, I'm sorry, Brother Guchen. I didn't mean to. I wouldn't have used so much force if I'd known, I just worried the shot wouldn't disperse, so I put a little extra strength into it. I'm sorry, so sorry. And Xingqing gazed at Lin Feng with tear-filled eyes, her face a picture of remorse. One had to admit, the performance was truly impeccable. It's alright, the starting goals are all random anyway, no need to blame yourself. Whatever, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Alright, big brother. And Xingqing bent down again to take a closer look. None of these ball positions were playable for her. So with a casual shot, unsurprisingly not a single ball went in, but the sharp-eyed Lin Feng immediately realized in Xingqing was setting up a corner pocket shot. After a few more rounds, and Xingqing's balls would likely all be in favorable positions, and by then, even if he wanted to win, he wouldn't be able to. Chapter 26, Death Game 2. Then it was Lin Feng's turn to strike. Just as he bent down to take his shot, and Xingqing suddenly spoke up. Brother, could you let me win this time? I can. The delicate fragrance of a young girl lingered by Lin Feng's nostrils. But this is a life or death game, surely no one would actually prioritize fun over survival, right? Don't worry, big brother will definitely go easy on you. I couldn't bear to let such an adorable little sister die in a place like this. Remember to live on for me. Lin Feng gazed at Xingqing with an affectionate expression and unconsciously reached out to stroke her delicate face. Lin Feng decided it was time to drop the act. He was bored and wanted to wrap things up quickly. That said, there was no denying in Xingqing's striking beauty. She must have honed her seductive tactics to perfection through frequent use. Noticing Lin Feng's reaction, and Xingqing grew even more smug. So he's just an inexperienced virgin who's never been around women before. Falling for my bait so hard you'd even risk your life. Ha ha ha. Brother Guchen, please don't do this. Let's just play normally, don't go easy on me. I don't know if you'll believe this, but it was love at first sight. Today, one of us might die, and I hope it's me, not you. After Xingqing delivered her psychological manipulation, she landed the finishing blow, planting a light peck on Lin Feng's cheek. Between that whole spiel just now and this butterfly kiss, there's hardly a man alive who could resist. But as a top-tier straight man, Lin Feng felt nothing but disgust in his heart. Damn, does this chick have some contagious disease? Won't I catch something from her kissing me like that? Lin Feng flashed an incomprehensible smile at Xingqing before intently aiming again. Thud! 2 balls with 1 stroke. They were in Xingqing's heart and lungs. Seeing this scene, and Xingqing was furious inside but maintained a pleased expression on the surface. Yay! Big brother scored! Lin Feng watched Xingqing still pretending and sneered inwardly. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. Lin Feng proceeded to continue hitting the ball. Goal, this time, right between the eyes. At this point, Xingqing's expression had clearly darkened, celebrating Lin Feng's goal while complaining about the heat and taking off her jacket outright. She was wearing a loose-fitting tank top underneath, gotta say, she's really well endowed. Go for it, big bro. Bang! Another shot, but this time it didn't go in. It wasn't Lin Feng's intention, this was an easy ball, just a straight shot, but he hadn't played in a long time, so he messed it up. But it wasn't a big problem. And Xingqing watched as Lin Feng missed even such an easy shot and put on an exasperated expression. Brother, please don't go easy on me. Xingqing can't bear to see you die here. And Xingqing spoke while tugging at the shoulder strap she had deliberately let slip. Her whole sequence of moves was executed with undeniable proficiency. Then she bent over the pool table with her buttocks raised, as if offering herself to the table like some asterisk sacrificial offering. Lin Feng sat calmly on the side, taking a sip of water. The water on the table was provided by the floor, it should be safe to drink. He had just calculated earlier and Xingqing should be able to sink 2 balls, and each person had 7 balls in total, or 8 including the black 8. That's why Lin Feng wasn't worried at all right now. To Lin Feng's surprise, and Xingqing didn't even sink the first ball, this definitely wasn't an act. Probably just a mistake. When Lin Feng went over to look, he realized Xingqing had been trying to greedily sink 2 balls with 1 shot but messed up, ending up missing both. This absolutely killed him with laughter. Even when given the chance, she couldn't capitalize on it. With a dejected expression, and Xingqing prepared to continue disrupting Lin Feng's shots. This time, her disappointment was real. Damn it, she'd actually messed up. But at least she'd already managed to confuse him. Just selling a bit of attractiveness and he's already obsessed, what a pathetic loser. And Xingqing sneered inwardly while watching Lin Feng shower her with yet another flood of perks. Bang! Lin Feng suppressed his emotions and took another shot, another successful goal. and Xingqing had been teasing him with subtle yet deliberate provocations all along. Honestly, any man would find it unbearable, especially considering Xingqing's figure and looks were undeniably at the campus belle level. So it's perfectly normal for Lin Feng to feel a bit restless. What a fox spirit! Lin Feng inwardly sighed. If the setting hadn't been inappropriate, he might have taught Xingqing firsthand what it means to play with fire. Bang! Another goal scored. Lin Feng had made 5 shots now, just 3 more to go. Glancing at Xingqing, he noticed her expression had darkened. When Xingqing caught Lin Feng looking at her, she hurriedly cheered, "Go big brother, you can do it." Then as Lin Feng crouched down, she slowly inched closer. Yes, she was preparing to play dirty. And naturally, Lin Feng had already noticed her sneaky movements. Anticipating that Xingqing would accidentally bump into him during his swing, Lin Feng deliberately adjusted his angle. Just as he took his shot, Xingqing suddenly let out an oops, and crashed into Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body jerked forward, instantly sending the white ball flying with tremendous force. "I'm sorry, brother, I tripped by accident, I'm so sorry," Xingqing said with a look of panic, while secretly glancing at the pool table with the corner of her eye. Bang bang bang! The cue ball struck several other balls in succession, and Xingqing's eyes gradually widened as one of the balls representing her wobbled precariously toward the pocket. "Don't go in, don't go in, don't go in." And Xingqing prayed incessantly in her heart, but prayers proved futile. The ball representing the duodenum finally rolled in. Thud! And Xingqing's heart turned cold. Only 2 balls remained now. Lin Feng glanced at the final organ and the black 8's position, immediately feeling victory within his grasp. "I'm not planning to play with Xingqing anymore, let's just wrap up this game and start the next one." "Big brother, am I going to die?" And Xingqing murmured weakly. She had expected his response to be something like "You won't die," or "I surrender." To Lin Feng's surprise, he actually nodded at her. "Right, you're about to die." "Brother, why you're joking, right? Didn't you say you didn't want me to die?" Lin Feng said with an innocent expression. But, and Xingqing immediately became incoherent. Could this guy really not tell she was speaking sarcastically? "Brother Guchen, I am only 18, I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die in this place. Can you let me go? I've never even had a boyfriend." And Xingqing actually took off her tank top outright, stripping away her last line of defense as she moved closer to Lin Feng. Chapter 27, Deadly Game Part 3. "No, don't. Please, I'm begging you, don't kill me." And Xingqing took off all her clothes and pleaded. Meanwhile, she concealed a razor blade between her fingers. None who survived this long in the game were simpletons. Everyone had their own life-saving tricks. Pretending to beg, and Xingqing slowly inched closer to Lin Feng, the blade expertly hidden in the gaps of her fingers. "Die!" And Xingqing roared in her heart, then directly slashed toward Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng, possessing basic combat skills, instinctively reacted and effortlessly pinned Xingqing onto the pool table. "Think you can kill me?" Lin Feng chuckled. At this moment, a masked figure approached. The masked man immediately grabbed Xingqing and tied her to a pool table. Survivor Xingqing attempted to violate the rules and will be penalized with 2 restricted shots. Survivor Lin Feng is awarded 2 free shots. Lin Feng? And Xingqing stared at Lin Feng, her heart trembling with shock. Had this man been deceiving her from the very beginning? And here she thought she had hidden everything so well. With only 2 free balls remaining, she was down to her last 2 chances. Though Xingqing wanted to say something, her mouth was already stuffed full, leaving her only able to let out muffled sounds. Bang! Lin Feng casually adjusted the white ball, then effortlessly sunk it. Now only the black 8 remained, and it was practically sitting in the pocket. The kind even a beginner could pot. Lin Feng certainly wouldn't dawdle either, sinking the final ball. With Xingqing's despairing scream, the previously embedded tissue fragments began detaching from her body. After floating mid-air, they abruptly exploded. Moments later, only Xingqing's empty skin remained, submerged in a pool of blood. "That's gruesome." Lin Feng wrinkled his nose in disgust before walking toward a large door. Written on the door were the words, "Passage to the next death game." Pushing the door open, he found an old man already waiting for him inside. Moving so fast? This person must be extraordinary. Lin Feng didn't underestimate the other party just because he was a white-haired old man. As the saying goes, anyone who can reach this floor must be remarkable. "Young man, greetings. My name is Bai Sheng." "Hello, my name is Gu Chen." Lin Feng extended his hand and shook Bai Sheng's hand. The two were officially acquainted. Of course, if the other hadn't spoken first, Lin Feng truly had no intention of conversing with these competitors of his. After all, one of them would have to die soon. What was the point of talking so much? Lin Feng had no idea what this game was about either. The entire floor only had a single table placed on it. But the next moment, the elevator's broadcast system crackled to life. "Assemble the gun and shoot the person in front of you. The survivor will be the winner." Immediately afterward, 2 piles of gun parts suddenly appeared on the table. Lin Feng and the old man exchanged a glance before rushing over to start sorting through the parts. "Game start." "Damn, these are gun parts. With his expertise in firearms, Lin Feng immediately recognized that these parts didn't belong to just one gun. There were enough components here for at least a dozen different weapons. But this didn't stump him. After all, in the eyes of Lin Feng, who mastered firearms proficiency, these components might as well have already been labeled with his name. Lin Feng could instantly discern each part's purpose. At a glance he knew which were useful and which were worthless. That old man was clearly no ordinary fellow either. Though he appeared to be over 60, his hands moved with surprising agility, continuously matching components as he assembled the rough foundations of 3 pistols. Young man, when it comes to handling guns, you're still too green. The old man smiled at the motionless Lin Feng, understanding his hesitation was natural. After all, even he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer pile of components. TSK, every single part you assembled is wrong. These are all wrong, Lin Feng said calmly. He wasn't lying. Every prototype of the 3 guns the old man was currently assembling contained fundamental errors. In the end, you'll just find out you're missing a part and can't fire the gun or something. Lin Feng swiftly began operating as well. Amid the pile of parts, he accurately fished out the matching components. Since all the necessary pieces had already been gathered earlier, what remained was straightforward assembly. Lin Feng glanced at the old man's progress before swiftly assembling his own. The old man didn't respond to Lin Feng's previous remarks, believing them to be mere distractions. 1 minute later, Lin Feng completed assembling the pistol and loaded its solitary bullet. Feeling the cold metal pressed against his forehead, the old man set down his half-finished work. Ha ha ha, go ahead and shoot. This old man has actually lost. Ha 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 ha. Bang! Lin Feng naturally wouldn't waste words. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Lin Feng couldn't care less about the old man's identity. For him, the most important thing was staying alive and finding a way back to Blue Star. After the old man's death, another door appeared before Lin Feng. Please proceed to the next game. Upon pushing the door open, the room was empty except for 4 chairs. Lin Feng casually took a seat and began waiting in silence. After more than 10 minutes, a woman in a short skirt appeared, but the elevator's broadcast remained silent, meaning the game hadn't started yet. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a burly man covered in blood walked towards them. Next came a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, followed finally by a young man with muscles all over his body. The game begins. It's called Musical Chairs, and only one survivor will remain. After the announcement sounded, Lin Feng couldn't control himself and stood up. Please form a circle around the chairs. Everyone complied immediately. They'd all played musical chairs before. Each round eliminates one person until only a single winner remains. That meant out of these 5 players, only one would survive. The muscular man and the burly guy weren't worried at all. With their brute strength, they could easily seize a chair by force if needed. Game begins. Beep, 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 beep. The knocking sounds grew faster and faster. Suddenly, the knocking sounds from the broadcast abruptly stopped. Those who knew the game rules well immediately scrambled to secure their spots. Li Tian has been eliminated. The middle-aged man with a pot belly looked around in terror. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I haven't found my wife and child yet. Please don't kill me. Bang! The pot-bellied middle-aged man exploded on the spot. Hey, if it's gonna be this bloody next time, could you at least give us a heads up? Lin Feng shouted as he wiped the intestines splattered on his face, realizing his clothes were completely ruined. Blurg! The beauty in a short skirt instantly vomited at the sight of a heart dangling from her leg. Though the burly man and the muscular guy looked pale, they managed not to vomit. Chapter 28, The Death Game Ends. Just as everyone looked sickened, an invisible force pushed them apart and one of the 4 chairs abruptly vanished. Game continues. Beep, 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 beep. The sound stopped again. The brawny man took the seat first, followed by Lin Feng, while the burly man shoved the woman aside and sat directly on the chair. No, please no. I'm begging you, please just let me live. The woman, seeing she hadn't secured a seat, screamed in mental collapse, her eyes even bloodshot, looking utterly terrifying. Let you live? So I die? Fucking moron. The burly man spat and hurled insults. Tang Miao eliminated. Ugh. The woman suddenly covered her mouth, and blood continuously gushed out from between her fingers. Ugh. No, no, I don't want to die. The woman kept picking up her own spilled entrails and putting them back into her mouth, as if doing so would make her immortal. Yet, mere seconds later, the woman still died. Her death could only be described as gruesome, having endured agonizing torment for those fleeting moments. At least that middle-aged man from earlier died instantly, no pain, no struggle. The woman was vomiting blood and internal organs, writhing in apparent agony. The process repeated just like before. An invisible force shoved the trio apart, leaving only 2 chairs where 3 had stood. Game continues. Beep, 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 beep. The trio's hearts pounded with tension, the silent floor echoing only with the beeps from the broadcast and their own frantic heartbeats. Though Lin Feng possessed basic combat skills and extraordinary reflexes, bad luck could still thwart him. This game tested not just reaction speed and strength, but also sheer chance. No matter how quick his reflexes were, stopping at the wrong spot rendered them useless. The knocking ceased. Lin Feng swiftly took his seat with quick reflexes. The muscular man was no match for the burly guy, who directly shoved him aside. All those well-defined muscles turned out to be purely for show. Now it was the muscular man's turn to panic. To hell with it, who's scared? If you've got what it takes, make my death quick. Lin Jiahuan eliminated. Ha ha ha, kill me then. This damned place. Death would be a release. The brawny man vented loudly for a few moments before suddenly freezing in place. His eyes widened like brass bells, as if something terrifying stood before him. Ah! With a scream, the muscular man collapsed stiffly to the floor. His eyes remained wide open. It was clear he had seen something that frightened him to death. Nowadays, every death seems more agonizing than the last. The burly man suddenly envied the middle-aged man who died first. His death had been relatively painless. The two were shoved aside again, leaving only one chair remaining. Game continues. The burly man glanced at Lin Feng and noticed Lin Feng was also looking at him. The knocking sound rang out again. Beep, 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 beep. The two kept observing each other, their footsteps growing quicker and quicker. Yet the announcement seemed stuck like a scratched record, the knocking sounds persisting for a full 5 minutes without pause. Their hearts raced up and down, utterly tormented by the relentless knocking. Even their breathing began syncopating with the increasingly rapid hammering rhythm. Seeing the cold sweat on the burly man's forehead, Lin Feng inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The man was already this tense, this game was his to win. Though Lin Feng was nervous too, the burly man was clearly terrified out of his wits. Suddenly, the knocking finally stopped. Perhaps too overwhelmed by tension, the burly man froze for a fraction of a second. Because of those split seconds, Lin Feng directly snatched the chair away from him. The burly man now knew death was inevitable and only hoped for a quick end, just one clean strike. A sudden demise would be the best outcome. Li Long eliminated. The burly man collapsed to the ground upon hearing the sound, silently awaiting death's arrival. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Long looked down at his abdomen and realized he could no longer feel his ribs when he touched it. He stared blankly at Lin Feng before collapsing to the floor. In that fleeting moment, every organ and bone inside Li Long's body had been completely shattered. Although the final moments were painful for a few seconds, it was still better than the previous two. Final winner of the death game, Lin Feng. Issuing rewards. Rewards, 20 gold coins, 500 kilograms of iron. Game over. After the elevator announcement ended, everything on the floor vanished, leaving only 7 elevators behind. One of them belonged to Lin Feng, while the remaining 6 belonged to those who had lost to him. Only 10 minutes remained before the elevator doors closed. Lin Feng decisively used an extension card and immediately began scavenging for useful items in several elevators. The first priority is naturally the supplies needed for upgrades. 6 elevators, with supplies that seem plentiful but are actually quite messy. After organizing them, you'll realize there aren't really that many. These people haven't reached level 4 yet, so the material stacking area hasn't appeared. If there had been a material storage area, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to obtain upgrade materials so extravagantly through this method. After transporting all the materials to his elevator's storage area using the leather backpack, Lin Feng then carefully searched each elevator one by one. With the overtime card in hand, what's the rush? Finally, after gathering all the useful items from the 6 elevators, Lin Feng quickly summarized his haul. 8 clean clothes, 3 very sharp knives, 4 bows, a spear, 5 loaves of bread, 18 bottles of water, 10 cans of beef, and some rags. Apart from these, the rest of the stuff was pretty much useless. Truth be told, the bows and spear were no use to him either. After all, he only played with guns and crossbows now. But these should be good for trading purposes. What you consider worthless might be treasures in others' eyes. Out of the 6 people's combined belongings, only these few items were actually useful to him. Not surprising, really, it's hard to store much under these conditions. When Lin Feng returned to the elevator and saw the little velociraptor curled up in the corner, his heart skipped a beat. Damn, it's so cold, might freeze to death here? Lin Feng quickly turned on the induction cooker, then reached out to stroke the baby raptor. Roar! Turns out it was just asleep. Seeing the lively little raptor, Lin Feng finally relaxed. Chapter 29, Unexpected Meeting with an Old Friend. After confirming the baby raptor was unharmed, Lin Feng tapped the screen a few times to check the upgrade progress and found it was now upgradable. Lin Feng proceeded to directly upgrade the elevator. Soon, the elevator began shaking violently, more intensely than during all previous upgrades. New items appeared on the screen following the elevator upgrade. Elevator upgrade complete. New additions, comfortable bed, simple fireplace, expanded area by 20 square meters. To put it plainly, the comfortable bed was just a wooden frame, not much different from Lin Feng's previous one. But at least it was a proper bed, finally giving him a decent place to sleep. The fireplace was designed with a separate vent instead of sharing the ventilation shaft. Now I won't need to use the induction stove for heating anymore. It seems the master of this elevator world isn't hellbent on exterminating humanity after all. Although the temperature had dropped, the appearance of a fireplace provided a glimmer of hope. As long as they persisted, survival was still within reach. Lin Feng chopped the wood into small pieces and placed them in the fireplace. After finding some paper to ignite it, he finally managed to light the fireplace. The temperature inside the elevator quickly began to rise. Wait a minute, system, why didn't I receive any rewards for this upgrade? Ding, upgrade task completed. Reward granted, 1 opportunity to upgrade the extra-large leather backpack. Automatically used, extra-large leather backpack capacity increased by 3 slots. Alright then. Lin Feng nodded. He then began preparing the day's meal. With temperatures this low, eating cold canned food wasn't ideal. Fortunately, with the fireplace here, he could heat up the beef canned food. The little raptor's food was 3 large turtles. They all spawned from an infinite water pool. The first time the little raptor tried eating a turtle, it stubbornly gnawed directly on the shell. It nearly shattered its teeth from the attempt. In the end, it was Lin Feng who solved the problem by cleaving the turtle open with a machete to extract the meat. Just 3 measly turtles were nowhere near enough to satisfy the little raptor. Lin Feng had no choice but to rummage through his leather backpack again for some dinosaur meat to feed the raptor. The prehistoric meat they'd brought had nearly been devoured by the little raptor during this period. But there were still 2 sheep's worth of meat left, along with some berries and assorted provisions, plus the infinite water pool. Even if we can't obtain food for now, we can hold on for a while longer. After eating and drinking its fill, the little raptor ran to a corner with the turtle shell in its mouth to grind its teeth. Who would have thought this turtle shell could serve such a purpose? It's truly an unexpected bonus. After several hours of daily training, Lin Feng went to rest. I slept until evening before getting up. After waking up, Lin Feng first washed up briefly using water from the sink, then sat in front of the screen while eating berries and scrolling through messages. At this time, most people had already woken up. The chat room messages were nothing more than buying and selling information, daily bragging, and mutual disdain. New Royal Club is now open where serendipitous encounters await. For just a certain price, experience a sensation like soaring through clouds. We offer a diverse selection of beauties for your choosing: lolitas, mature ladies, playful girls, sophisticated women. At New Royal Club, you'll feel right at home. Holy smokes, even this place has ads now. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Upon closer inspection, he realized the post was sent by someone named Chinan. Chinan? Holy shit, isn't this my beloved son? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Though it might just be someone with the same name, he remembered that sneering face all too clearly. Chinan and Lin Feng attended the same school, and like Lin Feng, he also found dormitory life unendurable. So the two of them ended up renting an apartment together. Due to Lin Feng's family circumstances, Chinan had always taken extra care of him, even covering the utility bills when renting the apartment together. Over time, the two grew exceptionally close. After spending so much time together, Chinan and Lin Feng started calling each other father as a joke. Sometimes one played the role, sometimes the other. Never expected this guy to get dragged into this world too. The elevator had actually reached level 4, Chinan's luck seemed pretty good. But what the hell was with this freaking ad? To figure out what the hell Chinan was up to, Lin Feng immediately opened a private chat. Lin Feng, son, how the hell did you end up here too? Chinan, who had been spamming ads, initially thought it was a potential customer when he saw the message pop up. He eagerly tapped to reply only to freeze after reading the content. Holy shit, isn't this that brat Lin Feng? Chinan, holy shit, why are you here? Lin Feng, it's all because of you. If you hadn't forgotten to set the morning alarm, we wouldn't have been late and ended up in this damned world. Chinan, fuck off, how is this my fault? Lin Feng, by the way, I gotta ask about that advertisement you posted. What's up with that? You switching careers to pimping now? Chinan, what the hell do you mean big shot? I'm just hired help myself. I was spamming the chat room a few days ago, didn't you see it? Lin Feng, I don't really pay attention to the chat room. Chinan, no worries, let me fill you in. It's kinda like being a paid troll. He gives me food, and I help post ads. Word is this new Royal Club specializes in mobile services and keeps several hostesses on rotation. Chinan, gotta admit, the guy's got business smarts. I managed to scrape by for a while by trading ad spam for his food when times were tough. Lin Feng, I see, so how much food did he give you? Chinan, a loaf of black bread, spam him for 7 days. Lin Feng, holy shit, are you an indentured laborer? This low? Chinan, what else could I do? I had terrible luck earlier and couldn't find any food. Had to resort to this just to avoid starving. But the good news is, I've got plenty to eat and drink now. In a few more days, I won't need to spam him anymore. Damn this stupid chat room with its real name system, so embarrassing. Sheenan, by the way, kid, are you hungry? Call me dad and I'll give you something to eat. How about that? Lin Feng, dumbass, as if you deserve it. Sheenan, ha ha, I never thought we'd meet again in this world. I was starting to think I'd grow old all alone. Lin Feng, you idiot. By the way, where's that little girlfriend of yours? Didn't she come to this world? Sheenan, Xiaoran, sigh. So far nothing's been found. I actually hope she never comes to this world. Better yet, I hope she forgets me and finds a good man who'll treat her right. Sheenan's affectionate nice guy demeanor made Lin Feng utterly speechless. The guy was a bona fide playboy, constantly surrounded by women, with no girlfriend lasting more than 3 months on average. Hearing him spout such words truly left Lin Feng at a loss for words. Chapter 30 Returning to the forest floor once more. Lin Feng, alright, I get it, you're a real romantic, okay? Sheenan, hee, alright, I'm off to keep spamming ads. If we bump into each other again, you're definitely calling me daddy. Lin Feng, get lost. Sheenan, wait, how the hell is your elevator already level 6? Lin Feng, call me daddy and I'll tell you how I did it. Sheenan, daddy. Lin Feng, where the hell is your sense of decency? Sheenan, who was talking just now? Seeing Sheenan like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He then directly told Sheenan about the upgrade materials required for both level 5 and level 6 elevators, as well as the new features the elevator would gain after upgrading. As for how to upgrade, Lin Feng only typed 4 words, kill and loot. Lin Feng had originally wanted to offer Sheenan some weapon support, but the guy stubbornly refused, insisting he already had a gun. Faced with such blatant bragging, Lin Feng had no choice but to take his word for it. Turning his gaze away from the chat room, Lin Feng smiled. He didn't have many close friends, but Sheenan was one, perhaps the only one. Reuniting with a good buddy like this didn't seem too bad after all. In another elevator, Sheenan wiped his Glock pistol and chuckled to himself. Stupid dog Lin Feng, you probably don't know who your daddy really is. We must survive. Lin Feng chuckled a few times as he watched Sheenan spamming the chat room with aggressive small ads. Ha, this guy is still as shameless as ever. I really hope to meet him soon. Of course, Lin Feng wishes to encounter Sheenan on a peaceful floor. He has no desire to meet him in some deadly game. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng ate some food and began working out. The definition of his muscles had become extremely pronounced by now, and he had already developed 8-pack abs, just one more to achieve the legendary 9 returning to 1. Thanks to the body-enhancing elixir he had taken, every workout yielded twice the result with half the effort, which was why he had achieved such remarkable progress in such a short time. Beep, upgrade mission triggered. Please elevate the elevator to level 7. Reward, expert level wilderness survival skills for the host. Beep, the floor the host is about to enter is a cannibal camp, containing 25 cannibals, 1 cannibal chieftain. Inside the camp, there is a golden treasure chest which, when opened, will yield 5 gold coins, 1 universal antidote pill, 1 rhinoceros hornbow, and 20 arrows. Beep, elimination mission triggered. Reward, 1 gold coin for each cannibal killed. 25 cannibals? Lin Feng remained completely calm, immediately switching to the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle he had obtained from the zombie dog floor. No matter how many wildmen there are, 1 magazine would wipe them all out. If that's not enough, there's always the underbarrel grenade launcher. Let them enjoy some fireworks. This floor rewards a decent amount of gold coins. By the time this floor ends, there should be enough to upgrade the elevator to level 7. At this point, Lin Feng still needs the following to upgrade to a level 7 elevator: 80 kilograms of wood, 20 kilograms of iron, 30 gold coins, and 100 kilograms of copper. The gold obtained from robbing the bank last time hasn't been exhausted yet, but unfortunately, this gold can't be minted into gold coins. Lin Feng remembers seeing someone in the chat room mention that these gold coins aren't pure, they contain some other impurities, probably to prevent people from counterfeiting the coins. Soon, the elevator announcement sounded, and Lin Feng took a moment to double-check his equipment. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. Moments later, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Feng stepped inside, gun at the ready. Before him stood a cluster of simple houses built from wood and dried grass. This must be the dwelling of the cannibal tribe. But what about the cannibals? Lin Feng glanced at the grass hut closest to him, but there was no trace of any savages inside. The other grass huts were the same. Yet the system wouldn't lie to him. Just as Lin Feng was feeling puzzled, several savages wielding wooden clubs crawled out from a hidden underground hole. Roar! The dark-skinned savages let out a roar and charged at Lin Feng the moment they spotted him. Having waited for the savages for a long time, Lin Feng showed no mercy, effortlessly raising his gun and firing in one fluid motion. A few precise bursts were all it took to eliminate every savage that had crawled out. Since the gun lacked a silencer, even the savages outside the camp were drawn in by the gunfire. At the same time, more and more savages crawled out from the underground cave entrance. On the other side, Wang Lei, who was controlling his game character, also heard the gunshots. Ever since he discovered Lin Feng, the Easter egg in the game, during his last session, his livestream viewership had skyrocketed. After all, in his world, Forest was the #1 VR game on the global leaderboard. Although Wang Lei didn't know how he triggered the Easter egg, he had enough wits about him to keep stalling and bluffing, managing to maintain his popularity. The game company seized the opportunity to add Lin Feng's character model into the game, setting him as a rescue team member searching for survivors. Choosing to follow him would unlock an achievement. It has to be said, the game company pulled off quite the stylish move here, causing the game's popularity to surge once again. At the same time, the game company rewarded Wang Lei with a deluxe edition gaming pod. Wang Lei was currently broadcasting live from his gaming pod. Riding the wave of popularity from Easter eggs, he kept pulling crazy stunts in the game. Combined with his naturally goofy personality, his fanbase had grown from tens of thousands to over 1 million. Brothers, hear that? Gunshots again, sounds like they're coming from the savage camp. Let's go check it out. Could it be the rescue team again? As he spoke, Wang Lei controlled his game character and sprinted toward the savage camp. Lei Ji, if there's an NPC, try killing him, haha. No problem, maybe killing the NPC will unlock new achievements, like cutting off escape routes. You guys are wasting your talents not being game designers. Streamer, they have guns, better sit this one out. What's the big deal about guns? Beyond 7 paces, guns are faster. Within 7 paces, blades rule. Streamer, go for it. Might as well grab a gun while you're at it. You're wrong. Beyond 7 paces, guns are faster. Within 7 paces, guns are both fast and accurate, no aiming needed. Plus, remember when someone tried to take out a rescue team member before? Their gun didn't even drop. I actually really hope they could add a relationship system where you build affinity with this NPC. Once the affinity gets high enough, they'll listen to whatever you say and follow your orders. Oh, in that case, I'd love it if there was a female NPC. What are you trying to do? The barrage chat erupted in amusement, and Wang Lei felt quite excited too. Deep down, he knew the Easter egg announced by the game company wasn't the same as the one he encountered last time. Chapter 31 Communication Between Different Worlds. After the last broadcast, Wang Lei had given it careful thought and concluded that the person regarded as an Easter egg by the public was anything but ordinary. His eyes weren't vacant like other game characters, but brimming with intelligence instead. This was something even current gaming technology couldn't replicate. So he had a bold speculation in his mind, could this so-called Easter egg character actually be a human trapped in the game? Wu Lei, who had sprinted all the way to the savage camp, was crouching stealthily in the grass as usual, observing the scene. Brothers, let's take a vote, should we go out now or wait for this NPC to finish killing the savages first? Streamer, just vote on whether we should kill this NPC, I suggest we do it, his gear is seriously too good. Want to play a game moving up and down the floors? That official Easter egg rescue squad member won't drop any weapons even if you kill him. This is supposed to be the most realistic game? Absolute garbage. In no time, the barrage of comments in the live stream transformed into a completely different scene, with all sorts of hierarchies of contempt emerging endlessly. Wang Lei sighed as he watched the barrage of comments erupt into another argument, left with no choice but to contact the moderators again to kick out the instigators. As for killing this so-called NPC, Wang Lei couldn't bring himself to do it. He had a gut feeling that this wasn't really an NPC at all. Last time they met, it seemed like this NPC actually wanted to talk to him. Unfortunately, Wang Lei had been playing on PC at the time, which didn't have voice chat capability. The VR pods did have voice functions, but they were practically useless after all. The savage NPCs in the game were just programmed scripts that couldn't understand anything you mumbled. Within moments, under Lin Feng's precise marksmanship, every savage in the entire tribal camp had been eliminated. While taking down the savages, Lin Feng deliberately counted and discovered there were actually more than the 25 the system had indicated. Perhaps additional savages had been drawn in by the gunfire? The wild chieftain Lin Feng had encountered wore a necklace strung with human bones, wielded a weapon made from a human skull, and bizarrely possessed 3 legs and 4 arms. To be blunt, the bastard was ridiculously tough. It took Lin Feng emptying nearly half a dozen rounds into him before he finally dropped dead. Unfortunately, the brute carried nothing of value. The only worthwhile loot in the entire savage tribe was likely that golden treasure chest. As warned in the broadcast, the difficulty of the floors had spiked dramatically. Without his assault rifle, Lin Feng wouldn't have stood a chance, let alone other survivors armed only with bows or melee weapons. Getting surrounded by those savages meant certain death. Might as well find that chest first, he muttered. Lin Feng glanced at the time remaining before the elevator closed and saw he still had a chance. He immediately began searching earnestly for the golden chest, having failed to find one in any of the previous thatched huts. Now there's only one place left, the hole from which the savage had crawled out. Staring at the narrow, damp tunnel entrance, Lin Feng felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Are you really going down? Damn, this is giving me claustrophobia. Right then, urged on by his live stream audience, Wang Lei slowly emerged from the bushes. To avoid getting instantly shredded by this NPC, Wang Lei decided to greet it first. This streamer's an idiot, why even bother greeting it? It's just an NPC. Probably devs made this one friendly, wouldn't attack you no matter what you do. That makes sense, but the streamer might be completely immersed in the virtual reality scenario. To be honest, sometimes when I play VR games, I also treat NPCs like real people. Treating them as real people is so relatable. It's like when I play Morality and Law 10 in the GamePod, I even feel bad about killing characters. At this moment, Wang Lei wasn't paying attention to the chat comments. Instead, he was preparing to end the stream at any moment because he was about to ask some rather silly questions. He feared that by tomorrow, marketing accounts would paint him as a streamer who'd gone crazy from gaming. A streamer who can't tell if it's the virtual world or reality. Hey guys, I just got a notice that there'll be a power outage in about 5 minutes. If I suddenly go offline later, don't ask why. I'll restart the stream when the power comes back. Power outage? Bullshit. Bro, are you just trying to slack off? I don't believe there'll be power outages in this day and age. The streamer's definitely looking for an excuse to take the day off. I'm sending a rocket, don't let the power go out. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng watched the approaching player with confusion. What the hell is this guy doing coming over here instead of playing his own game properly? Wait, could he have mistaken me for an NPC in the game? Given players' typical behavior, that's highly possible. Hello, Wang Lei cautiously muttered under his breath. Hello. Holy shit, the streamer's actually interacting with the NPC. Could this be official test content? Maybe players using gaming pods will be able to chat with NPCs through in-game voice functions in the future. That makes sense. Since the game pod has a voice function, it must serve a purpose. Streamer, keep talking to it and see what you can find out. Crack. The streamer has ended the broadcast. Hit follow to never get lost. The abrupt end of the stream sparked even fiercer discussions among the live chat audience. Though Wang Lei had excused it by claiming an upcoming power outage, this explanation felt utterly unconvincing in today's technologically advanced era where blackouts are practically unheard of. No one believed that excuse. Instead, they speculated that the streamer had accessed beta features of the game and was contacted by the developers to go offline. But none of this mattered to Wang Lei anymore. He was now absolutely certain that the person before him wasn't an NPC from the game, but a living, breathing human. Because based on his knowledge, the developers of the Forest game hadn't implemented any interactive features with NPCs. The in-game chat function was designed solely for multiplayer connectivity. Hello, are you human? Wang Lei's question left Lin Feng utterly speechless. Am I really that different looking from a human? Or maybe this guy doesn't even consider himself an NPC. Obviously, I'm human. What I mean is, are you a human trapped in this game? Because this forest looks like a game to me. I probably wouldn't count as one of those humans trapped in this game. I'll be leaving this world in just an hour and a half. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Lei was so excited he could almost fly. Never did he imagine he'd actually encounter such a mysterious and fantastical situation. So what are you then? I suppose, I'm just a pitiful creature drifting between different worlds. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before answering. His current situation was indeed like this. Each day brought a different floor, and each floor was a different world. And now, in this game world of all places, he'd been discovered by another player. Soon, these two individuals from different worlds and civilizations began talking with each other. Chapter 32, Wang Lei, Deceased. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Lei, from Azure Planet, Dragon Nation. Wang Lei controlled his game character to extend a hand. Hello, I'm Lin Feng, from Blue Planet, Xiao Nation. Lin Feng smiled, then gripped his hand. So you're saying some mysterious energy transported you to another dimension, and now you have to scavenge for survival resources in different worlds every day? Exactly. Sigh, this world is actually useful to me. Oh, right, could you do me a favor? What favor? Just ask away. I'm just a game character after all, so I can do anything. Could you go check that hole over there and see if there's a golden treasure chest inside? If there is, please help me bring it out. Okay, I was just about to head down too. I've heard there's plenty of useful stuff in the underground caves near the Savage Camp, but there are too many of them around. I couldn't get in by myself. Thanks for helping out. Wang Lei spoke as he pulled out that all-purpose lighter. This lighter is seriously awesome. It lights up no matter what state it's in, and even has infinite fuel. It's simply too powerful. There seems to be water down here. Wait for me up there. I'll be right back. After saying this, Wang Lei jumped down. At this moment, his heart was overflowing with excitement. He had actually managed to communicate with humans from another world. If I were to reveal this information, those experts who spend all day researching the whereabouts of other civilizations in the universe would probably come and kidnap me immediately. So this must remain a secret, I can't speak of it, and I'll even need to be more cautious with my future live streams. The video of my conversation with Lin Feng before ending the stream has likely already been posted on short video platforms by now. I bet the officials will take this opportunity to create another Easter egg. Strangely enough, the developers didn't seem suspicious at all. They knew better than anyone whether they'd planted any Easter eggs in their own game. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Wang Lei finally reached the bottom of the cave. Sure enough, there was a small stream flowing below. As Wang Lei walked forward, he could still see some organ-like tissues hanging on the stone walls. I heard it's part of the savages' coming-of-age ceremony. Gotta say, it's truly bizarre, no wonder their population has always been scarce. A tribal camp only has about 30 or so of them. Wang Lei, who hadn't been walking through the underground cave for long, soon discovered a golden treasure chest. Yet, standing right beside the golden treasure chest was some bizarre creature with 4 legs and 4 arms. Roar! Holy shit, why is there a mutant savage here too? Wang Lei cursed loudly and immediately turned to run. All he had was a bow and a fire axe. How was he supposed to fight this mutated savage? I'll fucking shoot you dead. Wang Lei took out his bow and arrow as he spoke, letting loose an arrow with a whoosh. Meanwhile, on the surface, Lin Feng had no idea what was happening below. He was currently holding a chainsaw, cosplaying as bald-headed Chang. Just a few more trees to chop, toss them all into the storage area, and I'll be rolling in riches. Ha! Lin Feng held up the chainsaw, laughing wildly at the sky. Before him lay 2 large trees already severed at their waists. Next, he'd cut them into segments and soon stuff them into the material storage zone. Though the storage area only held upgrade materials, its space seemed limitless. No matter how much was crammed inside, there was never any lag, nor even a capacity indicator. Oh whoa! The little velociraptor had somehow slipped out of the elevator unnoticed. Eyeing the savage's corpse on the ground, it licked its chops but still let out a questioning chirp, seeking Lin Feng's permission first. Only after Lin Feng gave the okay did it dare to start eating. Go ahead, eat up. Howl. Damn, can this little dinosaur actually understand human speech? Could it be that because it's been with me since birth, listening to me talk, it gradually learned to understand? Lin Feng pondered and thought that must be the reason. The little velociraptor happily munched on the savage while Lin Feng worked hard chopping wood. Only Wang Lei in the underground cave was running for his life. Damn it, I'm out of health. After firing another arrow, Wang Lei glanced at his health bar. It was already depleted. With death imminent, he pulled out his only Molotov cocktail. Let's go down together. Wang Lei let out a loud shout, then stood his ground and hurled the Molotov cocktail at the mutated savage. Clap! A crisp sound rang out, and Wang Lei's composure shattered instantly. He had actually missed. The mutated savage promptly grabbed him and swatted him to death with a single claw. Soon, stark naked Wang Lei resurrected in his home. He hastily threw on some clean clothes, then grabbed a wooden spear. Damn it all, even if I have to grind you down bit by bit, I'll fucking kill you today. With a furious roar, Wang Lei charged straight toward the savage camp. Ugh, what the hell is with this damn heat? Suddenly, the low temperature in the elevator doesn't seem so bad after all. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. It wasn't particularly tiring, but the heat was truly unbearable. Roar! Suddenly, the tiny raptor dropped the meat from its mouth and let out a low growl toward the front. What's wrong? Lin Feng shouted at the strangely behaving little raptor. Arg! The little raptor turned its head and chirped a few times, then continued staring at the quiet thicket ahead. Fucking dumbass. I'm back, motherfucker. Wang Lei let out a shout before abruptly leaping out from the bushes. Roar! Wang Lei, deceased. Lin Feng stared blankly at Wang Lei, who had been instantly killed by the small velociraptor. Wasn't this guy supposed to be in the underground cave? Why did he appear from here instead? Could there be savages down in the cave? The small velociraptor, equally bewildered by the slowly fading corpse, screeched at Lin Feng a few times before unexpectedly darting behind him for cover. Ha ha ha, alright, don't attack this person when you see him next time, be good. Howl. Respawn point. Wang Lei woke up naked again. Damn, what the hell was that just now? Wang Lei only remembered hearing the roar of a beast before a dark shadow leaped onto him in the next instant, and then his health bar was instantly depleted. Could it be some new kind of monster? Wang Lei pondered for a moment and immediately felt it highly possible. Without further delay, he picked up the wooden spear again. As for clothes, there were none available for now. He could only set off wearing nothing but shorts. A new monster has appeared in the savage camp, and its lethality is so high. I hope that human from the other world isn't in danger. Wang Lei still felt a bit apprehensive in his heart. He could revive freely, but that person couldn't. At this thought, Wang Lei immediately quickened his pace. This time when approaching the savage camp, Wang Lei was much more cautious, moving forward cautiously with utmost care. Chapter 33, Rhinoceros Hornbow, Piercing Willows at 100 paces. Just as Wang Lei was carefully feeling his way forward, the grass suddenly rustled and moved. Roar! Holy shit! Wang Lei took several steps back in fright upon seeing the suddenly appearing velociraptor. Roar! Sorry about that, my pet mistook you for an enemy, Lin Feng said with an apologetic expression. No problem, no problem. After all, I can respawn. This dinosaur is your pet? Wang Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That's right, it's a velociraptor. See, can I touch it? Of course you can. Lin Feng nodded, whereupon Wang Lei controlled his game character to take a few steps forward and carefully placed a hand on the dinosaur's head. The little velociraptor no longer showed hostility toward him, so naturally it wouldn't bite him now. Though Wang Lei couldn't physically touch it in reality, he felt thrilled just seeing it in the game. He even took a screenshot of the moment. In their world, very little information about dinosaurs remained intact, and dinosaur fossils were exceptionally rare. Consequently, the appearance of most dinosaurs was entirely reconstructed through human imagination. Now that he's seen a real dinosaur, Wang Lei couldn't be more excited. He took several screenshots before finally stopping. I never thought I'd actually see dinosaurs here, ha ha ha. Oh right, there's a mutated savage down below. He's a tough one, but no big deal, I'll just die a few more times and trade one for one with him. With that, Wang Lei picked up the dropped equipment and charged toward the cave entrance again. Hey, hold on, take this with you. Lin Feng tossed the shotgun over to him. Yeah, with this baby, it shouldn't be a problem now. Wang Lei nodded at Lin Feng, then immediately jumped down. Wang Lei had initially been worried that he wouldn't be able to operate the shotgun properly. To his surprise, the game actually allowed gun usage, meaning the developers planned to introduce firearms in future updates, and had already implemented the basic gun handling functionality for characters. Heh, let's see who can defeat whom now. Wang Lei sneered inwardly as he took small, cautious steps toward the mutated savage. Roar! When Wang Lei entered the judgment range of the mutated savage, the creature immediately locked onto him. With a roar, it charged forward with arrogant strides. Thud! 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 Wang Lei fired 3 shots in succession, and the mutated savage collapsed to the ground. Pathetic, he scoffed. Wang Lei glanced at the mutant savage's abilities with disdain, then proceeded to extract some useful parts from its body. Like the teeth, for instance, they could be used to enhance a weapon's sharpness. As for the head, it could be taken back and displayed as a warning to deter other savages from approaching. Right, this must be the golden treasure chest, he murmured. Wang Lei stared at the golden treasure chest ahead before shoving it directly into his character's personal backpack. Damn right, that's how badass it is. He stuffed it straight into the backpack. Despite being over 10 kilograms of solid gold, the chest carried absolutely zero weight. Moments later, Wang Lei emerged from the cave. Bro, found it for you. As he spoke, Wang Lei directly tossed out the golden treasure chest from his inventory. He then returned the shotgun to Lin Feng. Thanks. Here, take this crossbow, I won't be needing it anymore. Damn, a crossbow. Holy shit, this is way better than a bow. You're really giving it to me? It's yours. Lin Feng smiled, then glanced at the elevator timer. There was still time. Might as well chop some more wood now. By the way, I was just about to chop down a few trees. Wanna join me? Chopping trees? Bro, are you really that short on wood? Not bad, but when it comes to this, more is always better for me. Damn, you should have said so earlier. How much can you chop right now? Just wait a sec. With that, Wang Lei trotted off. After about 10 minutes, he dragged over a massive crate, perfectly stacked with neatly chopped firewood. Lin Feng estimated there must have been at least 1,000 pounds. Were all the characters in this game superhuman or what? Big bro, these are all for you. I really shouldn't accept this. Don't worry, take it. If it weren't for you showing up, I'd probably still be an unknown little streamer in real life anyway. Wang Lei smiled. He was genuinely grateful to Lin Feng, and he felt that there really was a destined connection between them. Among all the streamers broadcasting Forest, this survival game, none had ever encountered a human from another world before. Only this happened to me, and I encountered it twice. What else could this be if not fate? Then I'll accept your kindness graciously. Lin Feng smiled as he stuffed all the wood into the cowhide backpack, then transported it back to the storage area. Now, he truly wouldn't run short of wood anytime soon. Finally, Lin Feng chopped some smaller firewood pieces for heating. After finishing these tasks, only 10 minutes remained before the elevator would close. Alright, I'm heading out. See you if fate allows. Lin Feng packed the chopped firewood into his backpack as he spoke. Okay, and hey bro, take these meds with you. Anyway, the respawn points for these meds are irregular on my side, so you might find them useful. There's basically every kind here. Well, thanks. Next time we meet, I'll return the favor. Right now, time's a bit tight. Okay, bye then. Goodbye. Ow. The little raptor also swiftly followed up with a greeting, though it remained intensely curious about this creature, puzzled over why its body vanished after death. And you can even come back to life. How shocking. Soon, the elevator doors closed. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and added some firewood to the fireplace. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the extermination mission. A total of 30 savages were eliminated. Reward, 30 gold coins. The reward has been issued. Sure enough, there are more than 25 savages after all. Lin Feng nodded. There were indeed only 25 savages in the camp, but later a few more ran in from outside. He hadn't expected the system to count those extra ones as well. After opening the golden treasure chest, Lin Feng obtained 5 more gold coins. Then there was a universal antidote pill and a rhino hornbow. Originally, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the rhino hornbow, since he already had several guns and didn't really need to keep using cold weapons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given away the steel crossbow. However, when Lin Feng touched the rhinoceros hornbow, a line of small characters appeared on it. 100 shots, 100 hits. The user never misses within a 400-meter range. What does this line mean? Lin Feng thought he might be seeing things, but after picking up the machete, he found no words on it. Looking again at the rhino hornbow, there were indeed words inscribed. Now Lin Feng was certain they were naturally part of the rhino hornbow itself. Based on Lin Feng's experience, this was likely similar to attributes seen in games. So does this mean I'd become an archer who never misses if I just wield this bow? Chapter 34, Shinin is stunned. This bow is truly fascinating. Judging by the description, it has a range of 400 meters, far exceeding that of a normal bow. At minimum, that's twice the standard range. But Lin Feng still can't quite make use of it. Looks like this bow will just have to gather dust. Alternatively, I could give this bow to that jerk Shinin. At least it would give him some means to protect himself. Speak of Cao Cao and Liu Bei appears. Shinin's avatar just lit up right on cue. Shinin, have you left the elevator yet? I have something extremely important to tell you. Lin Feng, what is it? Lin Feng replied with confusion. Shinin, if you ever enter a floor with a succubus, whatever you do, don't mount that succubus. Lin Feng, a succubus? Damn, you lucky bastard. Wait, are you saying you got drained by a succubus on the last floor? Shinin, it's not like that. Anyway, if you ever enter a room with a top-tier succubus, don't even think about indulging. No matter how much she tempts you, just don't. Lin Feng, what exactly happened? Shinin, it's hard to explain. Just remember what I'm telling you. Lin Feng, well, alright then. Though puzzled, Lin Feng noted the matter in his mind. In another elevator, Shinin lay crumpled on the bed, utterly defeated. Much as Lin Feng had guessed, he'd gone for it. The silver lining? They'd fought to a draw. Though Shinin had genuinely feared his demise in the heat of battle, he'd ultimately preserved his dignity as a man. Shinin didn't even know how he managed to return. He had only intended to relax for a short while, but ended up being forced to relax several times over. In the end, the succubus even said she was quite satisfied with him and gave him a ring as a reward. As for its purpose, Shinin hadn't examined it carefully at the time. Now lying down, he picked up that ring once again. Suddenly, I noticed a string of words had appeared on the ring. Charm, wearer gains increased attractiveness. Shinin, I nearly lost my damn life for this piece of junk? What does a grown man like me need charm for? To seduce my own bros? Forget it, it was bought with half my lifeblood anyway. Might as well wear it. After slipping the ring onto his index finger, Shinin struggled to his feet and scavenged for some high-nutrient food. If he didn't replenish his strength soon, he wouldn't even make it to that noon floor. After devouring 2 cans of beef and downing a large bottle of water, Shinin checked the spare ammunition for his pistol. His true identity was actually that of a mercenary, who later washed his hands of the business and became a bodyguard, assigned by his employer to protect a rich kid at the university. Over time, he gradually grew familiar with Lin Feng. Despite his colorful past, he was only a year older than Lin Feng. He was expelled after just 1 year of high school because he got into trouble. At that time, he happened to be obsessed with mercenary-themed novels, so he steeled his heart and secretly fled home to a war-torn region abroad, becoming cannon fodder. But this guy has the luck of the devil. He survived several years in the battlefield without getting a single scratch. He even formed his own mercenary group. After that came the story of him washing his hands of this life to return home and work as a bodyguard. 7 bullets left, use them sparingly. Should be enough to get through 2 floors. As for Lin Feng, life was treating him rather comfortably. Enjoying the roasted meat comfortably, he took a look at the pile of miscellaneous medication Wan Lei had given him. Although the packaging was labeled in English, the enclosed drug leaflets surprisingly included Chinese instructions. Lin Feng finally summed it up. 1 bottle contained Viagra. There was also a bottle of heart-saving pills, 2 bottles of blood pressure-lowering drugs, a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, 3 boxes of fever reducers, and a bottle of painkillers. Any one of these medications could cause a frenzy if placed on the exchange. After some thought, Lin Feng took out 2 fever-reducing pills and listed them on the exchange. Each box contained 18 pills, which was quite a substantial amount. And Lin Feng intended to use these 2 pills to trade for the items needed to upgrade the elevator. Now he still needs 100 kilograms of copper and 20 kilograms of iron. Although it's unlikely anyone would still have copper reserves at this stage, with so many people around, there might be an exception. 2 fever-reducing pills in exchange for 100 kilograms of copper and 20 kilograms of iron sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But after the temperature dropped, many people fell ill due to the cold. These 2 fever-reducing pills could truly be called life-saving elixirs. In the chat room, Lin Feng, I have 2 fever-reducing pills available. If anyone needs them, come quickly to buy. Only these 2, once they're gone, they're gone. Holy shit, a freaking level 6 legend. This big shot must be the only one with a level 6 elevator right now, right? Wow, a true level 6 elevator expert indeed. You actually have medicine for sale. I need to hurry and stock up. Stop looking, this pro wants 100 kilos of copper. Where are we supposed to get that? I bet upgrading to a level 7 elevator will need copper too, so everyone should start hoarding some in advance. Hey pro, don't take it off the market. I'll start gathering copper right away. New Royal Club is now open. Meet by fate, just pay a certain price, and we'll give you an exhilarating experience. We offer a variety of beauties to choose from, lolitas, mature ladies, cute girls, and cougars. New Royal Club, where you'll feel right at home. Another spam ad. Seriously, has anyone actually tried this club? Is it really that fun? I have. I can totally vouch for it. Spend 2 gold coins to check it out, totally worth it. 2 gold coins? That's pricey. Are you shilling for them or what? Soon, the chatroom's topic completely derailed because of this sudden ad for the New Royal Club. Lin Feng glanced around and noticed the advertisement wasn't posted by his good buddy. Seems Chinan had already finished spreading his flyers. But by observing the reactions of this group, Lin Feng could confirm his suspicions. Currently, most people's progress lagged behind his own, and many were desperately short on medication. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the flashing private messages. As for lowering the price? Sorry, but he wouldn't lower it. When he was listing the medicine earlier, he specifically checked the exchange and found no one selling medicine. Not even disinfectant alcohol was available. This shows just how precious medicines were. At this point, over 100,000 people had bookmarked Lin Feng's trading post. And judging by the trend, that number would keep rising. Lin Feng refused to believe that among so many people, no one could possibly scavenge any copper. Chapter 35, Treasure Chest Floor. In the blink of an eye, the entire morning had passed. The system once again issued a prompt. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is the treasure chest floor, containing 2 black gold chests. You must defeat the monsters in this floor to unlock the chests. Ding! This floor contains 10 monsters in total, 4 slimes, 2 orcs, and 4 mindless knights. Ding! Bonus hunter mission triggered. Eliminate all monsters and open the chests for double rewards. Now that's what I call generous. Lin Feng armed himself without hesitation. He checked his ammunition and this time loaded grenades as well. Since he had no prior experience with these creatures and was uncertain about their attack power, he decided to bring all his best weapons just to be safe. Ding dong! The elevator is going down. Please hold on tight. Soon, Lin Feng pressed the button to open the elevator doors. Just as I stepped out, 4 skeletons, mindless knights, rushed toward me. Holy shit! An ambush right at the door. Lin Feng quickly rolled to the side, while the little raptor pounced on one of the skeletons, pinning it to the ground and tearing into it relentlessly. These skeletons weren't entirely skeletal, their brains were still intact, though horrifyingly exposed. Lin Feng didn't know how this was achieved either. Still, it didn't stop him from killing. After firing several shots that pierced their brains, these monsters finally died. These must be the brainless knights. Orcs and slimes were still relatively easy to distinguish. At first, Lin Feng was curious about what this brainless knight could be. Turns out it's just this, truly living up to its name. Squelch! Squelch! Following the sounds, Lin Feng noticed 4 slimes had surrounded him while the 2 beastmen were also closing in, though temporarily held back by the raptors. Boom! Since the slimes moved rather slowly, Lin Feng easily created a safe distance before firing a grenade shot toward them. The 4 slimes instantly exploded into 8. The squishy, squelching sounds were utterly repulsive. Lin Feng quickly switched to grenade rounds and fired another shot. This time, the slimes split directly into 16, and their movement speed increased significantly. Damn it! They're still dividing. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed, then from the corner of his eye caught the little raptor barely holding its own. He hurriedly fired several more shots at the orc preparing to attack the tiny predator. The original 4 giant slimes split into 16 smaller ones, and their speed increased dramatically. Lin Feng didn't notice in time as the slimes crept closer, leaving him no choice but to raise his gun and fire blindly. Fighting while retreating, after emptying an entire magazine, these slimes finally stopped moving. Now there was only 1 orc left. The little raptor was incredibly powerful, biting the orc to death in just a few strikes. The little raptor took a few hits, but seeing how lively and energetic it remained, there probably wasn't any serious damage. Excellent, this is your reward. Lin Feng took out a smoked jerky from his backpack and tossed it to the little raptor. Roar! After killing several monsters, 2 black treasure chests suddenly appeared on the floor. These must be the black gold treasure chests. Lin Feng pondered this, then went ahead and opened the black gold treasure chest. The items from the 2 chests were 10 gold coins, a piece of chainmail armor, a health potion with a note attached that read recovery potion, drink to heal wounds, and finally, a ring engraved with 2 characters, luck. Does it perhaps increase luck? Lin Feng scratched his head, suddenly feeling this was highly possible, just as the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. All items obtained from the treasure chest are doubled. In the next moment, each item refreshed again with an additional copy appearing beside the chest. The chest now contained 20 gold coins, 2 chainmail armors, 2 health potions, and 2 lucky rings. Lin Feng first put the 2 rings on his fingers, then stored away the remaining items. He decided against wearing the chainmail for now, it could wait until the next time he ventured to a new floor. As for the 2 black gold treasure chests, Lin Feng originally intended to toss them into the recycling zone, but surprisingly, the zone rejected them, throwing them right back out after he tried. Since even the recycling zone wouldn't take them, well, Lin Feng had no objections to keeping them. He casually placed them in a corner before opening the chat room to see if anyone was interested in trading items. Upon opening it, there were still piles of private messages. After clicking filter all, Lin Feng glanced at the exchange. No one has changed. The number of favorites has indeed increased quite a bit. Perhaps he had returned too quickly, most people probably hadn't cleared their floors yet. After that, Lin Feng ate something and then continued his training. 2 hours later, Lin Feng drank a bottle of water and glanced at the screen again. Holy shit, someone actually traded. Lin Feng noticed the red dot on the exchange interface and quickly opened it, only to discover that the 2 fever-reducing pills had already been traded away. All the items obtained from the trade were successfully extracted. 100 kilograms of copper plus 20 kilograms of iron. After stuffing everything into the storage area, Lin Feng clicked to upgrade the elevator. Moments later, the elevator upgrade was complete, same old routine. The elevator's range expanded, and the ventilation system was upgraded as well. The workbench has also changed, now featuring a grinding wheel. In addition, there's something new at the elevator door. Triggered poison needle trap, can be activated once per floor visited. Automatically identifies friend or foe, firing poison needles when hostile targets pass by, causing fatal poisoning within 1 second. This thing is freaking awesome. Lin Feng glanced at it and decisively clicked start. There was also an option to join a friendly list nearby, which only required facial recognition. The facial recognition device could even be unplugged, truly a considerate design. Lin Feng's own data was already displayed on the screen, except for the velociraptors. Xiaolong, come here. Rar? The little velociraptor immediately ran over from the poolside at the call, still chewing on a half-eaten fish in its mouth. Come here, face recognition, snout recognition. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up the little velociraptor and positioned its face, or rather, snout, toward the human facial recognition device. The next moment, the words added successfully appeared on the screen. Okay, go play. After putting down the little velociraptor, Lin Feng stopped paying attention to it. The pool probably spawned a few more fish, let it eat if it wants. It'd be best if it grew up faster. It's great to have someone to fight alongside, and they're already so powerful before coming of age, imagine how strong they'll be as adults. Chapter 36, The Luxury Cruise Heist. As soon as the elevator upgrade was completed, the system immediately sounded a notification tone. Ding! Host's upgrade mission completed. Expert level wilderness survival reward has been issued. Please prepare to receive. Beep! Upgrade mission triggered. Host is required to elevate the elevator to level 8. Reward, qualification for physical data inquiry. Soon, a vast amount of wilderness survival skills flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Half an hour later, he finally finished absorbing them all. Though, truth be told, his head was really aching. But these wilderness survival skills were undeniably useful. The scope covered by these wilderness survival skills was quite broad. Now Lin Feng has mastered the ability to craft various tools and traps, and has also learned the skill of drilling wood to make fire. Yet these seemingly useful skills have become practically useless to him. The most valuable knowledge now lies in his understanding of flora and fauna. On Blue Star, Lin Feng can now identify most plants and animals, even distinguishing different insect species and their toxicity levels. As for traps, they're basically just animal-triggered snares and wouldn't be much use against humans. By the way, let's check how many resources we still need to upgrade the elevator. Lin Feng rubbed his temples and then walked over to the screen. Requirements to upgrade elevator to level 8, 400 kilograms of iron, 100 kilograms of copper ore, 20 kilograms of aluminum, 10 kilograms of gold, and 19 gold coins. This is what Lin Feng currently lacks after throwing all his supplies into the stockpile area. Aluminum? Damn it! Why gather so much random junk? While grumbling, Lin Feng listed 2 more pills on the exchange. This time, they were painkillers. He set the price slightly cheaper this time, requiring only 100 kilograms of iron ore. After announcing it in the world chat room, the trade link disappeared instantly. Seeing how well it sold, Lin Feng listed another 6 pieces. After selling these, he finally had enough iron to upgrade the elevator. Soon this trade link was successfully sold as well. Now, Lin Feng only lacked copper ore, aluminum, gold, and coins to upgrade the elevator. With a bit more luck, searching a few more floors should pretty much do it. Speaking of luck, Lin Feng glanced at the 2 luck-enhancing rings he was wearing. So do these things actually increase luck? Lin Feng scratched his head. This point still needed verification, but things as abstract and elusive as luck were truly hard to define. After organizing the items he had obtained, Lin Feng opened the fireplace and took out the lamb chops he had hung inside earlier. The fire in the fireplace was kept very small under his control, so the lamb chops wouldn't get burnt. Now, they were perfectly crispy on the outside and tender inside. Sprinkling some salt on them, Lin Feng took a bite. Instantly, the juices burst in his mouth, and the aroma of the lamb chops filled the entire elevator. The juvenile raptor clearly wasn't satisfied after finishing the fish in the pool. When it caught the scent of the lamb leg in Lin Feng's hand, it immediately became excited. Rawr! Damn! You're still not full? Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't even imagine how much this little guy would eat in the future, and now he understood why the dragon's nest had stored so much meat back then. However, Lin Feng still cut a piece of grilled lamb chop for the little velociraptor. Guess that'll satisfy its cravings for now. After swallowing the mutton chop in one bite, the little raptor very obediently did not ask for more. She quietly fell asleep beside Lin Feng. After eating, Lin Feng continued his workout. By now, exercise had become such a habit for him that he'd feel uneasy if he didn't spend several hours on it daily. Shinan was in a similar situation, squeezing in workouts whenever he had free time. Naturally, he hadn't engaged in such energy-consuming activities back when he lacked food supplies. Now he had some stored food, so improving his physical fitness couldn't be paused. The slightest slacking would cause his physique to decline rapidly. In this world, one's body is the greatest reliance. After resting, it was already 11:30 p.m. After Lin Feng finished putting on the chainmail armor, he quietly waited for the system's prompt. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the luxury cruise loot. On this floor, the host must cooperate with teammates to rob the luxury cruise ship and safely evacuate. The luxury cruise is protected by 100 armed security personnel. Ding! Bounty mission triggered. The host is requested to eliminate more than 50 enemies. Reward after completing the mission, intermediate firearms mastery. Another robbery, ha! Lin Feng frowned, since floors like these usually didn't offer much of value. At best, he might stumble upon some gold if luck was on his side. Besides, there was no way he could keep wearing this chainmail, and as for firearms, he wasn't even planning to take one. After all, if he didn't have a gun, his teammates would surely provide him with one. But who the hell keeps gold on a cruise ship? Ding dong! The elevator is descending, please hold on tight. The elevator swiftly descended and came to a halt, then its doors automatically slid open. Before Lin Feng lay a stretch of golden sand, time still frozen in place. The moment he stepped out, time began to flow again. Lin, go rent 4 jet skis, here's the operation funds. A middle-aged man with a stubbled face handed Lin Feng a stack of US dollar bills. Why does this seem so familiar? Lin Feng stared at the middle-aged man before him, gripped by a midlife crisis, feeling like he'd seen this man somewhere before. Wait a minute, wasn't he the guy I followed during my last bank robbery? What's wrong? Hurry up, old Chui and the others are getting impatient. After speaking, the middle-aged man left. Lin Feng had no choice but to comply. By now, the elevator door had vanished, likely the same as last time, reappearing only after everything was over. Inside the elevator, the baby raptor woke up to find Lin Feng missing. It clawed frantically at the buttons with both forelimbs, desperate to open the doors, yet the elevator remained stubbornly shut. Roar! The baby velociraptor let out a loud roar before settling down and sitting quietly on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived at the jet ski rental shop. Boss, I'd like to rent 4 jet skis for one day. Okay, each one requires a $500 deposit, and the rental fee is $100 per unit. Lin Feng nodded, paid the money, and received 4 keys from the boss, who then pointed out the location of the speedboats. Thanks. Lin Feng waved his hand and left the shop. The boss was going to suffer a huge loss. Those 4 speedboats would definitely never return. But that wasn't his concern anymore. All he needed to do was finish this floor as quickly as possible. The upside of such a floor was that there were no time limits. He had plenty of time to gather useful items. At this thought, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the small food cart selling hot dogs and burgers on the beach. Shouldn't I stock up on some supplies? Lin Feng chuckled and then walked toward the food cart. After all, that middle-aged man had given him so much money, might as well see what he could buy. Chapter 37 The Harvest Moment. Hello, what would you like? A blonde beauty stood in the dining car and asked. Lin Feng glanced at the menu hanging on the dining cart. It was entirely in English, but with the pictures for reference, he could mostly recognize the items. They seemed roughly the same as what you'd find in a fast food restaurant. Miss, how many burgers and hot dogs do you have? I'll take them all, and all the cola too. You don't even need to make more, just give me all the condiments while you're at it. Ha! The woman stared blankly at Lin Feng. She'd never seen anyone shop like this before. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. This should cover it, keep the change. Lin Feng casually tossed out a handful of dollar bills, roughly over $2,000 worth. Sir, are you serious about this? Indeed I am. Selling or not? Sell. Absolutely sell. Where should we put these things for you? The woman spoke doubtfully. Without saying a word, Lin Feng ran to the food cart and took everything inside. To be honest, there wasn't much, just a box of semi-finished fried chicken, 3 buckets of oil, 2 boxes of bread, 2 boxes of frozen steaks, and 3 types of seasonings, salad dressing, ketchup, and black pepper. All these items took up a total of 7 slots in Lin Feng's leather backpack, and he deliberately left 1 slot empty for other useful items. The woman's mouth slightly fell open as she stared at Lin Feng's leather backpack. Shoo, actually, I'm an alien, don't tell anyone, okay? Lin Feng placed a finger on the woman's lips and whispered softly, then casually took a few already prepared hot dogs from the table. Alright, the woman nodded blankly. What do the aliens want with my burger and fried chicken? Do they love eating them too? Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the jet ski and tossed the keys to the other 3. Just like the main teammates from last time's bank robbery, 1 black guy and 2 white guys. Alright, don't tell me you took this long just to buy a few hot dogs? The middle-aged man spread his hands and asked. Try it, it's pretty good. Lin Feng shared the hot dogs with the others as he spoke. Ah, so is this supposed to be our last meal, Mike? Enough with the defeatist talk. Let's eat and then move out. I've already prepared the weapons and diving suits. Mike took a bite of his hot dog as he spoke. It really does taste good. Lin has great taste. Soon, the group arrived beneath a bridge on their jet skis, a place rarely visited by others, where the weapons had been stashed away. There are 4 submachine guns in total, each with 5 spare magazines, plus 4 diving suits. Alright boys, let's roll. After this job, we'll have some good downtime again. Having said that, Mike took the lead. Following behind were Trevor, Franklin, and Lin Feng bringing up the rear. The reason is simply that his driving skills are terrible. After all, it was his first time riding a jet ski. Keeping it moving without capsizing was already an achievement. Earlier, Mike had suggested Lin Feng sit behind Little Fu, but Lin Feng refused the proposal. He'd need to ride this thing for escape later anyway. Sitting behind someone else would just mean taking bullets for them, wouldn't it? Buzz! Lin Feng twisted the throttle abruptly, and the speedboat instantly leaped forward. Holy crap! Thankfully, Lin Feng was wearing anti-slip gloves, or the sudden acceleration might have thrown him off entirely. Once he adjusted, it became fairly manageable to operate. Lin Feng's speed could roughly keep up with the others. After about 20 minutes, a cruise ship came into view. That's the cruise ship ahead. According to intel, there's 20 million in illegally obtained cash ready to be transported. Hide your weapons, we'll approach quietly. The cruise ship wasn't moving, and it seemed like a party was happening on board with extremely loud music. Even the security personnel on the cruise ship weren't patrolling nearby. Perhaps they thought no one would be crazy enough to rob a heavily secured cruise ship. Soon, the 4 of them arrived underneath the cruise liner and successfully climbed aboard. Listen, let's act like regular tourists walking around the ship now. Everyone, stay relaxed. Mike adjusted his suit and slowly walked forward. They placed the diving suits on the speedboat as a precautionary measure. Just in case escaping by speedboat becomes impossible, there would still be another way out. Soon, the 4 of them stepped onto the deck. There's indeed a party going on here. Several sexy ladies in bikinis are already performing pole dances right on the deck, surrounded by a group of rowdy men waving bottles of alcohol and cheering. See that beauty sitting by the pool? I'd really love to F*******. Old Shui started doing some cringeworthy moves as he spoke, but soon enough, Mike stopped him. Following the clues, the group split up to search for the stashed dollars hidden separately. Lin Feng naturally had no intention of searching diligently. He walked over to a dessert table, picked up a slice of creamy cake, and began eating it with relish. Tastes really good. The sweet flavor instantly made Lin Feng squint his eyes in delight. It had been so long since he'd experienced the happiness that sweets could bring. After eating 2 small cakes, Lin Feng then went to search for the hidden US dollars. Mike was assigned to the warehouse on the 2nd floor. After reaching the 2nd level, Lin Feng searched around before finally spotting the area marked with a warehouse sign. However, there was an armed security guard standing watch outside, who didn't look easy to handle. Moreover, he couldn't afford to expose his position, or this entire operation would likely fail. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had considerable confidence in his combat skills. If he could sneak attack, he should be able to take the guard out in one strike. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked over holding a wine glass. Excuse me, could you tell me where the restroom is? The security guard, assuming Lin Feng was a tourist on the cruise ship, politely pointed out the way to the restroom. Just as Lin Feng thanked him and turned to leave, he suddenly spun back and smashed the glass onto the guard's head, following up with an elbow strike to his temple. The security guard instantly lost consciousness. Lin Feng crouched down, checked his breathing, and found he was already dead. Only then did he nod in satisfaction before dragging the guard's corpse into the warehouse. He then tucked the guard's pistol directly into his waistband. Damn it, this warehouse is so huge, how am I supposed to find anything here? Lin Feng was speechless, he said. At the same time, their attention turned to what was in the warehouse. Who the hell still wants hamburgers or anything like that with all these goodies? Thinking this, Lin Feng immediately emptied out the leather backpack. He never expected such an abundant windfall could happen. All the food, drinks, and supplies on the entire cruise ship were taken from the warehouse. Just imagine how stocked that place must be. Chapter 38, Exposed. 20-something minutes later, Lin Feng stuffed the leather backpack to the brim. In total, he packed 400 kilograms of semi-finished steaks, 400 kilograms of fruit juice, 100 kilograms of chicken drumsticks, and finally stuffed in some medical supplies. The 8 inventory slots were precisely filled to capacity. Lin Feng was growing genuinely fond of this leather backpack. Without this leather backpack, how could he possibly carry all these things? The thought alone would drive him mad. Now it was time to search for the hidden stash in the warehouse. While packing earlier, Lin Feng had turned the place upside down without finding any cash. It definitely wasn't out in the open. Lin Feng strolled around the warehouse when suddenly, the wooden plank beneath his feet sounded oddly hollow. Empty? Lin Feng stomped his foot, then directly kicked it down. Bang! Indeed, the space beneath the wooden plank was hollow, revealing 2 neatly placed travel bags wrapped in waterproof cloth. That must be them. Just as Lin Feng bent over to retrieve the 2 duffel bags stuffed with money, voices suddenly sounded from outside. Lin Feng quickly straightened up and walked out with a calm expression. Hey, how's it going? Got any extra beer here? Mind if I grab one? The speaker was a black man, casually holding a joint rolled from marijuana between his lips. Beer? There should still be some left. I'll go look for you. Lin Feng smiled faintly, then turned to search for the beer. If things could be resolved without violence, he preferred not to fight. He hoped this black guy would know what's good for him. Maybe I should help you look. You seem unfamiliar. Where's Anderson? The marijuana-smoking black man spoke while walking into the warehouse. As he turned his head, he spotted Anderson lying motionless on the ground, unconscious or possibly dead. Shit! Who the hell are you? Damn it! Lin Feng cursed under his breath, then quickly turned and subdued the black man. Fuck! Do you know whose cruise ship this is? Thud! He had just uttered a curse when Lin Feng grabbed him by his dreadlocks and smashed him against the metal rack once, twice, over and over until the black man stopped breathing. It has to be said, these niggers really can take a beating. So damn tough. The solid metal rack was bent out of shape before this bastard finally kicked the bucket. After tossing both the black man's body and the guard's corpse into the hidden compartment of the cash box, he casually grabbed 2 duffel bags and sauntered out. Hey, old man Mike, I found the bags for the cash. They're too bulky. Where should I stash them? Okay, head to the west fence. No tourists there, but there are 3 guards patrolling. Little Frank's waiting below on a jet ski. Toss him the cash, then find a way to slip out. Mike's reply came quickly through the walkie-talkie. It seemed he and old Shui were still searching for the stolen money. After briefly orienting himself, Lin Feng calmly walked toward the western fence, carrying 2 travel bags. Though a few passing tourists occasionally noticed Lin Feng's odd behavior, they paid no attention. After all, it was none of their business. And so, Lin Feng made his way to the west deck without incident. 3 armed security guards stood chatting and smoking, completely unaware of any danger. Lin Feng set down his travel bag and walked over slowly. Hey guys, could you tell me where the cafeteria is? The 3 security guards who were chatting clearly looked displeased at being interrupted by Lin Feng, though they still pointed him in the right direction. Thanks. Lin Feng smiled, then grabbed the nearest security guard and threw him down without hesitation. The other 2 security guards immediately went for their guns, but Lin Feng swiftly disarmed them. Okay, don't move. Get down on the railing. Lin Feng aimed his pistol at them and spoke. Naturally, the 2 guards weren't foolish enough to gamble with their lives. They hastily clasped their hands behind their heads and pressed themselves against the railing, obediently awaiting further instructions. A few $1,000 a month. Who'd risk their life for that? Off you go. Lin Feng kicked them down one by one. Both security guards were sent flying. What the fuck? Little Fu, riding his jet ski below, stared dumbfounded at the scene. He came here to receive the money, so why did 3 people fall down instead? Hey! Lin Feng shouted at Xiao Fu, then threw the 2 duffel bags down one by one. Xiao Fu was vicious. Each bag weighed several dozen pounds, yet he somehow managed to catch them with his hands despite the height they were dropped from. No telling what shape his arms are in now. After completing his own mission, Lin Feng still hadn't forgotten the system-assigned task. Killing 50 people would earn him the reward of firearm mastery. As for enemies, Couldn't everyone on this cruise ship be considered an enemy? So far, he had only managed to kill 5 people. Oh right, after Lin Feng threw those 3 security guards off earlier, turns out they couldn't swim, they'll probably drown soon. Still need 45 more people. Where am I supposed to get that many kills? Lin Feng rubbed his temples in frustration. I can't just outright expose myself like this. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot echoed from the distance. Security guards nearby immediately grabbed their guns and rushed toward the sound. But the party continued as usual, the loud music drowned out any noise from outside. Damn it! Lin, you and Little Fu find a way to get out of here, we're compromised. Bang! 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 Mike's voice came through the intercom, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of gunfire. Hold on tight. After speaking, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly into a smile. He had just been wondering how to gather so many heads, now the opportunity had arrived. Though admittedly, the risks were considerable, Lin Feng only had a mini submachine gun and a pistol at his disposal. If I had a rocket launcher or something, a few shots would take care of it, why worry about completing the mission? Xiao Fu was quite loyal. The moment he heard that Lao Chui and Lao Mai were in danger, he immediately returned to the ship without hesitation, ready to discuss a plan with Lin Feng. Lin, I have a plan. Want to hear it? Go ahead and tell me. The two leaned against the wall like tourists, sipping their drinks and basking in the sun. How about we just take control of these tourists and use them to negotiate for Michael and Trevor's release? What do you think? Not realistic. There are too many tourists here, we'd never be able to control them all. Besides, this cruise ship has at least 100 security personnel. Trying this would be suicide. It's better to take advantage of our hidden identities now, ambush the guards surrounding those two, rescue them, and evacuate immediately. Lin Feng sketched a simple route with his hand. It might not have been the best plan, but it was definitely far better than Franklin's suggestion. Xiao Fu looked it over and felt Lin Feng's reasoning was sound, so he agreed to the plan. The two began inspecting their weapons. Then they casually walked toward the spot where Mike and the others were surrounded. Chapter 39, I hope you truly represent luck. Soon several security guards noticed them. You two, get out of here. There are robbers ahead. The two security guards shouted as they rushed toward Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! Nice shooting! Xiao Fu praised Lin Feng after he casually fired 2 shots that resulted in headshots. Alright, quickly put on their bulletproof vests, they might just save your life when it matters most. Quickly, Lin Feng said as he stripped a bulletproof vest from a corpse and swiftly pulled it on. At that moment, due to Lin Feng's gunshot, over a dozen security guards were dispatched. People are coming, they're wearing bulletproof vests, aim for the exposed areas. Lin Feng hid behind an iron door, he said, then reached out and fired a few random shots. The approaching security guards were instantly startled and quickly took cover. Although the cruise ship had 100 security personnel, the vessel itself was vast. Nearly 40 of those guards were stationed at the party area alone to protect the guests. Only passengers with some influential background could board this private yacht in the first place, so when the gunfight broke out, additional security was swiftly deployed to protect the party area. But the party wasn't over yet. Only 4 robbers had been discovered so far, and all were already under surveillance, so the reveling tourists remained completely unaware. Open fire! There's only 2 of them. Suppressive fire. The security personnel surrounding Xiao Fu and Lin Feng half-heartedly advanced a short distance upon hearing the command. However, when Lin Feng shot and wounded one of them, the others immediately ducked behind cover and retreated. Ha ha ha! Lin, look at these idiots, turtling up like cowards. Xiao Fu shouted excitedly, then leaned out and fired several shots, killing a security guard outright. This made the dozen or so security guards even more reluctant to advance. No matter how much their team leader urged them, they refused to move. Professionalism my ass. If nobody else is charging forward, why should I? The security team leader saw that his words had no effect, so he didn't insist further. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called for reinforcements again. As for calling the police, that wasn't an option they considered, because this cruise ship was carrying a large amount of illicit money. If they contacted the authorities, the ship would undoubtedly be searched by the FBI after the incident concluded. So to avoid exposing these illegal funds, making that police call was absolutely out of the question. The gunfight on Mike's side was still ongoing, though the pressure wasn't as intense as before. Mike began sensing something was off. Could it be that Lin and Xiao Fu hadn't left after all? After voicing my doubts to Old Chui, he became visibly excited. He started shouting about rushing out to form a sworn brotherhood with Xiao Fu and Lin. He stood up and emptied an entire magazine in one go, instantly taking out 4 security guards. Fuck, are you fucking crazy? Mike crouched behind cover and shouted, then began advancing forward as well. Old Shui was an excellent shot, and coupled with his mental instability, he was prone to outbursts and agitation. These debuffs triggered a peculiar chemical reaction in him, making him exceptionally valiant. In simple terms, it's all about embracing life and death. If you're not convinced, then fight it out. After emptying his clip, he casually tossed the submachine gun aside, scooped up a shotgun from the ground, and kept firing, carving a murderous path forward like some god of slaughter. Ha ha ha, you bunch of bastards, run for cover. Old Shui watched the terrified security guards flee while taking cover behind a barricade, hurling taunts their way. Alright, let's hurry and save Lin and Little Fu. We can't stay on this cruise ship any longer. Mike picked up a nearby gun and said, let's go. I really admire those two for not abandoning their teammates and running away much better than someone else. Mike knew exactly who Old Shui was referring to with someone else, but he really couldn't retort. After all, this whole mess was truly his fault. Lin Feng's side is currently maintaining a significant advantage in the battle. However, the opponents shamelessly resorted to using a grenade launcher. This forced Lin Feng and Little Fu to take cover. Boom! With the support of the grenade launcher, the security team swiftly advanced and soon cornered Lin Feng and Little Fu. Just as they were about to be blown apart by a grenade, gunfire erupted behind the security personnel. Hearing the shots, Lin Feng peeked out and saw it was Mike and his team. Most of the guards had been drawn away by the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng and Xiao Fu charged out, spraying bullets indiscriminately into the crowd. In no time, the remaining security forces were wiped out under the pincer attack from both sides. Lin, Xiao Fu, are you guys alright? We're fine. We need to get out of here quickly. I just saw them withdraw all the security from the party side. They must be coming to attack us. Xiao Fu, did you hide the money safely? Okay, don't worry. Good, let's go. After Mike finished speaking, he withdrew. With such a commotion happening, the party was naturally cancelled, and all the tourists returned to their rooms. Lin, catch this big guy. Old Shui picked up the grenade launcher from the ground and tossed it to Lin Feng. It was a revolver-type launcher, still loaded with 5 grenades. Now Lin Feng needs to kill roughly over 30 more people to complete the mission. Next, it all depends on this grenade launcher. If used properly, it should be enough to accomplish the task. Soon, the group rushed to the descending staircase. Their jet skis were parked right below. Go ahead, I'll cover the rear. Otherwise, they'll catch up with us. Lin Feng shouted to the others while thinking to himself that his only motive for doing this was to complete the system's task. Although it wasn't mandatory, he truly coveted that intermediate firearms mastery skill. What the fuck? Are you insane? There are at least 40 of them. Little Fu was the first to object before immediately trying to drag Lin Feng away. That's enough. You guys go ahead. Just make sure to give me a bigger cut when the time comes. Lin Feng pushed Xiao Fu aside as he spoke, then glanced at Old Shui and Old Mai. Both veterans knew this wasn't the time for sentimentality. After patting Lin Feng's shoulder, they pulled Xiao Fu away with them. I really hope you truly represent good luck. Lin Feng looked at the 2 lucky rings and murmured. Soon, the remaining security personnel all came chasing after him. Without a word, Lin Feng fired a grenade. The explosion instantly sent several people flying. The pursuers momentarily halted their chase, shouting for Lin Feng to come out and surrender among other things, but naturally, he had no intention of complying. He poked his head out and fired another explosive shell toward the crowd. Damn it, can't drag this out anymore. Lin Feng thought to himself. The enemy surely had heavy weapons too, so he needed to quickly fire off his grenades and make a run for it. As for whether he could complete the mission, Lin Feng couldn't guarantee anything either. It was all up to fate now. After firing the remaining 3 grenades consecutively, Lin Feng took advantage of the security guard's evasive movements to make his escape. Hearing 5 explosions, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't clearly seen what happened earlier, but it appeared 2 people preparing to throw grenades had been blasted away by his attack, then their 2 grenades rolled into the most crowded areas. Chapter 40, The Luxury Yacht Heist concludes. Having successfully mounted the jet ski, Lin Feng promptly made his escape. The pursuing security personnel, lacking jet skis of their own, could only fire randomly from the deck. Hurry, go get the jet skis now. The security captain shouted that the cruise ship had brought several jet skis, but they were all stored in the warehouse. Watching Lin Feng run farther away, the furious security captain fired a few shots, though it was useless. Lin, are you still alive? After Lin Feng escaped the danger, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with Mike's voice. Then Mike told Lin Feng about the safe evacuation location. Ding, congratulations host for completing the mission. Reward, intermediate firearms proficiency. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng knew this floor was about to end. Sure enough, after riding for a while, an elevator appeared ahead of him. As for the jet ski, there was no need to take it. It would be useless to carry and would just take up space. Lin Feng returned to the elevator, found a few bottles, and filled them all with seawater. This seawater was naturally intended for salt production. Despite searching the massive storage warehouse on the cruise ship, Lin Feng surprisingly failed to find any condiments. Perhaps there was more than just this one storage area. Still, obtaining so many semi-prepared food items wasn't bad at all. He doesn't have much mutton fat left now, so frying these foods is definitely out of the question, but grilling them would still work. After opening Yihua's chat window, Lin Feng sent over his request. Lin Feng, keep making salt for me, I've already sent the seawater. What do you need this time? Yihua, got it, boss. I'd like 2 painkillers if you have them. If not, just give me food as usual. Lin Feng didn't expect Yihua to reply instantly. Could it be he hadn't gone to explore the floors? But aren't 2 painkillers a bit too expensive? Lin Feng, 1 pill at most. You know how precious medicine is right now. Yihua, alright, thank you, bro. Now he truly wasn't lacking in medical supplies at all. The medicine he scavenged from the cruise ship's storage would last him a lifetime. Moreover, there's an extensive variety, covering almost all common ailments. Moreover, the leather backpack surprisingly categorized all of them under a single classification, medicine, so these various types of drugs could stack. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to bring back so many different kinds of medications. Rawr rawr rawr. Seeing the little raptor incessantly gnawing at his pants leg, Lin Feng helplessly pushed its head aside. Alright, go check if there's anything tasty in the pool. Howl. The raptor let out a cry before excitedly scampering to the pool's edge. In no time, the entire dragon head was fully inserted. Sigh, this dragon acts just like a husky. Lin Feng could only shake his head at this. However, he now worried that the little velociraptor might relieve itself inside the elevator. Previously, it had always waited until entering a floor to find a spot to do its business. Having missed its usual evening bathroom trip, Lin Feng truly feared the creature might just drop its droppings right inside the elevator. But with how smart this little raptor is, it probably wouldn't do that, right? Lin Feng watched the little raptor scooping fish to eat and suddenly felt he should talk to it, or maybe teach it how to use the toilet. I love roast chicken. I love roast chicken. After laying down the no peeing anywhere rule to the little raptor, Lin Feng hummed a tune while rummaging through his leather backpack for a half-finished fried chicken piece. The so-called semi-finished product means this chicken has already been marinated, requiring no additional seasoning. Just toss it straight into the frying pan, and it cooks very quickly. However, Lin Feng's current circumstances are limited. With insufficient cooking oil available, frying chicken would be too extravagant, so roasting becomes the more economical option, conserving oil. With careful heat control, the end result turns out quite similar. It's worth noting that wilderness survival knowledge includes extensive cooking techniques for outdoor settings, so Lin Feng didn't have to worry about burning the food or anything like that. Soon, the elevator was filled with the aroma of New Orleans fried chicken. Even the velociraptor that had been fishing in the pool came running over, drawn by the smell. Watching the little velociraptor constantly acting cute and begging, Lin Feng had no choice but to tear off a chicken leg, blow on it to cool it down, and toss it to the little dinosaur. Eat slowly, be careful, it's hot. After speaking, Lin Feng tore off the other chicken leg and began eating. Ha! My skills are unmatched. Ah, this is absolutely delicious, Lin Feng murmured with satisfaction. Then it occurred to him, since he had such tasty treats, he ought to share them with his good buddy. Lin Feng, you there, sonny? Call me daddy and I'll give you roast chicken. Chinan, roast chicken. For real, godfather. Seeing Chinan's shameless demeanor, Lin Feng could already picture the grinning expression on this guy's face. Lin Feng, then just list some useless item, and I'll trade the roast chicken over. Chinan, got it. Consider it done. Chinan quickly found a tree branch to hang on the exchange platform, and soon sent over the half chicken Lin Feng had given him. Chinan, holy shit, it's even seasoned with or flavor? That's fucking awesome. Lin Feng, haha, damn right it's awesome. Don't forget who you're dealing with here. Lin Feng smiled and continued chatting with Chinan over their meal. An hour later, they each went their separate ways to attend to their own tasks. Tomorrow would bring another day of venturing into new floors, so getting some early rest was essential. The elevator's temperature remained chillingly low, meaning the fire in the furnace couldn't be allowed to die out even for a moment. Without it, the temperature would plummet rapidly by now. Anyone who hadn't managed to light a fire would surely have frozen to death. Luckily, he didn't have to wake up in the middle of the night to add more firewood, as the little velociraptor had already learned how to do it. Lin Feng didn't have to worry about it at all. Before going to bed after his workout, Lin Feng listed all the materials needed for upgrading on the exchange. Common resources like iron, copper, and aluminum were traded for food, while gold coins were exchanged for medicine. 10 gold coins for 1 fever reducer or anti-inflammatory pill. Fair price. After listing all his demands on the exchange, Lin Feng also posted a purchase notice in the chat room. Once that was done, he went to sleep. Now he had come to realize why exhaust himself hunting for resources. With a vast stash of rare medical supplies at his disposal, why should he trouble himself scrounging for elevator upgrades? Just sell it at a high price and let others deal with finding it. The next day, around 10 in the morning, Lin Feng woke up. After filling a cup of water from the sink to rinse his mouth, he walked over to the screen. No need to look, no snacks appeared in the sink today. Lin Feng noticed the little velociraptor had wandered back to the sink, yawning, and spoke to it. Howl. Alright, I'll get you food in a bit. First, I want to check if anything sold yesterday. As he spoke, Lin Feng opened the exchange. Chapter 41, Normandy? Hell difficulty. After he posted the trade message yesterday, many who remembered Lin Feng quickly clicked on it. Thus, Lin Feng's gains last night were quite substantial. I actually managed to trade some canned food and bread I'd grown tired of for 400 kilograms of iron, 100 kilograms of copper, and 10 kilograms of gold. Ever since Lin Feng's copper purchase last time, some people had guessed that copper might be a required resource for future upgrades, so they started hoarding it after seeing this. Now the only things left for the upgrade are aluminum and gold coins. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to gather everything needed by today. After retrieving all the items, Lin Feng stuffed them all into the storage area in one go. Soon, the system's notification tone sounded. Beep, the host is about to enter the war floor. On this floor, the host must survive for 1 day, playing the role of a squad leader leading soldiers into battle. Rewards will be calculated based on the number of kills at the end of the floor. This floor is extremely dangerous. Entry cannot be refused. Please be advised, host. Beep, legendary mission triggered. The host is required to eliminate over 500 enemies. Reward, Eagle Eye ability. Wait, war floor? What is that? Lin Feng suddenly felt inexplicably nervous this time. The floor actually required him to survive for a full day. Clearly, this was no ordinary battlefield. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. The elevator began descending rapidly and took a full minute before gradually coming to a stop. Ding dong, survivors are required to survive on this floor for 24 hours. Upon completion, generous rewards will be granted. After the elevator's brief announcement, its doors opened. The little velociraptor seemed to sense unease and kept barking at Lin Feng incessantly. However, Lin Feng had no intention of bringing it along. On the battlefield, the small velociraptor would likely be ineffective, so it was better to leave it in the elevator. After all, the pool refreshed food and water daily, so Lin Feng didn't need to worry about it going hungry. This time, Lin Feng couldn't see the scene outside the elevator. Everything was engulfed in a thick white glow. Originally Lin Feng had intended to bring his equipment inside, but as he approached the white light barrier, all his gear inexplicably fell off, as if some unseen force was compelling him to step through. In the end, the only things that accompanied Lin Feng out of the elevator were the lucky ring on his finger and the clothes on his back. After exiting the elevator, Lin Feng slowly opened eyes that had been tightly shut against the blinding white light. Boom! Boom! The sounds of explosions, ringing ears, and chaotic shouting made Lin Feng momentarily dizzy. Monitor, monitor. At this moment, a soldier wearing dark green military uniform kept shaking Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't recognize the language being spoken, yet strangely, he could understand it perfectly. What happened? Monitor, our bunker just took direct hits from naval artillery. You got knocked out by the blast. The soldier quickly spoke, helping Lin Feng sit on a nearby chair before leaving with his rifle. A bolt-action rifle? What the hell? Lin Feng was even more baffled. Only then did he notice the soldier's uniform somewhat resembled that of a Third Reich soldier. Looking at myself again, dark military uniform, black leather boots. They just mentioned naval artillery again. Holy shit, could this floor actually be the Third Reich's battlefield in Europa? Lin Feng shook his buzzing head. He finally understood why the system had warned this place was extremely dangerous. On this battlefield, the mortality rate is extremely high. However, it's unclear what kind of battlefield this is currently. If it's still in the early or mid stages, the probability of completing the mission is relatively higher. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly rose from the chair. His gun was placed in the corner, and with his intermediate firearm mastery, Lin Feng immediately recognized this weapon. G43 semi-automatic rifle. After picking up the gun, Lin Feng walked out of the private resting room that belonged to him. Outside the restroom were 3 soldiers operating machine guns, who all greeted Lin Feng as sergeant when they saw him. Currently, Lin Feng couldn't make sense of the situation either, so he simply nodded before looking outside. There lay a scorched wasteland, along with demolished anti-tank obstacles and barbed wire. Not far below, Lin Feng could see the ocean and ships carrying out relentless bombardments. Buzz, take cover. The soldier who had just greeted Lin Feng quickly crouched down with him in his arms. The next moment, a violent explosion rang out, but fortunately, the fortress was sturdy enough to withstand it without any major damage. Cough, cough, cough. That explosion left me a bit dazed. Where are we again? Lin Feng grabbed the soldier in front of him and asked. Report, this is Normandy. The Allied forces are attempting to cross the English Channel and land here. We've been ordered to hold our position and intercept the Allied troops. Normandy. Shit, it's actually Normandy. Lin Feng was instantly dumbfounded. It was already the final stages of World War II, and the Third Reich was at the end of its rope. What the hell? How is he supposed to survive this? Hell mode difficulty? Fortunately, Lin Feng only needs to survive 1 day in this godforsaken place. Playing it safe shouldn't be a problem. Monitor, want a smoke? You don't look so good. Thank you. Lin Feng instinctively reached for his lighter after accepting the cigarette, but ended up pulling out a box of matches instead. Yeah, that feels much better. Truth be told, Lin Feng couldn't quite handle the taste of this cigarette, but he had to admit it genuinely helped him relax. Through further conversation, he learned that the Allied forces had just been repelled from their attack. Currently, they were laying down suppressive fire in an attempt to eliminate all the bunkers and fortifications. The squad led by Lin Feng was specifically stationed at this bunker. All 10 of them had been fighting for a week without a single casualty, and they had repelled over a dozen assaults by the Allied forces. Their morale was remarkably high, as the fortress was so sturdy that even naval artillery shells hundreds of millimeters in caliber couldn't breach it. Their daily routine simply involved manning the mounted heavy machine guns and pulling the triggers. After learning about the current situation, Lin Feng felt even more at ease. Clearly, the advantage was theirs. Rummaging through my belongings in the relaxation room, I was surprised to find I still had specially supplied cigars, chewing gum, and instant coffee. Is this the kind of luxury treatment even a mere squad leader gets? Well, this is my first time smoking a cigar. Lin Feng took out a cigar, examined it, then directly bit off the cap before lighting up and taking a drag. Damn, that was strong. Lin Feng took a few puffs but quickly lost interest. He stepped out and patted the soldier he'd been talking with, handing it over to him. Here, it's yours. Chapter 42 Bombshell Bombardment. After accepting the cigar handed by Lin Feng, the soldier expressed his gratitude and promptly shared it with his comrades, since regular soldiers weren't issued cigars and were even severely rationed on tobacco leaves. Soon, supply time arrived. Several logistics personnel pushed carts laden with food and various firearms and ammunition before promptly departing. Lin Feng peered through the narrow gun slit at the dimly lit sky outside, inexplicably feeling a strange sense of suffocation. Hey, squad leader, want to play Monopoly? The Allied forces are currently in a rest period and will not launch an attack. This is the only time in their day when they can relax. Playing cards is their only form of entertainment. Lin Feng had happened to be familiar with the Monopoly game before, so he picked it up quickly. Joyful moments are always fleeting. After an hour and a half, the Allied troops launched their assault once more. Lin Feng's squad of soldiers quickly returned to their positions, as countless tongues of flame spat forth from the bunkers. Wave after wave of freshly landed Allied soldiers were instantly riddled with bullets. The bunker's heavy howitzers also began bombarding the Allied amphibious tanks that had landed on the beach. Because Lin Feng also had a mission assigned by the system, he took control of a machine gun as well. But the distance was too great. Even with Lin Feng's firearm mastery, achieving perfect accuracy was impossible. Soon, the barrel began overheating. The assisting loader hurriedly swapped out the barrel to ensure uninterrupted firepower. Just as Lin Feng was suppressing the crowd with suppressing fire, he suddenly felt a sharp sting on his cheek. Reaching up, his fingers came away damp. Damn, I actually got hit? Lin Feng gingerly touched the wound on his face, feeling utterly helpless. It must have been grazed by a stray bullet. Still, this was far better than taking a direct headshot. You take over the machine gun. I need to tend to this wound. Lin Feng pointed at the soldier as he spoke. Once inside his private quarters, Lin Feng examined himself in the mirror reserved for grooming. Fortunately, the wound was deep but not particularly long. At least it didn't disfigure him. He took out some sulfa powder from his medical kit and sprinkled it on the wound, then quickly bandaged it with gauze. Even his bandaging technique came straight from the survival skills he'd acquired. After briefly treating the wound to prevent infection, Lin Feng returned to the firing port. This time, however, he opted not to use the machine gun, instead choosing his standard-issue G43 semi-automatic rifle. After several more hours of intense combat, the Allied offensive was once again repelled. Still, the Allies were not without gains. Their bombers, after relentless and prolonged strikes, finally managed to destroy 2 exposed pillboxes. This news instilled fear among the previously confident Imperial soldiers, who had felt victory was assured. 2 supposedly indestructible bunkers were unexpectedly blown to pieces. Meanwhile, warships and aircraft continued bombing the fortifications on Normandy. Shells rained down relentlessly as if they cost nothing. Yet this had nothing to do with Lin Feng, who remained safely hidden in the underground bunker. For now, this place was relatively safe. Aside from the tremors and some ringing in his ears, there weren't any other issues. While the soldiers in the bunker were resting, squadrons of bombers loaded with incendiary ordnance braved the dense anti-aircraft fire to drop countless red-marked bombs on the marked bunker locations. Boom! A dozen massive bombs exploded above Lin Feng's bunker, and moments later, raging flames engulfed the structure. Though they couldn't directly harm the enemies inside the bunker. But after a while, the bunker would become as hot as a steamer, making it completely uninhabitable. Lin Feng, who was eating canned food inside the bunker, also felt the temperature rising rapidly. Sergeant, 2 incendiary bombs were dropped on our bunker. HQ orders us to hold our ground, but if this continues, we'll all be cooked alive. Damn it, what are we waiting for? Let's get the hell out of here. Lin Feng slammed the can down. No wonder the temperature kept rising. By now, he was already drenched in sweat, his undershirt completely soaked through. But squad leader, HQ ordered us to hold our position. Do you want to die? Lin Feng asked, staring at the stubborn soldier. The soldier shook his head. Then let's go. Anyone who wants to die can stay here. We're abandoning this bunker and immediately moving to another position. But squad leader, if the military police find out, we'll face severe punishment. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lin Feng patted the soldier on the shoulder and said. He then quickly led the remaining soldiers out of the bunker, the entrance of which was already engulfed in flames, though fortunately the fire wasn't too severe. This battle was bound to end in the Empire's defeat, and from this point onward, the Empire would suffer one loss after another. Therefore, the soldiers' worries were unfounded. After all, there was no telling whether these soldiers would even survive long enough to see that day. As Lin Feng led this squad out of the bunker, he felt momentarily overwhelmed by the chaotic scene outside for the first time. Nevertheless, he swiftly dashed toward the nearest pillbox, which seemed relatively safe at the very least. It hadn't been specifically targeted by incendiary bombs. He had his excuses ready. Just as the group was approaching the fortress, a mortar shell landed not far behind Lin Feng. Two soldiers following him were instantly blown to pieces, making even Lin Feng feel queasy. Nevertheless, he quickly dashed into the fortress. Hey, are you reinforcements coming to help? Lin Feng never expected that before he could even open his mouth, the officer in charge of guarding this fortress would provide him with a ready-made excuse. Naturally, Lin Feng immediately went along with it. The officer didn't suspect a thing either. After introducing themselves to each other, Lin Feng had his soldiers go relieve the other party's men from their posts. I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive so quickly after I just sent for help. I thought my distress call would be tossed aside, considering the Empire's current situation isn't exactly ideal. The other person was quite talkative too, quite unlike the traditional Third Reich military men. Lin Feng felt that the man before him seemed somewhat too slick. Moreover, Lin Feng couldn't clearly sense any military bearing from him. Conrad, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Hamburg City. I enlisted 3 years ago and finally managed to rise to the rank of junior officer. Huh? Conrad replied without a moment's hesitation, though Lin Feng failed to notice the beads of sweat drenching the older man's back. I see. I'm pretty much the same, though I enlisted from a small village, one you probably haven't heard of, but it's really beautiful. Oh yeah, I even have a fiancé. Here, look. Chapter 43 Normandy over, vacation? Lin Feng wasn't making this up, the person he had possessed indeed carried a photo on him, and the woman in the photo was beaming with a radiant smile. Lin Feng guessed she must be his fiancé or someone similar. Oh, my god, then you must survive and return. After the war ends, are you two planning to marry? After the war? Ha, I don't even know if I'll live to see the end of it. Don't worry, we can definitely do this. Conrad patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said. Lin Feng also responded with a smile. In just 14 more hours, he could leave this damned place. Everything he said now was just in act. However, the bunker Lin Feng found himself in was still extremely dangerous after all. It was exposed in the open, a priority target for both naval fleets and bomber squadrons. Just now, Allied bombers braved the anti-aircraft fire network to bomb the Third Reich's positions. To tell the truth, their casualties were also extremely heavy. So it's unclear when this kind of low-altitude bombing might be organized again for a second time. Actually, my place is pretty nice. Look, great view, plenty of space, and most importantly, it's rock solid. Even a 500mm naval gun wouldn't scratch it. Though, it does shake like an earthquake now and then. Conrad made Lin Feng a cup of coffee and then added 2 sugar cubes to his cup. To keep you awake, we might not get any rest tonight. According to reliable intel, the Allies are planning a night raid. Cheers! Standing behind the gunport, Lin Feng sighed as he observed the coastline. There was no way he could complete this mission now. 500 kills, he'd probably only managed around 100 so far. Though he could still give it a try right now, compared to the system's rewards, Lin Feng still valued his own life more. So he didn't want to tempt fate by fiddling with the firing port again. I touched my cheek, the bandage was already soaked through with sweat. This can't go on. If the wound gets infected, things could get even worse. Soon, Lin Feng had changed his bandages. Boom! Right then, a new wave of Allied bombing began again. Lin Feng was instantly knocked to the ground by the shockwave, but fortunately, the naval artillery hadn't breached the fortress. Fuck me. Lin Feng cursed angrily, then scrambled up from the ground in a sorry state. In less than 20 hours, he had come to realize just how insignificant humans were in war. A single careless moment could literally blast you to pieces. The Allied offensive remained firmly pinned down at the coastline. Facing the impregnable bunker fortifications, the Allies were nearly driven to despair. 10 hours later, Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet. The time has almost come. What time? Conrad, sitting next to Lin Feng, spoke up. No big deal. By the way, you're not actually an Imperial soldier, are you? What do you mean by that? Conrad replied nervously, unable to believe that his flawless disguise could have been seen through. I'm guessing you must be Jude. Lin Feng didn't elaborate further, because Conrad's expression was proof enough that his guess was correct. Truth be told, Lin Feng didn't have any ulterior motives. He simply wanted to indulge in a bit of mischievous amusement. You! Conrad stood up in excitement, about to say something when Lin Feng suddenly felt a blinding white light enveloping him. The next moment, a familiar voice rang in my ears. Ding dong! The floor is complete. Congratulations, survivor. You have thoroughly accomplished your mission with an A-grade evaluation, rewarded with plus 10 days of vacation time. The elevator's broadcast voice remained cold as ever, yet Lin Feng found it extraordinarily comforting. He couldn't stand that wretched Normandy place for one more second. His military uniform had already been replaced by his old clothes. Only the bandages and wounds on his face remained. His whole body was also covered in dirt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, Eagle Eye Skill. Holy shit, does this even count as completing the mission? Beep, reminder to the host, enemies killed by your subordinates will also be credited to your account. Should have said so earlier, wouldn't have nearly met the king of hell then. Seriously, Lin Feng muttered helplessly, while gingerly touching the wound on his face. Hiss. Damn, that hurts. But there's nothing to fear now. Hawkeye's ability is incredibly awesome. The description says it can magnify up to 16 times with automatic zoom adjustment. So now Lin Feng has essentially acquired a human 16x scope, although he nearly lost his life just to get this reward, plus some incomprehensible vacation time extended by 10 days. What the hell does this vacation time even mean? Rohar! Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, the little velociraptor stared blankly at his sudden appearance for a moment before rushing over, incessantly pawing at him with its claws. Now the little velociraptor was already half Lin Feng's height. If it were to charge at him again, it could probably knock him down outright. Alright, are you hungry? Let me find you something to eat. Lin Feng patted the little velociraptor's head, then opened his leather backpack and took out some meat. Eat up. Rawr! The little velociraptor let out a cheerful cry before launching a fierce assault on the feast before it. By the way, let's see if we've obtained any materials to upgrade the elevator yet. Lin Feng walked over to the screen only to discover that Chinan had sent him several messages. Chinan, son, I'm back. What's your situation? Still alive? Chinan, damn, you're not even replying instantly to me now? Chinan, what the hell? It's been a whole hour, what's your problem? Chinan, Lin Feng? Lin Feng, you're not actually dead, are you? Chinan, fuck, why are you rushing ahead? Wait for me, I'm coming down to find you, gonna keep being your dad. This was Chinan's last message. Seeing this, Lin Feng got a fright. Was this idiot really under the impression he'd died and gone to kill himself too? Lin Feng, I'm not dead. Chinan, shit, you scared the hell out of me, you know that? So what happened? Did you get hurt and pass out or something? Seeing Chinan reply instantly to his message, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to recount his experiences. To his surprise, Chinan seemed genuinely excited, which left Lin Feng utterly puzzled. If Lin Feng had known what Chinan used to do in the past, he probably wouldn't have thought that way. After chatting with Chinan for a while, Lin Feng noticed that Yihua had also sent him a message. The salt refining process was complete. Upon opening the exchange, Lin Feng discovered that all the resources he had listed for trade had been successfully exchanged. This means Lin Feng can now upgrade the elevator. After taking out the salt and other materials required for the elevator upgrade, he clicked on the upgrade button. The elevator instantly rose to level 8, but there was no visible change. Just as Lin Feng was feeling puzzled, the elevator's announcement system sounded. Detection complete. Survivor Lin Feng's elevator has reached level 8. Vacation reward granted, 5 days. Holiday? Chapter 44, Return to Blue Star. What's a holiday? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, the elevator's announcement immediately responded. Ding dong. The vacation begins, elevator ascending. Holiday duration, 15 days. The elevator began rapidly ascending. Lin Feng gripped the wall-mounted handrail tightly. This time, the elevator moved faster than ever before. Who knew what kind of mischief was afoot? Moments later, the elevator came to a stop. The elevator doors slowly opened. The familiar white light screen appeared before Lin Feng. Strangely enough, the system didn't provide any prompts this time. This left Lin Feng somewhat uncertain about what to do. Ding dong. Survivors are requested to step out of the elevator and enjoy their vacation. All items obtained in the elevator world cannot be taken out. Your elevator time will be in a paused state, and all items obtained in the original world cannot be brought into the elevator. The original world? What does this mean? Could the world beyond this light curtain be the real world? Lin Feng glanced at the baby raptor. If time inside the elevator was paused, it shouldn't go hungry, which put his mind at ease. After stepping through the light curtain, Lin Feng suddenly felt weightless and realized he had arrived inside another elevator. However, this elevator didn't have a screen, and the floor buttons on the side were all clickable. Lin Feng experimentally pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator began descending slowly. Through the mirror embedded in the elevator wall, Lin Feng noticed with surprise that his clothes had changed, now replaced by a set of casual wear. Feeling his pockets, he found, astonishingly, his own phone. What the hell is going on? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, the elevator doors opened. Only then did Lin Feng realize this was actually a shopping mall. However, most of the staff seemed to be middle-aged folks, not many young people around, probably all pursuing better jobs elsewhere. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized the shopping mall looked familiar. Wasn't this the same mall he used to frequent? Even the arrangement of every counter was exactly the same. He touched the wound on his face, still painful. This wasn't a dream. A bold thought suddenly struck Lin Feng. Could he have somehow returned to Blue Star? Actually, verifying this idea is quite simple. With over 3 billion people suddenly vanishing in his world, there had to be news about it. Lin Feng took out his phone and immediately searched Baidu for recent major news. Sure enough, the top headline was about the recent mass disappearance event. The news was released 1 month ago. It's claimed that an unusually dense fog appeared worldwide that day, and after it dissipated, more than half of humanity had vanished from the world. National governments quickly implemented corresponding emergency measures, transforming what was once a labor surplus into a severe workforce shortage. To prevent the outbreak of war, major global powers signed mutual non-aggression treaties. I actually made it back to Blue Star, Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Thanks to Xia country's massive population base, society remained relatively stable despite so many people disappearing without a trace. Just as Lin Feng was about to turn off his phone, he suddenly noticed another news headline. The private yacht of wealthy American businessman Fold has been hijacked. The identity of the hijackers remains unconfirmed, suspected to be pirates. No casualties were reported among the tourists on board. Fold stated he would thoroughly investigate the incident. This, surely it can't be. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly at the corners. This must be a coincidence, absolutely a coincidence. However, just as Lin Feng was convincing himself these were all coincidences, a text message arrived. Mike. No, this can't be. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Hey Lin, how's life treating you in Xia country? The loot from the cruise ship heist has been divided. Your share will be wired to your bank account shortly. Don't worry, the transfer is legit. I initiated it through Old Shui's International Trading Company. The amount should be deposited into your account in 3 installments over the next 6 months. Soon after, Lin Feng received a bank notification about an overseas transfer. A whopping 60 million renminbi had arrived. No kidding. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. The next moment, the bank called, not to question the origin of this transfer, but to ask if he'd like to upgrade his membership tier. The transaction had already been processed with complete legality, so no one would trace it back to Lin Feng. As for the bank's offer, Lin Feng naturally chose to upgrade. After all, there was no downside, and he wouldn't be staying in this world much longer anyway. 15 days later, he'd have to return to the elevator world. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to see if any other familiar events had occurred in the real world. Young man, could you move aside, please? I need to mop the floor. While Lin Feng stood there looking at his phone, an elderly woman spoke from behind. Oh, right, sorry, auntie. Lin Feng quickly nodded and then stepped aside to make way. Standing in the middle of the mall checking his phone did seem rather foolish. Lin Feng promptly left the mall and took a taxi to his rented apartment. Based on the bank's reaction, it seemed he hadn't been reported as a missing person yet. If I had been listed as a missing person and suddenly reappeared, the police would probably be looking for me by now. Later, when someone upgrades their elevator to level 8, they'll also get vacation time. They can explain things to the government then. I definitely don't want to be arrested and interrogated non-stop until the vacation ends. Returning to his room, the instant noodles Chinan had left uneaten that morning were still sitting on the table. With a look of disgust, Lin Feng threw away the cup noodles before taking out his phone to browse the news again. Aeroflot flight SU-207 has gone missing over the Pacific Ocean, and the crash site has yet to be located. There were 375 passengers on board. Will housing prices plummet after a significant reduction in the global population? Today, governments around the world announced the launch of child-rearing subsidies. A pile of messy news, mostly written by self-media outlets. Lin Feng could tell at a glance from the headlines that they weren't worth reading, just pure clickbait. The only slightly noteworthy thing might be that incident about the missing Russian flight, but it had absolutely nothing to do with Lin Feng. Or did it actually have some connection after all? On a nameless little island in the distant Pacific, a man wielding a fire axe and a lighter was desperately hacking away at the savage trying to eat him. P.S. Returning to Blue Star is the biggest foreshadowing. You'll have to guess what it means because I'm not telling. Chapter 45, Vacation. Returning to his familiar little apartment, Lin Feng felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Flipping on the TV and tuning to some random channel, he sprawled across the sofa and began ordering takeout. Damn, the delivery fee is so high now. Lin Feng stared at the steep 8 yuan delivery fee in utter exasperation, though upon reflection, he supposed it was pretty standard these days. People's current consumption levels are definitely several times higher than before. Wages are probably 2 to 3 times what they used to be. While waiting for his food delivery to arrive, Lin Feng discovered that his phone actually had an app called Elevator Survival. Upon opening it, he realized this app was the elevator's chat room. But this software can only be used for chatting, not for transactions. Half an hour later. Bang bang bang. Hello, delivery. That was pretty fast. Lin Feng stretched lazily before opening the door to collect his food delivery. Eating takeout while watching a movie, Lin Feng hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Now that I've finally returned to Blue Star with tens of millions still sitting in my bank account, isn't this the perfect time to indulge myself? After lunch, Lin Feng took a taxi back to the mall where he had first appeared. After buying a set of designer clothes in the fashion district, Lin Feng was about to hail a cab to pick up a car from the 4S dealership when he received an international call just as he left the mall. Hey, Lin. Mike, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Could they be planning another robbery? But according to normal procedures, shouldn't they all be lying low right now? We've rented a yacht to go out and relax. Do you want to come along? Oh, and the yacht's only invited beautiful women. Of course, I'll fly to the United States right away. No need, we'll be arriving in China soon. Just wait for me at Wuzhanku port in Shanghai, we'll get there the day after tomorrow. Okay. Lin Feng had been wondering where to go next for some fun, but now he had his destination. Wait, how come I'm speaking English? And so fluently at that. I'm someone who repeatedly failed CET4 and CET6, yet now my spoken English is this authentic? Lin Feng could only credit this miraculous improvement to the elevator world's influence. It's truly great to master another language. Now, Lin Feng was about to head to the Magic City. After checking his ticket, he realized it would arrive the day after tomorrow, so taking the high-speed train seemed the best option. There was a train departing in 3 hours. Lin Feng booked a sleeper berth and then took a taxi to the railway station. After passing through security and waiting for a few more hours, Lin Feng finally boarded the high-speed train. After entering his compartment, Lin Feng flopped directly onto the sofa. The entire compartment was his alone, complete with a private bathroom, eliminating any worries about being disturbed by others. Clearly, you get what you pay for. Throughout the journey, no attendants disturbed him unless summoned. He ate at mealtimes, slept when tired, and whiled away boredom by playing with his phone or browsing the elevator world's chat room. In the blink of an eye, the high-speed train arrived at the station. The arrival time was 2 a.m. Since half the population had disappeared, the exits weren't as crowded as before. Even the aunties holding signs and asking if you needed a taxi or rental housing were gone. After leaving the train station, Lin Feng found a hotel and went to sleep. The next morning, Mike called again saying they were about to arrive at the port. The hotel served breakfast featuring some of Shanghai's specialty morning snacks. After having a light meal, Lin Feng took a taxi to Wuzhanku port. With no traffic congestion on the roads these days, he arrived in no time. Mike was already waiting outside for Lin Feng in advance, and when he saw Lin Feng get out of the car, he walked over. Lin, long time no see. Mike immediately gave Lin Feng a bear hug as soon as they met. Everyone had noticed Lin Feng's actions during the yacht heist, where he bought time for the team to retreat safely. After negotiations, Lin Feng's share of the profits was increased by 10%. Moreover, Mike, Trevor, and Franklin had come to regard him as a true brother rather than just a member of their robbery crew. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited him to join them on this yacht trip. Let's go, bro. There's a whole boat full of beauties waiting for you. Just look at those muscles. Those women are gonna devour you when they see you. Ha! I was just wondering where to go have fun after returning home. Never thought you'd come pick me up on a cruise ship straight away. Lin Feng said with a laugh. Those guys Mike and his crew really went all out renting a cruise ship without even blinking. Wait a second, if I remember correctly, Michael, Trevor, and Franklin should be game characters. It was only then that Lin Feng realized, shouldn't they be the protagonists from the game GTA 5? Lin Feng hastily took out his phone to search for it. He discovered that no such game existed in this world. The GTA series had only reached version 4, and according to available data, the gaming company had completely abandoned the franchise due to GTA 4's poor sales performance. But in Lin Feng's memory, GTA was an extremely popular game. So, was this still Blue Star? Or had the elevator world directly altered Blue Star's history? Lin, ha! Hearing Mike shout, Lin Feng quickly snapped back to attention. What's wrong? Just a heads up, we're here. Mike pointed to the cruise ship in front of him and said that his second favorite thing to do was drifting on the ocean aboard a cruise ship, fishing, and enjoying the scenery. My favorite thing to do is undoubtedly being a director. After Lin Feng boarded the cruise ship, he discovered that it was indeed filled entirely with beautiful women. Excluding security, there were just a few men like them, while women numbered in the dozens. Damn, if they boarded this ship, wouldn't they be completely drained? As for security, there were over 100 guards, each armed. Hey, Lin! Trevor gave Lin Feng a bear hug just like Michael did. But Lin Feng knew this guy was also interested in men, so he quickly pushed him away. Franklin wasn't as exaggerated as those two, he just gave Lin Feng a light hug. Soon the cruise ship left the harbor. Lin, didn't you want to have some fun? See that pool over there? Go for it. After changing into his swim trunks, Trevor dragged Lin Feng to the poolside, where several girls in sexy bikinis kept waving at him. Naturally, Lin Feng wasn't about to chicken out, he stripped off his clothes and plunged right into the midst of the women. Cheers erupted instantly. Lin Feng got to experience the so-called facial cleanser treatment firsthand. Mike was leaning against the railing, humming a tune while fishing, while Franklin and Trevor played cards with some girls. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was enjoying godlike service in the swimming pool. Chapter 46, The End of the Vacation. After partying wildly on the cruise ship all day, Lin Feng no longer cared whether this was his original world or not. Since it's vacation time, it doesn't matter where I go to have fun. Old Mac, how was the haul? At dusk, Lin Feng looked at Mac carrying a water tank and asked. This guy really had the patience to fish on the deck all day long. Ha, we're having grilled fish tonight. Mike proudly lifted the water tank in his hand. It seemed he'd had a very fruitful day. After setting up the grill on deck, Mike put on some music and began intently grilling the fish. Although there was a restaurant on the cruise ship, Mike still preferred the feeling of living this way. Old Mike, toss me a fish to try. Lin Feng walked over with a blonde, blue-eyed girl tucked under his arm. Here you go, remember to leave me a good review, or Mike's Grilled Fish Shop will blacklist you. Old Mac handed the grilled fish to Lin Feng and said, oh, that's not necessarily true. Old Mac's service attitude is a bit rough. Lin Feng also joked, taking a bite before giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Here, you try some too. Lin Feng brought the grilled fish to the girl's lips. Thank you, Boss Lin. The blonde girl said in clumsy Chinese, then took a tiny bite. They had originally planned to throw a wild party that night, but the captain said there might be rough seas later, so he recommended everyone return to their cabins. The sea waves are no joke, so the evening party was cancelled. The blonde girl Lin Feng was holding clearly wanted something to happen with him tonight. Already at the door, yet still not planning to leave. Can't deny, foreign girls are really bold. The blonde girl was also extremely attractive, even more beautiful than in Qingqing, who had previously tried to seduce Lin Feng in the game level. Perhaps it was the added advantage of her fair skin. Care to have a few drinks with me tonight? Lin Feng asked the blonde girl, who was practically pressing herself against him. It's an honor. That evening, naturally, there wasn't much to say. After a few drinks, the two of them quickly got down to business. But to Lin Feng's surprise, this blonde was actually a virgin. He'd assumed someone so open-minded would be far more experienced. When dawn came, Lin Feng woke groggily. It had been ages since he'd slept, and so naturally, his sleep schedule had been completely disrupted ever since entering the elevator world. Last night, sleeping was purely due to exhaustion. Working from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m., even a superhero couldn't handle that. The exhausted blonde girl still hadn't woken up. After getting dressed, Lin Feng went to the cafeteria to pick up 2 breakfasts and just happened to run into Mike. Old Mike, lend me some cash. Lin Feng patted Mike on the shoulder as he was picking up his meal. Ha, looks like you got lucky last night? Mike instantly flashed a knowing grin that all men would recognize, then pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet. Actually, no need to pay her. They boarded this ship precisely to cozy up to us. Mike shrugged and said. Previously, he had merely posted a video of a luxury cruise on his social account, and hundreds of women had privately messaged him asking if he wanted to travel together. So he took the opportunity to invite all these women aboard. To put it bluntly, these women were simply trying to cozy up to the wealthy. Ha, thanks. I'll transfer the money to you later. Gotta run now. Lin Feng waved as he spoke. Damn you, it's just a small amount, no need to pay me back. Mike laughed and cursed, then went back to making his sandwich. Back in the room, the blonde girl still hadn't woken up. After placing the sandwich and milk on the nightstand, Lin Feng took out that stack of US dollars again. There were probably $4,000 or $5,000 here. After weighing the money down with the milk glass, Lin Feng left the room. Feeling affluent is really quite nice. Lin Feng leaned against the railing and gazed at the distant sea. Unconsciously, he activated his eagle eye ability, taking in every detail of the far-off scenery. By now, the cruise ship had reached international waters. Aside from the occasional vessel visible in the distance, there was little else worth seeing. This route would take them from the lighthouse country to Xia Kingdom, then on to Siam, before retracing its path back. After playing this round, Lin Feng didn't have much vacation time left. Lin! Hearing the shout, Lin Feng turned his head to look. Are you awake? What does this mean? The blonde girl waved the money in her hand. I can't take responsibility for you, so consider this money as compensation. The blonde girl also understood Lin Feng's words. After all, in her eyes, he was someone worth tens of millions of dollars. It was only natural he couldn't keep dragging her along forever. Thank you. The blonde girl stepped forward, kissed Lin Feng, and then quietly stood by his side. A few days later, the cruise ship arrived in Siam. The group also planned to spend some time sightseeing in Bangkok to experience the local customs and culture. Old Shui, upon hearing that there were many ladyboys here, instantly became as excited as if he'd taken stimulants. He was absolutely determined to investigate the anatomy of these ladyboys. No one tried to stop him. Over the next 2 days, Lin Feng sampled the local raw marinated dishes and also tried out a traditional Thai massage. This journey to Siam has come to an end. Time flew by, and soon the final day of the holiday arrived, with Lin Feng now in the United States. Currently dancing at a bar with Mike and the others, Lin Feng sighed after glancing at the countdown he had set. Guys, I'm heading to the restroom. Lin Feng patted a few people on the shoulder and said, okay. After arriving at the bar's bathroom, there was still 1 minute left on the countdown. He simply washed his hands, wiped his face, and then heard a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Ding dong, the holiday is over. The elevator instantly appeared inside a small compartment. Nice one, you really know how to pick a spot. Lin Feng pushed open the bathroom door and stepped into the white light of the elevator. Ah! The roar of the tiny velociraptor reached Lin Feng's ears. Just like a dream, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of emotion. It truly felt like living through a dream. I glanced at the chat room's time and realized it was already 11 p.m. Was it time to enter another new floor again? Everyone in the chat room was still sharing their experiences on various floors. Beep upgrade mission triggered. Host, please upgrade the elevator to level 9. Reward, plus 5 free attribute points. By the way, isn't unlocking level 8 supposed to let us check our physical attributes? Where do I see that? Ding, please check. Host. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 15. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 10. Luck, 2. All attributes except luck have a human average of 10, while luck is 0. Skills, intermediate firearms proficiency, basic combat techniques, expert wilderness survival, eagle eye. Chapter 47, Attribute Panel. Come to think of it, my attributes seem pretty decent. After reviewing the stats panel, Lin Feng nodded contentedly. Those 2 rings really were luck boosters after all. Ordinary people typically have a luck stat of 0, but Lin Feng's luck is 2. Though he isn't sure how significant this difference is, Lin Feng is already extremely satisfied with it. Currently, the elevator still needs 500 kilograms of iron, 30 gold coins, 50 kilograms of gold, and 100 kilograms each of copper and aluminum before it can ascend to level 9. The upgrade materials aren't too difficult to obtain, and Lin Feng can always acquire some through trading. As before, Lin Feng exchanged food and medicine for the necessary upgrade supplies. However, he didn't trade too much this time. After all, scarcity drives value. Having just conducted trades recently, flooding the market with more medical supplies now could risk devaluing them. So it's still necessary to control the number of transactions. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the Wasteland World floor. There is a mutant called the Tyrant on this floor. Please eliminate it to receive the floor reward. Ding, random mission triggered, Monster Hunter. Host is requested to eliminate the Tyrant. Reward, Strength attribute plus 2. Soon, the elevator's announcement sounded as well. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. After a moment, the elevator came to a steady stop. After equipping the chainmail and HK assault rifle, Lin Feng pressed the button to open the door. Stepping out of the elevator, he was immediately hit by a foul stench, a mix of blood and sewage. Lin Feng quickly shone his flashlight around. This must be the sewers, no wonder it reeked so badly. Even the little raptor looked disgusted, covering its nose with one front claw. Go wait for me by the elevator. Lin Feng rubbed the little velociraptor's head. The tyrant would probably be too overpowered even with the little velociraptor by his side. It likely wouldn't make a difference. Howl. The little velociraptor tilted its head away, resolutely refusing, then continued following Lin Feng to explore further ahead. Suddenly, a white glow appeared in the dark passage ahead, strikingly bright in the pitch-black sewer. The source of that luminous glow must have spotted Lin Feng as well. It flickered faintly, as if seeking a response. Lin Feng naturally flickered his flashlight a few times in response. Soon, the other party flickered back several times. Then they began rushing toward Lin Feng's position, getting closer and closer. Unable to discern what the other party actually was, Lin Feng cautiously raised his rifle into firing position. What if this thing running toward me turns out to be a glowing monster? Wouldn't it be awkward if I'm caught completely unprepared? Hello, anyone there? Right then, a shout came from the direction of the white light. A human? Lin Feng grew suspicious, gripping the gun in his hand even tighter. Whether facing the original inhabitants of this world or other survivors in the elevator's survival game, Lin Feng couldn't afford to lower his guard. Sometimes, the most dangerous threats come from one's own kind. Are you human? Lin Feng asked in return. I'm human. I'm human. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Ugh. Judging by this reaction, it must be another survivor from the elevator survival game. However, could the other person have mistaken him for a native resident? Raise your hands immediately so I can confirm you're not a threat. Lin Feng shone his flashlight directly on the man's face when he heard the shout. I surrender. I'm raising my hands. Don't shoot. Please don't shoot. When the man saw the rifle in Lin Feng's hands, he hastily threw his crossbow and dagger to the ground, begging for mercy as he discarded his weapons. After confirming that he posed no threat, Lin Feng lowered his gun slightly. Why are you here? I don't know either. I lost my memory and woke up in this place. Having no idea what kind of world this was, the man casually made up the foolproof excuse of amnesia. Lin Feng nodded, appearing to believe the guy's bullshit excuse. But he had other plans in mind. The fact that this guy had run all the way from that direction without being eaten by the tyrant meant there were no tyrants over there, which meant the tyrant could only be coming from behind. This guy would make perfect bait to lure the tyrant. Looking at how scared he is, a little gunpoint persuasion from behind would keep him obedient. How about this? I'll escort you out first. You walk ahead, and I'll cover you from behind. Lin Feng stepped forward and helped the man up, motioning for him to move ahead. Ha, forward, forward? Exactly. With me to protect you, what are you scared of? Hurry up, we shouldn't stay here. Lin Feng gestured with the gun in his hand, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Alright then. The man had no choice but to muster his courage and move forward. He was genuinely terrified that disobeying might get him shot. Fortunately, I had a flashlight, allowing me to see what lay ahead, which eased my mind a little. Just like that, Lin Feng followed behind the man at a distance of a few meters for over 10 minutes. Hurry up, the sewers are dangerous. We need to get out of here quickly. Damn slow, walking like an 80-year-old granny, Lin Feng said impatiently. At this sluggish pace, they covered only a few hundred meters in over 10 minutes. If this kept up, they'd waste all their floor time. Bro, how much farther to the exit? Almost there, just walk faster, I'm right behind you. If anything happens, I'll shoot immediately. Then buddy, you better aim carefully. The man said with crumbling composure, suddenly regretting his decision to come running over. Who could have guessed he'd immediately have a gun pressed against his forehead upon arrival? If he could do it over again, he definitely wouldn't have rushed straight in. After another 10 minutes or so, the man suddenly saw a dark figure flash by ahead and was immediately terrified. Ghost! It's a ghost! Bro, shoot already. Can't you see it? What the hell? Where? Lin Feng immediately asked while taking a few steps back. He had a hunch that what the man had just seen must have been the tyrant. It was right ahead, just a flash. I don't know where it is now. The man spoke while retreating backward. Lin Feng used his eagle eye skill to thoroughly scout the area, but found nothing. Big brother, why are you so far away from me? The man turned his head and saw that Lin Feng was at least 10 meters away from him, clearly not in any position to protect him. Stop the nonsense and keep moving forward. Lin Feng dropped all pretense, the red laser sight now aimed directly at the man's skull. Why yes, okay, don't shoot. The man swallowed hard, then continued groping forward in the darkness. Chapter 48, Tyrant Down. At this moment, the man already knew he was being used as bait, but moving forward might still offer a slim chance of survival. If he turned back, the native behind him might shoot him on the spot. In the shadowy corner untouched by the flashlight, a mutated chimpanzee known as the Tyrant was fixated on the man walking ahead. His breathing grew heavier, and suddenly, the mutated chimpanzee seemed to seize the moment, leaping down directly from the abandoned drainage pipe. Roar! Ah! The man was instantly pinned beneath the mutated chimpanzee and let out a pained howl before the sound abruptly cut off the next instant. To everyone's horror, the Tyrant had actually ripped off the man's head, then pried open the skull cap and greedily slurped out the brains within. Lin Feng obviously couldn't just stand by when the Tyrant suddenly appeared, but everything happened too fast. By the time he raised his gun to fire, the man's head had already been split open like a melon. Bang 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 bang! Lin Feng immediately fired several shots at the Tyrant's head. However, the bullets actually sparked upon hitting its head, and every single one ricocheted away. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this? Lin Feng swallowed hard and began to retreat backward. Roar! The little velociraptor also sensed an unprecedented crisis, curling its entire body up. This wasn't fear, it was preparing for a fight to the death. Little dragon, fall back! Lin Feng shouted, and the little velociraptor obediently scrambled backward. Having finished eating the brain, the Tyrant now set its sights on Lin Feng. Roar! Roar! Thud! Without hesitation, Lin Feng fired a grenade at the Tyrant, which landed precisely at its feet. Countless tiny fragments struck the Tyrant's lower body after the explosion, but the effect was rather underwhelming. It was only a trickle of blood at best. Even those minor wounds healed rapidly. Damn it, you've got to be kidding me! Lin Feng gazed at this utterly absurd scene, completely at a loss for words. The good news was that grenades could damage the tyrant. The bad news? This damn boss could actually regenerate health. No more head-on clashes, it was time to adopt hit-and-run tactics. Enraged by the explosion, the tyrant let out a furious roar before charging recklessly toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly loaded another grenade and fired it once more. Boom! The grenade once again wounded the tyrant's leg, significantly slowing its movements. Moreover, Lin Feng noticed that upon the explosion, the tyrant instinctively shielded its eyes with its arms. Keep in mind, any creature will instinctively protect its vulnerabilities when faced with danger. Lin Feng deduced that the tyrant's current behavior indicated its eyes were its weak spot. Lin Feng swiftly reloaded and began delivering uninterrupted aim shots at the tyrant's eyes. With its weak spot under constant attack, the tyrant could only keep shielding its eyes with its arms, losing visibility and becoming a stationary target. However, Lin Feng's magazine only held 30 rounds. Even with controlled bursts, it emptied quickly. After the suppressing fire ceased, the tyrant immediately lowered its arm and charged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. As expected, it had no brain, just a little trick was enough to fool it. His gun still contained the last 10 bullets. If all 10 shots struck its eyes, even if it didn't die, they could seriously injure it. With the enhanced zoom of the Eagle Eye at 16 times magnification and his intermediate firearm mastery skill, Lin Feng swiftly locked onto the tyrant's eyeballs, each no larger than a soybean. Bang! 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 10 consecutive bullets all struck the tyrant's eyeballs. The tyrant had no time to block the bullets and collapsed upon being hit. After a brief pause, no system prompt sounded. Clearly, this tyrant wasn't dead yet. Seeing this, Lin Feng swiftly fired a grenade at the tyrant's head. After a brief pause, the grenade exploded beneath the tyrant's head. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere, with chunks of brain matter splattering in all directions. Even Lin Feng, who was standing far away, got caught in the aftermath. Shaking the bits of brain matter off his clothes, Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. This time, the tyrant should be dead. Soon, the system's notification tone sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Monster Hunter. Rewards have been issued. Strength attribute +2. Lin Feng immediately felt the power within his body grow somewhat stronger. Walking over to the tyrant's corpse, he examined it but found nothing of value. After all that effort, this feels like a bad deal. Lin Feng kicked the tyrant's body in frustration as he spoke. At least that man was also a survivor. His elevator ought to be nearby. Hopefully there'd be some good stuff in his elevator, but judging by his completely non-combative appearance, Lin Feng didn't want to get his hopes up. Walking straight ahead, Lin Feng soon discovered an elevator with its door open. The elevator was actually level 5, and the material storage area had already been unlocked. After entering the elevator, Lin Feng first checked the material storage area. He actually found that the items inside could be taken out. Now things were much better. Lin Feng had originally worried they might be irretrievable. What does this mean? Lin Feng tapped on the retrieval option in the stockpile area, and a prompt popped up on the screen. Transfer the supplies from this elevator directly into the survivors. Lin Feng, elevator? That convenient? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before clicking yes with mixed feelings. Soon, the original supplies in the storage area began to vanish rapidly. Lin Feng didn't concern himself with it anymore. He'd know soon enough when he returned to the elevator. Inside this person's elevator were still some food items, mostly biscuits and canned goods. Though Lin Feng didn't particularly like them, he packed them all up anyway. Even if he didn't eat them, he could always sell them later. Besides these, a foam box wrapped in plastic film placed in the middle of the elevator caught Lin Feng's attention. He reached out and scraped the film, causing the water droplets inside to roll off, finally allowing him to see clearly what was beneath. Is this a plant? Lin Feng scratched his head. Wait, was this guy seriously growing crops here? Holy shit, this is insane. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before deciding to haul this foam container back. Who knows, if vegetables actually grow in it someday, he could finally vary his diet a bit. As for the remaining items, Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested. He grabbed a few pieces of clothing before returning to his elevator. With over 30 minutes left before the doors closed, Lin Feng wasn't in any hurry to call back the little velociraptor still straining outside. The sewer should be safe now with no danger lurking. After putting down the heavy foam box, Lin Feng went to check the material stacking area. Indeed, there were more upgrade materials now. Still needed, 300 kilograms of iron, 20 gold coins, 100 kilograms each of copper and aluminum to upgrade the elevator. Who knows where this guy managed to scavenge so much gold? Lin Feng took a closer look and was shocked to find it was a full 100 kilograms. Chapter 49, The Lucky Ring's Merit. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue trading for upgrade materials, Shinan's avatar suddenly flashed. Shinan, Feng, where did you get so many meds to trade? Isn't this reckless? Lin Feng, huh? How did you know? I was just about to list them. Are you a prophet or something? Shinan, Don't you realize your name is trending in the chat rooms right now? Plenty of people are waiting to snatch up the meds you're selling. I happened to see someone discussing you the other day, so I looked into it a bit. Lin Feng, I see. Well, do you need any medical supplies? Sheenan, Fingzi, I suggest you use them sparingly. Medicine is too precious. Though I don't know where you got so many meds, I advise against trading them away. Lin Feng, don't worry, I know my limits. By the way, if you get sick, remember to ask me for medicine. Sheenan, got it. You be careful too. After exiting the chat, Lin Feng cancelled the medicines he was about to list for trade. It wasn't because of Chinan's advice, but rather because Lin Feng had realized one thing: scarcity creates value. As the person holding the most medicine, he naturally needed to control the quantity sold and raise prices. After all, no matter how much medicine he had, it could never satisfy billions of people. As for Chinan's advice, if he knew exactly how much medicine Lin Feng truly possessed, he probably wouldn't have said those words. Howl, don't touch that, Lin Feng said to the little velociraptor, which seemed quite interested in the phone box. Rawr! The little velociraptor let out a confused cry, but obediently backed away nonetheless. If this phone box was off limits, then this mighty dragon would go play with the water instead. The little raptor cheerfully trotted up to the pool and peered inside. Gulp gulp gulp. TSK, this kid, could he be hitting his rebellious phase already? So many little antics. Lin Feng also noticed that the little velociraptor was becoming more and more active lately. Moreover, it was downright mischievous. Lin Feng seriously suspected that this guy had entered his rebellious teenage phase. What are you doing? Lin Feng pulled the little raptor's head out of the water, glanced at the pool, then back at the small dinosaur. The pool held nothing special, just two plump freshwater fish that looked so tempting even Lin Feng felt a craving. How about grilled fish for dinner today? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then scooped out two fish whose names he didn't know. Keep playing. Howl. The little velociraptor let out a joyful cry before diving headfirst into the puddle again, continuing to splash and gurgle. Ah, you. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, the pool water refreshes automatically and stays clean every day. If it enjoys playing, just let it be. Lin Feng cleaned the two fish and then briefly rinsed them in the pool. Only then did he skewer them with branches and prop them up by the fireplace. After about 20 minutes, the grilled fish emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Damn, my cooking skills are top-notch. Lin Feng took a bite and found the taste excellent, not inferior to Mike's grilling at all, despite only using salt. With some chili or pepper, it would have been even more delicious. The little raptor, being a proper foodie dinosaur, would never miss a meal. To put it plainly, every time Lin Feng cooked, it would come scurrying over to mooch food. Lin Feng had already set aside the fish he grilled for the little velociraptor, two large fish heads. Absolutely brain-boosting. The little velociraptor wasn't picky at all, happily wagging its tail as it nibbled the two fish heads clean, bite by bite. Of course, these alone wouldn't be enough. Lin Feng threw some more scraps of raw meat to it. After eating about 5 more pounds of meat, the little raptor was finally full. Now his own food supply wasn't lacking, but the little raptor had nothing to eat. Only half of the mountain goat meat remained now. I hope the next floor will give me one with lots of animals. Lin Feng casually tossed the branch used for grilling fish into the fireplace as he spoke. Just as he said this, the lucky ring on his finger flickered faintly, but Lin Feng didn't notice this subtle change. Full and satisfied, time for more training. According to the personal panel, exercise is indeed very effective. His previous level was certainly below the average for normal people, but through exercise and the body tempering pill, he managed to increase several points. Seeing Lin Feng making those strange movements again, the little velociraptor didn't bother him anymore and quietly settled by the poolside. It seems to have claimed the area near the pool as its own nest. After training for a while, Lin Feng went to sleep. The next day, Lin Feng was still sound asleep when the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the grassland floor. This floor has relatively low danger levels for the host, so there's no need to worry. The floor contains various wild animals and a tribe of indigenous people. Note, the indigenous people are hostile toward all outsiders who enter the grassland. Wow! It's really a floor full of animals? That's some amazing luck. Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at the lucky ring he was wearing. Could it really be thanks to this lucky ring? I should find a chance to test it. The natives probably aren't much of a threat. If I encounter any, I'll just kill them outright. Ding dong! The elevator is descending, please hold on steady. As the announcement ended, the elevator began descending rapidly, stopping moments later. Lin Feng made a final check of the weapons he was carrying before stepping out. Upon leaving the elevator, a wave of scorching heat immediately assaulted him. The drastic temperature difference between inside and outside the elevator made Lin Feng sneeze uncontrollably. Not far from Lin Feng, there was indeed a herd of wild buffaloes drinking water. Holy crap, so many buffaloes, we're gonna strike it rich. Xiaolong, sneak over quietly. After I fire my shot, jump out and grab as many as you can. One would already count as a win. Ah! The little velociraptor immediately nodded, then hunched down to conceal itself in the grass. Just as it was cautiously creeping forward, the small velociraptor suddenly noticed something ahead. There lay an emaciated lion, crouched in the grass with its eyes fixed intently on a herd of drinking buffalo. It was searching for the weak among their ranks, but the calves and elders were all shielded within protective circles formed by the primaged bulls. With no easy opportunity for ambush, the lion had been waiting patiently until this moment. Yet all its attention was fixed on the herd of cattle, failing to notice the far more terrifying velociraptor approaching from behind. Roar! With a low growl from the young velociraptor, its razor-sharp teeth instantly sank into the lion's flesh. The lion turned upon hearing the sound, attempting to fight back, but with just a slight exertion of the raptor's jaws, the lion's throat was torn open. It quickly lost the ability to resist and became a lifeless corpse. Chapter 50 The Natives. The brief incident involving the velociraptors concluded swiftly without disturbing the herd. After glancing at the velociraptor's position, Lin Feng held his breath and pulled the trigger, aiming directly at the nearby herd. The gunshot rang out, instantly alarming the cattle as they scattered in panic. Lin Feng quickly emptied an entire magazine of bullets. The harvest wasn't bad. 2 bison dropped straight to the ground, while several others, though hit, managed to escape with the herd thanks to their incredible vitality. The small velociraptor lay hidden in the grass, waiting for the right moment to pounce on one of the injured bison. The bison let out cries of agony, hoping its herd would return to save it, but the terrified herd paid no attention, galloping away in the blink of an eye. After reloading, Lin Feng took a few more shots but came up empty-handed, forcing him to give up. After all, 3 bison would be enough to last him and the velociraptor quite some time. It's just that these 3 bison were unusually large, each probably weighed over 1,000 jin. It would be ridiculous to stuff them all into his cowhide backpack. Each slot in the cowhide backpack had a weight limit of 200 kilograms, so carrying these whole bison was impossible. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to carve up the bison and only pack the meat. Before exiting the elevator, Lin Feng had already cleared out 2 slots in his canvas backpack. He piled all the medicine and non-perishable food in the corner of the elevator. With plenty of space available now, the elevator could easily accommodate everything taken out from the canvas backpack. Soon, Lin Feng gathered the corpses of all 3 cows together. With the rise and fall of his knife, the first bison was quickly gutted and butchered. The little raptor simply crouched nearby, feeding on the entrails and bones Lin Feng tossed aside. As for these awful parts, Lin Feng didn't plan to pack them. His focus was primarily on preserving the meat. Dissecting an entire buffalo still consumed quite some time. Lin Feng glanced at the remaining floor time. 1:20, over an hour left. If it doesn't work out, I'll use an overtime card to buy some time. Yet just as Lin Feng was intently dividing the beef, sudden shouts came from the distance. Lin Feng looked up and saw several black men painted with body pigments running toward them. However, they weren't carrying any decent weapons, just some crude melee arms. By the looks of it, they appeared to be unwelcome visitors. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately raised his gun and opened fire. The system clearly stated that the native inhabitants of this floor are hostile to all outsiders, so they definitely didn't come looking for chat. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out as several natives instantly fell to the ground wounded. The remaining dozen or so natives immediately dropped flat to the ground upon hearing the gunfire, shouting words Lin Feng couldn't understand, while simultaneously throwing his weapon away. Surrendering already? Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion. If he had known what era he was in now, he probably wouldn't be so confused. Staring at the dead buffalo before him, Lin Feng suddenly had a whimsical idea. Why not let these natives handle it for him? They'd surely work faster than he could. Lin Feng then fired several shots into the air and waved at the surrendered natives. The natives obediently ran over immediately, their formerly ferocious expressions completely gone from their eyes. Come here and take care of these buffalo. Look, Lin Feng gestured toward the buffalo carcass and the neatly processed beef beside it as he spoke. The meaning was so simple that the natives immediately grasped what to do. They hurriedly removed the 2 remaining wild buffalo and began butchering all the meat. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood guard beside them, gun in hand. This has significantly improved work efficiency. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Within half an hour, all the beef had been divided. After stuffing all the beef into the leather backpack, Lin Feng also took away the ribs and offal that could be carried. These could be roasted and eaten directly when he returned. With the low temperature in the elevator, they wouldn't spoil for 3 or 4 days. Seeing those natives still following him, Lin Feng was baffled. Had they mistaken him for their master? What the hell kind of bizarre tribe is this? Lin Feng was utterly speechless inside, then waved his hand dismissively at the natives. Scram, all of you. Ah! The juvenile velociraptor also bared its teeth at the natives with a fierce snarl. Then it followed Lin Feng back into the elevator. The natives standing frozen in place witnessed Lin Feng's sudden disappearance and instantly dropped to their knees in terror. After Lin Feng departed, a group of lavishly dressed nobles arrived on warhorses, drawn by the earlier gunfire. Looking at the row of natives kneeling on the ground, the leading officer laughed heartily, never expecting such an unexpected windfall. With a wave of his hand, several soldiers stepped forward to tie up the natives. Inside the elevator, Lin Feng hung all the ribs by the fireplace, intending to dry the meat for easier storage. Of course, he didn't forget to set aside a portion for the little raptor. He fed the little raptor 2 whole rib bones and 2 beef hearts, roughly enough to satisfy its appetite. Lin Feng still needed to process the remaining meat and organs. All these ingredients would be roasted by Lin Feng and stored for gradual consumption. Completing these tasks consumed Lin Feng's entire afternoon. Finally finished everything, Lin Feng stretched lazily on the bed, about to go to sleep, when he suddenly remembered the supplies he'd listed on the exchange. He decided to check how much he'd earned. Might as well list another batch before sleeping. Approaching the screen, Lin Feng opened the exchange. There were plenty of buyers, though unfortunately they were all trading with basic materials. Wood and iron, other supplies were extremely scarce. Lin Feng cancelled the wood exchange option, his current wood supply was still sufficient. The timber collected from the forest level last time hadn't run out yet, and through trading, he'd obtained an additional 200 kilograms. As for other supplies, he acquired 100 kilograms of iron, 1 gold coin, 10 kilograms of gold, but no copper or aluminum at all. This was likely because Lin Feng hadn't offered any medical supplies in his trades. If medications were stocked and could only be purchased with gold coins, someone would probably snap them up instantly. After restocking some food and water scavenged from other people's elevators, Lin Feng went to sleep. Oh right, this ring. Lying in bed, Lin Feng removed the ring from his finger. Increase luck? Yesterday she had casually mentioned how nice it would be to reach a floor with more animals, and today it actually happened. Though she found her own thoughts somewhat absurd, Lin Feng realized nothing seemed impossible in this world anymore. Besides, the system's attribute panel clearly indicated these 2 rings were luck-boosting items. Chapter 51 Battle Royale 1. After all, making a wish wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. Lin Feng thought to himself, then looked at the ring and said, I hope my next floor has plenty of resources for upgrading the elevator. This time, the ring didn't show any changes. After making his wish, Lin Feng peacefully went to sleep, waiting to wake up at midnight to see the results. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is a Battle Royale floor. 100 survivors will jointly enter this world and appear randomly at any location within it. Weapons and equipment will be randomly distributed throughout the Battle Royale floor. Beep. Detected that the host is about to enter a large-scale PvP world. This system hereby provides 3 revival coins. After death, you may revive at a newly selected location. Any unused revival coins will be cleared upon completion of the floor. Damn, system. You really live up to your name. Lin Feng stared in shock at the revival coins provided by the system. I'm not that nervous about the upcoming Battle Royale anymore. Others don't get any margin for error, but Lin Feng has a full 3 chances. Then what's there to be afraid of? Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on tight. The elevator began descending rapidly. When it halted, the doors opened, and Lin Feng was slowly pushed out by a mysterious force. The elevator doors then vanished, leaving the small velociraptors still inside. It seemed this was yet another floor they were forced into. Ding dong. This floor is a Battle Royale game level. There are 100 survivors in total. Your relationship with others can be either hostile or allied, but in the end, only one person will survive. The survivor will safely leave the floor, and the reward will be all the supplies from the survivors you personally eliminated. Ding dong. The game begins now. All survivors will be teleported to random locations. Any equipment originally carried will remain in your personal elevator. Initial gear includes an electronic map that displays the safe zone's location. Many survivors, still confused about their situation, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. In the next instant, they found themselves transported to another location. Lin Feng, meanwhile, appeared in a desolate village. This village seemed to have endured the ravages of war. All the houses had been bombed out. Lin Feng was naturally familiar with the Battle Royale game mode, so the most important thing now was to find weapons and vehicles. Weapons were for self-defense, and vehicles were naturally for escaping the poison zone. Lin Feng refused to believe this damn floor wouldn't have a poison circle. A survival game without a shrinking safe zone, can that even be called a Battle Royale? Absolutely not. Lin Feng quickly sprinted to the nearest residential building. Right by the entrance lay a corpse of indeterminate age, writhing with maggots, but the gun clutched in its skeletal hands still looked serviceable. A P2000 pistol with 3 magazines. The corpse carried nothing else of value on its person. Judging by the attire, this was likely just a civilian caught in the crossfire. After checking the pistol's safety, Lin Feng continued his advance. Suddenly, he spotted a figure darting past. Lin Feng lifted his pistol and jogged after the fleeing figure. The figure turned out to be a girl, unarmed, who had just run into a small bungalow. The house looked tiny, but Lin Feng didn't follow inside. Instead, he chose to squat by the door like an ambushing rat, classic bushwhacker behavior. Damn, this place is completely empty. Battle Royale games usually have supplies everywhere. The girl with a high ponytail pursed her lips in disappointment and turned to leave the bungalow. But the moment she stepped outside, a bullet came flying toward her. Bang! It was Lin Feng. The final reward on this floor directly correlated with how many heads he could claim. That's why Lin Feng didn't harbor any thoughts of showing mercy to the fairer sex. The moment this girl dashed out, he fired a shot without hesitation. However, the P-2000 pistol had limited firepower, and since Lin Feng didn't aim for a headshot, the high ponytailed girl didn't die instantly. Please don't kill me. The girl looked helplessly at Lin Feng's ice-cold gaze as blood continuously flowed from the wound in her abdomen. Sorry, but only one winner is allowed on this floor. Lin Feng slowly approached the girl, this time taking careful aim. Bang! A single headshot ended her suffering. After a quick search of the body yielded nothing useful, Lin Feng hastily moved on to scour the other buildings. In the end, Lin Feng only managed to find 3 bandages, 1 blister pack of used painkillers with just 4 pills left, 2 energy drinks, a bolt-action shotgun, and 10 spare rounds in the small village. In addition to these, there was also a vehicle, a mountain bike. Though it was just a bicycle, it was still far better than Lin Feng traveling on foot. Ding dong! The radiation zone will shrink in 5 minutes. Please proceed to the safe area. The elevator's sound suddenly rang out. Lin Feng quickly glanced at the electronic map on his wrist and realized he was right at the edge of the map, meaning his current position would be affected by the first poison zone. Lin Feng was still a full 2 kilometers away from the safe zone. Damn it! A bike! 2 kilometers! 5 minutes? Without hesitation, Lin Feng started pedaling the bicycle furiously. The poison zone will shrink in 5 minutes, but the speed shouldn't be too fast, so even if I can't reach the safe zone within 5 minutes, it won't be a big problem. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally arrived at the safe zone. The journey was relatively safe, and he didn't encounter any other survivors along the way. Otherwise, with my current weapons, I wouldn't be able to engage in long-range combat at all. After parking his only vehicle, the bicycle, Lin Feng took a look at the small town in front of him. This town appears to be slightly larger, so he should be able to find more goodies here. With that thought, Lin Feng dashed into the nearest 2-story building. Inside, he found a few energy bars, 2 bottles of water, and a sharp machete, unfortunately, no gun. Bang! 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 Just then, gunfire suddenly rang out nearby. Hearing the shots, Lin Feng instinctively took cover behind some shelter before quickly realizing the gunfire wasn't aimed at him. Bang 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 bang! The gunshot rang out again. Strange, this doesn't feel like a shootout, more like target practice. Lin Feng curiously looked toward the source of the sound. After a moment's thought, he ran over. Since I have revival coins, I might as well go wild. A few minutes later, Lin Feng rushed to the rooftop of a 3-story building. During those minutes, gunshots had echoed once more throughout the area. Fire! Bam 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 bam! What the hell is this? Lin Feng gazed at the situation on the opposite street and murmured to himself. Equipped with human eyes serving as a 16x scope, Lin Feng could clearly see what was happening over there. Rows of civilians knelt on the ground with bowed heads, awaiting execution, while a group of masked bandits stood ready to gun them down. Among these civilians, Lin Feng also spotted a few peculiarly dressed individuals, likely unfortunate survivors, perhaps, being captured and executed on the spot. How utterly wretched. Chapter 52, Battle Royale 2, Open Fire. As the leader wearing desert-colored gear shouted, gunfire erupted once more, and another row of civilians was executed. It seems this isn't just a simple battle royale. Lin Feng was inwardly astonished. His current position was relatively safe. He could hole up here for now and wait until those ruthless bandits had left. As for going toe-to-toe with those bandits, Lin Feng wasn't that reckless. Even with respawn coins, there was no need to charge forward just to die pointlessly. Those bandits not only vastly outnumbered him, but each was armed with a rifle. How could Lin Feng possibly fight against that? So, it's better to just be an honest-to-goodness couch potato. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Feng lay down facing the ceiling. The rooftop was uncomfortably hot from the scorching sun, but it could have been worse. About 10 minutes later, when the gunfire finally ceased, Lin Feng cautiously rose to his feet and saw that the armed robbers had already left, leaving only a scattering of corpses behind. Witnessing that tragic scene, Lin Feng could only sigh before rushing downstairs to continue scavenging the town for supplies. Lin Feng soon found a convenience store where the owner had been riddled with bullets. However, beneath the counter, he discovered a Mosin Nagant rifle. It was probably the owner's means of self-defense. There are 15 bullets left. Even without a scope, the Hawkeye's 16 times magnification is more than enough to snipe with. At that moment, Lin Feng heard footsteps approaching from outside. Quickly hiding behind a shelf, he peered out through the gaps to cautiously observe. He initially thought those ferocious bandits had doubled back, but it turned out to be just another survivor after all. Just as Lin Feng was about to eliminate that survivor, a gunshot rang out in the distance. The fleeing survivor in the middle of the road collapsed instantly. But he didn't die, the bullet only went through his thigh. Shit! Ah, damn it! He struggled to move his body as he fumbled with bandages, hastily wrapping them around the wound on his leg. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The man was struck directly in the heart, and quickly became a lifeless corpse. The person who killed him quickly walked over, ready to loot the corpse. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. Sorry, girl. Lin Feng sneered and slowly extended the muzzle of his gun. Bang! 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 After firing 3 consecutive shots, Lin Feng finally stood up and walked out. Both of these individuals were foreigners, no wonder they were so skilled with guns. Rather than searching for supplies on the street, Lin Feng dragged both bodies back to the convenience store before thoroughly looting them. The man only had a pistol on him, and the ammo caliber didn't match Lin Feng's, so he left it behind. However, the woman's gun was quite impressive, an AK-47, though its origin remained a mystery. He actually had a tactical vest on his back, along with 4 spare magazines for ammunition. Lin Feng decisively discarded the shotgun and switched to this AK instead, tucking the pistol directly into his tactical vest. After finishing these tasks, Lin Feng felt thirsty and drank a bottle of energy drink. Ding dong! The radiation zone is about to shrink. Please head to the safe area. Just replenished some energy when the elevator's announcement sounded again. Checking the map, I realized I was outside the safe zone again. Could my luck get any worse? Lin Feng had no choice but to reluctantly hop back onto his bicycle and slog toward the safe area. To avoid being spotted by those ruthless bandits or other survivors, Lin Feng took a mountainous route this time. Though tiring, it was safer at least. Whoosh! Just as Lin Feng was about to reach the safe zone, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. Lin Feng, with his firearms expertise, instantly recognized the sound as gunfire and realized the shooter was using a suppressor. Damn it, they've got us pinned down. Lin Feng cursed under his breath before rolling off his bicycle. After tumbling several times, he successfully took cover behind a slope where bullets couldn't reach him. The problem now was pinpointing the shooter's location. Since Lin Feng didn't reappear, the assailant chose not to fire again, avoiding giving away their position. Thus the stalemate persisted, but while the opponent wasn't anxious, Lin Feng certainly was. The poison circle was gradually closing in from behind. Soon enough, Lin Feng would have no choice but to exit. His adversary had him pinned perfectly. Buzz! Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle erupted behind Lin Feng. A cloud of dust swirled up as a rider on an off-road bike emerged from the rear. Whoosh! Another gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the motorcycle with a sharp metallic ping. The motorcyclist had no choice but to brake hard, then ducked behind the slope just like Lin Feng. Bro, don't shoot. Seeing Lin Feng aiming his gun at him, the man hurriedly tossed all the weapons he had aside. Witnessing this, Lin Feng still didn't lower his guard, who knew if the man might have another gun hidden somewhere. Bro, we gotta team up to take out that sniper ahead first, otherwise none of us are getting out alive when the radiation zone closes in. After we deal with that sniper, we go our separate ways. Deal? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Right now, they truly needed to cooperate to eliminate that sniper. With 2 people, one could act as bait while the other locates and shoots, a perfect setup. I see you've got a long rifle. Here's the plan, I'll be the bait, you take the shot. By the way, I'm Song Fei. And you? Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Holy shit, God Lin? Song Fei exclaimed with utter disbelief on his face. What do you mean? Boss, so you're the legendary God Lin, the one with the highest elevator level who's always selling medical supplies? Am I really that famous now? Lin Shen, how's your marksmanship? Song Fei asked with his head lowered. Not bad. Okay. Song Fei gave an okay sign, then quickly raised his head before lowering it just as fast. However, the other party didn't react in time and thus didn't fire. Damn it, they still haven't fired. Song Fei cursed under his breath, then raised and lowered his head again. This time, gunfire erupted. Lin Feng finally pinpointed the general position too. Seizing the opponent's moment of aiming at Song Fei, Lin Feng swiftly hoisted up his Mosin-Nagant rifle. Found it! Lin Feng sneered at the flickering light on the mountain. After zooming in, he slightly raised his gun barrel and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot echoed through the air. An old 6 in the distance was instantly headshot. Oomph! Daring to ambush your grandpa Lin. Asking for death. God Lin, did you take care of it? Done. Lin Feng wasn't actually sure if there were any more enemies left, so he decided to let Song Fei go first. If he could walk out safely, that would mean there were no more ambushers up there. Song Fei nodded, then cautiously lifted his head to test the waters. When no bullets whizzed past his scalp, he finally stood up with relief. Chapter 53 Battle Royale 3. Lin God, I'm outta here first. Don't shoot. See you around if fate allows. With that, Song Fei revved his motorcycle and zoomed away. Lin Feng slowly raised his gun as he watched Song Fei's retreating figure. Forget it. Lin Feng let out a sigh, then mounted his bicycle and sped into the safe zone. As for that survivor with the sniper rifle, Lin Feng decided not to loot the body, partly because it was too far away, but mostly because a sniper rifle wasn't particularly useful to him. He already had the equivalent of a human 16x scope. His Mosin Nagant was more than enough. Besides, the sniper scope would only make his position more visible. Lin Feng soon reached the safe zone, where a factory area lay before him. It looked like there was plenty of useful stuff lying around. After parking his bicycle, Lin Feng walked in through the broken iron railing. No one was inside. The factory district must have been bombed, driving everyone who could flee to escape, while those who couldn't now lay buried beneath the rubble. Woof, woof woof woof. Holy crap, there's actually a dog still alive? Lin Feng looked at the chained wolfhound in astonishment and said, the doghouse has been blown to rubble, who knows how this guy survived? Woof, do you bite? Lin Feng tentatively extended a wooden stick forward and found that the wolfhound showed no aggression. Clearly frightened by the earlier explosion, it trembled all over when poked by Lin Feng. It also let out a pitiful whimper. It's fine as long as it doesn't bite. Wait, I'll set you free. Lin Feng slowly approached and then unfastened the iron chain. Freed from its restraints, the wolfhound instantly darted away. Moments later, it stopped again right in front of Lin Feng. Want to follow me? Then follow along. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Having one more loyal helper isn't bad. Although Lin Feng had just met this large wolfhound, compared to a human he'd just met, he'd rather trust this dog. Soon, Lin Feng followed the big wolfhound into the yard, where the dog rushed to a water pool and began gulping down water in big mouthfuls. This was likely the factory's cooling pool. Though the water wasn't clean, it was still drinkable. Judging by its appearance, the dog probably hadn't had food or water for a long time. Lin Feng took out an energy bar, tore open the packaging, and tossed it to the wolfhound. The energy bar was just a compressed mix of crushed peanuts, walnuts, and other nuts bound together with sugar, something a dog could safely eat. Here, boy, here. Lin Feng tossed out the energy bar, and the wolf dog eagerly leaped to catch it midair before wolfing it down hungrily. Watching the dog enjoy it so much made Lin Feng's stomach growl too. He unwrapped one and took a bite. Aside from being overly sweet, it actually tasted pretty good. Plus it was surprisingly filling. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng continued to explore the factory area. As a resident of the factory area, the guard dog was very familiar with the place and helped Lin Feng find quite a few useful items. By the time he'd finished searching the entire factory, Lin Feng had acquired 3 remote-controlled bombs, though why these were in a factory remained a mystery. Aside from the 3 remote-controlled bombs, he also found a complete set of bulletproof vest and helmet in the security room, along with 2 FAMAS rifles. Lin Feng only took one of the guns, but all the bullets were loaded. Lastly, they found a drivable off-road vehicle with a full tank of gas in the factory director's parking garage located in the office area. Now they finally had transportation. There wasn't much else to be found. Considering the entire factory had been blasted into ruins, finding these items was already quite fortunate. Get in, boy. Lin Feng opened the passenger door and said, and without hesitation, the big wolf dog jumped right in. After shutting the door securely, Lin Feng quickly took his place in the driver's seat. As someone who'd only ever driven during his license exams, he hadn't even touched a sedan since leaving driving school, let alone an off-road vehicle. So Lin Feng wasn't entirely sure if he could handle this desert beast. Holy shit, is this thing automatic? Lin Feng scratched his head, but after fiddling with it for a while, he actually managed to drive it away. Yet just as he hadn't gone far, he heard a series of gunshots. Bang! A bullet struck the windshield of the driver's seat directly, but it didn't penetrate. It made sense, the vehicle used by leadership here was bulletproof. Lin Feng immediately jerked the steering wheel and stomped on the accelerator, speeding away without hesitation. There was no reason to engage in a prolonged confrontation here. The enemy had the advantage of stealth. Finding that cowardly bastard would do Lin Feng no good. Damn it, that spineless piece of shit. The man lying on the hillside watched Lin Feng's car speed away and cursed under his breath. He had thought Lin Feng would confront him head-on, which would have given him a chance to snatch the car. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle echoed from behind him. Bang! Headshot! The man collapsed instantly. Soon, the safe zone shrank to half its original size. After pulling over at a gas station, Lin Feng checked the map on his wrist. His current position was relatively safe, near the center of the safe zone. The most intense fighting occurred at the edges, where many chose to ambush those trying to enter the secure area. There are still 57 survivors shown on the map. Looks like there are quite a few people left. I need to be careful. But strangely, I haven't seen any more bandits along the way. I wonder where those thugs have gone. Just then, the elevator suddenly made a sound. Ding dong, a random airdrop has appeared. Holy crap, there really is an airdrop. Lin Feng exclaimed in amazement, then looked up at the sky. A transport plane could be seen slowly approaching from the distance. Soon, a stream of white flares burst from the tail of the plane, and finally, a red smoke-spewing airdrop supply crate slowly descended. An airdrop right in our faces. Lin Feng quickly swallowed the water in his mouth, then dashed to the vehicle and set off immediately. Grabbing a can of fuel along the way, he tossed it into the truck. His original stop here had been to restock and refuel. As a result, he actually had an airdrop land right in front of him. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng rushed to the drop location at full speed. The airdrop soon landed, and he immediately opened it to rummage through the contents. Damn it! Not a single gun, just food and meds all over. Lin Feng had thought he might find some powerful weapons, like a Gatling gun, a rocket launcher, or a full set of Juggernaut armor. Never would have thought it was actually a food supply crate. There was no shortage of medicines either. Following the principle of, since we're already here, might as well make it worthwhile, Lin Feng loaded everything he could onto the cart. Other survivors would surely come soon anyway. So after stocking up, Lin Feng laid an ambush on a nearby hillside. Everyone hates a rat, but deep down, everyone wants to be one. Chapter 54, Battle Royale 4. After lying in the grass for over 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally spotted the first victim. Watching the car approach from a distance, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Ha ha ha, who'd have thought I'd be the first to loot the airdrop? Seeing no one around the airdrop, Wang Wu excitedly pulled over beside it. After Wang Wu got off the vehicle, Lin Feng didn't immediately open fire. It wasn't because he'd suddenly turned saintly. Rather, there were two other groups of people speeding toward the airdrop in the distance. It seemed like one of the vehicles even had two people inside. Could they be teamed up? Though teaming up might make you stronger, only one can survive in the end. So, you always have to watch your back against sudden betrayal from your own teammate. Without a team protection mechanism, it's better not to team up at all. Wang Wu was furious when he saw the obviously looted airdrop crate. Someone had beaten into it. But just as he was about to leave, he ran straight into that teamed-up duo. A gunfight erupted in an instant. However, it was clear neither side knew how to handle firearms properly. After a chaotic flurry of gunfire, both parties miraculously emerged unscathed. At this moment, another player arrived upon hearing the news. Like Lin Feng, instead of joining the battle directly after detecting the gunfire from the airdrop location, they concealed their vehicle and observed cautiously from a distance. Naturally, a single airdrop wouldn't attract only these few individuals, but some approaching from farther away, upon hearing the gunshots, decisively changed course and retreated. Just the two of us, don't chicken out now. Shit, you go out and draw fire, watch me land a headshot. You really think this is some fucking game? As the two were arguing over who should go out to draw fire, the enemy's gunfire suddenly ceased. Out of ammo. Wang Wu hastily scrambled to reload his magazine. The other two men, hearing the gunfire cease, immediately realized he was out of bullets. They stepped straight out from cover and unleashed a barrage of shots toward Wang Wu's position. Wang Wu was quickly gunned down in the chaotic crossfire. Ah ha ha ha, you go grab the airdrop, I'll keep watch. We'll split it 50-50 later. The two happily ran to the airdrop, first checking Wang Wu's equipment before starting to search it. Finished fighting? The man who arrived later chuckled coldly, then slightly leaned out from behind the tree, expertly switching his gun to single fire mode. Clearly a seasoned gun user. The man searching for the airdrop instantly became a target. Bang! A headshot. The lookout teammate was startled by the gunshot. Inexperienced, he ducked behind a car immediately but failed to pinpoint the direction of the shot, leaving half his body exposed. Bang! Bang! Target eliminated. The man surveyed the area once more to ensure safety before swaggering out. Bang! After the gunshot, the man was instantly hit, uttering two words with an expression of disbelief before collapsing to the ground. Nani? As the ultimate victor, Lin Feng picked through the bodies of the fallen, loading all the weapons onto the truck. He didn't hesitate to take even the medical supplies, bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic agents. He packed everything without discrimination. After all, there was plenty of space in the truck, might as well take it all. Good boy, didn't bark unnecessarily. Here's your reward, eat up. Lin Feng rubbed the big wolfhound's fluffy head as he spoke. On the ground lay an open pork can, retrieved from an airdrop supply crate. Earlier he'd worried the dog might get startled by gunfire and give away their position by barking. Incredibly, it hadn't shown the slightest fear, probably because gunfights broke out constantly in this godforsaken place. The big wolfhound said he was already used to it. Ding dong, the radiation zone is about to shrink. Please proceed to the safe area. Hearing the elevator sound, Lin Feng quickly checked the map. Only after confirming he was in the safe zone did he leisurely drive to another urban area, the largest marked zone that had just appeared on the map. Whoosh! Boom! Holy shit, what's going on? Lin Feng was dumbfounded by the explosion not far away. Could this be the legendary bombing zone? Boom! Another explosive blast rang out. Luckily, Lin Feng remained unharmed this time as well. The map showed no markings for this area, leaving Lin Feng with no choice but to rely on instinct to escape the bombing zone. After over 10 minutes, seeing the relentless artillery fire still raging behind him, Lin Feng sighed in relief, incredibly fortunate to have survived over 10 minutes in the bombing zone without a single scratch. Lin Feng soon spotted the largest city, Tar City. This city too had not escaped the fate of relentless bombardment, and the devastation appeared even more severe than the villages and small towns encountered earlier. Every building had collapsed, with not a single shop or street remaining intact. The city's roads were even worse than mountain paths. Even though Lin Feng was driving an off-road vehicle, navigating through these pothole-ridden roads was still quite challenging. Damn these shitty roads! Lin Feng cursed under his breath while checking the safe zone on the map. He guessed Tal City would become the final battleground. Might as well hide the vehicle somewhere for good. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng parked his car behind a house and hid himself in the half-collapsed ruins, quietly awaiting the arrival of the finals. Now there was no need for him to scavenge for equipment anymore. Meds, food, water, bulletproof vests, helmets, and several guns were all securely in his possession. The most important thing is that he can still resurrect 3 times. With so many items, rather than going out to hunt others, it's better to lie low until the final showdown. Nothing eventful today, just chilling at the pleasure house enjoying some tunes. Lin Feng lay leisurely on the tattered couch, gazing up at the sky. The sporadic sounds of gunfire in the distance seemed to have nothing to do with him. The elevator announced twice more, and after 2 more contractions of the radiation zone, the safe area was indeed fixed at Tar City. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of an engine reached Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng, who had been feigning sleep, slowly opened his eyes. Finally, some action. The ruined building he was hiding in couldn't possibly be discovered unless he deliberately exposed himself where someone came searching through. The person driving past clearly realized this place wasn't suitable for vehicles either. Even Lin Feng's off-road vehicle ended up defeated by this kind of terrain. Damn it, just how many times has this godforsaken place been bombed? The man angrily punched the steering wheel as the car suddenly stalled, then grabbed his gun and stepped out of the vehicle. Doggo, go deal with him. Gore! The enormous wolfhound let out a low growl before striding out into the open. Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his location yet, so he'd leave this person to the wolf dog. He had full confidence in its combat abilities. After all, when standing upright, it was nearly as tall as him. Chapter 55, Battle Royale 5. Gore, GRRRRR. Well, what do we have here? A dog. The man watched as the wolf dog crawled out of the ruins in a sorry state, feeling no wariness at all. He even stretched out his hand and beckoned to the dog. The wolf dog obediently limped toward him, no doubt about it. The acting was truly impressive. TSK, good doggy, here's a sausage for you. The man set his gun down, then pulled a sausage from his pocket. He tore open the packaging and dangled it temptingly in front of the wolf dog. Woof! The big wolf dog whimpered cautiously before grabbing the sausage. Suddenly, its previously feeble gaze turned utterly ferocious as its jaws widened abruptly, then clamped down on the man's hand. Fuck! Ah! You bastard! Let the hell go of me! Ah! The man immediately cried out in pain. Just as his other hand reached for his gun, the wolfhound suddenly released its grip and pounced on him, pinning him down with crushing force. Meanwhile, Lin Feng emerged slowly from the wreckage, casually twirling a dagger in his hand. Woof! Upon seeing Lin Feng, the wolfhound obediently climbed off the man. Good boy. Lin Feng rubbed the dog's head, then pressed his knee against the man's throat. You've been eliminated. Cow. Thunk. A single slash to the throat, and the man died instantly with eyes wide open. After casually tossing the corpse into a shell crater, Lin Feng returned to the ruins. What's this? On his way back, Lin Feng suddenly spotted a newspaper crushed beneath a rock. It contained images alongside English text, but to his surprise, some sections even had Chinese translations. After reading it, Lin Feng roughly understood what had happened in this place. A military coup had occurred in this country, splitting it into 2 major factions, the Revolutionary Army and the government forces. With the support of foreign powers, the Revolutionary Army obtained ample weapons and equipment, even including biochemical weapons. Judging from this tattered newspaper, the Revolutionary Army seemed to be the villains, as most of the pictures depicted them executing civilians. The city Lin Feng was currently in, Tal City, was the capital of the government forces. After repeated failed attempts to capture it, the Revolutionary Army resorted to using biochemical weapons and subjected the capital to prolonged bombing. I see. Lin Feng gave a slight nod. Could this radiation zone be the so-called biochemical weapons they spoke of? No wonder those bandits vanished abruptly. They must have known this area would be enveloped by the radiation zone in advance and simply fled. Having pieced it together, Lin Feng also realized the origin of the earlier airdrops and bombings. The airdrops were likely supplies, food and medicine, deployed by government forces for civilians who might have still survived in the area. The bombings, positioned strikingly close to the drop zone, were undoubtedly the work of rebel forces, aimed at civilians who dared to retrieve the provisions. These revolutionaries must have rocks for brains. Didn't they start this military coup to seize state power? Yet their current actions will never win them popular support. No wonder they're doomed to fail. Lin Feng mentally vented his frustration as he casually tossed the newspaper aside. By this time, most of the remaining survivors had arrived at Tar City. The map showed there were still 18 survivors left. In such a vast city, hiding 18 people would be quite easy, so the poison zone would still need to shrink. Lin Feng's position was near the center of the safe zone, so he had nothing to worry about. However, most people shared Lin Feng's mindset. Soon, screams, gunfire, and explosions echoed from his direction once more. The majority had the same idea, to rush toward the center of the safe zone, secure an advantageous position, and ambush others. Bang 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 bang. The rhythmic bursts of gunfire sounded near Lin Feng. Through a gap in the wall, he spotted a man in combat pants moving like a war god, firing as he advanced. The group using cars as cover in front were swiftly headshot and eliminated. Damn, is this guy some kind of mercenary? Lin Feng was even more astonished seeing the opponent expertly reload with one hand. Such dangerous opponents couldn't be left for later, being a sneaky ambusher was indeed more comfortable. Lin Feng took aim at the man crouching behind the car through the gap. At that moment, his entire back was completely exposed to Lin Feng's gaze. Bang bang bang. 3 AK-47 bullets fired with precision struck the man. Lin Feng's position was also exposed, he needed to find a new hiding spot. Ding dong, the radiation zone is about to shrink. Please head to the safe area. This time, the safe area became extremely small, covering only 4 buildings. Looks like it's the final circle. There are now 8 survivors left. As the safe zone shrinks, the sound of gunfire in the city hasn't ceased. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if a burly man had punched him in the back, nearly knocking him to the ground. Ouch! Good thing I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. Lin Feng hurriedly took cover behind a wall and reached back to touch his blood-soaked back. The bullet didn't fully penetrate, instead, it got lodged halfway in the bulletproof vest. The ambusher who attacked Lin Feng was startled to see him survive the first shot, then continued firing at the wall where Lin Feng was hiding, futilely attempting to kill him through the barrier. A moment later, the gunfire ceased, not because the man had given up the chance to eliminate Lin Feng, but because someone else had spotted him. After the gunfire ceased, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to abandon this broken wall and immediately sought new cover. Bang! 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 Lin Feng seized the opportunity to take down another unlucky soul who tried to dash across the street to escape the radiation zone. Luckily, no heavy weapons had appeared yet. If someone fired a grenade now, even this cover would be useless. Only 5 survivors remained as the radiation zone shrank again, with the final safe zone unexpectedly limited to just the building where Lin Feng stood. The other 4 survivors sprinted toward it from all directions, racing against time. Lin Feng crouched by the window, first taking out one person, then rushed to the only staircase leading to the second floor. Bang 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 bang. After the burst of gunfire, only 2 survivors remained, Lin Feng and the guy who had previously teamed up with him. Is that you, God Lin? Song Fei leaned against the wall on the first floor and shouted loudly. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. How had this guy managed to survive until now? Roar! Good boy, stay still. Lin Feng patted the wolfhound's head and said, Song Fei? Lin the legend. Ha, I knew you'd survive till the end. Come on, let's settle accounts. Song Fei laughed heartily several times before pulling out a grenade. Lin Feng, heh, let's see what treasures your elevator's been hoarding. Song Fei looked at the grenade and muttered under his breath. After pulling the pin and waiting 2 seconds, he hurled it straight to the second floor. The second floor of this house was just a small attic. The grenade's blast radius was more than enough to engulf the entire space. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the grenade. In the next instant, a black shadow darted past him. Woof! The large wolfhound abruptly snatched up the grenade in its jaws, but just as it charged toward the window, boom, the grenade detonated instantly. Boom! Chapter 56, Battle Royale concludes. With the explosion, a cloud of blood mist appeared. The wolf dog's figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it, stupid dog. Going all out after just knowing each other for a day. Lin Feng wiped the flesh and blood splattered on his face as he slowly stood up. Most of the grenade's shrapnel was blocked by the wolf dog. Some fragments that pierced through the wolf dog's body hit Lin Feng, but fortunately, none struck vital areas. At most, they just slightly impaired his mobility. Having just thrown the grenade, Song Fei assumed Lin Feng had already been blown to bits. So why hadn't this floor's challenge ended yet? Puzzled, Song Fei cautiously began climbing the stairs. Logically speaking, that grenade just now should have killed Lin Feng. The entire attic was within the blast radius. Even if Lin Feng survived, he must be on death's doorstep by now. That's right, Lin Feng must already be gravely injured, unable to even crawl away. Song Fei grew more convinced of his own reasoning and quickened his pace slightly. When he saw the bloodstains at the stairwell and the attic ceiling, he became even more convinced of his thoughts. Ha, now I'll become the strongest in this elevator world. Just as Song Fei was feeling triumphant, Lin Feng slowly aimed his gun at the staircase. Bang 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 bang. Lin Feng emptied an entire magazine of bullets into Song Fei's body before the elevator's announcement sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have become the final survivor. You will inherit all supplies from the 8 players you killed. Lin Feng ignored the elevator's voice and instead asked the system, is that revival coin of mine still usable? Beep, as long as you're on this floor, you can use it. That's good. Lin Feng let out a sigh, then raised his pistol to his temple. Bang! After the gunshot rang out, Lin Feng fell to the ground. The next moment, his corpse vanished and reappeared in the attic. Refreshing my status really makes a difference. It's just a shame, oh well. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the dead wolfhound. Unfortunately, revival coins could only be used on himself. After gathering his spirits, he returned to the elevator. Let's see how much loot these guys have stashed. Lin Feng gazed at the virtual screen that had appeared before him and spoke. It displayed a consolidated summary of the 8 individual supplies. Even the guns and medical supplies picked up in the Battle Royale floor were included in the tally. Naturally, Lin Feng wouldn't waste a single bullet or any materials needed to upgrade the elevator. All the materials needed to upgrade the elevator were automatically transmitted into Lin Feng's storage area. Firearms and ammunition appeared in the vacant space inside Lin Feng's elevator. The rest was just a matter of picking and choosing some supplies. First came food and water. You could never have too much of those. Although Lin Feng wasn't short on water, he lacked containers to store it, so he took it all. Lin Feng then picked out over a dozen new outfits and a few machetes. His trusty old one was getting a bit dull, so it was perfect timing for an upgrade. Wow, there's actually medicine here. Lin Feng smiled and pocketed both bottles of anti-inflammatory medicine. After tossing out all that junk, Lin Feng took 3 leather buckets, a whip. Lin Feng wasn't quite sure why he picked that up either, and 3 books, martial arts novels that could help pass the time on ordinary days. Most importantly, Lin Feng found 10 rolls of toilet paper. Previously when he relieved himself, he mostly used leaves, but this time he finally had proper toilet paper. After gathering all the items, Lin Feng returned to his elevator. After pressing the close button, he finally left this floor behind. Howl! The little velociraptor affectionately bumped into Lin Feng as usual. After playing with it for a while, Lin Feng went to the storage area to check if an upgrade was possible now. As expected, we had more than enough upgrade materials, with a significant surplus to boot. We ended up with over 1,000 extra kilograms of wood, another 1,000 plus kilograms of iron, less than 5 kilograms each of copper and aluminum, 150 extra kilograms of gold, and 40 additional gold coins. Upgrading the elevator. After pressing the button on the screen, the elevator began to vibrate as the space doubled once more. This time, the interior layout changed. The toilet and bed were now partitioned into separate areas. The elevator door has become double-layered, with the inner layer specifically labeled as explosion-proof and poison-proof. 2 additional spike traps have appeared on the elevator door. Finally, there's the change with the workbench. Initially, this thing had always been a rather useless item for Lin Feng. After the elevator reached level 9, an electronic screen appeared beside the workbench, displaying the crafting methods for many items. Simply put, a synthesis table. However, you still have to perform the operations yourself, so some basic handcrafting skills are required. Fortunately, Lin Feng's wilderness survival skills also included craftsmanship. Lin Feng's current handiwork could be considered passable. Holy shit, I can even repair firearms. Lin Feng stared dumbfounded at the unremarkable-looking workbench before him. The 8 people he killed, along with the guns he scavenged from the Battle Royale, left Lin Feng with a total of 17 firearms and various types of ammunition. The workbench, capable of repairing firearms, was incredibly useful for Lin Feng. As long as he crafted firearm repair kits on the workbench, he could maintain and fix his guns. What's more, the workbench even allowed him to craft bullets, provided he had the materials. The blueprint shows how to craft bullets. Just as Lin Feng was browsing through this crafting list, the system's notification chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading the elevator to level 9. You have been rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Beep. Upgrade mission triggered. Host is required to elevate the elevator to level 10. Reward. Unlock additional crafting recipes. All items rewarded by the system can be crafted in the workbench. Holy shit. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the rewards for the new elevator upgrade mission. The first thing that came to his mind was the leather backpack. Craft leather backpacks, the more the better. Then the nesting madness begins. A cowhide backpack inside another cowhide backpack. The most important canvas backpack won't feel too heavy even when packed full. I really underestimated this workbench. Lin Feng ran his fingers over the tools on the workbench, clicking his tongue in admiration. Now, he needs to quickly upgrade the elevator to level 10. At this moment, the elevator upgrade only requires 10 more gold coins, 120 kilograms of copper, and 120 kilograms of aluminum. Suddenly, the elevator's announcement sounded. Chapter 57 The Rookie Succubus. Ding dong. Congratulations, survivor. Your elevator is about to reach level 10. Now you must perfectly clear 4 more floors to upgrade it to level 10. Perfectly clear all 4 floors? What the hell? Lin Feng scratched his head. He had planned to acquire the remaining supplies through the exchange and directly upgrade to level 10. Who would have thought this damn elevator would pull such a trick? At this moment, a new condition indeed appeared in the upgrade section on the screen in the material stacking area. Perfect clearing of 4 floors. The specific explanation following this means you must clear 4 floors without taking any damage while maximizing your benefits. In other words, Lin Feng would need at least 2 more days before he can upgrade. Fine, you're the boss, you call the shots. Lin Feng yawned and checked the time. 10 a.m. Ah well, no more sleep then. After sharing a meal with the little velociraptor, Lin Feng did some light exercise when the system notification suddenly popped up. Ding, the floor you are about to enter contains a top-tier succubus. Satisfy her, and she will grant you wondrous rewards. This floor poses no danger. System reminder, this succubus is a newbie and easy to handle. A succubus? Lin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. For the sake of the system's promised wondrous rewards, Lin Feng decided he might as well bite the bullet and sacrifice his dignity. Ding dong, the elevator is ascending, please hold on tight. Soon, the elevator slowly came to a halt. As the doors opened, Lin Feng was greeted by a dimly lit room filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. On the bed lay a hazy figure with what appeared to be a pair of tiny wings. Damn! Lin Feng let out an admiring sigh before stepping onto the floor. The moment Lin Feng stepped out, the elevator instantly vanished. It seemed the elevator would only reappear after he completed this floor. Lin Feng slowly moved forward and spotted a succubus with small black wings and a heart-shaped tail sitting by the bed. Her outfit could barely be considered clothing, paired with the obligatory tattoos. Hello there, human, my name is Lilith. An irresistibly charming voice whispered by Lin Feng's ear, sending shivers of tingling sensations coursing through his body. Damn, she's definitely a top-tier succubus, just her voice alone is enough to get me all fired up. Meanwhile, Lilith examined Lin Feng up and down. He was very handsome and looked quite strong, she liked him. This human, am I beautiful? Lilith couldn't wait to get to the main event after seeing Lin Feng's physique. She was actually a novice succubus, and this was her first time seducing a human. But succubi naturally possess talent in this area. Soon enough, Lin Feng moved closer. 100,000 words omitted. More than 10 hours later, Lilith nestled in Lin Feng's arms while tracing circles with her finger. It's hard to imagine what just happened. But fortunately, Lin Feng completed the task and even exceeded expectations. This is your reward, mighty human. Lilith placed a necklace around Lin Feng's neck. May this necklace bring you good luck. After saying this, Lilith gently kissed Lin Feng on the lips. At that moment, the elevator reappeared. Miss Lilith, I'll be going first. Lin Feng quickly pushed Lilith away and hurried back into the elevator. That kid Qinan must have completely overexerted himself at the time. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng collapsed onto the bed. He'd been lucky, encountering a rookie succubus. Had it been one of those seasoned veterans, he'd probably have had to crawl back. The nutrient fluid obtained earlier from the wasteland floor came in handy now. It was quite rich in replenishing essential substances. After downing 2 packs, Lin Feng smacked his lips contentedly. It's sticky and tasteless, but it should be effective. After lying in bed to recover some strength, Lin Feng finally got up to prepare some food for later. Barbecue. It's gotta be barbecue. Howl. At that moment, the little raptor suddenly barked at the pond a few times, then fished out a turtle with its mouth. Oh no, it's a turtle. The little raptor must have seen this thing for the first time, so it started playing with it on the floor. I seem to recall turtles are good for kidney health, right? Lin Feng scratched his head. Whatever, might as well stew it first and think later. Approaching the pool, he discovered there were 4 soft-shelled turtles left inside. After scooping them all out and giving them a quick rinse, Lin Feng tossed them all into the pot. What a shame he didn't have any spicy braising seasoning. Spicy and numbing turtle would have been absolutely delicious. After stewing the turtles, Lin Feng logged into the chat room and posted the remaining materials needed to upgrade the elevator. This time, Lin Feng conducted the trade using medicine, food, and water. Most people have now begun hoarding copper and aluminum, so Lin Feng's copper and aluminum trade orders were instantly snapped up. After clicking to complete the transactions, 120 kilograms each of copper and aluminum appeared in the stockpile area. The 10 gold coins were taking slightly longer, but 5 had already been traded. Lin Feng was in no rush either. At that moment, Qinan's avatar lit up again. Qinan, Fengzi. Qinan, I've discovered the hidden rule of the elevator. Lin Feng, hidden rule? What hidden rule? Shinan, when the elevator goes down, it means the upcoming floor will have some danger, and the faster it descends, the higher the risk. When it goes up, it means the next floor is safe. I figured this out myself. I can't say it's 100% accurate, but it's definitely over 90%. You can test it out yourself. Lin Feng, now that you mention it, thinking back carefully, it really does seem that way. Lin Feng recalled that he hadn't paid much attention before to whether the elevator was going up or down, always assuming it was random. But now it appeared things weren't so simple after all. Shinan, told you. Oh, and I need to tell you something else. Coins are incredibly important. I just entered a place called the trading floor. It's freaking amazing. As long as you have coins, you can buy anything there, even mechas. Lin Feng, that's my good son for you, always thinking about your dear old dad. My heart swells with pride. Shinan, bastard, don't let me run into you, otherwise, he. Lin Feng. After chatting with Shinan for a while and learning about each other's circumstances, the two of them went about their own business. Lin Feng sat by the fireplace and examined the necklace Lilith had given him. His attribute panel now showed 2 additional points in luck. Lin Feng had allocated all 5 free attribute points to intelligence. If luck had been an option, he would have chosen it without hesitation. Unfortunately, luck wasn't open for allocation. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 17. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 15. Luck, 4. All attributes except luck have a human average of 10, while luck is 0. Skills, intermediate firearms proficiency, basic combat techniques, expert wilderness survival, eagle eye. Chapter 58. Returning to the classroom again. The taste of the turtle soup was rather mediocre, but it was still edible. After forcing down a meal, Lin Feng rested. Perhaps because he was utterly exhausted, Lin Feng slept straight through until 11 p.m., when the system's notification chimed like an alarm clock to wake him. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the classroom floor. Entry cannot be refused. On this floor, you must attend class diligently and actively answer the teacher's questions. You may leave the floor after class. Rewards for this floor, 2 gold coins for each question answered correctly. Warning. All students and teachers encountered on this floor are monsters. Answering a question incorrectly will result in the removal of an organ. Ding. Mission issued. Host must correctly answer over 5 questions. Upon successfully exiting this floor, the host will be rewarded with the Little Genius title. When equipped, grants +5 intelligence. New attribute unlocked, sanity, calculated as 10% of intelligence value, non-upgradable. Monster classroom? Lin Feng instantly felt a chill down his spine. This was precisely the kind of floor he wanted to avoid, but the system wouldn't take no for an answer. Entry was mandatory. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on tight. Boom. This time the elevator plunged downward violently, as if completely out of control, only screeching to a halt with a deafening crash 60 seconds later. The elevator doors automatically opened, and Lin Feng was slowly pushed out. Feeling the gun on his person, Lin Feng felt slightly reassured, though who knew whether these weapons could actually harm ghosts, so, attending class obediently was still the proper path. After entering the classroom, Lin Feng suddenly felt that this classroom looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this the very first floor I entered? Lin Feng's mind went momentarily blank. The classroom was still empty of students, and posted on the wall were the class schedule, lesson times, along with that vintage slogan, study hard and make progress every day. The clock showed it was currently 9:30 in the morning, with the next class starting at 9:45. The upcoming third period wasn't any familiar subject like Chinese, math, or English. It was a human society infiltration theory class. Hiss. Looking at the schedule, Lin Feng gasped sharply. Upon closer inspection, aside from Chinese and math, every other subject listed appeared bizarrely unconventional. Human law class imitating humans, human living habits, how to exterminate humanity. This monster school is studying humans? Lin Feng walked up to the lectern and looked around, but couldn't find any useful clues. The desks were completely empty as well. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly had a wild idea. He pulled open the desk drawer, and sure enough, inside lay a machete, identical to the one he'd picked up earlier. Ding dong! Survivors are required to attend class attentively on this floor and actively answer questions. For each correct answer, you will receive 2 gold coins as a reward, while incorrect answers will randomly deduct 1 organ. Class is about to begin. Please return to your seats. You may return to the elevator when class is dismissed. At that very moment, the elevator's announcement sounded, and Lin Feng's seat materialized out of thin air at the back of the classroom. There were only a few minutes left before class, yet it was unusually quiet outside the classroom. Don't these monster students need to arrive at the classroom ahead of time? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, the piercing sound of the school bell suddenly rang out. The frequency of the bell was unusually fast, making him feel restless and even leaving him a bit short of breath. Swish! The moment the bell stopped ringing, the once quiet hallway instantly turned noisy. Soon, many oddly shaped students began filing into the classroom. Lin Feng's deskmate happened to be a little girl with no eyeballs and a severed nose. No need to think such a ghastly appearance could only belong to a ghost. Gulp. Lin Feng glanced at the little girl beside him and swallowed hard. Just as he was about to turn his head, the little girl suddenly spun around, beaming at Lin Feng with a radiant smile. Hey there, new deskmate, I'm Lin Ku. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng endured his discomfort as he looked into Lin Ku's hollow eye sockets. Stand up. Suddenly, a student sitting in the front shouted. Hello, teacher. Everyone, please take your seats. The teacher standing on the podium didn't look like a monster at all, more like a living, breathing woman, and the mature, elegant type at that. In this lesson, we'll be learning how to blend into human society. First, to infiltrate human society, you'll need to adopt a human appearance. The male student in the back, for example, is doing quite well. Not only has he taken on a normal form, but he's also brought along props. However, firearms are prohibited for civilians to carry in human society, so this student should take note of that in the future. The person being pointed at was Lin Feng. In an instant, dozens of eyes locked onto him. Teacher, he seems like a real human. I really want to eat him. This precisely proves that this classmate is excellent at disguise. We should all learn from him. Alright, now let me see how you've been practicing your disguise techniques. You have 5 minutes. After that, I'll inspect each one of you individually. The elegant teacher spoke while pacing back and forth on the podium, the click of her high heels echoing throughout the classroom, while the other students hastily pretended to be studying. Lin Feng watched as his deskmate became enveloped in a dark haze. After a moment, their face returned to normal, features reappeared, the bloodstains vanished, their complexion grew rosy, and their hairstyle shifted from loose shoulder-length strands to 2 neat pigtails. She looks just like an ordinary little girl in every way. Lin, my deskmate, how's my disguise? Lin Ku looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile, which had even become indistinguishable from that of a human. Lin Feng nodded with difficulty, confirming it. This is just outrageous. If these monsters were to infiltrate human society, who could possibly tell them apart? Soon, the 5 minutes were up, and the teacher began inspecting each student one by one. Lin Feng finally understood what that machete was for. It really was meant to slash students. The one who fails to disguise well will be dealt a brutal slash. But after all, they were monsters, able to quickly regenerate. This already indicated that physical attacks wouldn't do much harm to these creatures. Before long, the teacher arrived at Lin Feng's side. Excuse me, student, would you mind if I touched your face? Okay. Lin Feng looked at the attractive older sister in front of him and remarked, this definitely isn't her real appearance. Her actual face probably requires mosaic censorship. Soon, Lin Feng felt a pair of ice-cold hands pinch his cheeks. Good, the way you look now, you can easily blend into the human world. At this moment, the teacher looked at Link again. Put. Suddenly, the elegant lady raised her blade and struck, directly severing Lin Ku's head. Chapter 59, The Brooding Dragon on the Toilet. Your energy is leaking, that's unacceptable. Bring your parents here tomorrow. Teacher, please don't call my parents. I was wrong. Lin Ku's head had rolled onto the desk, but even then, it continued to plead pitifully. As she begged for mercy, she reached out with her hands and pressed her fallen head back into place. Nope, no negotiations. Alright, class, time for a pop quiz. The dominatrix teacher spoke as she picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the blackboard. 7 years ago, mother's age was 6 times that of her son. If the son is 12 years old this year, how old is his mother this year? Who wants to answer this question? Lin Feng initially thought it must be some incredibly difficult problem, but damn, isn't this just elementary school math? Yet when he glanced around, not a single student had raised their hand. All of them were staring fixedly at their desks, desperately hoping not to be called on. How painfully relatable. Eager to earn the gold coins, Lin Feng immediately raised his hand without hesitation. Very well, this student, you may answer. The mature woman gave Lin Feng an appreciative look. 37 years old. Very good, please take a seat. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed just as he'd thought, this wasn't some trick question, but actually this straightforward. Soon the second question was written out. If a rope is wrapped around a tree 3 times with 30 centimeters left, and would be 40 centimeters short if wrapped around 4 times, then the tree's circumference is cm and the rope is cm long. Lin Feng did a quick mental calculation and confidently raised his hand. Again, no one else volunteered, so naturally he was called upon. The tree's circumference is 70 centimeters, and the rope is 240 centimeters long. Alright, please take a seat. Another 2 gold coins in the bag. Damn, this is way too easy. Then, the third question was swiftly written on the blackboard. How to more efficiently kill a greater number of humans. There's no fixed answer to this question. Students with ideas may raise their hands to speak, and I'll decide the best method. Holy crap, the difficulty level of this question just skyrocketed. How did it suddenly get so much harder? Soon, a student raised their hand. I can infiltrate human society, then find crowded places and devour them all. The speaking monster reverted to its true form after finishing its words, a werewolf, baring its sharp fangs as it spoke. Good method, but yours is a one-time solution, too crude. Next student. Pretend to be a normal human, then slowly kill those around you using supernatural means. Too inefficient. Next. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a solution at this moment. Recording a cursed videotape would surely work. Wasn't this exactly Sister Sadako's signature move? Find someone to record it, make copies, and spread it online, then offer a reward to lure people into clicking, like a few bucks for watching the entire video. Plenty of people would definitely click out of curiosity. How efficient this is. When it was Lin Feng's turn to answer, he naturally gave the response he had in mind. Sure enough, he received praise. Even the sophisticated lady teacher was amazed by this method and rewarded Lin Feng with a little red flower. After all this fuss, damn, it's just elementary school, right? Most of the following questions revolved around people's daily habits. Lin Feng was originally human, so answering these questions was a piece of cake for him. Soon, the number of gold coins Lin Feng obtained reached 16, and by then the questioning session had also concluded. 3 small red flowers appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng's inner thoughts at this moment, Holy Mother of God. Fortunately, there were only 15 minutes left before class ended. Just a little longer and this floor would be over. Initially, when Lin Feng heard this floor was full of monsters, he had been quite scared. Unexpectedly, these monster students didn't seem to realize he was human. Of course, it was precisely this class that saved Lin Feng, the one about disguising as a human. If it had been any other class, Lin Feng would have probably been done for right from the start. Humans in this world are really pathetic. A bunch of monsters actually established a school to study them. TSK. I bet there are tons of monsters hiding within human society, huh? That supernatural event must be inevitable, terrifying as hell. The remaining time was dedicated to the domineering female teacher's lecture, which essentially taught nothing but ways to exploit humanity. Lin Feng learned it to no avail. At last, he made it to the end of class. The shrill bell rang once more, and for once, the teacher didn't drag out the lesson. With a simple class dismissed, they left immediately. The other students quickly filed out as well, and before long, the entire classroom stood deserted. Where did they go? Lin Feng didn't know, but he did know one thing: he could finally leave this place. The elevator reappeared in the classroom. Lin Feng hastily stepped inside and pressed the door close button. The rewards from the elevator also appeared in Lin Feng's storage area. Now I have enough materials to reach level 10, I just need to perfectly clear 2 more floors. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, Little Genius, title automatically equipped. Reason attribute unlocked. Current intelligence, 20, reason, 2. In an instant, Lin Feng's personal attribute panel changed. Next to his name appeared 3 words, Little Genius. And sanity, according to the introduction above, refers to your ability to resist mental attacks and the likelihood of remaining calm in extremely dangerous situations. This reward is quite good. If I encounter ghosts in the future, I'll at least have some means of defense. Ghost attacks are nothing but mental assaults, aren't they? Howl. Suddenly, the little velociraptor let out a cry and then leaped onto the toilet. Lin Feng stared at the little velociraptor's actions with a face full of question marks. When the hell did this guy learn how to use a toilet? The thinker on the toilet seat? Gazing at the little raptor with its eyes slightly closed while channeling energy, Lin Feng's mind conjured up a perfect word to describe it. Still, the fact that this fellow knows how to use the toilet is a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about it relieving itself everywhere. After finishing its toilet business, the little velociraptor very thoughtfully fetched a tin can filled with water and wobbled over to flush the toilet. Seeing how worry-free the little velociraptor was, Lin Feng stopped bothering with it and started preparing his midnight snack. After eating, he went straight to sleep and didn't wake up until the next day. Although the elevator remained brightly lit around the clock, Lin Feng could still fall asleep quickly. These moments counted as his most relaxed state. Beep, the floor you are about to enter is the trading floor. This is a peaceful floor. The elevator will remain stationed for 5 hours. You may conduct transactions with others here. Guards will intervene if any violent conflict occurs on this peaceful floor. Please be advised, host. Ding dong, the elevator is going up. Please hold on tight. After moving steadily upward for a while, the elevator slowly came to a stop. The elevator doors slid open, and Lin Feng once again laid eyes on the familiar trading floor. Chapter 60, Sudden Wealth. The little velociraptor also peeked out curiously, its head bobbing with intrigue. Come out with me, but don't go biting people, alright? Lin Feng rubbed the velociraptor's head and said, roar. Lin Feng nodded and then took out 6 gold coins from the material storage area. These gold coins were surplus, and Lin Feng didn't plan to buy anything else, just replenishing bullets for his gun would be enough. The trading floor still had the same layout as last time. Relying on his memory, Lin Feng made his way to the stall where he had previously purchased bullets. Boss, do you have bullets for this gun here? Lin Feng placed the 416 Hong Kong dollars on the wooden crate in front of him and asked, HK, got it. What model do you need? Armor piercing or standard? AP bullets are more expensive, but they're highly effective at punching through bulletproof vests. The bearded boss picked up the gun and examined it as he asked, how much for armor piercing? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided he wanted to check out the armor-piercing bullets. If the price was right, he might stock up on some. M995, 1 gold coin, 10 rounds. Holy shit, that's so expensive. Lin Feng would only be able to buy 60 rounds with all 6 gold coins. Here's the plan, buy 30 armor-piercing rounds and use the remaining coins for regular bullets. Okay, standard bullets, 1 gold coin for 30 rounds. These bullets have no penetration capability, they fragment upon impact inside the target, typically used for hunting. Soon, the shopkeeper brought out 4 packs of ammunition. Just as Lin Feng was about to bounce, he suddenly noticed a sign on the boss's stall that read items wanted. Reward offered for medicine to treat ALS. Boss, did you put this up? This is someone else's request for help. If you have what they're looking for, go check it out, it's at stall number 33 on the opposite side of the road. Alright, thanks boss. Thank you, Lin Feng said gratefully before stepping back into the elevator. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the little velociraptor wagged its tail and happily trotted after him. Strange, where did this guy get a dinosaur from? The scar-faced boss lit a cigarette and muttered in bewilderment. Lin Feng returned to the elevator and slung the leather backpack over his shoulder. He came up with a money-making opportunity. System, does this universal medical kit treat any illness or injury? Yes, host. Okay, then I can rest easy. Lin Feng smiled faintly, then quickly headed to stall number 33. Why is there such a big crowd blocking the way ahead? Lin Feng gazed perplexedly at the crowd ahead. Is there some juicy gossip to be had? Fortunately, Lin Feng was tall enough that he only needed to rise slightly on his toes to see. Several people seemed to be fighting over something, and one had even been hacked to death. Tisk, causing trouble in a place like this, must be a newbie. At this moment, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit standing beside Lin Feng's side. Hey, buddy, what happens if you start trouble in this place? Just pay a fine, 100 gold coins. What if I can't pay? You can't pay? Then we'll have to na-e-zu-te. Take him out. Lin Feng nodded, expressed his thanks, and then left. Those few people looked to Lin Feng like other survivalists from their attire. He wasn't in the habit of spectating, it was more important to hurry to stall 33 and earn the bounty. After making his way around, Lin Feng finally arrived at stall 33. Hello, I'm here to sell medication for ALS treatment. Lin Feng looked at the man sitting in the stall and spoke. Hold on, let me check the medicine first. The man spoke rather flatly, explaining that since his purchase request had been posted, many people had come over the past few days, only their medicines had been utterly ineffective. Men nowadays no longer hold any hope. Seeing Lin Feng take out the universal first aid kit, she could only smile helplessly. Forget it, just come over and try. If you can restore his normal condition, we can discuss the price. What if I cure him and you don't pay? Lin Feng's method could cure him in one go. What if after the cure, they just run away without paying? That would be really awkward. Wait, can you actually cure him completely in one go? Of course. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Lin Feng so confident, the man also became interested and directly pulled out a stack of gold coins. This is 200 gold coins, the deposit. If you can cure it, I'll give you another 300 gold coins, that's all I have. I'll leave the coins here, you can take them any time. If I don't pay, the guards here will arrest me on the spot. Looking at so many gold coins, Lin Feng exclaimed that he had struck it rich. I knew coming here myself was the right call, otherwise, who would have picked up these 500 gold coins? Then I'll begin. Lin Feng approached the unconscious man lying in a wheelchair at the back, holding the universal medical kit in his hand. Soon, an option appeared before him visible only to his eyes. Healing. After clicking it, Lin Feng's hands began moving on their own. The sensation was quite peculiar, as if someone else could control his body. Of course, Lin Feng could cancel the healing at any time, and his body would immediately stop. There's a healing progress bar next to it, should be done in about 10 minutes. More than 10 minutes later, the treatment progress reached 100%. Ready. The used universal medical kit disappeared instantly. The man wasn't particularly surprised by this sight in this place. No matter how miraculous something appeared, it was completely normal. What he doubted now was whether Lin Feng could truly heal him within such a short time frame. Just then, the man gradually regained consciousness. I seem like General. You can speak? How are you feeling? My legs seem like. As he spoke, the man slowly rose from his wheelchair. Now he's practically indistinguishable from a normal person. After walking a few steps, the man relaxed completely. Brother, this is all your payment, thank you. The man spoke with utmost sincerity, saying that advanced technological civilizations had examined her before, but they claimed only a medical pod could heal her. Never had he imagined that this young man before him would cure her in just over 10 minutes. Don't mention it. Lin Feng nodded slightly without saying another word. After stowing the coins into his leather backpack, he walked away from the stall. I only came to this floor to replenish my ammo, but now I've struck it rich by accident. Then he'll have to spend a little. The little velociraptor followed Lin Feng the entire time, behaving extremely well behaved. Though curious about everything around it, it didn't make a single sound, quietly observing the novel surroundings. Some people were also very curious about Lin Feng's velociraptor, with some even offering to buy it. Prices even reached 50 gold coins, but Lin Feng refused them all. Chapter 61, The Energy Pistol. Soon, Lin Feng returned to the scar-faced boss's side. Load me another 180 armor-piercing rounds. Oh, hitting the jackpot now, are we? The proprietor arranged the boxes of bullets one by one before looking at Lin Feng with some curiosity. Just moments ago, this young man couldn't even afford armor-piercing rounds. How had he returned so soon to purchase such a large quantity? Just have some savings, and I think stocking up on good quality ammunition isn't a bad idea. Lin Feng didn't mention that he had cured that person's ALS and earned a substantial amount of money in return. He understood the wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth. Boss, do you have grenades that match this set here? Sure do, fragmentation or high explosive, same price for both. How many do you need? 20 high explosive grenades. Fragmentation grenades have a larger blast radius than high explosive ones, though their lethality is significantly lower, so Lin Feng decisively opted for high explosive. The price of grenades is quite steep, 1 gold coin for 2 grenades. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed the weapons displayed in the gun cabinet behind the boss. But he didn't lack firearms now, he still had a whole stash of guns from the last battle royale waiting to be used. Alright then, that'll be 28 gold coins. Here you go. Lin Feng placed the gold coins on the wooden box and left. The trading floor was enormous, you could practically find anything for sale there. Lin Feng later spent 15 gold coins stockpiling a heap of seasonings and a 25-kilogram barrel of cooking oil. Honestly, the prices weren't too bad. Originally, Lin Feng had planned to try out some of those high-tech weapons he'd heard so much about, but the prices for stuff like laser guns and exoskeleton armor were downright outrageous, easily costing hundreds of gold coins apiece. Lin Feng suddenly felt pretty satisfied with his current gear. Laser guns? Totally overkill. It absolutely wasn't because he couldn't afford them. He didn't waste the remaining gold coins anymore. Food, water, medicine, firearms, and ammunition, he had ample supplies of them all. Almost done, little draggy, time to head back. Howl. The velociraptor turned its head and let out a cry before following Lin Feng. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng immediately closed the doors. Although others couldn't see the elevator, he still felt somewhat awkward staying inside it. Ha! This floor counts too? Only one more floor remained to complete the perfect clearance progression. Lin Feng had thought this floor didn't count. After arranging all the seasonings and cooking oil in place, Lin Feng turned on the induction cooker, ready to prepare a sumptuous feast. 4 hours later, Lin Feng slumped into the chair, rubbing his stomach. I'm stuffed. After eating his fill and lounging around lazily for a while, Lin Feng started exercising. Nowadays, simply gaining strength through exercise was somewhat slow for him. Even when adding weights, the improvement remained minimal. So now his daily workout is just about maintaining a good habit. You better start training too. Lying around all day after eating, do some squats now, or you'll get so fat you won't even be able to run later. Lin Wang wiped the sweat off his brow and then helped the little velociraptor up. Though the little velociraptor would have much preferred to just lie down, it still had to listen to Lin Wang. Mimicking his movements, it began doing squats one after another. Late at night, Lin Feng woke from his sleep and glanced at the time. It was almost that hour again. After adding some firewood to the fireplace, Lin Feng sat down at the workbench and began tinkering with great interest. Iron sword, axe, torch. Let's try making a torch. After looking around, Lin Feng realized that making a torch was the simplest option. Wooden stick, cloth, alcohol/oil. It was that simple. Lin Feng took just a few minutes to craft it. He didn't even need a workbench to make this thing. Now just wait till level 10, then craft whatever the system gives. Lin Feng put down the hammer in his hand and yawned. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is the Ice Age Apocalypse. This floor contains 30 Yetis and 10 Raiders. The Raiders are humans armed with powerful weapons. In the house marked B on this floor, there's a locked box. Opening it will reward you with a charged energy pistol. It is recommended that you carry claymore mines. Beep. Mission triggered. Please eliminate all raiders. Reward, 1 piece of memory metal, the primary material for crafting a universal key. The Ice Age Apocalypse floor? Lin Feng hurriedly put on more clothes and even draped an extra layer over his little velociraptor. No doubt about it, stepping outside would mean certain death from the cold. Ding dong. The elevator is going down. Please hold on tight. A moment later, Lin Feng opened the elevator door. As soon as I stepped out, a gust of icy wind hit me in the face. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The nearby gunshots caught Lin Feng's attention. He stood up and rushed over, only to discover that the source of the gunfire was his target, the building marked with a B. Using the eagle eye skill, he could clearly see a group of enormous, snow-white monsters launching an attack on the house, where the system likely wanted him to eliminate the raiders inside. Unexpectedly, the Yeti immediately clashed with the raiders right from the start. Judging by the look of things, the Yeti probably can't defeat the raiders. I should wait until the Yeti gets wiped out before making my move against the looters. Lin Feng thought to himself, then began slowly advancing from the looters' blind spot. The man and the dragon successfully reached a small house next to Building B in about 10 minutes. There were only 10 raiders, and with all their attention focused on the Yetis, naturally, no one noticed Lin Feng. Building B was a single-story, flat-roofed house with 2 exits. However, since the snowmobiles were parked near Lin Feng's side, the raiders would likely come out through this door. So that's where the claymore mines come into play. Lin Feng chuckled darkly before planting the claymore mine at the entrance, covering it with snow to ensure concealment. Several minutes later, the gunfire gradually ceased. All 30 snow monsters had been eliminated. 10 heavily armed raiders walked out of the building, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Boom! The claymore mine detonated instantly. Countless steel pellets shot toward the person ahead. 3 looters died on the spot. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Lin Feng fired a grenade directly at the entrance without hesitation. Boom! Another explosion rang out, wiping out 3 more raiders. The remaining 4 raiders tried to flank Lin Feng by climbing through the windows, but his marksmanship was impeccable. A few well-placed shots wiped out the remaining attackers. Is that all? These scavengers have decent-looking gear, but their combat skills are downright pathetic. After gathering all the bulletproof vests and guns, Lin Feng entered the house. The box was right under a raider's corpse. This box must be their target. Jesus, why is it fingerprint locked? Lin Feng looked somewhat awkwardly at the universal key he had prepared in advance. However, when he placed the universal key on the fingerprint verification area, something miraculous happened. The lock, it actually opened. Crack! As expected of a master key, it can even open fingerprint locks. The master key disappears automatically after one use, but the system's reward will soon provide the main materials needed to craft it. After upgrading the elevator, you can just whip one out at the workbench. Lin Feng excitedly grabbed the charging pistol in his hand. A thoughtful instruction manual was also attached beside it. Energy charging pistol, hold down the trigger to automatically absorb energy from the air, then release to fire. The power depends on charging duration. This experimental weapon has immense destructive potential. Use with extreme caution. Chapter 62, The Elevator Ascends to Level 10. The charging pistol has a very compact appearance, with an energy gauge at the rear sight. This must be the display for the charging energy level. Lin Feng retreated some distance back, then pressed the trigger while aiming at the house in front of him. The energy gauge at the rear sight began rapidly charging. More than 10 seconds later, the energy bar was fully charged, and the charging pistol began to vibrate slightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly released the trigger. With a boom, he was instantly flung backward, crashing into a utility pole behind him. Meanwhile, the house in front of him was directly pierced through, and no one knew where the energy bullet had flown off to. Still dazed, Lin Feng steadied himself against the utility pole and slowly stood up. What the hell was that? Something just swooshed past and sent me flying? Recoil? Yet before us stood a house with 2 perfectly neat holes punched through. No wonder there was a warning to use it carefully. Lin Feng rubbed his wrist, then switched to his other hand. Then he gradually increased the charging time, starting from 1 second, until he found the maximum charging duration he could withstand. 5 seconds. The fired energy bullet actually packs quite a punch. Just like an RPG. 5 seconds of being a real man. After locking the energy pistol's trigger, Lin Feng went over to examine the snowmobile again. Such a huge thing would be useless to take alone, so Lin Feng simply dismantled everything that could be removed. In the end, he kept his snowmobile and rode it back to the elevator. The elevator's countdown was just about to end. Afterwards, Lin Feng took out the bulletproof vests worn by the raiders, along with their thermal suits. The bulletproof vests from those poor souls who got blown to bits are useless now, but someone might still buy them at the exchange for materials to upgrade the elevator. There's only one intact thermal suit left, and Lin Feng plans to keep this one for himself. The rest are basically riddled with bullet holes and soaked in blood. Naturally, Lin Feng listed all these damaged items on the exchange. The thermal suit must be selling like hotcakes. The elevator's temperature is still freezing, and many haven't unlocked the fireplace yet. They're barely surviving by huddling around makeshift campfires. Let's use it all to exchange for elevator upgrade supplies. After finishing these tasks, Lin Feng clicked to upgrade the elevator. Soon, the elevator upgrade was completed. Beyond a slight expansion of the elevator space, there were no visible changes. However, Lin Feng noticed that the exchange center had also been upgraded. Now the exchange allows you to store items for sale in the exchange itself, so they no longer need to clutter up the elevator. Previously, when you listed items for sale in the exchange, the items would still remain in the elevator until successfully sold. With this new feature, you can save a lot of space, though the exchange will only store your items for up to 7 days. Besides, Lin Feng thought of another slick trick. If you ever run out of storage space in the future, you could just use the exchange as a temporary warehouse. Ding! Congratulations host for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Please check them at your convenience. Lin Feng initially thought it was the reward from the level up mission, but it turned out to be the reward for killing the plunderer, a piece of memory metal. This memory metal isn't the type currently developed by technological research. Soon, the rewards for upgrading the elevator were also distributed. Now Lin Feng's workbench had been magically altered by the system. The crafting menu displayed items previously rewarded by the system. For example, vitality pills, leather backpack, steel crossbow, chainsaw, master key. Lin Feng immediately checked the materials needed for the leather backpack. 4 pieces of cowhide plus 1 super cowhide. 4 pieces of cowhide, Lin Feng could understand. But what the hell is this super cowhide? Was it skinned off some super cow? Forget it. I'd better check how to make a master key first. Super awesome, barring unforeseen circumstances, the system will likely distribute it as a reward in the future. Heh, I've already figured out the system's tricks. To craft a master key, you'll need a small piece of aluminum, just a few dozen grams will suffice, along with a piece of memory metal. These 2 items can be combined to create a universal key. Lin Feng picked up the pliers from the workbench, clipped off a small piece of aluminum sheet, then took out the memory metal given to him by the system. The memory metal feels surprisingly light to hold, and just like non-Newtonian fluid, when you squeeze it hard, it becomes as rigid as steel, but if you handle it gently, it turns as malleable as modeling clay. After placing both items on the workbench, a line of text appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Craft master key. After clicking, Lin Feng's hands began moving on their own. A moment later, a brand new master key was crafted. How does this work? If Lin Feng wasn't mistaken, he had merely tapped with a hammer and twisted with pliers. Why had such simple actions forged a master key so effortlessly? No surprises here, it must be the system's power at work. After attributing this ability to the system, Lin Feng stopped synthesizing anything else. Just as he was about to start cooking, the little velociraptor suddenly barked a few times toward the sink. A moment later, water splashed everywhere as the tiny velociraptor fiercely tore into the creatures in the pool. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly grabbed the shotgun and walked over. What's wrong? Lin Feng approached for a closer look and was instantly stunned. There in the pool lay a crocodile over 1 meter long. This pool is a bit small for the crocodile. The crocodile couldn't unleash its full combat power either, getting bitten all over by the little velociraptor. Lin Feng stepped forward and fired 2 consecutive shots at the alligator's head, killing it instantly. Only then did everything quiet down. Alligator meat, ha! Lin Feng dragged out the 60 or 70 pound crocodile. Forget it, dealing with it in the elevator would just make blood splatter everywhere. After some thought, Lin Feng walked up to the screen and posted the crocodile on the exchange. Rawr! The little raptor saw the crocodile vanish instantly by Lin Feng's doing and immediately began circling around him like an overly curious child. Alright, I'll go prepare some food. Lin Feng turned on the induction stove, took out some beef to pan fry, and tossed the little raptor a beef bone along with a large chunk of meat. The dinosaur happily gnawed away at its meal. Ding! Upgrade mission triggered. Host is requested to elevate the elevator to level 11. Reward, the weight capacity per slot of the leather backpack will be increased by plus 300 kilograms. I should check how many more supplies are needed to upgrade the elevator. After finishing his workout, Lin Feng wiped off his sweat and headed to the storage area. Wood, iron, coins, and gold, none of these were in short supply. The only things still needed were 150 kilograms each of copper and aluminum. Additionally, something new had appeared, an upgrade kit. Though only one was required, Lin Feng had never come across such a thing in the floor worlds before. Could it be appearing soon? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the lucky ring on his hand. Last time, didn't I wish for the next floor to have a lot of materials to upgrade the elevator? And then I ended up on that battle royale floor, though, admittedly, I did get a ton of supplies in the end. Chapter 63. What does it mean to never miss within 400 meters? Could it be that this ring actually had an effect? Lin Feng gently traced the characters engraved on the ring. I hope I can get the upgrade set on the next floor. After saying that, Lin Feng couldn't help but find himself amusing, yet deep down, he was genuinely looking forward to it. After making his wish to the ring, Lin Feng tucked himself in and went to sleep. The system's prompt sounded right on time as noon approached. Ding! The floor you are about to enter is the grassland floor. There are 5 cows, 30 indigenous people, and 20 colonial soldiers on this floor. The danger level for you is low, so you need not worry. Beep, triggering challenge mission. Host must eliminate all enemies on this floor using melee weapons. Reward, melee weapons mastery, proficiency with all cold steel arms. This floor again, though it seems my wish didn't come true. He remembered coming to this floor not too long ago, when he even captured a bunch of natives to process beef for him. Could this be the same group of people as last time? As for killing with cold weapons, Lin Feng picked up the rhinoceros hornbow that had been gathering dust in the corner. Let's give this a shot. I'd love to see if it truly never misses its mark. Lin Feng then purchased 100 iron-tipped arrows from the exchange. The price was slightly steep, costing him 10 kilograms of beef in exchange. Lin Feng naturally couldn't settle for just the rhino horn bow. He also took the plasma pistol and HK assault rifle, while donning bulletproof armor and a ballistic helmet. Better safe than sorry, there was no telling if the colonial soldiers might be armed. Though their weapons were likely just those junk flintlocks, Lin Feng still needed to stay vigilant. Ding dong! The elevator is descending, please hold on tight. The elevator began to descend slowly, stopping after just over 10 seconds. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, a vast grassland stretched before his eyes. Not far away, several thatched huts formed a circle, and in the center stood a group of indigenous people alongside the 5 cows. With his eagle eye activated, Lin Feng could see everything clearly. However, Lin Feng hadn't gone far before being spotted by a vigilant tribesman. The man shouted several warnings, and soon 30 tribesmen armed with machetes, spears, bows and arrows rushed out from their settlement. With murderous fury, they charged towards Lin Feng. Just as before, these indigenous people remained fiercely hostile to all outsiders. With this 100-step piercing willow bow, my fate rests in your hands. Lin Feng flashed a wicked grin, then grabbed a handful of arrows and knocked them onto the bowstring. That's right, an entire handful, about 10 arrows in total. The natives were still around 200 meters away from Lin Feng. According to the description of this rhinoceros hornbow, it never misses within 400 meters, but it never said you could only shoot one arrow at a time. System? Whoosh! Lin Feng drew the bow to its full limit with all his might and instantly released the arrow. Instantly, 10 arrows shot out in wildly erratic trajectories. Under normal circumstances, such an outrageous feat would have been utterly impossible to achieve. But this was the rhino horn bow with its infallible accuracy within a 400-meter range. The arrow that should have fallen suddenly righted itself and, like a homing missile, shot straight toward the fleeing natives. A dozen natives instantly fell into peaceful slumber. Seeing the effectiveness, Lin Feng once again drew his bow and loosed another volley of over a dozen arrows. Then just like last time, he chased after the running native and soared through the air. This arrow can even drift. Lin Feng shook his sore arm and said, "This is really exhausting to keep up. Locals, cheating. This guy is cheating." The last few surviving black men swiftly gave up resistance, tossed their weapons aside, and skillfully dropped to the ground face down. These natives, Lin Feng spared their lives, they'll be useful later. The system mentioned colonial soldiers too, so why can't we see them? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, the sound of horse hooves came from the distance. Well, looks like we've got action. The colonial soldiers rushing this way had precisely this tribe's natives in their sights. 30 natives should fetch a pretty penny. Tonight, drinks at the tavern are on me. Ha, this place is just like heaven. These natives seem inexhaustible no matter how many we catch. Look, the sky, it's attacking. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 10 arrows fell vertically from the sky, instantly killing 10 people. The enemy's over there, fire. Bang bang bang. After a barrage of gunfire, Lin Feng remained unscathed. It must be said that the muskets of this era were terribly inaccurate, let alone when fired by these men on horseback. Switch weapons, this guy's alone. Charge. Ah. The officer believed that with the speed of his warhorse, the arrows from earlier couldn't possibly hit him. Little did he know, he had encountered someone who was practically cheating the system. At this moment, they were about 100 meters away from Lin Feng. Without haste, Lin Feng carefully positioned 10 arrows, uttered a simple goodbye, and released his grip. Whoosh! The last 10 soldiers were instantly shot off their horses. The out-of-control horses scattered in all directions and soon ran far away. Gotta admit, this bow works pretty well. If only I had some explosive arrows. Lin Feng chuckled, then slung the rhinoceros horn bow across his back and made his way into the native tribe's village. The only useful things left in the entire tribe for Lin Feng were those 5 cows. They were all tethered together, and Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let this beef go to waste. Besides, he still needed 4 cowhides to craft the leather backpack. After killing the 5 oxen, Lin Feng gestured to the few surviving natives. Signal for them to butcher these 5 cattle. The 5 natives immediately understood and began processing the beef with their knives. There's still an hour left before the elevator doors close. No hurry. Xiaolong, keep an eye on them. Roar. The little velociraptor immediately raised its head and began circling around the nearby tribespeople. The movements of those natives quickened slightly out of fear. Meanwhile, Lin Feng went to collect useful items from the colonial soldiers' bodies. 20 guns, and 20 bags of bullets. Excellent, take them all and list them on the exchange. Rifling through his pockets, Lin Feng only found some small accessories and a few pocket watches. The pocket watch was pretty useless, but it had some collectible value. Lin Feng picked out the most exquisite one and slipped it into his pocket. Then I went back to the elevator again and temporarily emptied the contents of the leather backpack. Ding! Host mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Is this it? Lin Feng was astonished. Did the remaining natives truly let go of their hostility towards him just like that? Is this really how spineless people act? After returning to the tribe, the natives were still diligently butchering the 5 cows. One cow yields about 200 kilograms of meat, which fits perfectly into a hide backpack. The meat from 5 cows still left 3 extra inventory slots. One compartment for hides, the rest for bones. After more than half an hour, Lin Feng finally finished his tasks and returned to the elevator, his arms laden with loot. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng took the opportunity to reorganize his backpack. In the end, only 2 portions of beef, 2 portions of steak, 1 portion of fried chicken, 1 medical supply, and 1 cowhide remained in the backpack, leaving 1 empty slot. Everything else that wouldn't spoil was left inside the elevator. The extra beef bones, and some fruit juice were all listed by Lin Feng on the exchange for sale, priced in gold coins or materials needed for elevator upgrades. Chapter 64, The Corrupt Slaughterhouse. At this moment, Lin Feng's name was flooding the elevator's chat room. What's going on with Boss Lin? Why did he suddenly sell so much food? Damn, I suddenly really want to know what floors Boss Lin has been through. Hey, have you guys noticed that Lin Feng is already level 10? Hiss, that's terrifying. He's definitely the highest level player right now. Just 2 days ago I cooperated with a level 7 expert to clear an escape floor, and I thought that person was already the highest level player out there. By the way, do any of you have good methods for earning coins? The amount needed to upgrade the elevator later is downright insane. Upstairs, I visited a peaceful floor a while ago. The elevator's announcement said it was a trading floor with merchants from other worlds. They all trade using gold coins. Maybe we can get coins this way? Trading floor? Hey, I went there yesterday too. I even saw some people fighting before being dragged away by soldiers. So, what can we sell? They won't take scraps and junk, right? This isn't exactly a junkyard business. I once picked up a healing potion on one of the floors, not sure if it's worth a few gold coins. I even picked up a zombie virus serum. Do you think there are merchants from the zombie world around here? This serum could definitely fetch a high price. Come on, probably not even the same virus. Lin Feng also noticed the messages in the chat room and took the opportunity to check the progress of the other survivors. After searching for a long time, he found that apart from himself, the highest level was only 7, while most others were at level 5 or 6. So many level 7 survivors. Lin Feng smirked as he wondered if Earth would descend into chaos when they reached level 8 and got their vacation days. There were undoubtedly some geniuses in this group who'd directly call the police for help. But Lin Feng couldn't do much about this. When he opened the exchange, he found only 1/3 of the beef and ox bones had been sold. He initially thought these items would be bought instantly, but surprisingly, all the damaged bulletproof vests, winter coats, and 20 flintlock pistols had been completely sold out. The slow sales of food can only mean one thing: food and water are no longer the scarcest supplies. After filtering through the exchange orders, sure enough, many were selling food. Most of it was canned goods, bread, compressed biscuits, and instant rice, all priced in materials for upgrading elevators or in exchange for medicine. And they were offering them at increasingly lower prices, one after another. People really find ways to compete everywhere, don't they? After closing the exchange, Lin Feng picked up his homemade dumbbells and continued working out. 2 hours later, just as Lin Feng was about to go to sleep, he suddenly noticed a message Qinan had sent him. Qinan, Fengzi, my elevator just reached level 8. The broadcast just said I'll get a vacation after completing 1 more floor. What does vacation mean? Did this happen when you reach level 8? Ha, Shinan's progressing pretty fast, already at level 8. Lin Feng, a vacation just means you get to go back to Blue Star for a few days, nothing special. Shinan, what? Return to Blue Star? Lin Feng, relax, I'm gonna hit the sack. You'd better sort out your gear too, your next floor's difficulty is probably gonna be brutal. Shinan, okay. Shinan sat excitedly on the bed after replying, while also preparing his best equipment. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is the decaying slaughterhouse. There are 3 other survivors and 1 butcher on this floor. The survivors must find keys to open the gate and evacuate the slaughterhouse before the elevator doors close. Each key can evacuate 1 person, and there are only 3 keys available. Beep. Host, please note, the butcher on this floor is not invincible. The supplies of deceased survivors will be divided. Survivors can harm each other. 1 survivor can find all the keys and escape, thereby indirectly killing the other survivors. Survivors cannot carry any items into this floor. What kind of gameplay is this again? Lin Feng scratched his head. It seems the only way out is to escape this floor, though Lin Feng is currently more concerned about the relationships between the survivors. Are they allies, or, according to the system's prompts, the relationships among survivors appear to lean more toward being adversarial. 4 people, 3 keys, inevitably, one must die in the end. If someone grows greedy and desires the supplies of others, they could take all the keys and leave. Beep, task triggered, an alternate path. Host must eliminate the butcher when only one person remains on this floor. Once the butcher is slain, you may depart the floor directly. The item to kill the butcher is the farmer's shotgun. Upon entering the floor, its location will be marked for the host. Mission reward, stationary stealth. Once activated, remaining still for 2 seconds will trigger invisibility. Movement will cancel the stealth state. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. Buzz. The elevator plummeted downward, the intense weightlessness forcing Lin Feng to clutch the handrail beside him. Roar. The tiny velociraptor clung tightly to Lin Feng's thigh. Fortunately, this roller coaster-like experience didn't last long, and soon the elevator's speed stabilized. After the elevator stopped, its doors automatically opened. The elevator's announcement sounded once more. Ding dong. Survivors are requested to evade the butcher, find the keys, and escape the slaughterhouse before the elevator closes. Each key allows one person to escape. There are only 3 keys. Those who fail to escape will have their supplies evenly distributed among the others. Initial equipment includes an electronic map that displays the location of the escape gate, with key locations refreshed every 10 seconds. The butcher is invincible. After the announcement ended, Lin Feng was slowly pushed out of the elevator by an unseen force. The elevator then vanished, and the 3 other players appeared before Lin Feng. One was a black woman, another was a bespectacled, scholarly-looking man, and the last was a man with an afro hairstyle. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with wariness. At that moment, a flock of crows flew by, emitting hoarse and grating cries. A burly figure slowly approached from the distance, accompanied by the sound of a chainsaw starting up. As expected, this must be the butcher. Lin Feng raised his wrist to check the map displayed there, noticing an icon of a gun, likely the system's designated props for eliminating the butcher. Lin Feng now needs to go retrieve that hunting rifle first. Chapter 65, Poor Chinan. The other 3 also scattered and left. There were only 3 keys, only those who found them first could escape this place. Lin Feng arrived at a house hung with the carcasses of cattle and sheep according to the electronic map. The putrid stench in the air forced Lin Feng to hold his breath while constantly swatting away flies buzzing around him. Damn, where the hell is that shotgun? Lin Feng kept searching while inwardly cursing to himself, while also searching for other useful items. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken significantly. The sound of a chainsaw came from outside the house again. Why is that chainsaw-wielding butcher coming straight for me? Lin Feng cursed loudly and immediately fled the room, only to run headlong into the butcher. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and dodged the butcher's chainsaw with a sidestep, then kicked the butcher hard. To his surprise, Lin Feng's foot ached from the kick, yet the butcher remained completely unharmed. Lin Feng glanced awkwardly at the butcher before turning and running without looking back. The butcher chased closely behind him. That butcher looked so damn ugly, his facial features looked like they were stitched on or something. Lin Feng glanced back to check the butcher's location while muttering his complaints. Who knew these words would be caught by the butcher? With a sudden jerk of his chainsaw, he charged straight toward Lin Feng. Holy fucking shit. Damn, this guy's got ears like a bat. How did he even hear that? After running for a while, Lin Feng turned back only to find the butcher had vanished. By now he had reached a place with stacked hay bales, where a broken tractor stood nearby. Phew, where did that bastard go? Lin Feng exhaled and looked around, spotting a high-powered flashlight. Beside the powerful flashlight, there was also a note. Can blind the killer, but seems like it's running out of battery. Good stuff, grab it quick. At this moment, the butcher was chasing another person. Once someone finds the key, the butcher will lock onto the key carrier and relentlessly hunt them down. And it was precisely that polite bespectacled man who found the key first, though his physical stamina seemed somewhat lacking. In no time, they were breathing heavily and rapidly. Buzz. No, don't come any closer. The man coughed while picking up a maggot-infested lamb leg and hurling it at the butcher, hoping to slow him down. Yet the butcher simply sawed the leg apart midair without slowing his charge toward the man in the slightest. Buzz. The chainsaw instantly severed the man's arm. Blood gushed out. The bespectacled man stared at his severed right arm, paralyzed with terror beyond words. He could only watch helplessly as the butcher grabbed him, drove an iron hook through his throat, and hung him in that room already draped with cattle and sheep carcasses. The bespectacled man gradually fell silent after letting out his final scream. Yet the key to escape remained in the bespectacled man's pocket. At this point, there are still 3 people left. If we choose to cooperate and leave together, this floor will be completed. However, the dark-skinned girl and the guy with the afro seemed determined to hoard all the supplies for themselves. Greed was on full display at that very moment. Lin Feng now returned once more to the house hung with the carcasses of cattle and sheep. The electronic map on his wrist showed that the key was on the bespectacled man, but Lin Feng had no intention of retrieving it. The bespectacled man was probably hunted by the butcher after finding the key. I have other means of escape anyway, no need to pull this kind of monster attracting stunt anymore. The other two also found a key each, but there's only one exit door, and the butcher is already waiting right there. Shit, how do we get past this? The afro-haired man glanced at the butcher blocking the main gate, then looked left and right. They already knew about the death of the bespectacled man, and that one key remained on his body, so he deduced this butcher would track whoever carried a key. Currently, both he and the dark-skinned girl held one key each, which explained why the butcher had chosen to block the exit. Observing the dark-skinned girl running toward him in a similar attempt to escape, the afro-haired man hatched a plan. Clutching the key in his fist, he began slowly edging closer to the girl. Hey, don't be nervous, how about we team up? Only 3 of us are left now, and that other guy's whereabouts are unknown. We both have keys, why not escape together? With just one person left, there's no way they'll survive the butcher's hunt. When the time comes, we can split the supplies equally, totally fair. The dark-skinned girl found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. The guy with the afro laughed heartily, then patted her shoulder as the key in his hand slipped unnoticed into the hood of her jacket. Then he claimed he would distract the butcher and immediately ran off to the side. Now among all the people, only Black Sister possessed the key, so the butcher naturally no longer guarded the gate but charged straight toward her. Fuck. Damn it, the black girl cursed under her breath before turning tail and sprinting away. She had no idea why the butcher, who'd been guarding the gate moments ago, had suddenly set his sights on her. However, the butcher's stamina seemed inexhaustible, and soon, the black-haired girl began to slow down. The afro-headed man had already reached the bespectacled man's corpse by then. Glancing at the electronic map on his wrist, he sneered inwardly. Now that the butcher was far from the gate, he could definitely escape if he sprinted there at full speed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng finally found the shotgun hidden within a cow's carcass. Pulling back the bolt, he saw the magazine was still full, 10 rounds. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned woman was finally caught by the butcher. After sawing her straight in half, he turned and rushed toward the house where Lin Feng and the afro guy were hiding. Hey, man, how about we team up? The afro smirked and slowly inched closer to Lin Feng. It was mostly Lin Feng's shotgun that made him cautious, otherwise, he would have just grabbed the key and left. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the afro-headed man fell to the ground with unclosed eyes, dying without ever expecting Lin Feng to shoot him directly. In truth, if he had just taken the key and fled, Lin Feng wouldn't have fired. But this guy had to insist on adding drama to his own demise. Now, only Lin Feng remained. He strode into an open area and waited unhurriedly for the butcher's arrival. The butcher moved swiftly, appearing before Lin Feng in no time. Yet when the butcher spotted the shotgun in Lin Feng's hands, he actually froze in fear, hesitating to advance. Bang! Lin Feng raised his hand and fired a single shot, accurately hitting the butcher in the head. Ding! Mission complete, rewards have been issued. The system's voice sounded as the butcher collapsed to the ground, and the hunting rifle in Lin Feng's hand vanished into thin air. After the butcher's death, Lin Feng instantly left the floor and returned to the elevator the next moment. The elevator screen displayed the inventory of the other 3 individuals. They still took all the materials needed to upgrade the elevator, as they would eventually end up in the storage area anyway, taking up no space. Lin Feng picked through the remaining items, gathering 20 canned meats, 15 bottles of water, 5 loaves of bread, 3 apples, over 10 pounds of dried meat, 12 anti-inflammatory pills, a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, a pack of hemostatic powder, and a few rusty guns with limited ammunition. Let's see how effective these newly acquired abilities are. Lin Feng activated his cloaking ability and stood completely still. 2 seconds later, he vanished from sight, even his clothing becoming invisible along with him. Roar! The little velociraptor, seeing Lin Feng suddenly disappear before its eyes, immediately stood up, sniffing incessantly with its nose. This thing's pretty neat. It'd be even better if I could move while invisible. Lin Feng smiled and deactivated his static invisibility. Another world. Chenin lay motionless in the crater formed by an artillery shell, his helmet pressed tightly against the earth, and all around him lay the corpses of allied soldiers. Damn it! Why did I have to get a World War II floor? Whoosh 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 whoosh. Several more bullets whizzed past his ears, making Chenin crouch down in fright once more. The World War II floor was bad enough, but it had to be the Normandy campaign. Normandy was bad enough, but he had to be cannon fodder for the Allied forces. Are you kidding me? Now all he wanted was to lie safely among the corpses and survive the day. Chapter 66, The Gold Snatching Game. Lin Feng knew nothing about Chinan's situation. Had he known, he would surely have taken some smug satisfaction in it. After all, he had been the class monitor back then, and he'd holed up in a bunker. As long as he didn't do anything reckless, nothing bad would happen to him. Inside the elevator, Lin Feng was sitting in front of the screen, munching on an apple with crisp crunching sounds. To be honest, the apple was refreshingly sweet and delicious, the taste truly stood out. Just as Lin Feng was finishing his midnight snack and about to go to sleep, strange noises suddenly came from the infinite water pool. The little velociraptor sleeping beside it immediately scrambled to its feet. Water splashed violently in the pool, prompting Lin Feng to grab his shotgun and approach cautiously. For all he knew, it might be another crocodile lurking like last time. Roar! The little velociraptor let out a roar at the creature in the pool before lunging forward with snapping jaws. The next moment, a fish about 50 centimeters long was hauled up by its teeth. Lin Feng, who had mastered wilderness survival skills, also recognized this fierce-looking fish. The African tiger fish, a giant piranha species, can grow up to 1 meter in length at its largest. The piranha clamped in the little velociraptor's mouth kept thrashing its body relentlessly, while 3 other agitated piranhas swam violently in the pool. Just as those fish were about to leap up and bite the little raptor, Lin Feng fired several shots into the pool. Moments later, the entire pool was dyed crimson with blood. The small raptor promptly bit the piranha in its mouth clean in half, devouring it in large, voracious bites. Damn it, this infinite pool doesn't even spawn creatures on a fixed schedule. Lin Feng checked the time, it was past 3 a.m. These piranhas must have just spawned, otherwise the little velociraptor would have noticed them earlier. Having been messed with twice by this infinite pool already, Lin Feng decided it was necessary to set up some protective measures around it. Crocodiles, piranhas, these were manageable. But what if some highly venomous creature appeared one day without him or the baby raptor noticing? Wouldn't they just die in their sleep? Lin Feng sighed helplessly at the waterlogged floor and started cleaning up. The piranha corpses in the pool could be left alone, they'd automatically respawn by tomorrow. After mopping the floor dry, Lin Feng found a metal plate and directly covered the pool with it. Simplistic but effective. A massive iron block came crashing down from above. Next time, even if a damn mermaid crawls out of there, she'd better grovel at my feet. After finishing all this, Lin Feng yawned sleepily and went to rest. Noon. Lin Feng yawned and crawled out of bed. Checking the chat room, Xinan hadn't sent him any messages. Based on Lin Feng's understanding of this guy, he would definitely tell him once he returned to Blue Star. Right now, he was probably still clearing some floor in the game. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the floors he had experienced before. Normandy, a most unpleasant experience. I really hope this guy doesn't make it to that place. At this moment, Xinan, still lying in the artillery crater, was both starving and parched. Above his head were several corpses, all dragged over by him to use as bullet shields. The individual combat rations they had prepared themselves had long been soaked through by seawater, rendering them completely inedible. However, his position was remarkably tricky. He had been lying there for so long without a single issue. Beep. The floor the host is about to enter is a survival gold rush game. This floor contains 18 survivors and 40 natives. You must locate the evacuation point and escape safely before the elevator closes. Any equipment can be carried, and all items obtained on this floor can be taken back to the elevator. Beep. Choice mission activated. Option 1, the host enters the floor and kills 10 indigenous inhabitants. Reward, 1 super cowhide. Task assistance, the electronic map will display the locations of all indigenous inhabitants. Option 2, do not enter the floor. Reward, a beef ham sausage as thick as an arm. Survival game for gold? You can even bring your own equipment? Then I'll definitely choose option 1. This is absolutely amazing. Lin Feng quickly emptied everything from the leather backpack given the freezing temperature. Leaving the items in the elevator temporarily shouldn't spoil them. After clearing out the leather backpack, Lin Feng then grabbed the HK assault rifle and the energy-charged pistol. With bullets checked and ready, Lin Feng silently waited for the moment to arrive. Ding dong! The elevator is going down, please hold on tight. Buzz. The elevator soon came to a stop, followed by the sound of the announcement once again. Ding dong! Welcome to the Gold Rush game. Before the elevator doors close, locate the evacuation point using the digital map and exit the floor. All items obtained on this floor can be taken back to the elevator. Everyone you encounter on this floor is an enemy. At this moment, the elevator doors didn't open automatically, indicating that entry was optional. However, Lin Feng was definitely going in. After opening the elevator door, Lin Feng stopped the little raptor that tried to follow him out. Wait here obediently, I'll take you out to play next time. After patting the velociraptor's head, Lin Feng left the elevator. Outside the elevator, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. He seemed to be in a wooded area. Raising his wrist to check his watch, Lin Feng noticed what appeared to be an evacuation point not far from his location. On the digital map, apart from marking the evacuation points, some area names were also labeled. For example, just 100 meters ahead of Lin Feng was a police station, diagonally across from it was a gas station, and 500 meters to the right rear was a weather station. There were only 5 enemies nearby, all inside the police station. Let's go take a look first. Lin Feng lifted his gun and jogged toward the police station. A dozen seconds later, a road appeared before Lin Feng, and across it stood the police station surrounded by barbed wire. The vehicles on the road were almost all destroyed, so, had he stumbled into another war zone? Lin Feng pondered to himself before lying flat on a large rock and activating his stealth mode. According to the electronic map display, there were two people directly ahead of him. Soon, Lin Feng spotted the pair standing behind the police station guard booth, smoking. Their attire didn't resemble police officers, more like terrorists. They were likely locals. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the person standing outside was instantly headshot. Sniper! Another person shouted and hastily stuck the cigarette in his mouth, then crouched behind the guard booth, thinking he was safe now. Yet Lin Feng responded with a sinister smirk before pulling out his energy-charged pistol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Buzz! Boom! The guard booth was instantly obliterated, and the person hiding behind it was naturally reduced to scattered chunks of flesh. RPG. The army's coming. Lin Feng looked at the moving red dots on the electronic map and roughly deduced the locations of the remaining 3 players, all in the police station. After firing 2 more energy bullets, the remaining 3 were also killed. After confirming it was safe, Lin Feng entered the police station. Chapter 67, Big News on Blue Star. The police station's wall had already been blown apart by him, and the corpses of those individuals had vanished in the explosion. God knows where they landed. Their equipment was probably destroyed beyond salvage now. The first floor didn't have much, but Lin Feng found several packs of cigarettes in a drawer that seemed fairly decent. On the second floor, Lin Feng discovered 2 unlocked safes and found 10 gold coins inside along with what appeared to be a valuable antique vase. The vase, Lin Feng also stuffed it into the leather backpack. Since there was space anyway, he could just discard it later if unnecessary. Next, Lin Feng checked the digital map and noticed that the area with the highest concentration of natives was a nursing home about 2 kilometers away from him, which coincidentally also had an evacuation point. There were basically no natives in other places, so Lin Feng had no choice but to run all the way there. He glanced at the cars parked on the road, most of which were no longer drivable. But 2 kilometers isn't really that far. You could run there in just over 10 minutes. Strange, why haven't I run into any survivors at all? After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng said somewhat perplexedly. He made it through the journey safely, even managing to kill 2 wandering natives along the way. On their bodies, he found 2 broken AKs and some food. Now he only needed 3 more natives to complete his mission. And there were at least 20 natives in this entire nursing home. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. As Lin Feng approached the nursing home's outer wall, he immediately heard gunfire coming from inside the building. They're fighting pretty intensely. Glancing at the map, Lin Feng directly smashed a window and climbed inside. The nursing home was divided into east, west, and central wings. Currently, most people were being drawn to the fierce gun battle in the west wing. Lin Feng's current position was relatively safe. There wasn't a single native inhabitant in sight. Thus, he still needed to head over to the west building to complete his mission. But first, he decided to check what these rooms had to offer. After a thorough search, Lin Feng found some attachments from several weapon crates that happened to fit perfectly on his 416 Hong Kong dollars, along with a few smoke grenades and flashbangs. Another safe. Lin Feng crouched down and gave it a gentle twist. Click. The safe opened. Seriously, they don't even lock these safes? After opening the safe, a suitcase appeared inside, with 4 bold words printed on it, Upgrade Kit. Upgrade Kit? Lin Feng excitedly pulled it out. Upon opening it, there were just some simple tools inside. For a moment, Lin Feng wasn't entirely sure if this was actually meant for upgrading the elevator. Fine, I'll take it. After a brief search, Lin Feng followed a corridor to the west building, a place he wasn't familiar with, guided only by the gunfire and the map in his hands. I got him. Ha ha ha. Guys, I'm out of ammo. He's already done for, The gunfire gradually ceased, and Lin Feng quickly slowed his pace, preparing to sneak up to the 3rd floor. The fierce fighting upstairs earlier masked the sound of his footsteps on the stairs, but now that everything had quieted down, Lin Feng had to move as silently as possible. The electronic map showed over a dozen indigenous inhabitants remaining above, with no guards stationed at the stairwell entrance. Lin Feng walked while taking out the charged energy pistol. Buzz! Boom! In an instant, the entire corridor was painted with flesh and blood as the loot-seeking natives were instantly reduced to crimson mist. This gun has insane firepower. With a sigh, Lin Feng realized he couldn't stay in this place any longer. The map showed that all the nearby locals were rushing over. Soon it would be impossible for him to slip away. Time to make a run for it. The extraction point was in the basement of the eastern building. Lin Feng quickly ran over, killing several natives along the way. This time, he didn't encounter a single survivor. Could it be that aside from him, no one else had entered at all? Upon reaching the basement level of the building, Lin Feng stared at the pitch-black corridor before him with uncertainty. Is this place haunted? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. 5 seconds later, the elevator appeared before Lin Feng. Ding! Mission complete, rewarded with super leather. Although the loot wasn't plentiful this time, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied with both the system-rewarded super leather and the upgrade kit found in the safe. By the way, is this thing really an upgrade kit? Scratching his head, Lin Feng walked over to the material pile and placed the briefcase inside. Holy shit, it's really true! Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, then clicked to upgrade the elevator. The elevator successfully reached level 11, and this time its space directly doubled in size. But that was it. Just more space. Still pretty good though. Blue Star. Chinan sat disheveled in a beef noodle shop, slurping down his noodles. The noodle shop owner frowned as he watched Chinan. Young man, this is your third bowl of noodles. How about we take a little break? Auntie, it's nothing. It's so delicious, so delicious. Ah, Chinan sighed, slurping his noodles. He finally obtained a 7-day vacation and appeared in a public restroom after passing through the light screen back to Blue Star. After starving for a full day and night, he caught a whiff of fragrance in the restroom. Stepping outside, he discovered the aroma came from the noodle shop nearby, thus unfolding the scene just witnessed. Chinan leaned back comfortably in his chair and let out a satisfied burp after finishing 3 bowls of ramen. How much, auntie? Young man, that'll be 36 in total. Coming right up. Chinan pulled out his phone to pay, only to discover that his account had been frozen. Damn it! Chinan awkwardly glanced at his aunt. Auntie, alright, Auntie knows you're having a hard time. Just wash those few bowls and you can leave right after. Auntie sighed as she looked at Chinan's disheveled appearance and the way he'd wolfed down 3 big bowls of noodles in succession. In her mind, she'd already conjured up some tragic backstory. Chinan slowly sat down on a step of the stairs as he walked alone along the bustling street. It feels like so much has changed. Chinan watched the stream of cars passing by on the street when suddenly, a woman in a trench coat stopped right in front of him. Just as Chinan was puzzled, the woman took out a red banknote, placed it on the ground, and then, walked away? Chinan, do I really look like a beggar to you? However, with his account currently frozen and genuinely in need of money, after taking the cash, Chinan returned to the apartment he shared with Lin Feng. Lying in bed, Chinan picked up his phone to check if any major events had occurred on Blue Star. Ringo's curse tape comes to life? Mysterious video linked to thousands of deaths? Police debunk rumor, suspected serial killer case under investigation. A small African country has experienced a military coup, with rebel forces deploying biochemical weapons. Government troops are in steady retreat, while our nation has completed the evacuation of its citizens without any casualties. The largest farm in the land of the free, cold wind farm, failed to sell at auction. Investigations revealed that all livestock on the farm had perished, and the farm owner remains missing. Another Russian Airlines plane crashes in this area. Is this a new no-fly zone? Zombie-like animals spotted in Australia? Experts respond, it's not zombies but a disease that won't spread to humans. Chapter 68 The Forest Floor. Beep, the elevator upgrade mission is complete. Rewards have been issued. The leather backpack's weight capacity per slot has been increased by 300 kilograms. Beep, upgrade mission triggered. Host is required to elevate the elevator to level 12. Reward, all attributes +1. 2 more upgrade kits are still needed to level up the elevator. Now that Lin Feng knows what the upgraded gear looks like, he'll be able to pay more attention to it when exploring floors. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that Chinan had sent him several messages. Chinan, Feng, I've arrived at Blue Star. Never would have thought I could still connect to the elevator chat room using my phone. Chinan, by the way, buddy, did you leave any money behind when you came back last time? The government seems to have listed me as a missing person. I'm so broke I can't even afford a meal right now. Lin Feng, there should be a few hundred in cash under my mattress. Take it if you need it. By the way, has anything happened on Blue Star recently? Lin Feng suddenly recalled something he had learned after returning to Blue Star, so he typed out his inquiry. On the other end, Chinan quickly replied too. Chinan, nothing urgent, but I came across some interesting news. Hold on, let me copy and paste it for you. Chinan quickly forwarded those news articles. At the same time, they mocked how absurd modern marketing accounts had become, even dragging out the name of Sadako from the ring for sensationalism. Meanwhile, Lin Feng watched with a grave expression as he read the content Chinan had sent him. The link to the horror video? Wasn't this the exact suggestion I gave in that classroom? A military coup occurred in a small African country. Isn't this just the battle royale floor? I happened to see that newspaper at the time. The news of a farm auction failure in the lighthouse country reminded Lin Feng of his experience in the corrupt slaughterhouse. The description in the report matched exactly what he had witnessed. Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the remaining few news items. However, what Lin Feng could confirm now was that some of the floors he had experienced seemed capable of affecting the real world. If 1 or 2 could be chalked up to coincidence, then how do you explain so many? Lin Feng slowly sat on the bed, lost in thought. Soon after, he purchased a pen and a notebook from the exchange, intending to document all the floors he had encountered so far. Most of the floors he had experienced so far had already manifested on Blue Star. Lin Feng mentally reviewed the floors he had previously explored and ultimately narrowed it down to 2 that were most likely to appear next. Forest floor, the Gold Rush floor they had just experienced. The forest floor was where he had encountered other players. There wasn't any news about this yet, so Lin Feng wasn't entirely clear on the details. He could only investigate it later. As for the Gold Rush floor, the information Lin Feng had was that it contained numerous Russian texts, with the backdrop being a city ravaged by war. The natives were likely gold prospectors within the city. After recording this information, Lin Feng set it aside for the time being. I got up and quietly sat by the fireplace to warm myself by the fire. Reaching into my pocket, I felt the cigarettes I'd scavenged from the Gold Rush floor. Phew! Lin Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. After a short rest, Lin Feng walked over to the workbench and crafted a leather backpack. Then, his idea could be put into practice. Storing the leather backpack inside another leather backpack, Lin Feng never expected such an absurd operation to actually work. He now effectively has 15 slots of space, and could continue stacking more if he obtained a leather backpack later. Then he could achieve the ultimate bag within bag nesting. Ding, the floor you are about to enter is the forest floor. There are a total of 20 savages and 5 mutated savages on this floor. Eliminate all hostile creatures to proceed to the next level. Beep, mission triggered, gateway to the truth. Please locate the entrance to the underground laboratory and eliminate all the savages guarding it. Mission reward, 50 poison arrows. Any creature hit will be paralyzed for 30 seconds, plus 1 sanity attribute. Lin Feng had some recollection of this. Isn't this just the grand finale of the game? Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. The elevator's announcement sounded again, and just as Lin Feng finished organizing his weapons, the elevator came to a halt. Howl! The little velociraptor chirped at Lin Feng, as if asking if it could come along. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng gestured for it to follow. Finding the entrance was one thing, but if they were to enter the laboratory, bringing the little velociraptor wasn't an option after all. They would need to dive underwater eventually. When the elevator doors opened, Lin Feng was greeted by a dense forest. The little velociraptor immediately assumed a defensive stance upon stepping out, signaling the presence of some dangerous creature nearby. Sure enough, rustling sounds came from behind a patch of grass as a burly wild man emerged, clutching a wooden club in his hand. Roar! The little raptor let out a ferocious roar at the savage before charging forward. Come back! Lin Feng shouted loudly, then headshot the savage directly. Judging by its size, this probably isn't an ordinary savage, it's even armed. If the little raptor rushes to fight it recklessly, it might not gain any advantage. I wonder if Wang Lei is around here. Lin Feng thought to himself, since Wang Lei was a player, he must have a map of the game. Though Lin Feng had played this game before, even if he were to search for the sinkhole within it, he truly wouldn't be able to locate it. Not far away, Wang Lei, who had just obtained the respirator, immediately thought of Lin Feng when he heard the gunshot. At this moment, it wasn't yet his scheduled broadcast time, so without another word, Wang Lei controlled his game character and went looking for him. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was searching the barbarian's corpse, chuckled upon hearing the shout. He hadn't expected the guy to be nearby after all. Over here! Lin Feng called out, and Wang Lei quickly came over. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng asked Wang Lei about the location of the sinkhole. Wang Lei happened to be preparing for the final challenge as well. Having already located the sinkhole, he directly led Lin Feng over. The area below is swarming with too many savages. I haven't ventured down yet, planning to make a death-defying descent during tonight's livestream. Might even create some entertaining content. Wang Lei chuckled while speaking, having already prepared the ropes for the descent. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then stepped to the edge of the sinkhole and immediately began firing his rifle. Bang 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 bang. Soon an entire magazine was emptied, and only a few mutated savages remained alive in the sinkhole below. Their intelligence seemed relatively higher. After being attacked, they all took cover behind rocks. Wang Lei stared dumbfounded at Lin Feng's actions. Could these savages have some grudge against him? Is this rope sturdy enough? Lin Feng looked at Wang Lei and asked, "Holy shit, what are you doing? You're not thinking of going down there, are you?" I can't leave this place without killing those mutant savages down there. Is that so? Leave it to me, just a few octopus creatures. Without those minions getting in the way, I'll handle them easily. Wang Lei said with confidence, then slid down the rope without hesitation. Chapter 69, The Nuclear Lighter. Originally, Lin Feng had planned to take out his energy pistol and blast the area below to smithereens. But since someone else was willing to do the job for him, why bother doing it himself? Wang Lei, brimming with confidence, descended into the sinkhole and swiftly drew his bow and arrows. As a result, after taking just 2 steps forward, a hunched wild man suddenly leaped in front of him. Roar! Wang Lei couldn't dodge in time and was instantly struck, losing half his health bar. Damn it! With a furious curse, Wang Lei switched to his katana and decapitated the wild man in a single slash. Before he could celebrate for long, another wild man jumped out and instantly killed him. After a while, Wang Lei, fully revived, grabbed his spare gear and ran back to the sinkhole. Rawr! The little raptor glanced at the sinkhole below, then at Wang Lei, tilting its head curiously. Ahem, well, you know, mistakes happen, but not this time. Wang Lei once again pounded his chest with conviction before sliding down. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Lei ran over from behind Lin Feng once again. The equipment keeps getting worse, this time they actually made me wear a flight attendant uniform. Lin Feng couldn't help but grimace in disgust, covering his eyes and incidentally shielding the little raptor's eyes as well. Wearing the damned flight attendant outfit was bad enough, but why the hell did they have to pair it with black stockings? This is pure eye abuse. Brother Lin, this time it's absolutely foolproof. Wang Lei leaped into the sinkhole with full confidence. Just as Lin Feng thought this guy was about to throw again, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, this guy was finally done. Those 50 poison arrows must have appeared in my elevator now. Soon, Wang Lei climbed up from below. There shouldn't be any wildlings down there. Don't worry, Wang Lei said with a laugh. Alright then, this gun's yours now. Lin Feng tossed a bolt-action shotgun called the TOZ-106 along with a dozen magazines to Wang Lei as thanks for helping him clear out the monsters below. This shotgun was scavenged by Lin Feng from one of the indigenous people on the Gold Rush floor. It looks like a sniper rifle at first glance, but it's actually just a boomstick, not exactly impressive in terms of firepower. Still, it's more than enough to deal with those savages at close range. The main reason Lin Feng gave him this gun was simple, he had plenty of ammo for it. Holy shit, mentor, you're actually giving me this gun? Absolutely. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Lei immediately burst into excitement, dancing around in delight. As a return gift, he handed Lin Feng the nuclear-powered lighter he had been holding all along. The two then collected a large amount of lumber together. Wang Lei's camp had ready-made supplies and ultimately loaded over 6,000 kilograms of wood. Only then did Lin Feng prepare to bid farewell to Wang Lei. By the way, do you know how this game ends? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yeah, I checked the walkthrough before. The ending involves shooting down a passenger plane to resurrect your son. Wang Lei shrugged as he spoke. Well, I'll be off then. Lin Feng waved absently, lost in thought. Brother Lin, see you again if fate allows. See you again if fate allows. Lin Feng vanished on the spot after speaking. Wang Lei couldn't see the elevator, so from his perspective, Lin Feng had simply vanished into thin air. Back inside the elevator, Lin Feng glanced at the lighter in his hand and smiled. This thing is downright absurd in the game. Not only does it have unlimited energy, but it's also waterproof. But surely this feature wouldn't apply to me, right? Clap. Lin Feng placed the lighter in the water and pressed it down. A flickering flame slowly ignited in the midst of the water. Lin Feng? The scene before him completely shattered Lin Feng's 20-plus years of worldview. How the hell was this even possible? Lin Feng cautiously reached out his finger to touch it, and damn, it was still hot. Darling! Though it serves no practical purpose, Lin Feng knew he had to keep this mind-bending item carefully. After finishing his workout and getting ready for bed, Lin Feng suddenly found his attention drawn to a phone box in the corner. Damn! I almost forgot about this thing. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and tore off the plastic film. This was the plant he'd previously found in another survivor's elevator. He had originally planned to nurture it carefully so he could eventually eat fresh vegetables. Now when I opened it, a stench of rot wafted out. Damn it, everything's fucking rotten. Without sunlight, plants cannot grow at all. Forget it, if it can't last then so be it. Lin Feng replaced the plastic film, sealing back the stench of rotting plants, then went to sleep. Earth. Qinan lay sprawled on his bed like a salted fish, idly scrolling through his phone. These worry-free days where he didn't have to fear for his life were something he wished could last forever. But in just a few days, his vacation would end, and he'd be sent back into that cramped elevator. Late-night entertainment, renowned instructors teaching live, www._____.com, click the link to watch immediately. What the hell? Even short video ads have gotten this outrageous now? Qinan exclaimed in surprise as the ad link suddenly popped up. Just as he was about to close this little advertisement, he noticed the close button was positioned dangerously close to the link. Qinan was speechless, this cheap trick again. Even as he clicked to close it, he still fell for the trap. The edge of his finger accidentally brushed against the link. The next moment, the phone screen suddenly went black. Qinan pressed the power button but nothing happened. Thinking it was a virus, he cursed under his breath before forcibly restarting the device. A minute later, seeing the lit-up screen, Qinan breathed a sigh of relief. These days, his phone was his only source of entertainment. If it broke, how could he possibly afford a new one? However, as soon as the phone powered on, it automatically began playing a video. The video showed a television screen flickering with static. Suddenly, the static flickered again, and a woman dressed in white with disheveled hair appeared on the screen. Her face was obscured by her hair, so Chinan couldn't make out her features. He vaguely sensed something eerie about the video and wanted to turn off his phone screen, but no matter how many times he pressed the power button, the screen simply wouldn't shut off. Damn! What the hell is this? Chinan watched as the woman on his phone screen drew closer and closer, sending a chill creeping down his spine. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. He even began to experience difficulty breathing. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the morning news report about how horror tapes could come true. Could it possibly be real? Chinan hurriedly opened the door and threw his phone outside. The eerie sound also vanished. Chinan heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling as if all the earlier symptoms had vanished. Could it have been just psychological? Chinan muttered skeptically to himself. And the woman with disheveled hair in the video ultimately didn't crawl out of the phone after letting out one shrill scream. The video simply disappeared. Chapter 70, The Doomsday City. After the piercing scream ended, Chinan slowly opened the door. Seeing the phone screen had gone black, he walked over and turned it on again. The restarted phone had returned to normal. Chinan breathed a sigh of relief and went back inside, convincing himself that it must have just been a prank video. After all, how could he possibly still be alive? With those creepy videos being all the rage nowadays, it made perfect sense that someone would make one just to scare people. After all that commotion, Chinan lost any inclination to use his phone. Setting it down on the table, he simply went to sleep. Several hours later, Lin Feng was awakened by the system's notification tone. Beep. The floor you are about to enter is Apocalyptic City. This floor contains large numbers of zombies and mutants. You must assume the role of a soldier and survive here for 2 hours before leaving. Upon successful exit, you will receive an upgrade kit and an obsidian treasure chest. Warning, this floor has a high danger level and prohibits bringing equipment. Proceed with caution. Beep. Challenge mission triggered. You must severely wound a special mutant. Reward, self-healing ability. This floor's difficulty is exceptionally high. Supplementary mission item granted. You may choose one item to bring into this floor. After listening to the system's prompt, Lin Feng slowly lit a cigarette. The difficulty is exceptionally high, but the rewards are truly lavish. There was also an obsidian chest that they had never even seen before. Moreover, since the system allowed him to choose equipment to bring along, how could he possibly refuse to enter this floor? Naturally, the chosen equipment to bring in was the energy pistol. Lin Feng also possessed the ability to remain motionless and invisible. If he truly faced danger, he could simply find a hiding spot, activate his invisibility, and wait it out for 2 hours. Ding dong! The elevator is going down. Please hold on tight. Buzz! The elevator began descending rapidly, then came to a gentle stop after several dozen seconds. Lin Feng pressed the door open button and stepped outside. After leaving the elevator, his clothing had transformed into a full set of black combat gear. In my hands was an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. The energy pistol had indeed been preserved, tucked right into the magazine pouch. He currently appears to be in a military base. Surrounding him are many soldiers wearing identical uniforms, along with 2 tanks and several armed helicopters. This equipment setup looks pretty good too. They're just zombies, right? Why would the system say this floor is extremely dangerous? Lin Feng scratched his head in puzzlement. Just then, a whistle sounded, and the surrounding soldiers quickly gathered together. Seeing this, Lin Feng also followed. Gentlemen, the Marines have spotted a special mutated creature in Central Park and are requesting our assistance. Gear up and move out. After delivering the brief mission statement from atop the tank, the commander withdrew inside. 3 attack helicopters were already en route to Central Park. Bro, where's your gas mask? Put it on properly. Central Park is a heavily contaminated zone. Lin Feng, a soldier beside him, reminded him. Thanks. Lin Feng put on his gas mask and said, don't worry, that special mutant is very cunning. Seeing how many of us there are, it should just run away. The soldier patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. Then, the convoy began to move forward. Only after leaving the military base did Lin Feng realize the outside world didn't seem apocalyptic at all. Cars were moving normally on the roads, pedestrians strolled through shopping streets, and people walked their dogs. This scenery looked nothing like the end of the world. However, after the convoy had been driving for 30 minutes, Lin Feng saw the apocalyptic city he had imagined. The streets were littered with wrecked cars and corpses everywhere. Even the sky here had turned a dark shade of red. Soon, the convoy was completely surrounded by zombies. However, with the escort of 2 tanks and the well-equipped soldiers on the trucks, these zombies didn't pose any real threat to the convoy's progress. Lin Feng also fired a full magazine of bullets to join in the fun. He realized that these soldiers had extremely accurate aim. A single well-placed headshot usually takes down a zombie, with 2 bullets maximum per kill. And this was while firing from a moving truck. His marksmanship had reached Lin Feng's current skill level. With combat prowess this formidable, yet still wary of that special variant, Could that mutant be some kind of Hulk? As they ventured deeper, Lin Feng gradually realized things were far more complicated than they appeared. The fissures in the earth, the abandoned tanks along the road, and the wreckage of crashed helicopters made Lin Feng acutely aware of the looming crisis. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. They had reached Central Park. 2 tanks advanced first, followed closely by the soldiers. The journey to Central Park was tense but ultimately uneventful. At that moment, a squad of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms appeared ahead. The soldiers jogged over and saluted Lin Feng and his group. My military rank seems to be higher than these soldiers, doesn't it? The officer who had spoken earlier leaned out of the tank, looking at the surviving Marine soldiers and asking, "What about the special variant?" "Sir, the Hunter Squad arrived and that special variant fled immediately. The Hunter Squad has already given chase." The Hunter Squad refers to those 3 armed helicopters. They specialize in hunting down special variants. MHM. The officer nodded impassively before raising his walkie-talkie to speak. "Maintain vigilance. Search for 20 minutes before withdrawing." They came out this time specifically to hunt down a special mutant. If they didn't receive any updates from the hunting squad or failed to locate the special mutant within 20 minutes, they'd be cleared to return to base. Though zombies kept approaching from all directions, they were practically obliterated the moment they appeared. However, just as Lin Feng had let out a sigh of relief, a grotesque, skinless monster suddenly leaped down from the sky. The creature had already grown to the size of a tank. The moment it landed, it smashed a massive claw onto the armored vehicle. Fortunately, the tank only tilted slightly, and those inside weren't injured. "Fighters, they're fighters! Open fire, open fire!" Bang 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 bang! The soldier carrying the guided rocket launcher locked the laser target onto the fighter's body. Beep beep beep! Boom! 2 rockets sent the fighter flying backward. Another tank also seized the perfect moment to fire. A single shell blasted the berserker into fragments. The side armor of the tank that was initially hit by the fighter had already severely dented, forcing it to retreat to the base first. The remaining individuals continued searching for traces of the special mutated creatures near Central Park. Chapter 71, The Abnormally Evolved Mutant. On the other side, the hunting squad briefly reported their loss of the special mutant's trail before returning. The hunting squad lost the target. "That little rat must have hidden somewhere. Let's pull out." Lin Feng's ears rang with the officer's voice through his headphones. After taking down a few zombies blocking his path, he prepared to regroup with the rest of his team. This floor didn't seem as challenging as expected either. Lin Feng pondered in his heart, then walked back while chatting and laughing with his teammates beside him. At that moment, a burst of intense gunfire rang out from the assembled team ahead. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and realized they were actually shooting at their own comrades. "No, that's not right. The soldier who got beaten doesn't seem human at all. What kind of healthy person could take a full burst of bullets and still be full of energy, leaping several meters high? Damn it, it's a special mutant. Get down," the soldier beside Lin Feng shouted, quickly hefting his rocket launcher to target the rampaging special mutant cutting through the crowd. Swish! Suddenly a whip plunged into his body, and the next instant the corpse was yanked away. Holy shit! Lin Feng was utterly shocked, then immediately dashed to one side. Fortunately, this particular mutant showed no interest in him. After killing several soldiers armed with rocket launchers, the special mutant turned its attention to the tank. Boom! Boom! The whip the special mutant had been using suddenly vanished, transforming into 2 massive fists instead. With a single punch, the tank's barrel was instantly bent out of shape. Lin Feng had already activated stealth mode by now, crouching to the side and staring blankly at the scene. The hell, is this even human? Watching the special mutant human-looking yet spewing vulgar curses from time to time, Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. No wonder the system said this floor was hard. Stand and fight tank, how hard could it be? Bzzzzzzz. At that moment, the sound of helicopters filled the air. Those 3 attack helicopters had arrived after presumably receiving the distress signal. The Vulcan cannons on all 3 helicopters opened fire at full capacity, instantly riddling the mutated creature with over a dozen rounds. Yet he emerged completely unscathed. With one punch, he knocked the tank's turret askew, then hoisted the entire turret aloft with both hands. Just as Lin Feng was wondering what he intended to do, the next move left everyone breathless. Taking careful aim with the turret still raised, he suddenly hurled it straight at a helicopter hovering midair. Boom! One helicopter was instantly shot down. The other 2 helicopters quickly gained altitude upon seeing this, yet it still couldn't prevent their eventual destruction. Looking up, the special mutant leaped from the ground, instantly reaching a height of over 10 meters in the air. Then, its hands transformed into whips once more, successfully piercing through one of the helicopters. Amid the beep 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 of the helicopter's alarm, only one helicopter remained in the sky. After exchanging glances, the 2 pilots decisively chose to retreat. The special mutant didn't give chase. Instead, it approached the wrecked tank and pulled out the unconscious officer. At this moment, Lin Feng was the only survivor left in the entire Central Park. If he continued to remain invisible like this, he could leave safely in another hour. But he also wanted the mission rewards issued by the system. Inflicting heavy damage on the special mutant, the target had to be the man before him. The other party seemed very interested in that officer, grabbing him out and exploding his head with a single punch. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the officer's body slowly fused into the special mutant's form. Seeing this as a golden opportunity, Lin Feng drew his energy pistol and pressed the trigger. Though his stealth mode had been deactivated, the special mutant was currently clutching its head and failed to notice Lin Feng nearby. After witnessing his formidable defensive capability, Lin Feng decisively charged the energy pistol's power bar to its maximum capacity this time. Boom! The ground cracked instantly where the energy sphere passed, and Lin Feng was once again sent flying backward by the recoil. With nothing to block his trajectory this time, he was hurled a full 5 meters away. Fortunately, the energy sphere proved exceptionally powerful, obliterating that man completely. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say he's completely gone, the man still has his head remaining. Phew, that fucking hurt. Lin Feng hissed through clenched teeth while massaging his wrist. This bastard should be dead by now, right? Lin Feng slowly approached with the gun in hand. Seeing that only the head remained, he breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that nothing could survive in such a state. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission, host. Rewards have been issued. Please check the attribute panel. Lin Feng gave a faint smile, then sat quietly on the nearby chair, waiting for the moment to arrive. However, what he failed to notice was that the eyes of the special mutant were slowly opening, while the blood on the ground was continuously being absorbed by it. Soon, the 2-hour survival objective was also completed, and the elevator instantly appeared before Lin Feng, accompanied by a ding as the doors opened. After stepping into the elevator, Lin Feng's clothes transformed back into his previous outfit. To Lin Feng's surprise, this time the system had actually given him both the black combat suit and the gun. It was just sitting there inside the elevator. Both the clothes and the gas mask were brand new, with no traces of blood on them. Walking over to the screen, Lin Feng checked the upgrade progress. Only one more upgrade kit was needed now. Speaking of which, what exactly did that self-healing ability do again? Lin Feng opened the attribute panel and saw that a self-healing skill had been added. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 17. Speed, 12. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 4. Sanity, 3. Except for the luck attribute, the average human value for other attributes is 10, while luck is 0. Skills, Master of Cold Weapons, Intermediate Firearms Proficiency, Basic Combat Techniques, Expert Level Wilderness Survival, Eagle Eye. Self-healing, greatly increases recovery speed after injury, while doubling the body's energy consumption. This ability feels a bit underwhelming. Lin Feng took out a dagger and examined his arm. I'd like to see if this self-healing ability really works. Swish! With a slash, a thin wound appeared on his arm, and tiny beads of blood welled up densely along the cut. Since the dagger was extremely sharp, Lin Feng didn't even feel any pain. Normally, such a minor scrape would scab over within a day or two. About 20 minutes or so passed. The wound slowly healed beneath Lin Feng's gaze. No trace of the earlier injury remained, with even the scabbing process skipped entirely. This ability could be life-saving at critical moments, especially when medical supplies were unavailable. Lin Feng had initially thought it would be like Deadpool, where wounds would heal instantly. Apart from the cut on his arm, even the pain in his wrist had disappeared. Chapter 72, Abnormal Floor. After testing the effects of the self-healing, Lin Feng suddenly felt hungry, so he grabbed a can of food to fill his stomach. Seeing Chinan's avatar light up again, Lin Feng walked over while eating from the can. Chinan's post was about how he encountered that terrifying video. Listening to Chinan's description, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. It now seemed absolutely certain that the plan had originated from his own suggestion in that classroom. Late-night horror theater, they really went all out with this. But why didn't that female ghost attack Chinan afterward? Could it genuinely be that simply throwing the phone away and letting the video play out elsewhere would prevent anything bad from happening? Lin Feng took another bite of the tender braised beef and typed a reply to Chinan. There wasn't much he could do to help, so he simply told the guy to be careful, though with Chinan's tough luck, he probably wouldn't run into any real trouble. Speaking of which, Chinan really had the worst luck. Just when he finally got a few days to relax, something like this had to happen. Eyeing the oily broth in the can, Lin Feng poured it straight out for the little velociraptor. It wasn't picky anyway, and the seasoning in the can wasn't too strong. I remember back at the beginning, I couldn't bear to waste even a single sip of soup. Opening the exchange market, Lin Feng searched for fruits and discovered quite a few sellers, though fresh fruits were quite expensive, and there were also plenty of canned fruits available. Lin Feng eventually traded 5 kilograms of beef for 5 kilograms of apples. Now that conditions allow, it's only natural to pay attention to dietary balance. Getting more vitamins helps prevent constipation, after all. Eating meat every day, Lin Feng's farts filled the entire elevator with a peculiar fragrance. Little Long, open your mouth. Lin Feng tossed an apple into the air, and Little Dragon leaped up to catch it mid-bite. Gore! Staring at the little raptor's body, Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. He figured it was time to outfit the little raptor with some armor. Its build wouldn't handle custom-made iron armor well, that would likely compromise its agility. But a set of leather armor would work just fine. Leather provides decent protection, certainly better than going bare. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the exchange and purchased a piece of cowhide. Little Dragon, come here. Let me see if this hide is big enough. Lin Feng called the small velociraptor over, then examined the cowhide before cutting out holes for its front claws and hind legs. After making some adjustments to the hide, he threaded ropes through it. It had already been over an hour by the time he finished the work. In the end, it fit the little raptor perfectly and didn't hinder its movement at all. Though it did look rather ugly, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with his handiwork. Not bad, fits just right. The baby velociraptor walked somewhat comically since it was wearing clothes for the first time, though it seemed to quite like the outfit. Jumping and hopping around inside the elevator, seeing how much it enjoyed the clothes, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile happily. Having his handiwork approved by his pet felt pretty good. Little Dragon, go see if there's anything tasty in the pool. Lin Feng pointed at the pool and said, howl. The little raptor let out a cry, then ran to the pool and dragged down the iron plate, revealing 2 large black fish swimming inside. Once the fish were grilled, the man and the dinosaur leaned against each other as they ate together. At that moment, a message in the chat group caught Lin Feng's attention. What is this place? Where am I? I'm a citizen of the Empire, let me out at once. Having ruled out all possibilities, this person was most likely a new member. But where did an Empire come from on Blue Star? Upon checking, this person's level was 1. Besides Lin Feng, many others showed interest in this suspected newcomer. Returning to the Empire, bro? Are you dreaming or what? Hey, how come your elevator is only level 1? You can't really be new here, can you? Whoa. I just noticed his elevator is only level 1. Wait, I want to know if the floor difficulty he's facing, and the elevator's temperature, are the same as ours. Under the group's relentless questioning and explanations, the self-proclaimed Empire citizen finally answered their inquiries. The temperature in the elevator was just right, and he had just arrived here. As for the Empire he mentioned, no information could be extracted about it. A new member has joined the elevator. Although there's only one now, there will undoubtedly be more in the future. So, what exactly does this mean? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng gave up thinking, how the hell was this even related to him? Upon opening the previously rewarded obsidian treasure chest, Lin Feng found a blue fruit called Wisdom Fruit and a red injectable elixir inside. The elixir bore no label explaining its contents, only stating its effect. Upon injection, you will obtain abilities beyond human limits. Side effect, sanity -99. Wouldn't injecting this turn someone into a complete lunatic? There was absolutely no way Lin Feng would ever inject that serum. As for the blue fruit, its name alone made it obvious it boosted intelligence. Lin Feng took a bite and found it surprisingly tasty, so he ate it all. Checking his attribute panel afterward, he noticed his intelligence had indeed increased by 2 points, now standing at 22. After exercising for a while and checking the time, Lin Feng went to rest. Beep, the floor you are about to enter is an anomalous floor. Please maintain your sanity while searching for exits. You may encounter aggressive creatures, but staying calm will minimize danger. For each exit found, you may choose to return to the elevator. The more exits discovered, the greater the rewards. This floor cannot be refused, and no items can be brought inside. Beep, mission issued. Brush with death, successfully escape pursuit by an entity once. Upon completion, sanity +5. Before Lin Feng could grasp what the next floor meant, the elevator announcement sounded. Ding dong, the elevator is going down, please hold on tight. Buzz. Upon reaching its destination, the elevator doors automatically opened, and Lin Feng was once again pushed out by an unseen force. The moment he stepped out, the elevator vanished without a trace. The yellowed, damp carpet emitted a musty odor, filling the entire space with its monotonous yet eerie hue of yellow. The ceiling was lined with neat, glaring fluorescent lights, emitting a constant, irritating buzzing sound. Lin Feng gazed at the space before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression welling up in his heart. For now, though, the priority was to find an exit quickly. Lin Feng thought to himself, but judging by the labyrinthine layout of this place, finding an exit wouldn't be an easy task. Lin Feng pondered to himself before heading in a particular direction. However, after walking for over an hour, he was still faced with the same expanse of yellow walls, which only exacerbated his growing irritation. The prolonged exposure to the buzzing of the fluorescent lights had even left his ears ringing slightly. Chapter 73, please follow the arrows, you will leave this place equals. What the hell is this place? Lin Feng punched the wall beside him, and his fist came away damp. Even the walls were incredibly moist. Looking at his wet fist, Lin Feng couldn't help but lick his parched lips. However, he hadn't gone so mad as to lick the unidentified liquid on the walls and floor. Lin Feng patted his cheeks and quickly calmed down. It seemed he was trapped in a vicious cycle now. Although the surrounding layouts never repeated, Lin Feng couldn't shake off a nagging sense of déjà vu. Screech! Watching Lin Feng tear off a piece of cloth from his clothes to leave as a marker on the ground, he then continued walking forward once more. This time, he continued walking straight ahead as before. However, after more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng stared at the black fabric before him in shock. He was utterly certain he had been walking in a perfectly straight line, so why had he encountered his own marker? Upon inspecting the cloth, Lin Feng was absolutely certain this was indeed the piece he had torn from his own clothing. So, after walking for so long, could it be that I've been going in circles all this time? This time, Lin Feng changed direction and avoided walking in a straight line. Watching the fabric disappear from his sight, he thought he wouldn't circle back again. 10 more minutes passed, and Lin Feng despaired. He actually saw the marker once more. He desperately wanted to scream curses, but he knew that losing his temper now would mean being trapped here forever, until he died of dehydration. Now there was no choice but to move forward. After walking a few steps, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a line of words on the wall. Strange, that wasn't there a moment ago. Lin Feng felt puzzled as he read the words on the wall. If you're trapped here, please follow, it will lead you out. An arrow was painted on the wall bearing these words. As Lin Feng followed the arrow, he discovered 2 new lines of text beneath it. Do not follow the arrow, it is deceiving you, smiley face. Please continue following the arrow to find the exit, sad face. Lin Feng looked at 2 completely contradictory messages and didn't know which one to believe. But if he followed the arrows, there was still a 50% chance of finding the exit. If he didn't, he'd probably never find his way out. So Lin Feng decided to take a gamble. Follow the arrows, search for the exit. Lin Feng then continued to follow the arrows onward. The directions beneath the arrows became increasingly contradictory. Along the way, Lin Feng also spotted a red balloon floating in the air, but exercising caution, he didn't dwell on it and kept following the arrows. More than an hour passed again. Lin Feng's clothes were completely drenched by now. In this damp, stifling, monotonous environment, people tend to grow irritable easily, yet Lin Feng's eyes remained strikingly clear. Perhaps this was also due to his 3 points of reason. Though he still hadn't found an exit, there was some good news. He no longer saw the fabric scraps he'd left behind, confirming he wasn't going in circles. That alone was enough for now. However, after walking for so long, Lin Feng was starting to feel fatigued, and due to excessive sweating, his lips were growing increasingly parched. Still, it was all within bearable limits. How much longer until we can get out? Another hour passed, and Lin Feng, panting heavily, stared at the seemingly endless space ahead. Cough cough. While coughing, Lin Feng continued following the arrow's direction. A few minutes later, the text beneath the arrow finally lifted his spirits. Follow the arrow for another 100 meters and you'll successfully leave this place. Sad face. Don't go any further, you'll die here. Smiley face. When you see a red balloon, walk over, it will take you out of here. Smiley face. Don't go near the red balloon. Sad face. These messages seem to have been left by 2 opposing entities. As for whether it was human or not, Lin Feng couldn't tell. Having trusted the arrow for so long, he now had no way back. If he didn't get out soon, he would run out of stamina. So Lin Feng pressed forward once more. 1 minute later, a wooden door appeared before Lin Feng. Open the door and step out, and you can leave this level. Are you sure you want to go out? It's extremely dangerous outside. Look for the red balloon, it can take you away from this dreadful place. Reading the 2 messages on the wooden door, Lin Feng twisted the doorknob without hesitation. On the other side of the wooden door was a warehouse-like space. Seeing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his trust wasn't misplaced. The other side of the door finally showed different colors. Stepping out, Lin Feng found himself facing his elevator again, this time with a 60-second countdown prompting him to choose whether to return or not. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately chose to return to the elevator. This floor is just too eerie. He couldn't even guarantee he'd be able to find a new exit. Who cares if the system's mission goes uncompleted? There's no penalty anyway, survival comes first. Ha! Lin Feng lay on the elevator floor, gasping for fresh air. The putrid, damp air from the previous floor had left him somewhat oxygen-deprived. After resting for a while, Lin Feng sat up. Meanwhile, the little velociraptor sat quietly beside him, clutching a briefcase in its jaws. It remembered Lin Feng holding this case earlier, so when the box suddenly appeared in the elevator, it grabbed it immediately, ever ready to present it to Lin Feng. Upgrade kit? Could this be the reward from that floor earlier? Lin Feng took the upgrade kit from Xiaolong's mouth and said doubtfully. Lin Feng muttered in confusion. Just finding one exit gave such a great reward. Imagine how much better the rewards would be if I found several more. Lin Feng shook his head. He never wanted to experience that floor again. If I hadn't chosen to follow the arrows, I might never have gotten out, right? At that moment, Sheenan sent another message. Sheenan, Feng Z, your dad's back. The holiday passed so quickly, already back in this dump again. But wasn't Sheenan's vacation supposed to last 7 days? How come he's back already when barely any time has passed? Lin Feng, wasn't your vacation 7 days? Sheenan, yeah, I did have 7 days. Lin Feng, but counting from the day you left, it's been less than 3 days. Sheenan, nanny? Sheenan, could it be that time flows differently in the elevator space compared to Blue Star? Lin Feng, that's the only possibility. I just came out from a really bizarre floor, need to take a breather first, I'm exhausted. Sheenan, oh, what kind of floor wore you out like this? Lin Feng, where the hell did you get such a sleazy emoji? Chapter 74, Elevator ascends to level 12. After bantering back and forth with Sheenan for a while, Lin Feng opened a bottle of mineral water and downed it in one gulp. Much better. Lin Feng let out a contented sigh before lying down on the cold floor. The cooling sensation brought much relief to Lin Feng's head. The oppressive atmosphere from that previous floor had been truly overwhelming. The little velociraptor grew slightly concerned seeing Lin Feng acting so out of character. It moved closer and nudged Lin Feng with its head. Ow, hungry? Lin Feng reached out and touched the dragon's head. Then he stood up, took out a large piece of beef from the leather backpack for the raptor to eat, while also preparing a meal for himself. The physical stamina consumed from walking for so long earlier was still quite severe. Stir-fried beef with a side of an apple. Perfect. Having eaten and drunk to his heart's content, Lin Feng arrived before the material storage area. The elevator has been upgraded to level 12. After the elevator reached level 12, it expanded once more, and this time a television was added. The television was mounted in the corner, perfectly angled for viewing from the bed. With a television, naturally, there came a remote control. But who would have thought this remote actually operates by inserting coins? There's no channel switching button above, only a line of text. 1 coin allows you to watch TV programs for a day, with content randomly broadcast. What the hell is this even possible? Lin Feng was instantly stunned. But now that he had plenty of gold coins, what harm was there in amusing himself for a day? After inserting 1 gold coin, the television flickered to life. Joyful goat, pretty goat, lazy goat, strong goat, slow goat, soft goat, red wolf, gray wolf. Lin Feng? Oh well, since I've already paid for it, watching some cartoons isn't a bad idea either. The little velociraptor seeing cartoons on TV for the first time seemed quite intrigued as well. Sitting by the pool, it stared blankly at the animated show on screen. Who knows whether this creature could actually understand what it was watching. Ding! Host's mission completed. Rewards issued, all attribute points +1. Ding! Upgrade mission issued. Host is required to elevate the elevator to level 13. Reward, 1 revival coin, can be used on oneself or other living beings. Seeing the system's reward notification, Lin Feng hurriedly opened his attribute panel to check. He wanted to know whether this +1 to all attributes included luck and sanity. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Strength, 18. Speed, 13. Agility, 19. Intelligence, 23. Luck, 5. Sanity, 1/10 of intelligence 2, +2. The protagonist failed to complete the near-impossible mission, so did not gain the +5 sanity bonus. All attributes except luck and sanity have an average human value of 10, luck is 0, and sanity is determined by intelligence. Skills, Master of Melee Weapons, Intermediate Firearms Proficiency, Basic Combat Technique, Expert Wilderness Survival, Eagle Eye. Self-healing, wound recovery speed increases significantly after injury, while body energy consumption doubles. Luck increased to 5, and sanity rose to 4 as well. Now that's more like it. This is what I call a comprehensive attribute boost. Lin Feng then checked the remaining materials needed for the next upgrade. Most requirements were already met, lacking only 3 upgrade sets and 100 kilograms of obsidian. Obsidian? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the obsidian treasure chest he had obtained on the Apocalypse City floor. Fortunately, he hadn't thrown it away directly. Lin Feng lifted the obsidian treasure chest and then tossed it straight in. It shows 45 kilograms of obsidian are still needed. Lin Feng was in no hurry to trade for the remaining obsidian. The upgrade suit hasn't been fully assembled yet. According to Lin Feng's experience, obtaining this upgrade suit is somewhat challenging. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the little velociraptor suddenly started screeching at the television. Lin Feng looked closely and realized the TV had changed programs. This time it was showing Animal Planet. No wonder the little raptor got excited. Almost everything that appears on the screen is on its menu. Drool, drool is dripping down, you gluttonous dragon. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This dragon had just eaten its fill and was already drooling again. What a glutton. Howl. The little velociraptor let out a protesting cry. Ha ha ha, you guy. Lin Feng gave a helpless laugh, then lay down to watch it himself. Though this animal documentary was somewhat boring, it was still better than staring blankly at the ceiling. Before he knew how long he'd been watching, Lin Feng unknowingly dozed off, only waking up again when the system alerted him. Ding! The floor the host is about to enter is grassland, no danger, some herbivores present, with a freshwater lake at the center of the floor. A safe floor, huh? Lin Feng yawned before standing up and grabbing his rhinoceros hornbow. Perfect timing to hunt some animals and stock up on meat. With this extra leather backpack now, there's more storage space. Ding dong! The elevator is ascending. Please hold on to the handrails. After stepping out of the elevator, Lin Feng felt a gentle breeze brush against his face, carrying the fresh scent of grass. It was incredibly soothing. After taking several deep breaths, Lin Feng turned his gaze to observe the animals around him. The little velociraptor was already itching to hunt, waiting only for Lin Feng's command. Go ahead, play as you like. Roar! The little velociraptor cheered excitedly before darting out like an arrow. The two wild rabbits panicked and leaped away upon seeing the tiny predator charging toward them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng knocked 3 arrows and took aim at the trio of sheep. Whoosh! All 3 shots hit their mark, directly headshotting the sheep. Ah, dude, your archery skills are insane, Lin Feng said with undisguised pride. Rhinoceros bow, I'm almost embarrassed to say this, have you no shame? Meanwhile, the little velociraptor had some success too, catching those 2 wild rabbits. Seeing how delighted it looked, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle along. That was about it. There were some fish in the lake too, but Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested. Too small and troublesome to catch anyway. After spending an hour processing the 3 sheep, Lin Feng went to the lakeside to wash his hands. Gazing at his reflection on the water's surface, he rubbed the stubble covering his face. It seemed he hadn't bathed since arriving in the elevator world. At this thought, Lin Feng jumped into the lake to clean himself thoroughly. Noticing his plunge, the little raptor followed suit, fortunately finding the water shallow enough to keep its head above the surface. After bathing, Lin Feng used the remaining time to wash his clothes. Upon changing into clean attire ashore, he immediately felt significantly refreshed. The little velociraptor also came trotting up with 3 fish clamped in its jaws, making wet smacking sounds. This glutton really eats wherever it goes. Still looking dashing as ever. After grooming his beard with a dagger and indulging in some vanity, Lin Feng promptly called the little velociraptor to return to the elevator. Chapter 75, Cooperative Resistance, Encounter with Chenin. Back in the elevator, Lin Feng intentionally checked the chat room. After watching for a long time with no sign of messages from the level 1 elevator occupants, he asked around in the chat room and learned that the person who claimed to be an imperial citizen yesterday suddenly stopped responding mid-conversation. Some speculated that person might have been a survivor from another elevator world, but got their chat channels crossed. Others guessed the individual was simply being mysterious for show or had died. Or perhaps someone saw an empty elevator, walked in, and used the screen inside to send messages, manipulating others. Suddenly, someone who hadn't been in contact for a long time sent Lin Feng a message. Yihua, brother Lin, do you have any emergency heart pills, or other medications for heart disease? Yihua, I'll buy a bottle for 50 gold coins. Yihua had recently noticed that Lin Feng occasionally sold various medications at the exchange, leading him to surmise that Lin Feng must have a substantial stockpile of drugs, with a wide variety available. Coincidentally, his own medication was about to run out. Without a fresh supply, he wouldn't last much longer. He also knew that gold coins were a particularly scarce resource. You could only find 5 or 6 per floor, and even then, not every floor had them. So Yihua took out all the gold coins he had saved up. Most of these coins were earned through trading, as he did possess a specialized skill. 50 gold coins? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. If 50 gold coins could buy a bottle of heart-saving pills, why didn't he purchase it on the trading floor? If he hadn't stepped foot on the trading floor even once by now, then Lin Feng could only say this guy was truly unlucky. Lin Feng rummaged through the box containing medicines. He discovered 3 types of heart disease medication: compound Danshin dripping pills, nitroglycerin, and metoprolol. Fortunately, there was the compound Danshin dripping pills that Yihua specifically needed. I've got 10 boxes here, 2 bottles per box. Might as well sell this guy 3 boxes. Our previous transactions went pretty smoothly. Lin Feng posted 3 boxes, 6 bottles total, of fast-acting heart relief pills, 40 tablets per bottle, on the exchange. Yihua, bro Lin, I only have 50 gold coins right now. Lin Feng, 50's fine. Yihua, thanks, brother Lin. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word, I'll do everything in my power to help. Yihua hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so generous. Gratitude surged through his heart like an unstoppable river. Not many people actually needed heart-saving pills, but with over 2 billion survivors, dozens of trade requests appeared the moment Lin Feng listed them on the exchange. Yihua's transaction information was displayed at the top precisely because he offered the highest bid. After the transaction with Yihua, 50 gold coins were added to Lin Feng's stockpile area. Yihua also ended up with 3 extra boxes of quick-acting heart-saving pills. As for asking Yihua for help, Lin Feng walked over to the workbench to inspect it and found nothing immediately necessary for now. However, given how skilled Yihua was at crafting, his talents would surely be useful later. It wouldn't hurt to have him owe Lin Feng a favor. Suddenly, Lin Feng caught sight of the body-tempering pill recipe, and recalling its peculiar taste, he curiously decided to take a closer look. Body-tempering elixir, 50 grams of licorice root, 1 century-old ginseng, and 1 red reishi mushroom. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, eyeing the unfamiliar licorice root. He seemed to have some vague recollection of this thing, probably some medicinal herb, but what exactly was it again? System, what the hell is this licorice root? Beep, respected host, the main component of Ganzhong Huang is a type of licorice root. Oh, licorice root. Lin Feng nodded in sudden understanding. These medicinal ingredients were all quite normal, so why did the body-tempering pill taste so indescribably awful? By the way, system, would eating another body-tempering pill still be effective for me? Beep, esteemed host, the effect remains valid. For each fitness pill consumed, your strength, speed, and agility will each increase by 1. Okay, got it. Lin Feng nodded, then continued lifting dumbbells while watching TV. It hasn't been 24 hours yet. Beep, the floor the host is about to enter is a team versus team game. This floor has 10 survivors divided into 2 teams, police and terrorists, with 5 members each. The game consists of 5 rounds, and the losing side will be completely eliminated. No items can be brought into this floor. It is recommended that the host proceed. Beep, game rules. The police team must prevent the terrorist team from planting the bomb, while the terrorist team must detonate the bomb within the allotted time. Players who die or are injured will be restored in the next round. Weapons and equipment can be purchased during the preparation phase. Friendly fire is disabled. After the game ends, rewards will be distributed via a lottery. All survivors entering this floor have battlefield experience. Host, do not underestimate them. Isn't this just CS? Lin Feng said drowsily. At first, hearing about such a game, he thought he could easily dominate with his firearms mastery skill. However, the system's final warning made him dismiss any notion of underestimating the challenge. It would be utterly ridiculous to die because of carelessness. Ding! Elevator descending, please hold on tight. Ding dong! This floor is a team versus team level, with a total of 10 survivors, 5 per squad. The subsequent explanation was nearly identical to the system's broadcast. Once the elevator stopped, Lin Feng stepped out, leaving the little raptor inside the elevator. Faced with firearms, the creature wouldn't be much help anyway. The other 4 people also appeared one by one. 3 men and 1 woman. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt someone's gaze sizing him up. When he turned to look, his eyes instantly widened. Qinan? Holy shit! Fengzi, it really is you. Qinan had just thought Lin Feng's figure looked familiar, but he never expected it to actually be Lin Feng. Face beaming with excitement, Qinan stepped forward and engulfed Lin Feng in a bear hug. There's only 1 minute left in the game's preparation time. Should we introduce ourselves first? After all, we're teammates now. Whether we survive in the end depends on everyone's efforts. At this moment, the only woman in the team spoke up, her voice cool and distant, carrying an air of aloofness. Oh, right, sorry folks, I got a bit carried away. Qinan laughed heartily before introducing himself by name. Lin Feng also stated his name. The other 2 men were named Li Dao, with tattoos covering his face, and Dong Yu, a burly and muscular man. The woman with short hair was named Zhang Shuang. Ding dong, the game has begun. Allocating factions. You are part of the bandit faction. Preparation time, 5 minutes. In an instant, Lin Feng's vision turned white, and the next moment, they found themselves in a desolate land engulfed in swirling yellow sand. Holy shit, Dust 2. Qinan and Lin Feng exclaimed in unison. Chapter 76 Dust 2. What's Dust 2? Zhang Shuang asked doubtfully. The other 2 also looked puzzled. Clearly, the 3 of them rarely played FPS games, otherwise they wouldn't be so confused. This is a classic map from a shooter game. The 2 of us play it often. We know every corner of this map like the back of our hands. Cool, Lin Feng said nonchalantly, then noticed a screen on his wrist. This was the marketplace. In that case, how about making you the leader? Zhang Shuang answered without hesitation, since having someone familiar with this place as team leader would benefit everyone. I have no objections. Qinan shrugged his shoulders. Alright, let's hope you can lead us to victory. Dong Yu gave a hearty laugh and agreed as well. Having Lin Feng as their leader now meant they were all in the same boat. He trusted Lin Feng wouldn't do anything to betray his teammates. After a moment of hesitation, the last remaining Li Dao spoke up. Familiarity with the map is certainly important, but combat experience matters more. I used to be the leader of a mercenary group in the Middle East. I have ample field experience. Let me be the deputy leader. You sketch out the map, and we'll analyze it together. Sure. No one objected. Qinan also chose not to reveal his true identity to compete for the deputy leader position. At this moment, there were just 3 minutes left before the official start. Lin Feng didn't waste any time either. He used his finger to sketch a simplified map of dust in the sand and pointed out some common strategic positions. With their battlefield experience, the group quickly grasped the rough map. For equipment purchases, just get yourselves Kevlar vests. Sheenan, you buy a flashbang, make it a pop flash, then the two of us will rush out from a sight. Vice Captain, you take these two through a short for a flank. Okay. Sheenan nodded, then purchased a flashbang. As for Lin Feng's marksmanship, seeing how confident the guy was, Sheenan decided to trust him. If Lin Feng couldn't shoot, wasn't there still him? Plus, the others didn't seem like pushovers either. Speaking of which, where on earth did Fengzi get his battlefield experience? Round begin. Lin Feng charged toward a door, pistol in hand. Sheenan followed behind Lin Feng and tossed out the flash grenade. Bang! The flashbang exploded in midair, instantly blinding a crouching CT at a sight, who immediately turned tail and ran. Lin Feng charged out just in time and, spotting his retreating figure, fired several shots in quick succession. However, the Glock's firepower was indeed slightly lacking. Combined with the fact that the enemy was wearing bulletproof armor, Lin Feng had to empty 4 or 5 rounds into the man's back before finally killing him. Hurry, lots of enemies at a sight, lots at a sight. The CT guarding a platform saw his teammate die gruesomely and quickly shouted into his radio. The two CTs watching a short and B site immediately fell back to defend. Li Dao, Zhang Shuang, and Dong Yu successfully pushed through the undefended A short. Bang bang bang! Lin Feng extended his pistol and fired wildly. Whether he hit anyone or not didn't matter, the main goal was to create chaos. Sheenan, where the hell did you get combat experience from? Lin Feng roared in utter confusion. Damn it, didn't want to tell you this, I used to be a mercenary. What? Lin Feng was completely stunned, never expecting that Sheenan could have such an identity as well. And you? Where did you get your battlefield experience? Sheenan also randomly fired a few shots while shouting. I once entered a battle royale floor before, and also the Normandy campaign. Normandy? Sheenan shuddered as he recalled the terror of being at the mercy of machine gun fire. Were you with the Allies? Of course not. Back then, I was playing as squad leader for the Third Reich, sitting pretty with coffee and cigars, not a shred of danger. Sheenan. Now he wondered whether it might have been his good buddy who was manning the machine gun that had raked him with bullets. In the end, Sheenan chose not to disclose his experience as cannon fodder in Normandy. At this moment, the gunfire on the platform gradually subsided. Li Dao and his two accomplices had succeeded in their ambush. They did it. Let's go too. Let's take care of that blue car. Bang bang bang. After several gunshots, the round ended in victory without any deaths, though Li Dao and Zhang Shuang were hit. But by the second round, both their wounds had healed. After buying full armor, their wallets were bulging this round, so they all picked up rifles and utilities. The strategy for this round was still to push a sight, but this time they went through a short. Lin Feng jumped into the secret passage and tossed a smoke toward mid-doors, completely sealing them off. Li Dao still led Zhang Shuang and Dong Yu to push through Alley A, with Sheenan following closely behind. Lin Feng was responsible for watching their rear. The defenders of Zone B would definitely retreat to A through this path. The CT side's mid lookout instantly guessed their Alley A push after seeing the smoke grenade blocking mid, immediately radioing their A site teammates to watch Alley A. Bang 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 bang! A violent gunfight suddenly erupted at his site. A CT with a bulldozer positioned in the ninja spot had already pre-aimed at a site after receiving intel about an A rush. Two other teammates covered different angles, one watched along from blue container while another guarded a site from radio box. Li Dao, leading the charge, was instantly riddled with dozens of bullets. He dropped dead on the spot. Seeing that the ninja position person had been killed, Zhang Shuang and Dong Yu quickly retreated. I've got a flashbang, there's someone on the platform. Zhang Shuang took out a flash grenade and said, got it. Dong Yu nodded, then switched his AR to single-shot mode. Bang! The flashbang exploded. Dong Yu quickly leaned out halfway and fired several shots at the stunned enemy on the platform, successfully landing a headshot, though he promptly got headshot himself by the enemy behind the blue car. Zhang Shuang swiftly rolled out for cover, then unleashed suppressive fire toward the blue car. The enemy behind the blue car was completely pinned down, unable to even raise their head, likely because the vehicle's material was particularly sturdy, rendering its chassis impenetrable to bullets. Sheenan quickly pulled the pin and threw the grenade toward the blue car. Boom! The enemies in the blue car were instantly blown into disarray. Zhang Shuang, plant the bomb, I'll watch for threats. Fengzi, any movement at B? Nothing so far. The last two enemies must both be at B. You and Zhang Shuang hold along in CT spawn. I'll watch B1. Roger that. The bomb was planted quickly. The two other officers finally appeared mid. Last two are rushing toward CT spawn. Zhang Shuang pressed the intercom and spoke, then fired several shots at the two fleeing figures, ultimately injuring one. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng decisively leaped down from bomb site A. He planned to flank them through mid. Bang 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 bang! Suddenly, a hail of bullets came flying towards Lin Feng. Whether it was intentional or just terrible aim, every shot struck his limbs. The pain nearly made Lin Feng howl, his face twisting in agony. Before the shooter could finish Lin Feng off, they exposed too much of their position and were instantly gunned down by Zhang Shuang. One more left. Chapter 77 Rush B. The last remaining player was hiding at CT spawn with a riot shield, planning to take down at least one enemy, but the next moment, a grenade slowly rolled over. That grenade was actually bought by his own teammate. Boom! The player was instantly blown to pieces, and the second round came to an abrupt end. After Lin Feng fully recovered, he thought about how he had already attacked Pointa twice in a row. The enemy would surely focus their defense on A this time, so they needed to change tactics. They'd rush B instead. Rush B a vice captain, you take those two and push mid through B1 to assault B Chinan and I will pressure B main. Got it. The team nodded, bought their gear, and the round began. Chinan and Lin Feng went all out buying full utility. Upon reaching B2, Lin Feng first smoked off B main, then threw a Molotov at the sniper nest. Meanwhile, Chinan had just tossed his flashbang. Just as everything was going according to plan, trouble came from B1. A pulled out a Nejif and wiped out Li Dao's entire squad in one go. The situation instantly turned against them. However, the good news was that Lin Feng and Chinan had also pushed into B site. The lurker in white van got instantly dome-checked, leaving the sniper position open. Plant the bomb! Plant the bomb! Chinan shouted loudly, then threw a grenade into the dog hole while rushing to the white car to cover the B door. Bang! 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 3 flashbangs were thrown in one after another. Chinan, who was straight peeking from the white car, was instantly blinded and then shredded by the rushing enemies. Ultimately, Lin Feng was also overwhelmed and gunned down after trading one kill for another. Damn, that hurt like hell. After reviving, Lin Feng rubbed the spot where he had been shot. My apologies, everyone. I made a mistake in my calls last round, didn't expect them to set up a machine gun over there. As he spoke, Lin Feng bought a scout in full armor. Don't worry about it. The fact that the 3 of us got wiped by a single player is pretty embarrassing too. Li Dao waved his hand, and none of them blamed anyone. That guy from last round, better pray I don't catch you. Watching Li Dao clench his fists, he let out a cold laugh. This round, I'll snipe from the secret passage. You guys push up, freelance it. Lin Feng finished speaking and flipped into the secret passage, then shouldered his bird rifle and began quietly observing. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the middle gate. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Still daring to push forward? Bang! 1 shot, 1 kill. Lin Feng swiftly racked the bolt and realigned his sights on the gap in the middle door. Bang! Another gunshot. A survivor who tried to run past the middle door was hit square in the stomach. In the game, a headshot is the only way to kill with the scout. Anywhere below the head won't do the job. However, this was no game. After taking a bullet to the abdomen, the man didn't die, but the pain left him immobilized. He'll probably bleed out before long. Vice Captain, that guy who mowed you down with a machine gun last round, I've crippled him in the sandy area. Probably not dead yet. You can go finish him off later. Roger that, Captain. Li Dao grinned viciously, already preparing to properly teach that bastard a lesson. By now, they'd successfully pushed into Long A site and completely smoked off the entire roadway. The 3 of them methodically made their way through the past. The trio on platform A didn't give up the chance to counterattack, while Lin Feng jogged toward A site with his scout in hand. At that moment, a survivor was aiming his gun at A site from behind the oil drums. Lin Feng had anticipated someone would be watching A site, so he didn't rush out directly. Instead, he extended his arm and flipped the bird. Bang! 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 The smaller guy who was already on edge instinctively pulled the trigger the moment he saw Lin Feng stretch out his hand. After identifying the shooter's position, Lin Feng didn't act rashly. There were at least 2 people on him right now. Go straight up from a site. They've got at least 2 guys watching me right now. At this moment, the entire Long A alley was completely shrouded in smoke, and the 4 of them were hiding behind it. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, they quickly dashed out of the smoke. Chinan swiftly eliminated 2 opponents with a few precise shots, while Lin Feng took down the remaining one with a clean headshot. But the game isn't over yet. There's still that guy lying half dead in the sand. Let's drop the bags first. We can make an extra $300. Lin Feng grinned, then glanced at Li Dao. Go put him out of his misery, and remember to use a knife. There's an extra 1,500 in it for you. Ha ha ha. Li Dao grinned, then flipped over and jumped down. The individual on the sand had turned deathly pale from excessive blood loss by now. Li Dao slowly drew his dagger and approached. Just as the opponent was about to draw his pistol to fire, Li Dao threw his dagger directly. It struck the arm with pinpoint accuracy. Ah, damn it, if you're gonna kill me, just do it. Hurry up and end this round, stop dragging it out. The man immediately began cursing violently as the blood flow from his wound intensified. I'll grant your wish. Li Dao withdrew the dagger and plunged it back into his wound. Arg, UING. Round ended. Now, Lin Feng and his team just need to win 2 more rounds, and they can finish this floor. Currently, the wealthiest is Li Dao, who decisively bought a semi-auto sniper rifle in full armor. Lin Feng, on the other hand, still stuck with his scout sniper rifle, finding it surprisingly comfortable to use. With the momentum now fully on their side, Lin Feng didn't bother with any elaborate strategies, they rushed a site directly to end the game quickly. The counter-terrorist team chose a defensive strategy of 4 A site and 1 B site. However, the A site couldn't be held at all. Blocked by the smoke grenade, the platform became completely invisible. The rat crouching at blue train was also forced out by an incendiary grenade. Open fire straight ahead, they must be hiding in that smoke. The 2 negs on the platform unleashed a torrent of bullets in an instant. At that moment, a grenade traced a graceful arc as it rolled to the feet of the 2 men wielding the Negev. Grenade! Bang! Both men were blown away by the explosion. Their earlier barrage of gunfire hadn't been completely useless. Dong Yu was riddled with bullets and killed, while Zhang Shuang sustained severe injuries and lost all combat capability. The remaining 2 at point A quickly retreated behind crates. One of them even tossed a grenade toward the slope. But Chinan, with reflexes like lightning, flung it right back. Boom! A double kill with 1 grenade. His teammate must be cursing him out by now. The last surviving player has completely lost hope. You're telling me we lost the site right as I rushed to CT spawn? Now he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Taking on 5 opponents alone was impossible, better to leave the gun behind. With this realization, he decisively walked away. After planting the C4 and seeing no one come to defuse it, Lin Feng could guess exactly what that person intended to do. After waiting for a while, the C4 exploded, ending this round. Only the final round remained. Chapter 78, Game Over, Primitive Era. For the last round, after some consideration, everyone decided to make another push for Site B. All 5 players had ample funds by now and could afford the best equipment. 2 automatic sniper rifles, 2 AKs, and 1 SG-553. The props were also the finest quality available. This time fighting Boss B, there was no tactics at all, just sheer brute force. 3 rifles lead the charge, while 2 semi-autos cover the rear. Tossing smoke grenades to extinguish the flames, then leaping out guns blazing. Lin Feng had initially doubted whether smoke could even put out fires on this floor, but surprisingly, even that game mechanic had carried over. Though charging in like this might mean instant death, the momentum was already unstoppable. Chinan took the lead without hesitation and rushed out first. With an AK in hand, he sprayed bullets wildly into every hiding spot, finishing off with a slick tactical reload. It was the ultimate performance of a ruthless bandit. Zone B, clear. This time, the defending team actually stacked 3 players at B site, while 1 was watching mid. Lin Feng's side also suffered casualties. Chinan, who charged forward the fastest, emptied an entire magazine firing wildly before getting taken out. Li Dao and Dong Yu were injured. Only Lin Feng and Zhang Shuang, armed with semi-automatic sniper rifles, remained unharmed. Dong Yu, hand me your gun. Lin Feng switched to an SG and took up position behind the white car to set up his weapon. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuang maintained watch over B passage from the sniper nest. On the other side, the 2 surviving survivors were utterly terrified, because if they lost this round, they would actually die. Damn, they're already so far ahead, yet they're still camping. A survivor hiding behind a crate occasionally poked his head out and cursed. The person beside him remained relatively calm. They definitely aren't at full strength now. I refuse to believe those 3 brothers in B sector haven't taken a single kill. Do you have grenades? I do. Give them to me. We'll push through B passage. The man tore off the mask from his face. Go! There were only 3 minutes left before the C4 explosion. The 2 quickly moved from B1 to B2. There's a sniper across the way, likely one guy at the snipe spot. You toss the smoke into B passage, I'll throw the molly in nade. Okay. Boom. Their plan was proceeding as usual. Seeing the grenade flying towards her, Zhang Shuang had no choice but to abandon her sniper position. Though severely wounded, Li Dao and Dong Yu could still fire their guns. Leaning against the wall, they aimed down B passage. Bro, let's rush. We're running out of time. Yeah, charge. Bang, 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 bang. A gunshot rang out, and both fell dead. The elevator's announcement sounded. Ding, game over. The terrorists have won. Below, we will randomly select 5 more survivors' elevator supplies as rewards. Ding, Survivor Lin Feng has obtained Survivor Jin Chang's elevator supplies. The other 4 also received their respective rewards, and they all returned to their own elevators. Lin Feng looked at the clutter now filling his elevator with a headache. Fortunately, the upgrade materials had been automatically placed in the storage area, otherwise, Lin Feng would have spent ages organizing everything. This guy Jin Chang really keeps his stuff in a mess. Ow! The little raptor suddenly let out a scream and jumped out from a pile of clutter. What's wrong? Lin Feng looked over curiously, then burst into laughter with a pfft. Why's this guy got a friggin' underwear on his head? And it's goddamn pink. What kind of grown man collects pink panties? What a weirdo. The blinded little velociraptor stumbled and staggered as it rushed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he removed the underwear from the little velociraptor's head. Then he casually tossed it into the fireplace to burn. This thing probably wouldn't fetch a single bid even if listed on the exchange. After spending over an hour organizing all the clutter, Lin Feng took a brief look around. A box of soap, a large jar of sugar, a pile of clothes, 4 wooden crates, a revolver, a shotgun, a musket, plenty of bullets, 3 grenades, a crate of beer, several blankets, 5 plastic buckets, a few knives, some food, and over a dozen bottles of water. Lastly, there were more than a dozen pills. Lin Feng checked his newly acquired gold coins. This guy actually had 30 gold coins. It had to be said, that was no small amount. Ha, the obsidian is actually enough now. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the already sufficient amount of obsidian. This guy actually had obsidian stored away. Probably kept it just because it looked cool? Apart from that, the last set of equipment gathered by everyone also appeared in the elevator. Lin Feng got a bulletproof vest, a ballistic helmet, a G3SG-1L semi-auto sniper rifle, and a Desert Eagle pistol. The sniper rifle had 5 magazines with 20 rounds each, while the Desert Eagle had 7 magazines with 7 rounds each. These things were like unexpected windfalls, so Lin Feng decided not to sell them but to keep them for his own use. As for firearms, Lin Feng only sold that one flintlock pistol. TSK, this flintlock, seems like it was the one I sold before. Lin Feng shook his head and listed it on the exchange. Currently, there weren't many people selling firearms, and the prices were all biased towards being expensive. So Lin Feng's musket was quickly purchased after being listed. With a click to confirm the sale, the firearm was sold to the first buyer. At that moment, Chinan sent him a message. Chinan, Feng Z, are you short on food? I found a stash of supplies in that guy's elevator. Lin Feng, no need, keep it for yourself. Chinan, alright, when the hell did you reach level 12? Lin Feng, got lucky hee. By the way, if you spot any obsidian or upgrade kits, remember to save them. We'll need those for later upgrades. Chinan, got it. Lin Feng casually mentioned the upgrade kit. It's not something you'd encounter unless you've reached that specific level. Verifying this was quite simple. Lin Feng found a bottle of antibiotics containing 50 pills and directly listed it on the exchange, requesting upgrade kits as the trade item. If anyone possessed upgrade kits, they would undoubtedly succumb to the temptation and make the purchase. The survivors who had been constantly monitoring the exchange were utterly astonished when they saw Lin Feng selling an entire bottle of antibiotics. As for what upgrade kits were, they had no idea either and could only ask around like headless flies. Lin Feng looked at the unresponsive exchange interface and chuckled. Meanwhile, his private messages had blown up yet again. A bunch of people were asking Lin Feng what upgrade sets were and whether they could be purchased with other items. Just as I had suspected. Lin Feng ignored these private messages, stretching lazily before turning on the TV and then flopping onto the bed like a contented sloth. A nap later. A new day arrived, except what woke Lin Feng wasn't the gentle warmth of sunlight, but the chilling monotone of the system's voice. Beep, the host is about to enter the primitive era floor. This floor contains a primitive tribe with relatively low threat levels and a friendly demeanor, along with abundant wildlife. Beep, mission assigned, please assist the tribe in storing enough food for winter. Reward, +5 intelligence. Chapter 79, this dragon was worth raising. Beep, mission support item issued, language translator, capable of automatically converting all human languages. This item will be permanently retained upon mission completion. Holy shit, the rewards for this mission are insane. First a +5 intelligence boost, and now this human language translator. The best part is, this floor doesn't seem to be a danger zone either. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating this, the elevator's announcement system chimed in. Ding dong, the elevator is going up. Please hold on tight. It's indeed a safe floor. Hearing the sound of the elevator ascending, Lin Feng thought to himself. He then secured the leather backpack and weapons, preparing to set off. Soon the elevator came to a stop. Lin Feng walked out with the little velociraptor. Since this was a safe floor, the elevator doors remained open, allowing Lin Feng to return to the elevator anytime. Cough. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng had stepped out of the elevator to get some fresh air, but the moment he took a deep breath, he began coughing violently, as if there were some irritating gas in the air, but upon closer sniffing, there seemed to be nothing beyond the scent of plants. Roar! The little raptor grew excited again upon seeing the forest outside, hopping and skipping around Lin Feng like an eager child. It appeared they had arrived in winter here, snow already covered the ground, and the temperature was bitterly low. The system assigned me the task of helping the primitive tribe on this floor store food for winter, but now I don't even know where to find that tribe. Just then, the little velociraptor suddenly stopped fooling around, its sharp gaze fixed on a spot not far away, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Seeing the little velociraptor's expression, Lin Feng raised his gun. The raptor's alertness had always been impeccable. If it showed such a reaction, it could only mean one thing. something dangerous lurked in the woods ahead. Roar! The young raptor let out a low growl and positioned itself in front of Lin Feng. Witnessing the little raptor's action, Lin Feng was somewhat moved. This dragon, not a single bite of meat was wasted on it. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was feeling touched, an earth-shaking roar erupted from the depths of the forest. The next moment, a creature resembling a tiger but with a pair of saber-like curved canines on its upper jaw burst forth. Is that a saber-toothed tiger? Roar! The little raptor fearlessly roared back, though given its small stature, it stood no chance against the saber-toothed tiger. Bang 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 bang! After a burst of gunfire, the saber-toothed tiger fell face-first to the ground. Though it was still breathing, getting up was already impossible. Seeing this, Lin Feng fired several more shots to confirm the saber-toothed tiger's death before approaching it. At this moment, a disheveled human was crouching on a towering ancient tree. When he saw Lin Feng effortlessly kill the saber-toothed tiger, his eyes widened in disbelief. Then, with agile movements, he climbed down the tree and ran back to his tribe. Chief! What is it, guy? Why so flustered? There's a very strange person outside. He can shoot out flames and kill the saber-toothed tiger. Guy gestured with his hands as he spoke, doing his best to depict the scene he had witnessed, but the chieftain still looked utterly bewildered. Alright, Guy, let's go take a look together. Soon after, the chieftain selected a few warriors from the tribe, armed with wooden clubs and stone spears, and set off. After all, this was their tribal territory, and encountering a peculiar stranger warranted their cautious approach with weapons. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already dissected the saber-toothed tiger, intending to divide it into sizable chunks to store in his leather backpack, planning to share the meat when he encountered that primitive tribe. What kind of beast is this? It doesn't even have fur to keep warm. The tribal chief watched Lin Feng with great puzzlement as he bustled about, then noticed the velociraptor circling around him. It was a creature they had never seen before, and though unfamiliar, it certainly looked intimidating. Ouch! The little raptor nudged Lin Feng, then let out a roar toward the direction where the chieftain was hiding. Lin Feng instantly caught the hint and immediately raised his gun, alert. Seeing Lin Feng appear to have noticed him, the chieftain simply walked out directly. Their tribe was peace-loving and generally wouldn't attack others unprovoked. Lin Feng blinked in surprise at the few individuals who emerged. Were these primitive people? There were undoubtedly some differences in appearance compared to modern humans, though at first glance, the disparity wasn't particularly striking. They were all clad in animal hides meant for warmth, while Lin Feng's attire made him stand out as an outlier. Hello? Lin Feng tentatively addressed the silent caveman. To his surprise, they were utterly astonished that Lin Feng could speak. After all, according to Guy's description, Lin Feng wasn't from any of the nearby tribes at all. Now that Lin Feng could speak their language, it proved he was one of them. Thus, the tribal chief let his guard down. We're from the Sun Moon tribe, and this is our hunting ground. Are you from the Stone tribe? I don't belong to any tribe, I'm a traveler. After some thought, Lin Feng threw out this identity. What is a traveler? The chieftain asked curiously. They're just wanderers. Oh, then you must be quite valiant. Why not come rest at our tribe? The chieftain nodded slightly, though he thought wandering alone outside was far too dangerous. Even the most outstanding warrior in their tribe dared not venture far from the settlement by themselves. But recalling Guy's description of this peculiar stranger, the chieftain felt it was entirely possible. Moreover, the saber-toothed tiger's carcass is right there, there's no faking this. Of course you can, but can you haul this saber-toothed tiger carcass back? Otherwise it'd be such a waste. I can't carry it all by myself, so consider it my gift to help you through winter. Gift it to us? The chieftain stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. With winter approaching, many animals had migrated away, making food incredibly precious, yet this man before him was willingly offering them his hard-won hunt. Lin Feng gave a slight nod upon seeing this, then followed the chief back to their tribe. The baby raptor sensed no hostility from them and obediently trailed behind Lin Feng the entire way. The Sun Moon tribe resided within a natural mountain cave. Inside the cavern, several campfires served both as light sources and warmth providers. The tribal women appeared to be processing animal hides needed for winter, and the tools in their hands were also made of stone. The Stone Age? Chapter 80 Hunting the Mammoth. By the way, I still don't know your name. The chief leading Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng? Lin Feng? What a peculiar name. The tribal chief thought with suspicion, then led Lin Feng into the cave. The cave wasn't damp at all, and was lined with plenty of dry grass for warmth. All in all, not bad. The cave was quite spacious as well. There were also some thatched huts built on the platform outside the cave. Though not as warm as inside the cave, they could still shield against the wind and rain. Lin Feng took a quick glance and estimated that the residents of the Sun Moon tribe numbered around 70 to 80 people. Most of them were adults, with barely 5 or 6 children among them. The chief first settled Lin Feng beside a soft haystack, then went to speak with a woman. After several minutes, he returned and sat beside Lin Feng to strike up a conversation. The chief had no doubts about Lin Feng's ability to breathe fire, otherwise, how could that saber-toothed tiger have died? Even if their tribe sent 2 strong warriors to deal with the saber-toothed tiger, they might not succeed in hunting it. Most of the time, they hunted large animals by setting traps and throwing spears. It was precisely because of Lin Feng's strength and generosity that the tribal chief held him in such high regard. Feng, how did you hunt the saber-toothed tiger? We'd like to learn your method. What the chief really meant was that he wanted Lin Feng to teach them how to breathe fire. This way, not only would hunting animals become much easier, but they wouldn't even need to store fire embers anymore. With this, Lin Feng raised the 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hand. What kind of weapon is this? The tribal chief curiously touched the body of the 416 Hong Kong dollars, the cold metal making him even more intrigued. Let me go outside and demonstrate it for you, Lin Feng said with a smile. At that moment, several men approached carrying 2 stone containers and strips of dried meat. Feng, let's not rush. We should eat something first, the chieftain said with a laugh. Lin Feng thought about the time and nodded in agreement. The stone container held some liquid inside. It carried a fruity aroma. It must be some kind of fruit wine or similar beverage, right? Lin Feng took a small sip and found the taste quite acceptable, so he gulped down a large mouthful. Ouch! The little velociraptor chirped and gazed curiously at the fruit wine in the container. The aroma made it somewhat thirsty. Lin Feng wasn't sure if giving fruit wine to the little raptor would cause trouble. Prioritizing safety above all, he decided against it and instead tossed the creature a piece of dried meat. After eating and drinking together for a while, the chieftain brought over a dozen warriors from their tribe and followed Lin Feng to the outside of the cave. Do you see that big tree over there? Lin Feng pointed at a towering ancient tree about 100 meters away and said. He then raised his gun and fired several consecutive shots at that tree. The bullets embedded deeply into the tree's trunk. The gunshot even frightened many people in the tribe. A warrior who went to investigate stared in shock at the bullet hole. He roared excitedly while running back. Seeing the man's reaction, the chieftain realized the weapon's power must indeed be formidable. Moreover, the weapon in his hand genuinely spewed flames when fired. Could it truly be a divine artifact? The Sun Moon tribe revered the great fire seed brought by Gaiwu, their worshipped deity of fire. Even their tribal totem was modeled after Gaiwu, though its appearance was purely imagined. Now, the weapon in Lin Feng's hands not only emitted flames but also possessed such formidable power. Naturally, the chieftain perceived the gun as a divine artifact bestowed upon Lin Feng by Gaiwu himself. This immediately elevated their deference in speech and manner. By the way, does your tribe have enough food for the winter? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the chief shook his head. That saber-toothed tiger was just a drop in the bucket anyway. Come, take me to where the animals are most abundant. Lin Feng calculated the time, preparing to make it quick so as not to waste any extra time cards. Most of the animals have migrated to warmer places by now, but there should still be some left. Gale, you take Feng there. Yes, chief. Soon, Guy brought Lin Feng to the edge of the forest, where a vast grassland stretched out. Although the grassland was covered in snow, there were indeed some animals foraging in the snowy expanse. Feng, those mammoths haven't left. It's just that they're too enormous and move in herds. We have no means to hunt them down. I see, he replied. Lin Feng observed the size of the mammoth, thinking that hunting a few should be enough to sustain the tribe through the winter. Apart from mammoths, some bears had also ventured out of the forest onto the grasslands in search of food. However, Lin Feng's target remained those massive mammoths. A single one probably weighs around 10 tons, doesn't it? The crowd kept approaching until they came to a stop about 100 meters away from the herd of mammoths. Lin Feng held his breath and steadied his aim at one of the woolly mammoths foraging for food. Bang! 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 To ensure a clean kill, Lin Feng fired several shots directly at the mammoth's head. Boom! The mammoth collapsed instantly after being shot, twitched a few times, and then fell completely still. The attacked elephant herd immediately began searching for the creatures that had assaulted them. Given the mammoth's size, it could truly be said they feared nobody. However, being carbon-based lifeforms, shouldn't they still be vulnerable to bullets? Bang 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 bang. Lin Feng fired another burst and took down another mammoth. The herd, now frightened, let out a few cries before retreating in formation. In the end, Lin Feng used the remaining bullets in his magazine to bring down one more mammoth. Witnessing Lin Feng effortlessly hunt 3 mammoths from such a distance, the accompanying tribal warriors dropped to their knees in reverence. Even Guy offered his own weapon to Lin Feng as tribute, a knife crafted from mammoth ivory. It looks quite aesthetically pleasing, though its sharpness and durability surely can't compare to Lin Feng's dagger. Nevertheless, Lin Feng still happily accepted it. The gunshots immediately scared away the animals on the grassland, making it convenient for the Sun Moon tribe to proceed with dividing the mammoth meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Phew, the mission is finally complete. Lin Feng let out a sigh as he spoke. By then, the elevator's closing time was almost up. Lin Feng had the chieftain bring some people to follow him to the elevator. After returning to the elevator, Lin Feng purchased over a dozen bows and a large quantity of arrows from the exchange, then took out all the machetes and long blades stored in the elevator. Meanwhile, witnessing Lin Feng suddenly vanish and reappear, the tribal chief had already come to regard him as the embodiment of their tribe's totem. Otherwise, how could he appear so abruptly and help solve their food crisis? Chapter 81 Cheenen, holy shit, I'm still alive? I'm giving you these weapons. These blades are extremely sharp, and these are called bows. Let me show you how to use them. Note, the gifts excluded the rhinoceros horn bows. Here goes, Lin Feng said as he lifted his rhino horn bow, notched an arrow, and let it fly. And that arrow, due to its absolute precision, actually flew straight up into the sky only to come down again skewering a bird. Lin Feng, damn, you're really dedicated. Seeing such an impressive weapon, the chieftain and the other warriors knelt before Lin Feng once again. By now, they had completely regarded Lin Feng as the god depicted on their totem, who not only provided them with food but also bestowed powerful weapons upon them. Alright, I must be going now. After saying this, Lin Feng put down the items and returned to the elevator with the velociraptor. Watching Lin Feng disappear once again, the chieftain and the others bowed once more. Upon returning, they even redesigned their totem to resemble Lin Feng's likeness. Later, they even created a full-body statue of Lin Feng, and the divine artifact in his hand was vividly carved as well. Returning to the elevator, Lin Feng had no idea what he had become in the hearts of those primitive people. He calmly took out his notebook and slowly wrote down 4 words, Stone Age. He had also recorded all the floors he had experienced before. If he ever got the chance to return to Blue Star, he would thoroughly investigate everything. After recording everything, Lin Feng took out some meat from his cowhide backpack to prepare a meal. The bone knife gifted to him was hung by Lin Feng on the elevator wall as a decoration. Once the meat was stewed, Lin Feng reopened the exchange and, finding that no one had traded his antibiotics for an upgrade kit, he removed the antibiotics from the listings. He then searched the exchange for materials to craft body-strengthening elixirs. Licorice feces, century-old ginseng, red ganoderma. Holy shit, someone actually found century-old ginseng. Lin Feng scratched his head in astonishment. What this person wanted was 5 gold coins. Lin Feng decisively purchased the century-old ginseng. With just this single plant, he wasn't sure how many body enhancement pills he could refine from it. Since people can come across century-old ginseng, it's possible that someone might also find ganoderma or licorice-treated earth. Lin Feng simply posted trade listings for licorice-treated earth and red ganoderma on the exchange. The trade items were either medicine or gold coins. Right at that moment, Cheenen sent him a series of messages. Cheenen, Fingzi, holy shit, I think I've been poisoned. Lin Feng? What happened? Cheenen, damn it, I got ambushed by another survivor. He coated his arrowheads with snake venom. I can barely breathe now, probably won't last much longer. You've got to make it out alive. Seeing Cheenen's message, Lin Feng urgently rummaged through his chest. He distinctly remembered acquiring a universal antidote pill earlier. Damn it, finally found it. Lin Feng quickly listed the detoxification pill on the exchange marketplace, setting the trade item as anything, then immediately sent a message to Cheenen. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood anxiously inside the elevator waiting. His trade listing instantly received over 100 responses, and soon enough, Lin Feng spotted Cheenen's name among them. After confirming everything was correct, he clicked to confirm the trade. In the other elevator, Cheenen's face had already turned purplish, with small red spots covering his entire body, making him look terrifying. Upon receiving the antidote pill, he swallowed it without hesitation. Moments later, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed unconscious in the elevator. Lin Feng gazed at Cheenen, who hadn't replied to his message for a long time. Though somewhat impatient, he remained confident in the efficacy of the universal antidote pill. Perhaps Cheenen was still undergoing the detoxification process. An hour later, Cheenen woke up groggily. Holy shit, I'm still alive? Chapter 82, Red Moon Restaurant Part 1. The first thing Cheenen did upon waking up was to send Lin Feng a message to assure him of his safety. On the other end, Lin Feng let out a relieved sigh upon receiving Cheenen's message. Good, this idiot's still alive. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the little velociraptor suddenly nudged him and pointed at the pot. Almost forgot. Lin Feng hurriedly turned off the induction cooker. Thankfully the food hadn't burned. He fished out a piece of meat to taste. The flavor was passable. He ate a simple meal while watching TV. The program on TV was a horror movie. Lin Feng didn't catch the title, but the scare factor was rather underwhelming. The ghosts in it looked almost like normal people, just a bit paler. But the plot was fairly realistic. Watching a human getting their head blown off by a vicious ghost, Lin Feng quickly stuffed a few pieces of meat into his mouth. This show is perfect for mealtime. Gulp gulp. After eating and working out for several hours, Lin Feng went to sleep, ready to face the next unknown floor. Beep, the host is about to enter the Blood Moon restaurant floor. This level belongs to the eerie world. The way to leave is by working in the restaurant for 7 days. After 7 days, rewards will be given based on the host's performance. The danger level of this floor is average. As long as you follow the restaurant's employee regulations, nothing will happen. Besides the host, 3 other survivors will also enter this floor. Beep. Triggered choice mission. Choice 1, enter the floor and become the Blood Moon Restaurant's Employee of the Week. Reward, 30 bullets of any model blessed by the Buddha. Choice 2, do not enter the floor and survive by hiding in the elevator. Reward, +2 sanity. Option 3, enter the floor and successfully idle for 7 days. Reward, Muddy the Waters, when activated, conceals your aura and reduces your presence. Looking at the 3 options provided by the system, Lin Feng found himself genuinely torn this time, because each of these 3 choices was remarkably good. Option 2 was not only safe but also granted him +2 to his sanity. Choosing a blessed bullet with your toes, anyone could tell it's meant to deal with ghosts. The only question is how effective it might be. Moreover, after selecting this option, he would be able to craft blessed bullets at the workbench by hand in the future. Option 3's Muddy the Waters skill is also quite remarkable, concealing one's aura and reducing presence. Combined with his existing skill of turning invisible while stationary, any attempt at stealth would render him completely undetectable by any creature. Lin Feng, out of habit, rubbed his chin again. Now he had decided to enter, but was hesitating between option 1 and option 3. Should he go all out with fancy bullets, or should he muddy the waters and become a thoroughgoing lurker from now on? I choose 3. Compared to working hard, I'd much rather slack off, Lin Feng said resolutely. After all, I've been an expert at loafing since my summer job days. Ding dong, the elevator is descending. Please hold on securely. Xiaolong, this time you wait for me in the elevator. Lin Feng patted the little velociraptor's head, then took out meat from his backpack. Enough for 7 days. Fish occasionally appeared in the pool, so he didn't have to worry about the little velociraptor going hungry. Besides, the system hadn't told him weapons were prohibited on this floor. So Lin Feng took his leather backpack, which was stuffed with weapons and food. After shaking his backpack, Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator. Ding dong! All survivors are required to work on this floor for 7 days. After 7 days, you may leave this floor, and rewards will be distributed based on your work performance. Please abide by the employee guidelines. After the elevator announcement faded, Lin Feng found himself in an employee dormitory. This dormitory has a total of 4 beds, with decent amenities including air conditioning, a private bathroom, and a first aid kit, though there are no windows. By the door, an employee handbook is posted. Just as Lin Feng was about to check the rules, 3 more people appeared in the room. They were the other 3 survivors. All were male, one Asian like Lin Feng, though he appeared to be from the island nations, and the other 2 were black and white respectively. At that moment, everyone wore wary expressions, each clutching their own weapons. Those who have survived until now all have blood more or less on their hands. Thus, they wouldn't naturally extend friendliness to other survivors right from the start. Lin Feng glanced at the 3 of them and then slowly walked over to the employee guidelines. Employee guidelines. 1. Human employees are prohibited from leaving human activity areas outside working hours. 2. Employees must maintain harmonious relationships with one another. 3. The customer is paramount, greet all guests with a smile. 4. Human employees are forbidden to leave the dormitory after 9 p.m. 5. Human employees must wear the company uniform in the staff changing room before starting work. Those who remove it without authorization will bear the consequences. 6. Work diligently. Severe slacking off is prohibited. 7. Morning shift starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 1 p.m. Afternoon shift starts at 3 p.m. and ends at 7 p.m. Do not be late. 8. Violations of staff regulations will result in disciplinary action. There are 8 rules in total, and they don't seem too serious at first glance. However, one of the rules stipulated that human employees must maintain harmonious relations, meaning these survivors would need to coexist peacefully during this period. No one could confirm whether death would be the punishment for violating the rules. After finishing the employee manual, Lin Feng yawned and chose a lower bunk to sit on. The other 3 also gathered to carefully read through the manual. Looking at the clock on the wall, it's now 11 a.m., already past work hours. Might as well go to work in the afternoon. After reading the rules, the others started choosing beds. Obviously, the lower bunks were more convenient. But Lin Feng had already taken one, and a white guy had taken the other. The Japanese guy dutifully climbed onto the upper bunk. As for that pitch black thing, it glanced at the white guy, then at Lin Feng, before swaying unsteadily toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered inwardly at the sight. Oh, so you think I'm an easy target, huh? Hey, yellow monkey, get upstairs. Hearing this lump of coal address him like that, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then he slowly stood up. He initially thought he had startled Lin Feng, but his smugness didn't last long before seeing Lin Feng extend a hand toward him. Hello, I'm Lin Feng, and you? Noticing Lin Feng's sly smile, he disdainfully offered his own hand. Yellow-skinned. Ah, fuck, ah. Meanwhile, Lin Feng smiled slightly as he looked at the dark-skinned man who had uttered the insult, his hand already deformed from Lin Feng's grip. No matter how hard he struggled, Lin Feng's hand was like an iron vice impossible to break free from. Mind your mouth next time. P.S. Many people seem not to enjoy this type of content. The main reason I wrote this is to enrich the real-world setting, as the monstrous world where Blood Moon Restaurant exists is connected to our reality. Those who dislike it can skip directly without affecting later plot development. Chapter 83, Blood Moon Restaurant, Part 2. The black man kept wailing while clutching his already crushed hand. If not for the rule stating that employees must maintain harmonious relations, Lin Feng would have already drawn his gun. What's your name, by the way? Lin Feng looked at the wailing black man before him and said, Bang! Kneel down and speak. After he uttered the first word, Lin Feng kicked Elbier down to his knees. Elbier. What a damn worthless name. Get lost. Elbier scrambled to his feet. Lin Feng did this not only to punish the rude chimpanzee but also to establish his authority here. Although the rules emphasized harmony, who would know if he bullied others within the dormitory? But just at that moment, the dormitory door swung open. A man in a suit walked in. Yet something about his appearance seemed not quite human. You must be the new human employees. I'm Yang Wei, your manager. These are your locker keys for the changing room. Keep them safe. The group got out of bed one after another to retrieve their keys. When it was Elbier's turn, Yang Wei noticed the injury on his hand and asked, "What happened to your hand?" Albert decisively pointed at Lin Feng upon hearing this. "Manager, I just wanted to swap bunks with him, but he crushed my palm. This violates employee regulations." Albert spoke through tears and sobs, presenting himself as the victim. Very well. Yang Wei smiled faintly. It was truly the first time he'd seen someone violate the employee guidelines on their very first day. "Come with me outside." Elbier watched as Lin Feng was called out, letting out a few cold laughs before silently mouthing those 4 words, "Yellow-skinned monkey." This time, Lin Feng didn't resort to violence. If he had, he would have fallen right into their trap. At that time, the punishment will definitely be more severe. Who knows what it might be, but for something this minor, it shouldn't be lethal, right? After leaving the dormitory, Lin Feng asked, "Manager Yang, may I ask what the punishment is?" Yang Wei stopped walking and turned his head back 180 degrees. "Cut off 2 fingers, and the worst cases get turned into ingredients." After saying this, he turned his head back again. Hiss. Cut off fingers? Lin Feng gasped sharply. Ghosts and monsters were everywhere here. He couldn't do anything about them. Was he really forced to accept defeat? Should he just make a run for it? Or maybe turn invisible right where he stood? Thinking this, Lin Feng shook his head. The supernatural entity would certainly discover him. Walk faster. Yang Wei turned his head and stared expressionlessly at Lin Feng. Right away, Manager Yang. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then he quickly quickened his pace to catch up with Yang Wei. Though he was still contemplating opportunities to escape, he ultimately couldn't devise a viable plan. If he rashly provoked the supernatural entity, who knew how he'd end up? Was there really not a single chance left? After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng left the area of human activity. It seemed he would soon arrive at the place where his punishment awaited. Just as Lin Feng was about to give up resisting, a woman's voice suddenly called out to him. "Classmate Lin?" Lin Ke curiously called out to Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Yang Wei acted extremely respectful upon seeing Lin Ke, slightly bowing as he spoke. "Ms. Lin, do you know this human? He's my desk mate at school, a friend of mine." "Alright, understood." Yang Wei nodded slightly, not daring to ask further. He turned and bowed an apology to Lin Feng, then left directly after receiving Lin Feng's forgiveness. He was now very curious, why on earth would his young mistress befriend a mere human? "I never thought you'd actually be human. Considering you've been my seatmate for this whole class, whatever business brought you to my family's restaurant, just mention my name if you need anything." Lin Ke stepped up to Lin Feng and gave him a thorough once-over. As she spoke, Lin Ke stuck out her tongue, which began stretching longer and longer until it finally licked Lin Feng's face. The barbed texture scraping against his cheek stung sharply, but he didn't dare make any careless moves. After all, this is the only chance to escape, and who knows what the hell this female ghost wants to do. Soon, the pain subsided. Lin Ke retracted her tongue, leaving tiny wounds on Lin Feng's licked face, from which beads of blood were densely oozing. "You smell so good. Your flesh is completely different from those humans reeking of death, my dear deskmate Lin." With those words, Lin Ke left. Lin Feng never expected his former desk mate to have such an identity, but at least now in the Crimson Moon restaurant, his life was temporarily secure. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, who had left, licked her lips with lingering satisfaction. She wanted to devour Lin Feng, but not yet. Premium ingredients require top-grade seasonings and the finest chef to accompany them, so she decided to keep Lin Feng alive for now, waiting until all these items were gathered before devouring him. Lin Feng glanced at the surrounding monsters. They weren't attacking him because it was currently working hours. The rules stated they couldn't leave human activity areas outside work hours. But it seemed like their shift was ending soon. He'd better hurry back to his dormitory. With this thought, Lin Feng jogged all the way back to his dorm. Pushing the door open, he stared coldly at the black man standing inside. At that moment, the black man was lying leisurely on his bed. The people in the dormitory were visibly shocked to see Lin Feng return unharmed. After carefully examining Lin Feng, they realized he hadn't lost a single hair. Elbier hastily rose from his bed. Hey, stop, I think we should follow the rules, shouldn't we? Lin Feng sneered coldly, then pulled out a dagger from his leather backpack, grabbed Elbier's hand, and pressed it against the wall before chopping off the little finger and ring finger. This is your punishment, chimp. Lin Feng shoved the severed finger into Elbier's mouth as he spoke. But he didn't go too far. If he actually killed Elbier, Lin might not be able to cover for him, and that would be seriously awkward. Elbier, who had 2 fingers chopped off directly, didn't dare to complain anymore. He opened the medical kit and started using the supplies inside. Hey, use less, damn it. The white guy lying on the bed got furious when he saw Elbier pour out half a bottle of disinfectant alcohol at once. He grabbed a shoe and hurled it at him. There's only so much medicine available, and if it appears in the dormitory, it must be useful. Clearly, Elbier did this on purpose. The college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow, right? Wishing all examinees the best of luck in advance. Chapter 84, The Red Moon Restaurant, Part 3. Okay, sorry. Elbo hurriedly lowered his head to admit his mistake. He didn't dare act tough anymore, though he still desperately wanted to know why Lin Feng hadn't been punished. Could it be that minor scuffles like this don't count? Surely having 2 fingers chopped off like he did must qualify though, right? With this in mind, Elbier decided to seize the next opportunity to accuse Lin Feng once more. He demanded equal treatment. After bandaging his severed finger, Elbier wanted to climb into bed to rest, only to be hit again with a shoe by the white man. Bring me my shoe, nigger. During this rest period, Lin Feng also chatted with the other 2. The white man was named John, formerly a laundry detergent salesman. No wonder he had such a vicious look on his face. The islander was named Pants Mikoa, a former corporate drone. As for Elbier, at this point, he might as well be completely isolated. Serves him right for picking a fight first and then playing the victim. Soon, it was almost time for work, and the once quiet corridor outside grew noisy. Lin Feng also took his key and followed the crowd to the locker room. The people here were all cold and indifferent, like machines. Lin Feng had wanted to strike up a conversation to ask about the situation, but no one was willing to acknowledge him. The gazes directed at him were even filled with pity. How strange, he thought. Lin Feng noticed the group wasn't keen on talking and didn't push further. Locating his locker, he pulled out the clothes inside. Black and white outfit with pure black pants and a matching cap. After getting dressed, Lin Feng followed the crowd into a luxurious dining hall. This must be where they work. At that moment, a man with an expressionless face walked over. Are you Lin Feng? His voice was hideously unpleasant, as if it had been gnawed on by an old woman. Yes. Lin Feng nodded slightly, surveying the man before him. His attire differed from the other staff members. He was presumably the floor manager. I'm your supervisor, my surname is Wu. Follow me, I'll assign you to your work area. Understood. Before long, Lin Feng was led by Wu Hua into the kitchen. Your assigned area is Meal Zone 13. The chef will announce which zone's dishes are being served when they're ready. Don't mix them up. The table number will be clipped to the plate. After Wu Hua finished speaking expressionlessly, he led Lin Feng to dining area number 13. There aren't many customers here right now, but Wu Hua says it'll gradually get busier in about an hour. Because Red Moon Restaurant is the most famous dining spot in the area, during mealtimes lots of creatures come to eat. Your job is just serving dishes. That's your responsibility. Don't worry about anything else. After bringing Lin Feng back to the kitchen, Wu Hua left. Throughout his entire conversation with Lin Feng, he didn't show a single hint of expression, making Lin Feng suspect this guy might actually have facial paralysis. Watching Wu Hua leave, Lin Feng casually slumped into a nearby chair. Right now, all he could think about was finding ways to slack off. Seems like the supervision over employees here isn't particularly strict, huh? Lin Feng looked around and noticed there wasn't even a single surveillance camera. Well then, maybe if I activate stealth mode and squat here, it might work. Wait, humans might not notice my invisibility, but these ghosts can probably all see through it. So I should probably slack off secretly in the restroom instead. Area 13. Coming. Lin Feng acknowledged and got up to head over. The chef had already prepared the dish. Stir-fried octopus, deliver it. The chef's upper body appeared human, while the lower half bulged conspicuously large, though concealed beneath chef's attire, leaving Lin Feng clueless about what monstrosity lurked beneath. Holy shit, octopus tentacles? Just as Lin Feng lifted the tray, an octopus tentacle peeked out from beneath the chef's form. What the actual fuck? Lin Feng screamed internally. Is this stir-fried octopus actually cut from your body? However, Lin Feng quickly placed the dish onto the tray. The clipped table number tag showed table 7. After picking up the tray, Lin Feng swiftly headed to dining area 13. There was only one table of customers, so Lin Feng didn't need to search around. Hello, here's your stir-fried octopus. Lin Feng set down the dish with a smile as he spoke. Mum. The overweight man in front of him extended a vacuum cleaner-like device from his belly, swiftly sucking the octopus clean in no time. The efficiency was truly astonishing. After witnessing such an incredible way of eating, Lin Feng didn't linger any longer and turned back toward the kitchen. However, on the way, he deliberately slowed his pace as much as possible, even taking a slight detour nearby. At last, he finally spotted the restroom only to find someone standing guard outside it. Upon inquiry, he learned that employees actually had to register when using the restroom during work hours. They were limited to no more than 3 toilet breaks a day, with each visit, big or small, capped at 10 minutes. No wonder all the human employees he'd seen looked half dead. If even bathroom breaks were micromanaged, one could imagine how they treated everything else. It seemed most of this restaurant's staff were humans. These humans, Lin Feng speculated, might have been captured and brought here, then forced to work. Regarding this, Lin Feng still needed to investigate further. When Lin Feng returned to the kitchen, over a dozen human employees had already gathered there. Like him, they worked as food runners. As for the other 3 survivors, Lin Feng didn't see them. Perhaps they had been assigned to different tasks. The kitchen staff has grown by over a dozen, but these chefs aren't human, they're all sorts of bizarre creatures. Yet from their conversations, Lin Feng learned that the octopus chef from earlier was actually the head chef. So if he wanted to slack off in the future, wouldn't he need to get on this guy's good side? As the one managing the entire kitchen, the head chef's authority was something Lin Feng understood perfectly well. To coast through these next 7 days comfortably, he'd have to stay in the head chef's favor. As for the name Lin Ko, Lin Feng would rather not use it if possible. Lin Feng always felt that female ghost had ulterior motives toward him. With this thought, Lin Feng planned to go back and sit down. That's strange, with so many people around. Why isn't anyone sitting on the chairs? Lin Feng scratched his head and then plopped down onto the seat. The people around him exchanged pitying glances. Soon, a burly man approached. Hey buddy, new here? This is my spot, mind moving? The burly man said with a smile, his strong body odor wafting toward Lin Feng, who couldn't help but frown. I got here first, so this is my spot. There are still chairs over there, aren't there? Well, I guess it'll have to do. The burly man spoke again with a smile, giving Lin Feng a once-over before walking away. Chapter 85, Crimson Moon Restaurant, Part 4. Lin Feng watched the burly man's retreating back with a thoughtful expression. Putting together the way others had looked at him earlier, Lin Feng surmised that this burly man must be the local bully among their group of food runners, someone akin to a prison gang leader. Who'd have thought that even among just a dozen or so people, a boss would naturally emerge? He probably left immediately because he feared taking action here would violate the rules. Section 13. Just as Lin Feng was pondering how to deal with him after work, the chef called out again. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stood up and walked over, accompanied by another man who was also assigned to Section 13. Go ahead. The man looked at Lin Feng and spoke in a commanding tone. Oof, bro, I really want to go, but my stomach, maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night. I'll head to the bathroom first. You go ahead and deliver this time, I'll handle it next time. Lin Feng quickly clutched his stomach, speaking with an exaggerated look of pain. Then he left directly, but not before secretly grabbing another tray to use as a prop for slacking off. Area 13. Here we go. Seeing how courageous Lin Feng was, the man had no choice but to agree. As for going to the bathroom, that's definitely out of the question. Lin Feng found a secluded corner and immediately activated his motionless invisibility. Then, leaning against the wall, he sat down and narrowed his eyes slightly. Time to slack off. 2 hours later, Lin Feng slowly stood up and staggered back to the kitchen. The chair was now occupied by that man, but Lin Feng wasn't about to demand it back. Where did you go? Around this time, the food runner who shared responsibility for dining area 13 with Lin Feng glanced at him and asked. During Lin Feng's absence, the number of guests in dining area 13 had surged, leaving the guy stuck doing the work of 2 people he'd been swamped. I barely stopped moving the whole time, only now, after finally delivering all the dishes, have I crouched down for a quick rest. Me? I just came back after delivering the dishes. Can't you see the tray in my hands? Lin Feng said, utterly exasperated. But you, how come I haven't seen you make a single trip? Have you been slacking off? Lin Feng rubbed his legs, looking utterly exhausted. In truth, he had been sitting for too long, and his legs had gone somewhat numb. You. Come on, relax. I won't rat you out. We're good brothers, after all. Gotta go to the bathroom. You coming? With a generous expression, Lin Feng patted the shoulder of the person in front of him. Xiaobai had never seen someone so shameless, yet years of passive acceptance had made him forget how to resist. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Just as he happened to have some free time and needed to use the toilet anyway, Xiaobai accepted Lin Feng's invitation to the restroom. The two exchanged idle chatter, and Lin Feng learned that the young man before him was named Xiaobai. Although his hair was somewhat messy, his looks were still quite decent, almost a third as handsome as the readers themselves. Please sign in to use the restroom. The supervisor stood at the restroom entrance and announced. Xiaobai smoothly wrote down his name and entry time with practiced ease. Lin Feng followed suit, though he didn't write his real name, instead jotting down his alias, Gu Chen. Gu Chen? That name doesn't ring a bell. Are you new here? Yeah, just got here today. Lin Feng smiled as he spoke, his grin dazzlingly bright. Alright, go ahead. The laboratory supervisor nodded and said. The toilet's layout was no different from a public restroom, even the smell was identical. You're really fearless. Getting caught using a fake name will get you punished. Xiaobai remarked calmly before standing before the urinal to commence his liberation. Hey, no worries. By the way, want a smoke? Lin Feng said as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Inside his leather backpack, aside from food and weapons, there were some miscellaneous items, including cigarettes he'd picked up during the Gold Rush game. As for the leather backpack itself, he'd locked it away in the storage cabinet. The cigarettes were something he'd planned to smoke while slacking off in the bathroom, never expecting this damned place would even put time limits on toilet breaks. Xiaobai's expression visibly changed at the sight of the cigarettes. His throat moved slightly before he tremblingly accepted the cigarette Lin Feng handed him. Where'd you get these? Don't worry about that. We're brothers, just enjoy it while you can. Lin Feng smiled and said, personally lighting Xiaobai's cigarette. Cough, cough. After taking a puff, Xiaobai coughed violently, yet his expression remained quite relaxed. Remembering that Lin Feng was a newcomer, he spoke up. In the human living quarters, cigarettes and alcohol are considered the highest-end goods. These nerve-numbing substances are highly sought after. If you possess a large stock of cigarettes, all the staff in the human living quarters would follow your lead. Also, to survive here, you need to change your mental state. You must become apathetic, lose hope in life, and become as lifeless as dead ashes. Ha! Lin Feng looked at Xiaobai in confusion. Ha! Xiaobai slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. This is the wisdom many have gathered through experience. Hey, you two inside. You're almost out of time. Stop fucking rushing me, can't even take a piss in peace. Lin Feng muttered around the cigarette in his mouth. He then took one last deep drag before flicking the butt away. Xiaobai also hurriedly took several deep puffs before floating dreamily after Lin Feng out of the restroom. As they passed by the restroom guardian, the lingering scent of smoke happened to catch his nose. Once Lin Feng and Xiaobai had left, he immediately rushed into the restroom, greedily inhaling the faint smoky air before picking up the cigarette butts they'd discarded. Even these two measly cigarette butts had buyers waiting. At this moment, in the manager's office of the Crimson Moon restaurant, Yang Wei had observed every move since Lin Feng arrived here. Lin Ku had ordered him to do so, otherwise, why would he bother monitoring a mere human employee in his free time? Miss, his actions have seriously violated article of the employee handbook. Enough, I've said it already. Lin Feng is my friend. No matter what he does, don't interfere. Lin Ku waved her hand, cutting off Yang Wei's words. Observing Lin Feng's mental state, Lin Ku was quite pleased. He must maintain this condition, otherwise, the meat quality won't be good. Right away, Mississippi. Yang Wei gave a slight bow, then continued to monitor Lin Feng. His curiosity about Lin Feng's identity grew even stronger. Anyone who could make the young lady care this much was definitely no ordinary friend. Could it be? Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Lin Feng continued gathering information from Xiaobai, specifically, details about this place, or more accurately, about this world. This world is a place where the monster realm coexists with the human world. And here lies the monster realm. Some humans stumbled into this world by accident, while others were forcibly captured and brought here. Those who enter face only two fates, becoming food or cheap labor. The latter type, like Lin Feng, still has it somewhat better, at the very least, they won't die immediately. But the former? That's truly grim, dismembered on the spot and then sold off piece by piece in the marketplace.